When we're talking about registration, we're talking about how many short-term rentals do we have in the town. If you go on Airbnb or you go on Vrbo, some of them will say, we have, you go into Raymond, Maine, it'll say 350. Another one will say 250. We don't know. The comprehensive plan said 6% of the residents in Raymond are short-term rentals. That was AirDNA data. That is not necessarily reliable data because it's only from their sources. We don't know. So once we get a registration in place, you will have information about those that are willing to come forward and say, yes, I have a short-term rental. And so we'll have an idea of how many of these may be investors, how many may be individuals, by what types of questions you ask on the registration form. And then you'll have a better idea of how much saturation there is in the town and whether you need to control that more. So I would urge you, this is a big issue across the country, and it's also directly reflected by what's going on here in Raymond. If it's 1 in 5, that's 25%. Nationally, it's 27. So we're in that zone. We're not an outlier. We're within that capacity of saying we are getting a lot more investments. Some people may own one rental, some may manage for others. They're making a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for some of these places that they're renting. And we're concerned about asking them to have some limits on the amount of people that they have, the parties, and what they're able to do within these areas and the impact that they have on the watershed, as Desi Barry was mentioning. We live on the top of the hill in Raymond, where I live. We're a watershed area. I have water running down to brooks and streams that flow right into Raymond Pond. We have springs all through the woods. We're a watershed area, and if we're not controlling our septics and what's going into the water, that brings the phosphorus level up. That's pollutants. That's where you get milfoil. That's where all of our issues begin. So we need to protect our environment, and by doing that, you need to have some restrictions on how you're going to control short-term rentals within your town. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, gang.
Sounds like we're down to inventory.
Anybody want to open the conversation on what we want to do next?
I'd like to address some things that maybe you would want to change right away.
Sure. Where are you, Mark?
Section 3, registration requirements. Of course, there need to be requirements, but again, these are my opinions. Short-term rental registration is valid for a period of one. We already talked about this last week. I didn't know if we missed it change or if I missed something, but is valid for a period of 1 calendar year from date of issuance by the town's code enforcement officer. Next line, short-term rental registrations shall be applied for renewed annually on or before January 1st. Those two timelines don't mesh. Because if it's annually and then January 1st, that means you have to purchase it on January 1st every single year, which that would be a requirement. So that's just...
Brett, how'd you mess that up?
Sorry. Get it next time.
No, he was taking notes like a wild man.
Calendar year?
That was one of them. Like, I know that you took a note, but because you said, oh yeah.
Just make it a calendar year, or
Yeah.
I'm just wondering though, logistically, would it be a nightmare to try and get everybody to register 1 year from when they registered? So like saying you register, let's say you registered July 1st, right? So that's 6 months out of the year that you're registered for, and that's prorated perhaps for the 6 months, and then the next year, and then January you're expected to re-up. So every year on January 1st, it's everybody needs to re-register.
Yeah. I think in my head what I was trying to model it after was similar to like dog licenses, where you have like a year and then there's like a month grace period or whatever.
Mhm.
After that, then you still pay more, but then still have to comply with that first timeline. But
Like an ATV registration, something like
Right,
that.
yeah,
It
similar to
must
those.
be registered by January 1st of the next following year.
mhm, yeah,
What's easier for the town, though?
I was just gonna ask because I'm sure your
I mean,
software.
it's either everybody's coming in all at once, or
Or a
we're
steady
keeping track,
flow.
having some type of tracking system.
So that shouldn't be
kind
too
of-
hard.
I think, I mean, we don't do a lot of computer stuff, but we probably could have some type of spreadsheet and that,
With a reminder that clicks in and
yeah, something.
spits out a letter.
Right,
Yeah, that should be pretty easy.
yeah.
Just
I
must-
think
must
either
be
one could
issued,
work.
But after 1 year of issuance.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
in my head too, at the January 1 deadline, then in theory that'd start collecting better data.
Mhm.
Like we would have a better sample size instead of just over the course of a whole year waiting. Like on that January 1 day, after that we could start formulating some
Okay.
data that way. But
That's easy fix. Go ahead, Mark.
The application for short-term rental registration, one of the requirements is number 3, septic information, including HHE 200 forms and evidence of when the system was last pumped. This is just a point I brought up.
Yeah.
It does not pertain to Raymond. I'm just saying if that's a requirement, and let's say somebody put on a sewer system at some point in time in the future, it no longer applies to them. It's not a requirement. So I don't know if I'm just throwing it up in the air.
Sure,
I don't know
sure,
if it
sure.
should
Right,
be a
if that
requirement
was to
now,
happen.
and then later on revisit it,
Yeah.
years from now.
And I
we get a
think,
septic system somewhere.
reasonably, it could just say if on, an on-site septic system, you need
If,
to put,
if applicable.
right.
Yeah.
right,
Sure, okay.
right,
Okay.
Just wanted to
Just
point that
to
out.
cover that base.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just because if somebody says like, I don't have a septic, and then you can't you can't register. Like that's the only reason.
Right, there are a few files that have come across that have no design in there. We just
Yep.
ran across one the other day, and they had to do they scoped it, and it was failed.
Yep. Right.
Well, I wonder too if we could just, this is adding more here, but if they don't have an HHE 200, that we require an inspection to confirm.
I think we already require
Is
the
that-
inspections, but
okay.
we might need chances are, if there's no HHE 200, it's probably either a trench, a holding tank, or a
Yeah.
cesspool. So it would- it's,
Yeah.
it's in their interest at that point to get it fixed.
Yeah.
So I keep going back to the camp thing because I understand it's Maine heritage, but it is still short-term rental. Does this apply to somebody that has a camp for 150 years and rents it every summer? Because they don't have that. So then we're gonna you have to.
I mean, they could be in violation.
Right, that's what I mean. So I'm just trying to protect everybody here.
Yeah,
That's- trying to be fair.
Yeah, if somebody's gonna register, they're gonna have to do the inspection
Okay.
and find out what's going on. And like I said, that one today, they found
Yeah.
out it was failed.
Right.
So, it's kind of it's because it's going through a sale
Yep.
is why they found it.
Exactly.
But, it was,
Yep.
an issue.
Good. Oh, okay. Figured that one out. The occupancy limits. I just wanted to qualify what the dwelling unit's owner must provide off-street parking for all guests, subject to the requirements of the parking standards within the land use ordinance. Parking that impedes access. I just wanted to kind of review that, kind of what the point was brought up. If there is an ADU and it's
They don't require a parking space now.
right, so does that fall within the land use ordinance, or is that the ADU ordinance?
I mean, that's kind of something that came down from the state.
Right, the state, so do we put that in there, just to cover the ADUs if it's rented?
Because we can be a little bit more restrictive. Is that what you're saying? So we can put parking limits, requirements on it for this purpose, because we can be a little bit more more restrictive.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that is probably, I'd have to read, and they just passed some passing some new ADU stuff too. So the legislation that is changing so quickly, and some of it is actually taking away our home rule. So they're telling us we can't be more restrictive. So it's going to be a really difficult. It's difficult.
Right.
It's a moving target all the time.
And that's where I'm concerned, because we keep talking about, people parking on the street.
Right.
But if you have an ADU and it's quite large, and you have a couple bedrooms, and one person comes in each car, you can have 6 cars on the street.
Right.
That's where we're just not addressing that. So I know that we can't address it and enforce parking area for an ADU.
Right, but we maybe
State,
can
but
say
we
you
need-
can't park on the street.
Right.
No street
Can't park on the
parking,
street.
something like that.
Yeah, simplified.
Yep,
Yep.
yep. I just, because this is saying.
And that's actually easier to probably to enforce, because you drive down,
No parking
they're
on the
blocking,
street.
they're blocking the street.
Right.
You know, I don't
Don't
have to worry
refer
about
to
the
this to
number
say
of parking.
all vehicles must be parked, on the property.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
Time on a response.
Oh, for an emergency.
I had to, and we started out with the subletting and event hosting.
Emergency contact.
I do agree with the subletting, that you shouldn't do that. Include guests beyond short-term rentals, maximum occupancy rate for visitors.
Dealing with your own thing.
I think we really need to talk about the max occupancy for 24-hour
Or
guests.
when the neighbor made the complaint.
Yeah, I agree. So let's just table that for right now.
Yep.
We'll go back and do the occupancy all at once.
Yeah, I don't have a specific comment on section 5. I just reading through this, I think that this is a rabbit hole that we are going to have to go down. I feel that in this town it's unenforceable. I don't think the CEO's jurisdiction is to enforce rowdy people.
I think that the goal, the
so-
hope is for voluntary compliance. You
That's
know, type of
exactly
thing.
what,
Right.
right. So I just want to point out that reading through this, it's,
Right.
that there's a lot of, if this, then bring to Superior Court then, and I know it's to cover all bases. It's, we're creating something that's not enforceable. So I just want to just make that note. I don't have a correction. I don't have a solution. It's just, there's a
There
lot.
probably isn't one.
There isn't one, right?
Right.
If we're gonna have it just to have it, then.
It might
Sure.
be a case of, we have to revisit this in a year,
Right.
try, if this goes forward.
If it's becoming a problem.
And then, right, we kind of, because the ordinances are a moving target too.
Absolutely.
So, and I think that, revisiting stuff is probably a
Sure.
wise move, sure.
To Bob's point, there's like 1% or 3% that are gonna push the limits, and you have to have some
Right,
bumpers.
exactly.
You have something backed up, so. Yep.
I guess I had one question about the 3-hour response time. Like, how are we monitoring that as well? To section 4, emergency contact. For if there's a discrepancy and the neighbor calls and the emergency contact needs to make contact with the neighbor within 3 hours, how is that going to be regulated, I guess?
Where are you right
Timestamps on their phone?
Section 4. I mean, that's.
Oh,
I understand like the timeliness, but to put an hour number on it, I feel like we're kind of
Yeah, I mean, we could even say within 24 hours to.
Something,
to
yeah,
make
timely matter.
reasonable, yeah.
timely,
yeah.
yeah.
But maybe not to exceed.
I just feel like that 3-hour marker. Anyone who's making
Yeah,
that
yeah.
complaint to be like, I called 4 hours ago, and now we're
Right,
dealing
right,
with this issue.
But we may want to put a.
Timely not to exceed
48
12 hours,
24
yeah.
hours, something like that,
Yeah.
just,
Not to exceed 24, okay.
Just
Right.
a comment that from the fire department, I think for emergency type situations, you want people to respond back to you quickly. So that not to exceed, I think, is an important point. There might be some times where we're asking them to get right in touch with us because it's severe.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess like at that point of an emergency or a fire or
But they gotta
ambulance
call
needed,
911.
right? But I'm more talking towards like a
Yeah.
noise issue or something like that.
I mean, but to Wayne's point, we may want to have them have a backup number. Listen, this is the main one, but we need a backup. If we can't get a hold of you, we need somebody another person at least, if there's an issue.
Well, and I wonder if it's the word emergency that throws off
And
the,
at that point, it's 911, because
Right.
it's
Or
maybe-
emergency,
Emergency
your point of
911.
contact's 911.
So
We
we're
would
not-
be calling 911 on, I'm saying, say, if something's going on and a neighbor is trying to get a hold of, or we're trying to get a hold of the homeowner because something's, going on there, and we can't get a hold of them, having a second number.
Yeah, secondary
Yeah.
contact, that makes sense.
Just a secondary
Yep.
contact.
but why don't we make it a non-emergency contact, right? Yeah.
Right, just in case.
Emergency will be the sheriff or the fire department.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, good catch.
So to piggyback on that, go back to section 5, the first A. It says in here, there's a directive to any complaints that interrupt the quiet enjoyment of a resident in their home or immediate neighborhood may be reported to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. I think we should strike that.
That's kind of,
That's what
Is
you
that
do.
what we do
If some-
anyways?
I mean, we need to
Right.
strike that. That's
Yep.
not, I don't think the Sheriff's Department would enjoy us sending people if they're not enjoying their
Yep.
dinner on the deck. I don't think
Town of
that's
Raymond
what.
says they can call.
Yeah, you can tell Raymond's not a call.
and if there's a real problem, people are gonna call the sheriff. anyways.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think we need that in there. So this is the part that I was bringing up. The code enforcement officer shall establish and maintain a record of all complaints received for each short-term rental and investigations with findings reported by the code officer, et cetera, et cetera. That, I don't know if that's gonna require another assistant to keep
We
this
kind of
book,
do that
so-
anyways.
So if you, okay. I don't
if
know
there are
that, so-
complaints come across, we kind of usually
Okay.
slip something in the file.
Cool.
Um,
Yep. Like a violation or something like that, and then you
Yeah, just
Okay.
say there's somebody, a suspected junkyard, let's say. Somebody calls,
I just-
suspected
perfect.
junkyard, kind of investigate, maybe it doesn't rise to that level, but we see it in there and kind of keep an eye on it.
Okay.
type of thing.
No, I just was concerned for the
No, I appreciate
administrative measure of the
that.
town. It's just, I don't want to,
Yeah, yeah.
The last thing, believe it or not, board, is the last thing I'm going to say about this. The number of complaints, and B, suspension or revocation of registration. If it's based on number of complaints,
Number and severity.
think severity in nature, the number.
Type.
There was, just reading some things, there's some notes being taken of certain facilities that it's everyday use. I don't think that needs to be a number. If you reported a use of, somebody on your dock or whatever.
Right, trespass.
That's not really
Indecent, anything
a number
indecent, something like
of
that.
complaints. I think it's severity. If you're, breaking a law, if you're not, non-compliant activity, sure.
Threatening.
Sure, but the number of complaints, since it's an ordinance, I think, my opinion is that it shouldn't be judged on, your re-registration rights or your revocation is based on the number of complaints. You can have one really bad complaint, and then that should be taken away. So,
I think maybe section 7, talking about waivers, might be a section that's not necessary. We're really just addressing life safety, environmental impacts. If we're doing sort of basics, I don't know why we'd want to grant any waivers to people outside of those.
They're going to be requested at some point. Sometimes I think it's better to have a set of criteria for a waiver than to have no, or we put in the ordinance that nothing is waivable.
I mean, what would they be waiving?
Yeah.
I mean, a registration? Like, you need to like, why would?
Well, I
We
think
have
we.
parking standards.
Yeah, I
like
think we were
that,
thinking of
maybe.
parking. I think we were thinking of occupancy. If the septic, if we're in the two per bedroom, but it was built with a 5 or 6 bedroom septic, then
Yeah.
they could come in and say, I've got the septic, why can't I exceed?
Yeah.
And that would be a waivable item, and we would say, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's, I think that's what
No,
we would.
I think if occupancy is part of it, then yes,
Yeah.
it makes sense to stay in, but if if we're not gonna address occupancy, I don't, like, they're not gonna, what
Yeah,
else
well,
are they gonna
we're going to
wait?
do something with it, but it's on my list.
Okay,
The only waiver I
The
can
last
see,
thing.
Jason, you correct me, but I know there's a bunch of systems coming in for septic systems that upsize from 1 bedroom or some from 3 bedroom to 4 bedroom by using.
You're talking like the
Sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer, the
Yeah.
tertiary systems where you
Yep.
get a 75% reduction in your field.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
And at that point, would that be a waiver? Because technically your septic's not designed for a 4 bedroom, but you upscaled it to accept more?
So let's, for example, say someone had a 3-bedroom and they added one of these, especially the tertiary system.
Correct.
The field would, then you would basically almost triple your capacity by putting one of these systems in.
Right, well, I guess my question would be is that all just part of the HE 200 or would that
Yes.
be a okay.
Yeah. So
Yep.
for a
So that's
3-bedroom
part of
design,
it.
you're shrinking the field by putting the system in.
Mm-hmm.
It's for small, these postage stamp style.
Yeah, if you're adding 1 bedroom, I think Sledgehammer qualifies
Yeah.
for one additional bedroom.
Or if you have one of these lots that needed a minimum lot variance, I'm thinking around some certain spots in Thomas Pond and Panther Pond with these small 50-foot wide lots. So you have the septics are it's kind of an ironic thing in the town. Our most clustered septic systems are in some of the most sensitive areas. Thomas Pond, I was talking to a gentleman, he was telling me that Thomas Pond doesn't turn over very rapidly. And so that's probably the most highest risk pond body of water in town, and that has the most intense development around it.
Yep.
So,
Makes sense.
All right, go, Mark.
Sorry.
That's what you're writing, I knew it was
Yeah,
coming.
maybe add something, waiver shall not be considered regarding life safety or anything to do with codes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's
That's just
somebody-
clearly,
yeah,
right.
doesn't 2 kind of address that?
I was looking at that.
Just maybe change the wording,
Application
number 2.
standards is not, is it to public
Yeah,
health,
public
safety,
safety.
and general welfare?
An
I wanted
existing
to
ordinance?
touch like something safety, life safety
Just
code.
life safety.
Yep. If you want it registered and your stairs are steep like this and you're introducing, I want to be registered, you can't have that waived. You have to fix the stairs, something like that. You have to have a 7-Eleven rise, and you've got to be up to code.
Yeah.
Basically, you can't waive a code just because you want to register your short-term rental.
Yeah, that's fair.
So.
Yeah.
All right, Section 8, everyone's okay with it? All right, let's go, let's do the big one here, the occupancy, and then we can move this along. Here's, my thoughts on occupancy is I think the two per bedroom, the +2, taking Mark's suggestion of modifying that to be a overnight guest, that the limited, and I feel that a couple of reasons. One, I think that I do not think that it's enforceable, and I don't think it actually comes down to be fair to limit the amount of short-term rentals in a particular area to what Rob was, I don't know if Rob's still here, but what Rob was talking about. But I think if the ordinance itself makes it less profitable for people for an organization, or even out-of-state individuals, to flood a home with 16, 20 people, and be able to do it because our ordinance doesn't address it, I think then that leads to more and more short-term rentals. And I don't think it is an undue burden to, and I just looked through the ordinances that Sandy gave us, and that's in there, two per bedroom. Casco has 2-bedroom +2. I think the 2-bedroom +2 with the overnight being those overnight guests, again, to the septic system, as a number of people have mentioned, and Mark, you've talked about it, it's not just a family that has the occasional, friends and sleepovers and kid sleepovers. It's the constant turnover of a large group of people into a home that really does not care too much about how long the shower runs or the amount of water that's being used, or what's being put into the septic, to have a different view of, and it's not, I mean, it's not wrong, it's just, necessarily wrong, it's just natural. You have a different view of a rental property. Remember, you guys aren't old enough, but you used to be, you would, when you wanted to fool around, you'd go out and rent a car, and you'd drive that car into the, I mean, that was my age group, but
That's why I say you never purchase a used.
Yeah, you never did, right, you never did that, you can't, now there's all sorts of things you can't get away with that.
Right.
But back then, you could get away with it. But at any rate, that's kind of the same kind of approach that, I think is fairly just kind of ingrained in a rental property. So I see nothing at all wrong with going with a two-person per bedroom with a +2. I think it's generous, and limiting, as Mark suggested, the verbiage to be overnight and not, just all day long.
Okay, and then, I mean, in a case where somebody maybe has overbuilt the septic system for
They got the
the size
waiver.
of the house or something, they get.
They have the waiver option.
Yeah.
Is that okay? I mean,
I like that.
okay.
I like that as well.
All right. Okay. Then, are we ready to put this to bed, or do you want another cut?
I feel good about it.
Put it to bed.
Put it to bed. I-
Beat it to death.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah, Kathleen,
Are you
Is this
taking
Kathleen?
Any more comments?
do you have something to say?
I have.
You always,
tons.
well, no, okay, you can't say tons.
I can.
Couple pounds?
Send them to you.
No, well, what would be,
in writing,
what,
If you would like.
could you go to the mic so I gotta get it on tape. What would you
So,
be thinking
for
about?
example, we don't have any regulations in the town about noise ordinance or anything.
Correct.
So we're very hesitant as citizens to call and disrupt Cumberland County Sheriff when we don't have a noise ordinance. I've been a victim of this, where the short-term rental that is next to me is not really a short-term rental, it's an event venue that they're calling a short-term rental. So, I have 50, 60, 100 people.
Yeah, let me just interrupt you.
So
The
I
noise
don't-
ordinance is on our list.
Okay,
To be
good.
addressed separately.
Right.
Not to be addressed as short-term
Okay.
rental, because it would be applied to the whole town, not just to short-term rentals.
I have some comments about the waiver provision that's in here. It feels very vague. I've gotten comments from other people. It doesn't feel like it's specific enough. There's no process mentioned. What would be the process? Is there an application that would have to be filled out?
Check 1 2, check 1.
Welcome to the September 10th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
And Suming.
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes of the August 13th meeting. We have two tabled items, the proposed short-term rental ordinance and the proposed draft for the marijuana regulation ordinance, followed by new business of the Port Harbor Marine Holding modification to an approved project and Sebago Solar's modification to an approved project. Discussion on when we can move our November and January meetings, and if we get that far, a workshop on the banquet halls. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. All right, first order of business is the August 13th minutes. Is there a motion and discussion?
Move to adopt the August 13th minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done. All right. Could I get a quick motion to remove the short-term rental ordinance from the table for discussion?
So move.
And seconded?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, my plan for the short-term rental discussion this evening is Phil Saucier, our town attorney, did I pronounce that correct? Yeah. Yes, please. Has, in fact, you can take Ed's spot. Is going to join us this evening for a little bit of time this afternoon, excuse me. We're going to start off with questions from the board and discussions of a couple of the proposed ordinances that we have in the works. And I do hope to hold maybe about 15 or 20 minutes of Phil's time near the end, depending upon how long this goes, for any discussion or questions from those of you that have attended this evening or have Zoomed in. So to start with the board, questions? I know the question that's come up often has been, is a short-term rental a business?
Good question. So typically, it's not defined that way in most of the ordinances, and I sort of pulled together a number of ordinances around the state that have started to regulate these. And there's probably 7 or 8 of them at this point, maybe a few more. It's typically defined, the rental of residential units generally are defined as specifically not commercial. That's in a lot of different ordinances. Raymond's doesn't say that specifically, but you'll typically see that. And the reason for that, obviously, is because people rent their houses or they rent apartments in residential districts. And so a long time ago, before we even had short-term rentals, that was clarified that way in the zoning ordinances. So typically it's not seen that way. It is regulated now as a type of use, at least, maybe not commercial. I have not seen that terminology in a lot of other ordinances, but you certainly can regulate it through either a licensing ordinance and or your zoning ordinance. You can do both. Right, so you can define it as a use, which I think you're starting to do. Mm-hmm. You can decide which districts it's allowed, if any. All right, so you can say it's all districts or certain districts. So that's the zoning side of it. You can have performance standards, meaning, okay, if we're going to do it, are there rules around it? Are there sort of, distance rules from each other? You see some towns have distance rules.
Distance rules is how?
Yeah, there's actually one community that says you can't have it closer, one STR can't be closer as, distance. That's one way to do it. That's I only know one town that does that. Okay. But all kinds of other kind of standards. Your ordinance, I know that Brett has been helping with you, does have performance standards, where you are currently. I know it's just in draft form. So certain rules. So it's not necessarily commercial, but you're treating it as a separate use, and so you can regulate it. Essentially. So that distinction doesn't necessarily matter. It matters how you're going to regulate, right, to me. This is starting to get in a place I think is a pretty good place from my perspective. I did have a chance to talk with staff and others at some point. The one thing I did notice here is that and maybe it's an earlier version, it did delete the definition of short-term rental and kept it in a long-term rental. I still think you need that definition because it uses that term short-term rental throughout. I mean, that's really what you're doing here. You're potentially going to regulate short-term rental, so you should say what it is. And the typical definition is less than 30 days of rental. That's the typical. You could make it something different. But a lot of other, that's what, if you look around, I looked around South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, Falmouth, Kennebunkport, Freeport, those are the towns that have them, and they all have about 30 days or less.
30 days total for the year.
Or less.
Or less.
So again, you could have your own local definition. It's typically just seen as a traditional rental, right? Someone needs a house for a period of time, or they're renting an apartment to live in. But you need to have that definition, define what an STR is. So that's one comment I had. I think the rest of it is you left a spot here for fees. You can have fees for this. It's sort of a license in some ways, akin to a license. You're allowed to have fees. Any fee you charge for a license has to be reasonably related to the cost to the town of implementing that program. So in other words, what the Maine courts and the legislature have said is you can't use fees to essentially raise revenues for the town. You can't use it as a way to tax. You can use it to essentially offset the cost of the program. So the code enforcement office work, the clerk's office work, you can kind of build that in, and you can look around and see what other communities are doing. Mm-hmm. I think you'd asked me, could you have different tiers of fees? I think you could. Okay. You could. In other words, you could have sort of a STR 1 license versus an STR 2 license. One is someone who wants to rent a few times a year, You may want, that's less onerous on the town. Or someone who wants to rent all the time, that could be a different fee. I think you could do that. You just define what that means.
And can we have different restrictions or put in place for those different licenses?
You could,
Okay.
within reason. What I'd want to see is, as you think about it, is I'd review it for you and give you feedback on what those kinds of things are. Just to give you an example, I pulled a couple. Some communities, South Portland being one of them, I think Portland just added this, makes a distinction between owner-occupied houses with short-term rentals versus non-owner occupied houses, and has different rules as it relates to that. The idea being, I suppose, from a policy perspective, it's owner occupied, the owner's there, they may take care of the property, or they're gonna oversee it a little bit more than someone who's not there. So some communities do that, they either prohibit it altogether if not owner occupied, or they just have different rules around it. Maybe it's more, more restrictive. I knew this question would come up, so I just have to say, I think that's okay. But there is one court in the country that has said it's not okay to do that. It's out of Louisiana. It's a federal court, though. They've said it would violate the due process, the reverse commerce clause, I should say, meaning because you're treating essentially people who may live here differently than people who don't live here, and that's potentially a constitutional issue. But that has not been raised in Maine or the First Circuit, which is the circuit we live in for the federal circuit. And I know that at least 3 or 4 towns in Maine have those kinds of restrictions.
So, Phil, you mentioned zoning. That
Yeah.
we could have it authorized in some zones and not authorized in other zones.
Yes.
If we did licensing on maybe a tier basis of something 4 weeks of less of rental, and then another tier for 12 weeks or less, and then more than 13 weeks, could those be broken up into zones so that, let's say our shoreland zone, a 4-week per year rental license would be appropriate and would not be.
I think you could, yeah.
But a full license of 13, 14 weeks more would not be acceptable.
It would not be allowed in that particular zone.
Right.
Yes, I do
Is that
believe
acceptable?
you could do that.
Okay.
I do believe you could do that, yep.
Because I know I mentioned this to you, we have those 3 kind of groups that
Right.
we're trying to not minimally impact on some,
Yeah.
but have it tiered up so that we have more of a control over those that are, I'm going to use the word business, but those that are running it as.
Or they're running it more often at a
Right.
minimum, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. How about somebody else?
Well, speaking of zones, my question would be, could you do an overlay zone specific to STRs if we wanted to have a zone just for them? as
Yeah, I
opposed to
assume you
using the
could.
existing
I
zones?
assume you could. I mean, you could. I should say assume you can. I think you could. The difference is, so when you do an overlay zone, that's when you're trying to determine, so you would be allowing them essentially, and you want to lay it over your existing zone. So but it may not be all of those zones. Is your
Correct.
point? Yeah. So you could certainly do that. That's allowed under Maine law to have overlay zones. You would have to treat it. It's a new zone, and so you have to make sure that the map is adopted as part of the amendment to the land use ordinance as well. Yeah.
One of our questions that kind of comes up often is limiting or controlling the amount of individuals that are at the particular house for a rental at different times.
Yep.
So, as an example, if we were to have, let's say, the traditional main camp, let's call it Tier 1, whatever,
Yep.
and we would have a minimal restriction on how many individuals could be there during the day and that could stay overnight. And then have different sets of restrictions for a rental that's going to be,
Like a single bed rental or something.
Well, no,
versus
more-
like a party.
yeah,
Potential,
right,
yeah.
yeah. So that, can we say, it's, the standard has always been 2 per bedroom, is kind of the accepted.
Yeah.
And then we'd say, well, it could be 2 per bedroom plus 2 additional adults plus family during the day, but the evening, sunrise, sunset, whatever, would only be the max occupancy
Have
of.
an occupancy limit. Yeah,
Yeah,
you could do that too.
We could
as
do
well,
that too,
yeah.
okay.
And the one thing to remember is, and you can do all of these things, but one of the things I always sort of caution you is the more rules you put in there, the more you have to enforce them.
Right,
And so sometimes we put rules in place, but it's very difficult it's the code officer is going to be doing the job.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind, that like it's gonna be, you know, a lot of these times, he's not gonna be able to go around each of these houses, so it'll be often complaint-based, is how that usually gets reviewed, and that does its job too. You know, people will report on people for sure.
Right.
But that means that the code officer's job will have to go out and look at it. That's part of why you have fees for these things, because it will
Right.
cause some more work.
And then those fees can be adjusted based upon how often the rentals are, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you could have different classes, and then each year, as you know, your select board, typically the town meeting gives the select board the option, I'm forgetting if you do that in Raymond, to set fees. And so that could be looked at each year and what that is based on the intensity of use of your staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was super helpful.
Good.
Yeah. Jack? No? You guys
I mean, I
loads
have
of
more of a
questions.
question, but it's more of
Hit a
like,
lot
how
of
do
them.
you enforce a
Right.
limit of
And
how often it gets rented out? You know, how do you monitor that and police that?
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, so some of it will be complaint driven. Some of it is, there are tools out there that I know some of these towns use. You have to pay for it, but you would build it into your fee structure. There's companies that actually watch STRs. And what they do is they scrub the internet to see the listings on the various listing sites. I'm not an expert in this. I've heard people talk about it in meetings.
Yeah.
Your staff could call some of the towns that work with these companies, but it's like a subscription service, and they actually give you a report. They know how many times it's been rented, at least if they're doing it online.
Okay.
So that's one way some towns do the enforcement.
Actually, our permitting software reached out recently and said that they had all those tools.
Is that right? They
Yeah.
probably saw somewhere that you were talking about that.
They didn't even know.
Okay.
They were just cold calling. And
Okay.
they have a scraping tool that goes Airbnb, VRBO, and it pulls all that information in and
Yep.
helps with
There you go.
enforcement.
So, yeah, I knew it, yeah.
Okay.
It's always a business that's gonna figure out how to have a
Yeah.
business, right?
Right.
So then happy to review drafts again too. I know you guys are getting close to moving something forward, but you guys can email me and I can send red lines or comments.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
Yeah.
the last ones around.
Okay, good.
I think we'll incorporate most of those suggestions.
Good.
Yeah. All right. Mark? Come on, Mark, you had loads of questions.
Oh, I know, I want to reduce the regulations. Less questions, less regulations, so I'm good to go. I think we've reviewed quite a few options here. We've reduced some, got good answers. I think we can move forward now.
Okay. Yeah, that was a lot faster than I expected.
Well, I guess I got a specific question.
go.
Oh, sure.
It's more, part 5, where am I? C5A, public health and safety. Who decides whether there's a public health or safety issue? And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for people to take advantage of calling a safety situation just to interrupt somebody's ability to rent their STR.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we may want to put a little more definition around that. So typically that will be calls of service, so either in this case, the sheriff's department or the fire department, or there may have been, because you're right, you don't want it to just be someone had issued a complaint, but there wasn't a there. That's not fair to the owner of the property either. But as defined, yeah, it says public health, safety, or welfare issues which occurred on the premises during the immediately preceding year and were not satisfactorily resolved and are likely to recur. So maybe we could tweak that a little bit to suggest maybe there's a code violation, there's a public safety call for service, that kind of thing, versus just a broad.
There needs to be some type of investigation into the complaint.
It's gotta be
before it's
it's
issued as a
measurable.
complaint against the.
That's right.
Yep.
So that's a good point. We can do another round. Once there's another round, I can provide
Yeah.
some comments. Yeah.
Okay. Brett, do you have a question, Hal?
No, just really, I think a general comment. I think in terms of like long-range planning efforts, currently right now there are no standards that the town has, and I think we've heard a lot from the public in terms of trying to find a middle ground. And I think we're close, and I think what this is really is a starting point. I think it's a great place for us to build upon and really begin collecting that data like we've talked about. That way we can move forward and kind of continue to build upon this document and make it a living document to really match the needs of the town. So I'm proud of the work that we've put into it, and I've loved the passion from the community on both sides. So I'm really looking forward to continue working on this, wrapping it up.
Okay, is the board happy then? Okay, so I will open it up for a couple of questions from the community. We're not going to take up a lot of Phil's time. Yep. Be silly to say no.
You love me. Come on. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I just have a quick question. So a lot of our town is private roads that are maintained by the residents on the road, where we have private road associations. So what I've heard in other communities, especially those of us that are on private dirt roads that are on lakes, et cetera, when you have a lot of turnover of the STRs, right? A lot more people than you would normally have if they were residential, and they're doing damage to the road, and that requires more maintenance. And now the road residents are having to assume the extra cost of the STR owner who's making money on the rental, whereas the other residents aren't making money on the rental, but we're having increased costs to maintain the road because of the increased activity and damage. So how would that work? Like, I know that the town can enforce fees.
Yeah.
Like, what about, because if the town doesn't maintain your road, and then the residents are picking that up, how does that work? How are the other residents on the private roads protected
Well,
from excessive
there may
road
not be a good
maintenance?
answer to that. I mean,
Okay.
so the town's not, as you know, involved in the road maintenance there, so they wouldn't be able to collect fees or anything like that. The town, there's two different ways of doing it, I would think. One is the town could, through its ordinances, decide there's certain areas that STRs are not appropriate, maybe because of the condition of those roads, or maybe when you're doing your zoning and you're looking at where they belong, maybe they don't belong in certain places for the reasons you just articulated. Honestly, probably those are the places people want to stay, because they're probably
Exactly,
private.
yeah,
I
on the
know,
lake,
right?
yeah, with the dirt roads.
But there could be some circumstances where there's sensitive areas or the road is in such bad repair that you, when you're doing your zoning, you may decide that's not appropriate. In terms of the private residents, and this is where I say the answer might not be helpful, because there's, if you have a road association, then you have more, the road association could create certain rules. Similar like a homeowners association,
Right.
right? Like there's a number of homeowner associations that have prohibitions on accessory dwelling units, things like that. So to the extent there's a formal road association, that association can get together and amend its documents, create rules that way.
Okay.
Some of these roads don't have formal road associations, so that's where there's less of a mechanism to do that and create private restrictions. Again, the town's not involved in that, and I get that question a lot as a town attorney, where there's like, say there are prohibitions in your subdivision association, and they'll come to the town, and we always say that is not our deal. There's two different sets of regulations. There's the public regulations and there's private regulations, and that's the private regulations are enforced by the people who are subject to that contract, which in your case would be a road association or a homeowners association.
I guess I would be afraid of the fact that we don't want to violate state law, right? So there's a lot with ADUs now because of affordable housing and stuff like that. So I guess that's where I am sort of looking to the town, because, if we have a road association and there's 20 houses on our road, we're not going to go out and hire an attorney to, like, are we in compliance?
I know. Well, that's why it's difficult. But that's the answer.
But what you're saying is, if we have a formal road association that's like, with
Jennifer, I don't want to cut you off, but there
Okay.
are other people that need
with the documents, then we can impose
Something you
fees
could look
on
into
the
at
owner
least within your own
of the
association.
rental.
But again, that's a private
Okay.
decision, not for the town.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, go ahead, use your time before it gets cut off.
I appreciate respectful speaking to me. You're already starting. I don't appreciate it. I'm here trying. I'm happy.
I know, go ahead, Mark, go.
I think three things here. One is, are we still talking about the same ordinance, or is there a new ordinance you're all looking at that no one has seen yet? Just want a quick question.
I'm looking at the one that says draft for 9/10/25 planning board meeting.
So does anyone have that? Was that published to the community?
It's been published, yeah. It's on the net. It's in the town.
I don't think so, but okay. Nobody had. We're all working on the August one.
Sandy?
So if there's rewritten from a month. I get
It's on the town website as under planner memo, because that's where the information was.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have looked extensively. I'll go look again. But
Okay.
nobody has been able to find that. So if there's a new memo, I'll read it. I would say three things. The continued classification of investment property, seasonal camp, I think that is a very unique thing that we're trying to do in Raymond. Every other town lives in a world of hosted and unhosted. We don't really have what I'll say is hosted in Raymond. People often do not rent bedrooms in their lake houses. They rent their properties. And so that is an unhosted rental. Whether that unhosted rental is somebody who lives here, lives
Mark,
in...
I just want to stop you for a second, and I will come back to you to these questions, but really what I was looking for is whether or not you had a question for Phil.
So, and Phil, again, that's where, are you seeing a lot of ordinances where they're getting into investment property versus seasonal camp? I'm used to seeing hosted versus unhosted is the most common delineation across the board.
Yeah, so I will say, it's a good question, and the new draft does not have that distinction. So the new draft does not, so I did see the older draft, and this is updated. So to the extent you can find that draft, I would look at that. It's that's been deleted out, right? From my
Mark,
understanding.
do you want this one?
Yeah, I think like we had talked about too, like we can't discriminate based on
Right.
ownership type.
Right.
So that's the struggle really.
So instead, this draft from the most recent draft from Brett really just makes a distinction between. It's really a short-term rental registration and renewal ordinance.
Perfect. I'll read this and come back.
Certificate of, yeah.
2 would be occupancy. I think great work in the occupancy. I think overall making good progress. I would question 2 things. One is I understand the septic element and I understand the building element, and I'd be interested in thoughts on occupancy per square foot and different boards or different associations have different recommendations. Some say 1 per 200 square feet. Some say 2 per bedroom. Some say this. What are you typically seeing on occupancy across these different models? Because this one is written in a septic seems to be the anchoring principle from the prior.
Again, it's not. There isn't any. The updated draft doesn't really get into that level of detail. I don't see that. I'll be honest with you. That's not something I'm an expert in. That's something I usually work with the code officers I work with on that, or the plumbing inspectors in terms of what's appropriate for a certain number of units, for example, a number of occupants per building.
And then I'll read the last one. I think violation-wise, have you seen a lot of towns struggle with this? What will become a community violation nightmare. Everyone's filing complaints against each other, and it becomes a. How are you seeing that?
I haven't. I'll be honest with you. I don't get a lot of those questions. I don't know if that's not because they're not happening though. It hasn't risen to my office. Where we'll get involved. Obviously, we help with interpretation of questions that come in on violations. If there's ever a actual violation that needs to go to court, we're asked to file those. I have not seen one filed as for an SDR.
Perfect.
Personally. Doesn't mean that there isn't one out there that someone's egregiously violating an SDR ordinance, but we haven't prosecuted one.
Okay, I'd strongly say as we continue this process, that has got to be a really big consideration of how do we, and I think we just mentioned it, not have unsubstantiated mass complaints, because that will become a thing. But I'm going to read this. I would, broader topic. I think we've got to do better on document management. Nobody in the town can find documents on the website. It's a nightmare. It should just be posted in the agenda, in my opinion. So the agenda doesn't have it. So I looked all around the website. I did not see an update.
You should just give Sandy a call.
I will.
Yeah, she'll tell you right where it is.
I don't think a lot of people know where it is.
Go ahead, Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Phil, just a quick question. In the current draft, does it address ADUs with respect to parking?
No, in our the ordinance draft?
The
No.
only parking piece of it was under our performance standards, section 4C, where we referenced the land use ordinance. For, I think essentially that one was like the multifamily living standard for off-street parking required.
So then our current ordinance basically says for a dwelling, you have to have 2
Correct.
parking. So that would also be included if an ADU was used as a short-term rental, according to the draft you have now. And yet state statute says you cannot limit parking in an ADU. So that was a question I had. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't see that in this current draft, but it's something I can look at. Yeah.
If you want to
Get the governor upset.
I'm Todd Roma, 141 Raymond Hill Road. In your experience, can you quantify the impact of an STR on versus a standard family house? Is that anything, I mean, we've been talking about the STR initiative coming in, and they've done over 3 years of work. I really don't have a good grasp of the impact that an STR is having. Is there any experience that you have behind this? If we're talking, you know, one for one family, that's kind of what I've been seeing, but I wanted to get some input.
Yeah, that's not something that I can provide information on. You know, there are people who study this, housing experts and things like that, that I would defer to. My job is to help write these things and then enforce them. So I'm not a policymaker, right? So the town is deciding the policy. Do you want this kind of regulation or not? What I hear, I can tell you what I hear. The rationale for it is some of the same rationale I'm seeing in yours, that there's at least a perceived impact. Whether that's measurable or not, I can't tell you that. There are a couple housing reports that the legislative committees have done through LD 2003 and 1829. They're on the website. I've read them myself. I wasn't part of those committees. But one of the things they've looked at is the potential impact on STRs and if they take away housing stock or not. That's one of the things that I know people have been studying, but I don't off the top of my head know the answers to those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
It feels to me as though that's one of the questions that has gone unanswered since we've started this process. And I think it's an important piece to say, you know, if we're talking about the impact on the community, what is the impact? How much does it offset a traditional family? And that hasn't been brought to light in the years that this has been in the works.
Thank you.
All right, from the board, anything, last minute questions? Kevin, you okay?
Anybody online,
Oh.
Mike?
I'm good.
All right, go ahead, ma'am. And then I'm going to cut this off so we can.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road. I'm a resident. I just worry about getting too complicated. I think it's important to keep it very simple. My concern is enforcement, and I'd like us to get a base thing started. And I'm afraid if it's too complex and too insidious that way, it will be voted down. I think if we can simplify it to casual rental and business, and then it would require zoning appeals, zoning board appeals if it's a business in a residential area. If we can get that straightened out, I'm concerned that if we start to regulate everybody with how many exits, how many fire things, how many septic systems, I think the town can be really dragged into a lot of lawsuits if there is a problem. Say somebody does suffer injury and they sue the owner. The town, if it's mucking around in such detail, but it leaves out something or it wasn't able to be enforced in a timely way, it leaves the town very wide open. Is that true, or am I worried over something that I shouldn't be?
I mean, if what you're saying is yes, I mean, if you have regulations, then that does lead to enforcement of those regulations, which then can sometimes lead to litigation over that enforcement. And the litigation can come from both the town side, which is what we file. If someone really violates an ordinance and then they don't come to compliance, the next step is you file in district court. It's a land use enforcement action. So that's a type of litigation. Or, residents could appeal certain decisions of the code officer, for example, and go up through that way too. So I guess the short answer is yes. It's hard to know, if there'll be more litigation or not.
All right.
Can I go real quick?
Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
I'll keep it quick. I think two things. One is, candidly, I thought the prior ordinance was much more simple. So just FYI, I think it was a much cleaner version, had a couple little flaws. This is, I think, much further outside what I'm used to seeing in Casco and other towns. So that's just my 2 cents. Two is the occupancy. I still think you have to look at that. Again, a 4,600 square foot, 4-bedroom home would be limited to 10 people.
A lot of questions for Phil. We'll get to
like,
this.
So again, like, I would imagine that would, are you seeing that, like, those level of occupancies is common?
I can't tell you that I have, but again, I wouldn't. It seems like what you're asking is there's a policy question in there, right? Which is, does the town want to do those or not? That's up for you guys to decide at the town meeting. And then secondly, what is the appropriate number based on the septic system, right? Which is really a code and plumbing question. There's sort of two separate things.
And on that, I think
yeah,
we're going down versus up versus like what's either straight septic or it's not.
Yeah.
So if you have a bigger septic, you lose. You don't get the extra 2. But if you have a smaller septic, you get penalized based on the way this is written.
So that's the level of detail you guys.
And you've eliminated the waiver section. So that gives us no recourse to go ask for conditional use, which again is a challenge.
All right.
I was ready to get rid of the waiver.
Yeah, I can address that if you want me to.
Sure,
Why?
go ahead.
Yeah, so, and I actually don't have it in front of me, so I can't remember exactly how it was written, but my concern with it was that it was essentially allowing, was it the, who had the authority for the waiver?
I think it was the zoning. Ooh. I don't think it was the plan.
Yeah, it was the planning board, that's why.
Yeah.
So, in essence, it would allow the planning board to grant waivers from these standards, which are in your land use ordinance, and under state law, and arguably they can do some waivers, but under state law, only the zoning board of appeals can grant variances from land use ordinances. And so that was one of my problems with it. The other issue is if these are really just performance standards, it's not a zoning issue. In other words, the planning board should never be allowed to allow a use in a zone that it's not allowed in your land use ordinance, for example. Sometimes the performance standard will be waived, but if you are going to allow waivers, you need to have very clear standards on what the planning board is going to apply, because you don't want planning boards, and this is not me speaking, it's the Maine Supreme Court speaking. You don't want undue discretion, because then you actually get into favoritism and potential discrimination. You want people to know how to get a waiver, what to apply for. That's what you want to know. You don't want to just because apply and then they like you, they don't like that person, right? That's what we want to avoid. So you want very clear standards. So we can maybe look at that, if Brett wants to, if you want to continue that kind of thing, we'll just have to refine that waiver. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Phil.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me. Okay. Have a good rest of your evening.
You good for tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty free tomorrow. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
All right. What do we think about this licensing thing? Take a little notes here. Maybe 3 tiered licenses, one for like, I think, for 5 or 6 weeks.
Registrations or
License.
For the business license, is that what?
No, what Phil said was that we could, so in order to do a short-term rental, you get a license to do that short-term rental.
That's the term that he wanted to use?
Yeah,
License? Okay.
And we can establish the parameters for that license however we want, and we can have more than one. So we would have the license that basically would encompass the traditional main camp that rents 4 or 5 weeks, during the summer. And we would have a license that would deal, let's say, with maybe a 13-week or less rentals. And then a third license that would be 14 weeks or more. And we could then have various tiers. One of those things that, and to what Mark was thinking is one of those things that the larger license could also then would be most likely be the larger homes, which could also have more of a leniency on overnight occupancy. Right? Yep. But we could still put those regulations in, whereas the traditional main camp that rents 4 or 5 weeks, a year, that's probably not where the parties every weekend are, or where the mass gatherings are, or if they are, they're only 1 or 2 weeks, right, out of the year, where, so because they're not rented that often, so that wouldn't, the impact wouldn't be there. That, that's kind of so I'm thinking, there is, the standard, the 2-bedroom, 2 per bedroom based on the septic, makes a lot of sense. It also makes a lot of sense that we have an ability to go a little bit higher than that. But it also, I think, we need to make sure that we cap the total number of people that are there for any of the rentals.
Right.
And I think that's fairly easily done, And we talk about, well, kids and the infants, whatever, but, if you go with, its back occupancy is two per bedroom, and you have 2 additional or 4 additional adults, then you have 2 additional families that can come and spend that time at that rental, during the day. And, I don't know how the community feels, but, personally, kid noise is kid noise, that's kind of like the most enjoyable noise, as opposed to, I think it's enjoyable noise, but as opposed to, the rowdy party that's going through the second keg, that's a different type of party, in my opinion. So, it doesn't matter to me if a lot of kids are there, but that's kind of me,
I pretty much agree with that, tiering it out to a point where, again, if you have a house that's over 3,000 or 3,500 square feet, you're on 4 or 5 acres, and you happen to have that frontage, then obviously they shouldn't be treated the same way as your 1,000 square foot camp that you're trying to put 8 or 10, 15 people in.
Right.
So maybe over a square footage, there is a bonus per 2 people, because you got to figure about like pull-out couches and stuff like that. But again, there needs to be a limit because the septic is either 4 or 6 bedroom, 3 bedroom typically.
Right.
So we need to keep that in mind as well.
And some max occupancy limit.
Yep.
Yeah, Jackie?
Yeah, I was just thinking, rather than trying to enforce how frequently a place is being rented, doing like seasonal versus year-round as a differentiation between a licensure level, that will obviously limit how many times it can be rented in a year. But size could also be a factor to consider rather than like volume of rentals, but maybe looking at either one of those 2 thresholds.
Seasonal as in a number, that's you'd still
Seasonal is something that, either pulls lake drawn water or
I
doesn't
see.
have a
You're
heat
talking about
source.
property
Like the
being
property
seasonal.
itself
Gotcha.
is
Not a
Okay,
year-round
I'm sorry.
camp.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, not a year-round
Right.
occupancy
Yep.
type camp.
Something that might be working off of a sistered septic system with a neighbor, something I know that's pretty common.
Right.
And those are typically used, differently, I would say, than,
Okay.
year-round.
So the way the license would work, if someone wanted to establish an STR,
Right.
they would go to get the license, and at that time, they'd meet certain criteria, and you would assign a number of occupancy based on that household size, acreage, and any knowledge of the septic is.
No, I think we would have that would be like Jason's job. We would have it set up as 2 per bedroom with the 2 adults, the basic. And then if an individual comes in with a square foot home, brand new 5,000 square foot home, then that's justification that Jason can up that limit, up the number that can stay there. But I think it should be on a one-time basis because, you are increasing above the septic system. So no matter, it's okay to increase above the septic system maybe for a week or 2 weeks, but it might not be okay to increase the septic system for 52 weeks out of the year. Now, that's exaggeration, but that's what, I think we still have to have that cutoff for our system. And then but have the option that people can have more people there.
I guess my question was more like, someone can use their judgment to establish an occupancy number based on.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
Right.
And each individual STR unit would have a number assigned
as max.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of the process.
Yep.
Well, something that actually Jennifer brought up at a previous meeting, because there is in the septic design rules, it does say any short-term rental would be, you can't be, have more bedrooms than the design. If they were to exceed that, maybe a performance bond would be required.
Oh, that's a good idea.
In case if the septic fails, that way we ensure we can replace it if we need to. Obviously we want the homeowner to take care of it, but there are situations where that won't happen. They won't be able to in that way up front, some of these systems, because.
That was Jennifer's idea?
Yes, it was, Bob. That's why I love it.
So, it's just a thought. It kind of, I hate being reactive about something, especially with a septic in the shoreline zone.
Yep.
But at least maybe even have a replacement design on file saying if it fails, we have something ready to go and we can take care of it.
So with a bond like this, who is bonded?
Maybe the owner, I imagine.
But that gets tricky. You work with bonds a lot, construction. That's not how a bond really works, though.
This is a
Because
performance bond?
Performance bond would be for a town. If a town owned a piece of property and you have a construction site, and the performance bond is if you don't tie the septic in together properly, and it's to cover the cost.
Yep.
But who is bonded in this instance? If there's a bond for this, it's the owner's septic. If the septic fails, the owner's gonna pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
So who's bonded? Who
Are
holds
you
the
talking
bond?
about, so there would be enough money to pay for it?
Right. If they can't pay for it, if they say, my septic's failing, I can't pay for it.
The town would have the money to pay for it.
So the town's not paying for it, though, it's private property.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good point.
So they'd have to sign an easement.
Well, another thing I've seen too in some ordinances.
I'm confused, who's,
they require like evidence of insurability to show proof that, if something were to happen on the property as well,
They're insured
that they
for it.
would be insured for it as well.
Yeah.
So that's another common standard actually that quite a few.
so
of these
insurance, not
Insurance
a
would pay for
bond, not a
The
bond.
insurance, yeah.
Okay,
Like an insurance that your
term bond is-
septic system fails, you're within 250 feet, and you know that if you don't have the money to do it, the insurance company's gonna pick up the bill for it. That doesn't leave the town responsible for
Right.
anything.
Yeah, so that could be
Yeah.
another standard, the evidence of insurability. That could certainly
That's easily.
copy paste that from
Yep.
any ordinance. So.
All right.
It's not very often you pay for a bond for your own property.
No, yeah, I know.
That was kind of strange, like I wouldn't force anybody to purchase a bond for their own property.
Could we go back? And I'd just like to kind of get see if we can put some of this stuff. The August 13th draft that actually Phil had looked through. No, but you will be able to ask questions as soon as we get something done. Switch glasses. So in section 4, those performance standards, can we just agree that the base occupancy limit is the 2 per bedroom, and delete out all this stuff about extra guests and +2s, and it's in there? Just leave that occupancy within short-term rental is limited to the maximum of 2 overnight guests per legally permitted bedroom, period.
Could we say that, or as many bedrooms as the septic system is designed
Sure,
for?
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's like one or the other?
right.
Whichever is greater?
Whatever greater, that's fine. And, okay, is that, all right. I'm gonna take that as a yes. And then I'm thinking we could add I, which would read something like daytime occupancy, sunrise to sunset, is limited to a maximum of 4 adults over the established occupancy limit for the property. And that allows at least 2 families.
Right.
To join in. We're not getting into the kids mode. It's 2 adults. Is that?
Are we allowed to leave any judgment on Jason for stuff like that? Like, again, on a big home, 4
Yes.
more people?
I think we'll get to that to the license.
Gotcha.
Yep. Is that all right? Okay. So can we move this along a little bit here? Can we just say that we agree that the performance standards in section 4, adding the insurance then that Brett and Casey were just talking about is a go, is accepted?
Yeah.
Is there any objections?
The only thing I would say is, do we want to have a replacement system designed on file? Or you're just gonna just say, if the septic fails?
Yeah.
you gotta
They're gonna be
Yes.
responsible for the new
Yes.
design
Let's
and
not
the
make it
septic.
Based on
fine.
current
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
It's
Is that good? All right. Then, in the discussion part, I would like to, I think that, and I'll ask you guys, I don't think we want to not rule this out for particular zones, right? Is that, we don't want to go that route, do we?
No.
No, okay. So then, can we either add to section 3 or make it a new section, our licensing tiers? And make that a 3-tier category? And just numbers off the top of my head, which I'm jotting down right now, 4 weeks or less, 8 weeks or less, or maybe make that, 8 weeks or less, so it covers almost the whole season. And then 8 weeks and more would be a 3-tier level. And those numbers,
weeks, yeah.
I mean, you guys got better numbers, that's fine with me. I'm just gonna, I just want to,
Do you see what the average is on these every year, the new ones that are being built?
We have,
Right.
we have no idea.
history on it.
Because we have nothing to pull from.
Right.
Mark?
well, I mean, this is just to get the license format done.
Okay.
I
Right,
mean,
just
10
kind of
weeks
a
kind of
3-tier.
covers the
Exactly,
summer and
everything.
the shoulder
Yeah.
weeks. 10 weeks is, I mean, that's
10 weeks?
essentially what your seasonal rentals are gonna be, is
Yeah.
10 or under.
Available to rent?
Okay.
Actually rented.
So we got 10 weeks,
Well,
so
I
you want
guess
to do
you
4
never know,
weeks?
right?
No conversations yet, please? 4 weeks or less? Between 4 to 10 weeks is our second tier, and then over 10 weeks? Jackie, is that what you want?
Yeah, I think so.
Fair. Okay. Then, within those tiers then, we have a set of safety standards that are going to apply to all 3. Right? The code inspection, the weighing inspection, the safety inspection, right? And then to those, we have the cost is also tiered. Then the scrubbers and all that other stuff, you renting more, you're going to pay more, right? And then in that, and this is an assumption, that those properties that are renting higher, a large number are going to be our larger homes, which could then support more than, periodically, not consistently, more than the 2 adults per bedroom. That right, our septic, and that, I think we can exceed, I know you're probably not by law, right, but you can exceed a septic's design for
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
2 or
go
3
and
weeks, right?
Knock on doors and do head counts.
Yeah, exactly. So, we have the 2 weeks, but in a newer, larger septic, or a septic that's over-designed, which is very common, then maybe you've got a 10-bedroom septic, but you've got 3 bedrooms, you should be allowed to use the
Right,
10-bedroom
sure.
septic, right?
Right,
Because
right,
that's,
yeah.
because
Yeah,
we're controlling it by septic, right? And those decisions can be made. We don't have to put that in the ordinance. We can put the ordinance that that determination is the baseline.
Yep.
And then above the baseline is determined by the code based upon square footage, based upon,
Right.
right, whatever. Right? I don't, is that, I think, if we're looking at all through my notes here in the community stuff, is that it's really the disturbance that is being caused by those that operate outside of the good neighbor, right? It's not, but I think the safety stuff is important, right, to get done. But I think that those that, anybody can put up with whatever for a couple of weeks with a rental next door, right? But if it's the rental next door is every weekend, that becomes an issue. And I think that's where our ordinance should address to limit. We don't want at least I don't think we want, right, mini hotels throughout the community. And I think that's what, you know, eventually is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'd say the most prevalent complaint I get is driving too fast, because they're afraid that a child is gonna get hit.
Yeah.
And that's,
I can guarantee.
you know, obviously safety in someone's house, but somebody else's kid getting hit by someone, that's what I hear more often than not, by far. That's the concern.
Just,
All right.
Just one more thing too. From what I'm hearing, based on the occupancy also going up, depending on certain criteria, I'm assuming then the parking standards would also go up because it's based on the number of rooms as well. That the off-street parking standards would also get increased for homes that have larger occupancies.
No, I still think we want the parking, you know, the parking should be on property, right? That should not be off premises. So,
Right. Yeah.
right.
But is it scalable based on, you know, if we
Oh,
are
sure, yes,
granting
yes, yeah, I
larger
understand that.
occupancies for larger,
As long as the property can support it, yes.
Support it, right, sure.
Sure. There's no reason not to.
I'm just thinking about the weekly rentals here and thinking like, all right, there's probably not gonna be that much of a difference between, like, the 5 to 10 week rental is what probably 90% of the rentals are. So 10 plus weeks is probably, I mean, I know for, you know, in off season, maybe you get a week around Christmas or a week around New Year's. Like, there's probably not a lot of activity happening above that 10 mark for most of the properties. So actually, I'm just thinking in my head that, like, maybe it's up to 4 weeks is one tier and 5 or more is a separate category, so that maybe there's 2 tiers rather than 3.
I don't have been very little experience from what I've told of it, but I mean, I know that through a friend of a friend, that their short-term rental is like rented almost the whole year.
All year long?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, it's a couple of weeks here and there during the off seasons, but yeah.
okay,
It's rented in the winter, it's rented in the summer.
yeah.
It's just,
I know there's like niche properties, there's like specific properties that really have an appeal, like for a year-round thing, but I would say probably 90% of the rentals are gonna be that 5 to 10 week
you're probably right.
category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
And that's probably the ones that are causing the most trouble. Disturbance.
But I think, yes, but I think with our max occupancy and our limited, we'll hopefully have on the books what we would need to have on the books so that if in fact that's occurring, it can get stopped,
Yeah.
right? And we still have, Brett still got in here the renewal of the license, right? Three incidences, and you don't get your license renewed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I forgot to ask Phil whether he had an interesting comment on you can actually limit. You know, I think that was actually somebody's idea. You can actually limit the number of short-term rentals, you know, space-wise. You gotta have.
Yeah, per half mile, you mean distance from.
Yeah.
each- Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't you mention one town that did that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
Bob, there's just one thing I was
Go.
thinking about, is 4 weeks or less, 8 weeks or less. I think it would make more sense if it was up to 5, up to 10, over 10,
Got it.
because that leaves 9 and 5 missing.
Well, you just don't get the.
You just
get
can't,
the-
if you
don't
want
get it.
5 weeks, you just can't get a license.
Catch that, Brett?
did I catch it? Yeah. Yep. I got it.
All right, so from Brett's new draft, latest draft, is there anything from there that we want to pull into his older draft? Or do we want to pull this stuff we just worked on from the older draft into the new draft?
Well, we didn't, do we want to just include definitions of hosted and non-hosted? I mean, doesn't mean we have to create regulations around them at this point, but if we have a definition of what they are, then
It would help
At
collect
some
that
point.
data.
Yep,
if
Yeah.
nothing else.
Sure.
Favor of that,
For-
yeah,
for
just defining
future.
them.
yep, just define them. Okay?
I will say one thing that I found from this newest September draft, towards the very end of that table on the front, I think it's on page 4, the last one. So this was taken from South Portland, and I'm glad I caught this. The last item for the locational limits was, limiting based on the zone. And actually in South Portland, the non-hosted homestays are prohibited in all residential and commercial districts. And I'm glad I caught that, because that would have been a big time error for this. I think we would have had a lot more people here tonight. So that's why I put that in there, based on the discussions that we've had so far and from the board as well. It didn't sound like we were headed towards a direction yet where we were interested in limiting it based on the zone, so that's why I put that in there.
Okay, so section 3 of that newer draft is pretty much, some of it is repeat, but some of it's new, and I think that can stay, right?
Yeah,
Alpha
briefly,
Bravo
yeah,
Charlie?
like all the items in blue. I don't know if yours is in color or not, but I tried to bold it and put it in blue. Those
Yep.
were the comments from legal from
Right.
August's
Mhm.
draft.
Okay, do we have a short-term, a close to final short-term proposal? Ordinance? Everybody pretty good? Pretty good, Kevin?
I'm good.
How are we doing? 8 o'clock, not too bad. Yes, sir, you're up. I'm not going to let this go too long, but I do want to hear your opinions.
My name is Robert French, and I live year-round at 166 AI Road. Whatever you come up with for rules and regulations, I followed the shoreland zoning lawsuits over on Lake Sebago, and the town was very happy to get their $500,000 back with a clause passed by the state legislature that required the contractor reimburse the town for all their legal expenses. Could you put in something similar here where the town is probably going to be reluctant to get involved in a lot of civil complaints? So that if somebody brought a case against the short-term rental and they go through $7,000 of legal expenses and the guy's found guilty, can you make it so that he's made whole for his expenses? I don't see where this is going to be a problem, having that in your ordinance.
Well, if it's a violation that the town decides is a violation, then they will pursue it legally through litigation. It wouldn't be, if it's an individual that's going to bring it up, then that individual would be responsible for the costs. It wouldn't be the town.
There's no way you can make that individual get reimbursed for the expenses that he incurred bringing the suit against the short-term rental.
Well, I think usually that's a court issue.
That's a court
whether
issue,
they
yeah.
Would, assign the penalty. They would be responsible for paying back whatever expenses were incurred to pursue the legal matter. So usually, that's kind of like a court settlement type piece, rather than something that would be more appropriate in an actual ordinance.
For what I saw in that past example was that violation after violation was never brought to court because it was just too expensive to bring in the first place. And the town of Raymond said, that's it, we're going to bring the case. And it went up to what, $500,000? And the town got their money back. But the state passed that ordinance to allow small towns, especially up north, to be made whole because they just didn't have the money to bring the suits. So if my neighbor is violating whatever the rules and regulations are, how do I get some recourse through the enforcement?
You will eventually be able to go to code enforcement, and the town will enforce it if they decide it shouldn't be enforced.
So then I have to sue the town for them to do their job.
All right, sir, I got to move this along.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
I really appreciate all the work the group's doing
I just think, as I don't know if you own short-term rentals, one is, how are you going to define available to rent versus rented? And then two, if owners don't manage their settings on these platforms perfectly, they will be in violation. So
Wait, say that again, that second thing again?
So my property's listed.
Right.
Airbnb and VRBO. So if you're
Okay.
saying, if I'm an 8-week or a 10-week property,
Yeah.
is it the number of nights I'm rented or the number of nights I make it available to the public to rent?
Oh, that's a good question. But-
Exactly.
Yeah, and I would say that's a really good question, Mark. We'd have to find out how these companies that do this are going to give us our
It's going
report.
to be brutal.
Well,
to
it's
manage
not,
this. What if I go from 9 weeks and 6 days to I get that one extra rental? Is my license changed? Do I have to go get a rechange of
yeah,
license?
then the gentleman in the blue is going to sue you.
No, this is again. I don't
No.
appreciate the sarcasm. Like we have serious,
Mark, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have an answer to
This
that.
is just, we've got to, I have the same concern, okay, and that's what we're talking about. I was gonna bring that up, and if we're 1 to 4, if you want to rent one more week, is that a new license? So that's the question, that's why the answer is yes.
So
1 to
available to
5.
rent.
So you have historical data, correct, on how many
We
weeks?
average between 110 and 140 nights a year.
So so
with a full summer, shoulder weekends, and a Christmas and Thanksgiving, dead from January to March.
So your historical data can point to how many average weeks you rent a year.
Correct.
Then you'll fall into a category.
But if I exceed that,
It's
like,
10
are they going to
plus.
violate me?
Well, no, because you're 10 plus.
Yeah, if you get to the 10 plus, then you're covered.
I know, but this is where we could But how are you going to govern this based on available marketing data, available to rent? It is going to be a lot of. I'm talking full-time employee here to go monitor these platforms and sites, understand who's renting what, and it's also hard on the owners if we make a mistake. Like these listings are all automated. You have to manage your calendar. Like it's a lot of work. So like people who are, if not me, the other seasonal renters who rented just for the summer, if they screw up their Airbnb calendar, are they going to get violated? Because all of a sudden their property is available to rent all year. They didn't press one button. They didn't manage one thing. One of these groups is going to say, oh, that property over there, look at this data. They're available all year. Their license is only a seasonal rental. Violation 1. Boom. And they're going to get whacked. It's going to become a town. We're going to be at each other's throats.
Okay, Mark. Anything else?
I think you're.
It is a good point, though.
I
take
think
your
you're
point.
you had a really good ordinance, and I think these tiering and all this leveling is going to actually, and I agree with whoever said that, keep this way simpler. Like you're gonna, because ultimately the town will vote it down. Like if it gets too complicated, that's my worry. I actually thought we made really good progress. From the meeting today, I'm nervous we're making this overly complicated.
Peter.
So, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, I'll speak just from the perspective of the recently adopted comprehensive plan in the town of Raymond. And what we found out on that committee and what is included in that plan is the town needed to set up a system, much as Brett had mentioned, which is simply to get the data. We need some metrics. We got metrics from the consultants. And what they used was Verbo and what's the other one? Whatever it is, Airbnb. And what we know and what the discussions here have shown is that probably the vast majority of short-term rentals aren't Verbo and Airbnb in this town. But we wanted to get a handle on what is the distribution? How many are there? And therefore, a tiered situation, whether it's tied to a license or if you want to tie it to a registry or however you want to call it, some way to collect the data on what's out there in Raymond as best as we can handle, because it is going to be a living document. It is going to go further. And my own personal feeling now, not speaking for the comprehensive plan, is that this isn't going to go away. This is only going to grow. From what I'm reading and what I've seen in my research, is this is only going to continue. And much as the attorney said, there's 7 or 8 communities that have adopted regulations so far in Maine. I believe it's my research tells me it's a few more than that, and there are a lot more that are in the discussion phase like this right now. So I just like to focus on the fact that however we want to craft this in order to collect data and to address life safety and environmental issues. And as far as the rest of it, let that play out. It will. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a really full agenda, but is there somebody else that would like, you, ma'am, you wanted to say something earlier? Sure. Patiently waiting there.
Nicole Richmond, Cedar Lane. My question is regarding the septic and the waivers. And again, I know nothing about anything, so it's a question. If I, as a homeowner, wanted that waiver, could I get it? Could I say I have an extra large house and I would like to expand the living to my son and his family? Could I get that waiver as well?
Probably no. There is a provision to add 25% capacity, but you need a system on file registered at the county that says, if my system fails, I have this system ready to go in. That's kind of why I brought it up in reference earlier to exceeding the septic.
So that's like a catch-all for regular residents and any STR. It's not something specific just to STRs, correct?
Right, that's
Okay.
just kind of a general
Okay,
guideline.
thank you. Okay.
Hey, Mark, doesn't like the Airbnb, I mean, every place would almost, I mean, if there's a short-term rental, it would be almost being advertised for available all the time, right? But don't they show that when it's been rented and when it hasn't been rented?
They won't
historically?
tell you that.
They wouldn't tell me that, no.
No, but yeah, so it just shows when it will actually just show available or unavailable. You won't actually know if I took it offline to block it. So if I wanted to be a seasonal rental, probably a lot of them here on Airbnb, they probably set it to only open.
Gotcha. So if you took it offline, it wouldn't.
I can mess with
you.
There's a million settings to do everything. I would recommend AirDNA being something the town maybe spends some money on for a few months. You guys could buy a lot of this data from AirDNA and download like all of Raymond, and that would give you like that is what I would say is the industry standard for data, and you could go see exactly the 203 rentals, average occupancy rate, properties. They have every listing. That's why I agree with the gentleman here. I think there's a lot of work, life safety regulatory. I don't think we should be getting into noise and ordinance. I think you should get the data and you should build this over time.
Thanks, Mark. All right. Anybody else has this burning question? Good. All right. So we are going to move on with the agenda. I think we do have
Do we need to motion to table this again?
no, because we're not tabling. We're
Okay.
just it's one more draft.
Yeah, and I think still technically we need to have a public, like a formal.
Oh, we
public
will, yeah.
hearing.
Well,
So we could do, yeah, I think one more draft. I don't know if we want to tie that into October as well for the public hearing component, or if you want one more draft before then.
I don't think
Drafts.
too many drafts.
We need to hash out that, like, the levels or no levels.
Levels
It's
or no
either-
levels.
Maybe to start, there's just a fee, because we don't even know which ones are gonna require more enforcement or less enforcement. Maybe,
So
we're
just go
guessing
with
here.
that combined ordinance.
Go back to
That's
drop off the
my
levels.
confusion too, and that's why I asked about this terminology with license versus registration, because I thought we were going registration. License is a whole different
I
world.
think it's the same thing.
So we should go back to registration. for
Okay.
now, just, because licenses, there's a qualification for tier, and that's just, you just thumb through here, there's no qualifications for tier.
Right, we'd have
There's
to
just
put it
a
all in there.
so it's a registration to me, and that's kind of
Well,
your point. I
the
don't know
qualification is that they have to, meet
the septic
the standards and the safety and,
Sure.
and
But
the
it's-
insurance, I suppose.
Guess it's semantics, but I just
But-
get stuck on like bonds and license it, like
Yeah.
it's not a license, it's a registration based
registered,
on, so if it's a registration, then that's for data points for the town, for the AirDNA to find out who owns what and how many occupants, and you have to be registered.
Yeah.
So you want to just leave that licensing stuff out for now?
I just, yeah,
Okay, maybe.
I feel that that's.
Yes?
Yeah,
Yes?
it's always something we can
Registration
revisit
Yeah.
once we have more information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do we want to put expected number of weeks on there just to find that out? It doesn't have anything
That's
to
a
do with
great-
anything,
that-
but just to
That makes
see what's going on.
perfect sense.
Yeah.
Perfect sense.
Yep.
And I guess how would we start getting this artificial intelligence to start counting all this stuff so we can figure this out?
Your DNA is a
It's gonna count Raymond, Wisconsin, though. You never know.
Right.
Ask the owners to give the data annually.
I was gonna say on our application form that we had drafted, you know, there's certain like check boxes on there that we ask, you know, is it owner occupied or non
Yeah.
occupied, that kind of thing. You know, we already talked about like building in, you know, the fee structure around the cost that would use whatever it is to use the Air DNA site, like those kind of things too. So, yeah.
Yeah, see, the fee structure was one of the reasons why licensing is that we could spread the fee structure out.
It sounded like we couldn't adjust it just because we wanted it to be more based on what the manpower it would take to process the registrations or licenses.
Right.
So it would have to be a set fee. Maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, no, it could be, I specifically,
It could be,
yeah,
okay.
it could be.
We could also look at impact fees, which doesn't have to do with, the
Yeah.
administration, just, obviously you're not we went to private roads, but, on public roads, if it's increasing usage of town resources, recouping that money to kind of pay for those resources, through impact fees is something that could be, looked at. Not right away.
I'm out on that one. I don't see if there was a single family home that housed 5 people and 3 families were in that unit at one time, that increases the frequency of the road use, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
But if one home has 5 people in it, and every week 5 people are using the road, it's not being overused. It's being
No, but we're
used
allowing
for-
more
so that's what-
people. We've already allowed 4 adults, 2 extra people, so we are increasing. To me,
The
we are-
daily-
we are increasing somewhat. I don't know what that degree is.
Yeah.
But I get the sense that it's used a little bit more intensively. I think if somebody is on the lake all year round, they're using their boat, but somebody comes up for their week, if they get a wake boat, that's putting waves onto the shore. That is
I
creating
think there's,
impact. that
yeah,
needs to be
my
addressed,
opinion
I
is
think.
we get assuming, I know everybody that owns a lake house has family, friends over the lake probably every weekend. So that increases frequency, and then the guests don't have to pay to fix the dirt road. So I think this is just getting kind of granular at this time. I think we'll start with a good registration fee and see where it goes, collect data, and then go off the complaints.
Okay,
and see if
timeline.
there is any.
Do you want us, Brett's gonna put these 2 things, not yet. You're gonna put this to draft, the 2 pieces together. You're gonna leave out the licensing.
Yep, I can do
Okay,
that.
You can do that. In the next 10 minutes, in an hour, and,
Well, I guess when do you need it by? Not to.
well, actually, so the time, if we go with a draft, and Brett puts this all together in a draft, and we tackle this draft again next
good.
week, right, next month, then we're going, if we make any changes, whatever, right, it still has to go to legal.
Right.
Right, and then we're still down another month.
Yep.
So we're down about 3 months from now before we're actually getting anything accomplished.
Right.
Right? If we are comfortable with the draft, with the combining the 2, Brett can put it together. He can send it to the legal, and they can come back to us in legal. Now, if Phil can turn that around and we can all get it next week, that would be perfect, because then we could just smooth it out, and we could have the public hearing the following month. But if not,
Yeah.
if not, the danger is it's going to drift.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of content to actually edit, there's not a ton based on the September draft, other than like the largest really being the definitions. We're keeping, how we separate out the hosted versus unhosted, adding in back the short-term rental definitions as well. Like we had talked about, adding the public safety calls for the renewal piece of it, and then adding in evidence of insurability, and then the occupancy, changing that to 2 overnight guests per legally permitted bedroom, or the capacity based on the septic design, whichever is greater.
So, you want to go with off the legal?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm good with that.
Kevin? Yep, Kevin nods. Kevin's still awake. Kevin nods. Okay, so if you could, and if
Yeah.
you could whoever you're gonna talk to Phil, see if you could turn that around so we could have it back.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this won't take me very long to do, and I think, again, from, like we talked about from the Comprehensive Plans Committee, this was something, I think the timeline was hopefully, 1 to 2 years, I think was what the community had wanted. So I think, starting out, this is a great place to start out. Yeah, I can certainly turn this around.
All right. We short the marijuana ordinance. Are we anywhere near that? We've still have.
I think Vern's coming in October, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so
Next meeting.
so leave it on the table? Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah, I think that would make sense.
Yeah.
All right. Rob, you still awake out there, back there?
We're still there.
All right. Darn it. If I can stretch this out another half hour, will you leave? Will? All right, we're up. Port Harbor Holdings. Revisions.
Yeah, I don't know how many of them. I'll just put them up against the chairs here. This, give me the boards, then we'll see what we can. Whoop. Save. Okay. I'm just gonna that one. Should be a good one. And that one. And
I'm trying to get word to you that not to show up at 7, but.
He's on the payroll, right?
Oh, yeah, we know.
Double hours.
You couldn't have told me when to come, though.
That's true. Well, you know, I would have said 8:30. I was gonna say 8:30, and that would have been wrong.
Good evening.
Went faster with Phil than I thought it was going to. All right, well,
I'm ready if you're ready.
okay. Will, would you, I guess the first thing, Will, I'd like to know before you give us your rundown, do you consider this a minor revision to the project?
Yes, it's a very small addition to the building, to the Route 302 side of the building.
Mhm.
Very little impact or change to the prior approved plan.
Okay.
I think based on your ordinance under, in your land use ordinance 300-10.2C, which talks about site plan amendments and revisions, shall be classified by the town planner as follows. One is de minimis. I don't think it necessarily meets the de minimis definition. 2 is staff review revisions. I think it could meet that based on the extent of the changes.
Okay.
According to that, I could read the whole paragraph, but basically at the end of that paragraph, it says no abutter notices are required. So to me, I read that as this really doesn't require a public hearing. So that would be my interpretation based on what I see in the amendment application that's in front of you.
All right, so minor revision, everybody okay with that?
Mhm.
All right, very well. Do you need to intro anything?
I mean, I can just basically say, and Rob can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's essentially adding a 63 square foot addition to the front of the building, primarily for the fire sprinkler system needs to be in a heated space, so they're, instead of heating the whole building, they're gonna heat this little addition on the front of the building. They've modified the parking spaces a little bit. In our initial review, I had forgotten that there weren't ADA spaces in front of this part of the building. Those are all on the other lot. So I had made a comment about ADA spaces, and Rob corrected me on that, which I completely agree with. They're not reducing the number of parking spaces. It's literally, and you can see it in the renderings there, it's just a little shed roof structure on the front of the building. And to my knowledge, that's really the only change.
Okay, Rob.
Rob McSorley with Spago Technics, here representing the applicant. We've been before you several times, of course, over the years on this project. The last time we were before you, we had a more major change to the building, which included roof lines and whatnot, and we presented that. And actually, the renderings that we have provided as part of this package were originally done for that, and we just updated them to show you, kind of how it would look. We originally, when we had designed this, if you remember way back, this space was going to potentially be a office/sales space in the front, and so we had fire line and water line coming straight in over to the left side of the building, and then it would have gone into a heated space at that point. We didn't change that location when we changed the type of use on the building, which is now purely boat storage. When the building contractor came back relative to the building, we come to the realization that it didn't make sense to send the fire line all the way to the back of the building or to a lower level when we have to put it back up at the ceiling of the building. And so we were looking at how we were going to do that and provide a heated space. And what we decided was, we can blend a addition into the front of the building. You can see we have in the rendering that we're matching the fascia in the texture, in the overhang will match the awnings that are adjacent to it and whatnot. And so we decided that to place it right in the middle of the building, that's where the highest point of the building, where the the fire sprinkler will need to go. And seemed like a better arrangement. I'm going to walk up there. I have the mic thing on, so just to point out briefly, this configuration here, as well as discussing, we actually had what appeared to be a parking space over here was really just an access aisle into the fire department connection, which was on the building at this space. So what we did was originally we were thinking to move it over here, so we didn't really need that access aisle there. We basically have created it right in front of the potential change or the change for the fire sprinkler system. And we have gone ahead and we've installed piping already in for the fire department connection. If you read the memo from Wayne, he asked that the plan be modified relative to the location of that. And this actually shows that. I had modified the plans for this meeting and whatnot. So we have the fire department connection directly opposing where the sprinkler room is. And as Wayne had asked, this was already a fire lane. What we have done is added additional signage there relative to the no parking that Wayne had suggested. We changed the landscaping a little bit. Right on that side, we only had some low-lying junipers. We've taken out a couple of them, and that's where the fire department connection will be with the proposed bollards and whatnot. Really straightforward. Can answer any questions you have. But once again, 63 square feet. The net impervious is a wash because we've taken away some pavement and bumped up the building a little bit. So there's really no change to the number of parking. And actually, you might notice on the rendering that the old buildings in the background are a different color now. They've actually been painted to match the color that this will be in the future. So trying to clean it up a little bit.
Okay. Questions?
Simple, straightforward.
Yeah. Kevin, question?
No, it looks
No?
good.
Wayne, want to say anything?
Wayne? Wayne?
Yes,
You get-
Mr. Chair. Writing this down. Rob captured most of my memo. There was only 2 items that I wanted to bring up in addition that were in my memo. On sheet 6 of 13, it actually showed the water mains underground. And with that new fire department connection main, the plans really should reflect that main sitting in there. And then the other item was because of that fire department connection, water main, want to make sure that that gets included in the maintenance contract for the fire hydrant, basically to prevent it from freezing up and breaking and then having to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
So adding that language to the plan, that would be included also. What we have.
To address that, the plan that is sitting on the floor there actually has that additional condition at the end of the fire department notes. We've added that, and we have added that line, and it's on that plan that shows the actual location of the 4-inch line from the sprinkler building over to the detector check or the fire department connection.
Okay.
I'll just bring that over real quick. Okay, so there's the line that we needed to add, or the fire line that was put in. And this is the site plan, and we've added number 20, which is the annual maintenance contract note that Wayne
Okay.
wanted. So,
Thanks, Rob.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I didn't see those 2 items in the updated plan, and I agree that those items have been covered.
Okay.
In,
Someone like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the
Amended site plan?
there we go, amended site plan for Port Harbor Holdings.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done. Passed. You're all set, Rob?
Yeah.
Come back anytime.
Yeah, and I have a couple copies for signature if we want to sign off on it, whatnot, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah, if you leave them right over there.
Thank you very much.
Geez, you actually thought we were going to approve it, huh? Bold move. Thanks, Will.
You're welcome.
Oh, what time is it anyway? 8:30. I was way off. My timeline for tonight.
Told you it was gonna go short.
Yeah, you're right. Sebago. Sebago Solar amended site plan.
Evening.
Good evening.
Dave Fowler, Sebago Solar. Also on the camera is Kirk Ball, my engineer. I don't know, do you want me to just?
Yep, go right in.
Run in. Okay, so just a little history. Sebago Solar actually is a project that has been approved in the town of Wyndham, but the access for the project is in Raymond. It's the old Stan Quinn pit, if you're familiar with it, off Pipeline Road. And we have an approval now that was a staff approval. I'm looking to amend that approval, and given the reasons I'm looking for that are, when I initially had this project, it was a 5 megawatt project with about 25 acres of improvements and $5 million plus of capital. It has been reduced to a 1 megawatt project at about $1 million. That's just for the project itself. The improvements that that are part of the Raymond, just the Raymond improvements to what they wanted to Pipeline Road and Macy Drive are well over $250,000. I just can't support it. It's a much smaller project. You know, I've dropped it from 5 to 1. So what we did was this initially was approved by staff review. Actually, it was amended by staff review at one point as well. And that was with Alex and Jim and Nate and Wayne. And then Jason came on board, and in the abundance of caution, he, being new and having this being a reduction to it, I think I speak for himself, but
Yeah.
he was looking for, you know, some guidance from you guys. I still think it's a staff review, but you know, I said no problem. Let's bring it to the board. So essentially, what I'm doing is it was a paved road. You had requested pavement as well as improvements to Pipeline Road. I'm looking to not do the improvements to Pipeline Road and turn Macy Drive, which is an existing road. It's the existing road to the gravel pit right now, and turn that into a private drive with a gravel path. One of the other conditions, though, just, you know, Nate and Jason and I met out there, and one of the other conditions that the problem with Pipeline Road is it never got properly turned over to the town as a public way from the Stan Quinn estate. So it's unresolved as to who owns that road. The Quinn estate says they don't own it. They haven't paid taxes on it for I don't know how many years. They don't have a deed on it. But what I agreed to do was work through that with the legal team and get it so that whatever rights and I've worked with Phil Saucier on this. It's taken 2 years now, and I'm close because Stan passed away in Florida, so I had to open up his estate in Florida, and we're close now. I think we're a couple of months away from getting those documents so that could be transferred if the select board and the town vote on it. That road could get then transferred to the town so that Nate could do the proper maintenance that he wants to do there. So that to me is a great consideration. The other thing that I've offered is, and Nate really needs this, anybody needs this really to do any work in that area, is an easement across the gravel pit road, which is Macy Drive, Macy Lane. Because all that water in that pipeline intersection goes down that road. And so I also will be able to convey a maintenance easement to the town so that they can then, you know, in the event who knows if this town's going to vote to adopt this road. I don't know, but I know that it's a problem area, that's for sure. So that easement would also be in place so that Nate could continue to maintain that stormwater moving forward, which right now there's none of that is there. So I'm hoping that those considerations are satisfactory for what I'm trying to do in the town of Raymond, just to get to my project in Wyndham.
I don't know where we are.
Yeah, it's the old gravel pit behind the shopping center, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so go.
Okay.
Yep.
We've
Right,
been there.
we've been there, okay.
And you're right, that road's totally horrible.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Going down in the gully,
Yep.
it
Yep.
probably wrecks quite a few cars every year.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, probably makes sense for the town to think about taking over some responsibility of that.
I think that was the intent, it just didn't get done properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just never got conveyed up legally.
So
So,
what is the revision that you are asking for this evening?
so it's on the plan that was approved. So I
Right.
have an approval now
Yep.
by staff, which was it's paved, and I was going to do paving. I was going to repave Pipeline intersection, and then pave Macy Drive, which is the gravel pit road. I'm looking to just not do any improvements to the Pipeline intersection because Nate paving it is just a quick fix. What Nate needs to do, that whole area needs stormwater control. It's not just that intersection. It's coming all the way up from 302, to be honest, and not as fast up there because it's not that much of a grade, but then it drops down in there. And it's coming from 4 different directions. It's coming from Wyndham. It's coming from it's a 4-way intersection. So Nate's looked at it and he's agreed he needs to put stormwater in there. So to pave it is just, I mean, it would be a quick fix for a period of time, but it's not going to last.
So what, I'm still not confused. So what are you asking us to do? What
I'm
are you
asking for an amendment to not do the paving.
Oh, not pay?
That's it.
Okay.
Since it's gonna be the
Yeah,
town's
no, that-
responsibility.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pave it.
Well, and I think on the condition of approval too, it had mentioned that the applicant was responsible for the paying. And I guess this is probably what the piece of it you're talking about. Was it responsible for paying for those improvements? But since it'll be conveyed to the town, that would be passed on to Nate for the intersection at least. You would still be doing Maisie Drive as the gravel road.
Exactly. The profile that you have
Yes.
is the same profile without pavement.
Correct.
And I would still be responsible for those improvements. So Nate's going to get the stormwater improvements he needs below the intersection.
Right.
Where all the water's going to go.
Do we have to resolve whether this is a planning board issue or whether we just let?
I'm with you. I mean, we can't make a decision if the town doesn't own the road.
Right.
To make that decision, it's almost like cart before the horse.
Yep.
We can't make that decision. if the
Well, I
town
guess my question
don't
is,
manage the road.
is this a staff is this still remain a staff approval that they can go back to staff for approval? What?
Well, my question is this coming up to a deadline that needs to have a decision now, or is if you're thinking in a couple months' time, there's gonna be some resolution here?
Well, I don't see that resolution's probably next year on a town meeting, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I've definitely I've got deadlines here for sure. I've been at this for 2 years.
Well, my question was really, does the planning board need to take action on this, or is it just a staff review to?
I don't know how it was staff reviewed to begin with, if they didn't own the road. I mean,
I don't know if anybody knew who owned the road at that time. Stan was still alive
Oh,
at the time. So, I don't know, that was three and a half years ago, so, I wasn't involved in any of that.
Yeah, so I guess it's the determination you as a board can make tonight is if this is something you want to keep or if you want to bump it back down to staff level review and, keep it there kind of thing.
So it's essentially removing the condition of approval from the
Payment, yeah.
original?
Yeah, it'd be the two, one for the applicant being responsible for the cost of improving the intersection, and then the
Pavement.
condition for the pavement of Maisie Drive past, was it the second driveway extension?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
How many feet total was proposed to be paved? Do you remember?
Well, it's more square footage because it's going in 4
Gotcha.
different directions. I don't know, Kirk, do you know the?
Because you were taking care of the hills and then the straight through?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's 600 feet,
Yeah.
maybe more. I don't know if Kirk's allowed to speak or not.
It was a tough one.
Yeah, this is.
You know, I mean, I agree that, on one hand, I agree that you take away the paving and put in the gravel road for access to a solar is perfectly, acceptable, right? But on the other hand, I don't know even how it got staff approved without documented
Ownership.
ownership.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't think we can do anything without documented ownership. I mean, that's one of the first things we always ask.
That's exactly how I feel. I can't make a decision on something that we don't know.
It seems like a logical decision to do, but
Yeah.
I don't
So I don't
think
need to do anything?
It does.
Well, I mean, so personally, not from the board, it makes sense what you're asking. But the board, in my opinion, the board can't take action on something where there's no ownership of the property. So, I mean, I question how you got the staff approval to start with, but
Well, so I've got right-of-way. I've got a right-of-way.
you have a right of way.
I have a right-of-way across all of that. So I have, as a landowner, because the pit used to be Stan. So when Willie's bought the pit, he retained a right-of-way.
Okay.
So I have a right-of-way. So Macy Drive. So, but to your point, neither one of us have the ability to improve Pipeline Road. I have the right to pass across it. Macy Drive, which is that is owned by Willie. So that part of it, which is what we were talking about improving. So to me, that's where I want to keep my improvements, is on the ownership part. And again, I'm happy to. I've already spent. I think I've spent almost $50,000 in legal fees trying to get that deed to the town as part of the condition of approval to get this thing moving. So I'm willing to see that through regardless, but.
So if he already has access to this land, and then you're really just asking to eliminate the pavement anyway, and the project's already been approved, you already have the right of way. I guess, yeah, what does planning board have to do with making that? And it can't be.
I would kick it back to staff.
Right.
I mean, let Phil and you deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because you look at our town road listings and it says it's a public road, but clearly there's that section of road. It's not all of Pipeline; it's just that intersection.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And I think in your original approval, it said you would take possession of that road. So obviously, they knew that somebody else had the road, or that section, and part of his condition was getting that, and then those other improvements.
Because it was assumed that he would take ownership of that.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So,
At the same time, 3 roads come into that intersection, right? So if he was to take ownership of just that lower intersection, but all 3 roads come into it, so then he's responsible for the plowing.
No,
Yeah, I'm
it's
not.
part of
I'm
that-
not taking any ownership.
No,
Right.
part of that approval was you were going to get it and then transfer it to the town. That was always part of the.
Well, it was going to
approval.
be provided to the town to decide, because the town needs to decide whether they want to take acceptance of it. That's a whole
Right.
different ballgame. The select board.
Right.
I said I would get at least the documents in line
Right. And off.
provided to you to consider it. Whether you do or don't, that was a whole different thing. But I would at least. I figured out the legal mess. It took quite a while too, and actually Jason was help on that because
My daycare.
Yeah, daycare.
Her dad was Stan.
Yeah.
So yeah, randomly she brought it up to the point, and I was like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Small world.
Yep.
So,
We're putting a halt on something that we can't make a decision on anyway, and no one owns it, so I feel like we're holding up a project that isn't gonna.
There's no resolution anytime
Correct.
soon. That's
Yeah.
that's the frustrating. Like there isn't a resolution to it.
Right.
Right. It's hard to get the steps because the select board to accept the road.
right.
And it's
Right.
everything's out of sequence.
Yes.
But there is no sequence.
Because
so to speak.
because in the beginning there was no oversight in the assumption that the road would be taken over and then handed over
Right.
to the, so that was if this then this, and if this never happened.
but how can you
So-
have a
Well, I was
Then you
getting
don't
my.
have to pave it, then
how can you have a right of way over a road that nobody knows, or a section of the road that nobody knows who owns it? How did you get a right of way over?
Because that easement pre-exists any conveyance. It was still in the Stanley Quinn estate when. I mean, it was still Stanley. Stanley conveyed an easement before that thing ever got abandoned or whatever happened.
Right.
I mean, I think literally the point was, it was supposed to be conveyed to the town. It just, whether it was, I'd have to ask my attorney exactly what transpired to, that's why that section of road wasn't part of the whole deal. I don't know.
It was probably when Stan was dividing land up at some point, there was just a mistake
Yeah,
in a deed description type of thing.
exactly.
Something as simple as that. They went 50 feet not far enough, and it didn't include that part of the right of way. And
I mean, there are lots of,
kind of a gore.
there are a lot of easements.
Have you been
there.
talking to
The
Phil?
Yeah.
Portland pipeline goes right through there.
A little bit, but I got a call tomorrow, so I can maybe piggyback those two.
The thing that makes the most sense though is for the town to take over that intersection, no matter which direction he goes, right? So I mean,
Right.
it sounds like that should be the play no matter what. And either way, he has access to it, whether it's town owned or like it is now, so.
I mean, Nate has plans to pave pipeline already.
Right.
And he's put it off a year to hopefully get this resolved so that he doesn't have to stop paving here, then start paving here. Or when he plows the road, he has to stop here, go all the way around and
Right.
stop, and then he can't plow the intersection, just the intersection.
Right.
So,
Well, since the initial plan was approved at the staff level, I would say
Push it back.
push it back to staff level.
Yeah.
And let you guys
hash it out
with Phil and who determines. And I don't think you have any objections from the board as far as
No.
keeping it paved, right? I mean, we're going, yeah, I don't think, if it was up to us, I think we would just do the modification.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's
I
exactly
mean,
what we would
that's
do.
what we talked about. I mean, I essentially supporting what he,
Yeah.
Nate, and we kind of all went over it together there. And, like as he said, I just, vein of transparency, I thought.
No, it makes sense.
Absolutely.
I want
Sure.
to speak to you
Sure.
guys. And
Yep.
It's a huge improvement. It really is a huge improvement what's gonna happen there. If I don't do it, it's gonna stay the way it is. But this is, and I'm just trying to keep in line the consideration that I need to provide with the relative size of the project. It just went.
Yeah, so I think you need to work it out with staff.
Sounds
And-
good.
And it's fine with us, whatever staff decides.
Yep.
Right? Yep. Sorry, I know you're looking for an answer, but,
No, I think that's,
is that a,
that's what I was thinking was gonna happen.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, Peter, sure.
Just as a point of clarification or information, I may not be right on this, but the process for adopting the road would be the select board would have to put it on the warrant.
Correct.
And the town would actually have to vote to accept the road, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
In the history in this town of accepting roads.
It's true.
That's why
Not up to us.
I feel like that portion of the road's been a nightmare for decades now. You can see it resolved.
All right, we need to reschedule the November's meeting and the January
they
meeting.
do X, Y, and Z,
Sandy?
but it's a road.
Who knows? No.
Yes, sir.
What, you gave me dates, didn't you?
I did.
Uh,
Give me 1 second. I have them here amongst my.
Oh, wait a minute, no, I
papers.
got them.
Okay, fine.
How do you like that? All right, so our options for November are the 17th, we had lots. The 17th, the 24th, the 26th, the 20th, and the 21st.
Yeah, one of which is the day before Thanksgiving and one of which is a Friday.
Yeah, so those, we class those two off.
Can you say those dates
narrowed
again?
it down
This
to
is November?
17,
Great.
Okay.
24,
Just have Thanksgiving.
or
plenty of room.
the day before Thanksgiving, so that's out. So 17 and 24.
Or the 20th.
17.
Oh, yeah, or the
Fine.
20th.
Yeah.
Anybody have any preferences?
I'm fine with all of them.
Either one.
17 or 20th looks good to me, I say.
Monday, 17th, yeah, I could do 17.
17th.
You want to check with the secretary, or?
17th's great.
17th's great.
It's great.
17th, where are you? Kevin, 17th, okay? Anytime. Anytime, a guy. 17th, Sandy.
Okay, which means that those of us that work for the town are gonna be working a night that we don't work during the day, but that's okay.
You get overtime, don't you?
She gave us the option.
Oh, you're funny.
January. 5, 7, 8. 5, 7, or 8. 5, 7, or 8. I can do any one of those.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Same.
Same? We'll
The
just do the what?
7th would just move the meeting up a week.
Sound-
Exactly.
That works.
Sticking to a
Works?
Wednesday.
7th?
Good,
Sure.
Yeah.
7th.
Okay.
Okay.
You sure you don't want to work another Monday?
Yeah, not really, Jackie, but thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking timing for filings as well.
You are not. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Actually, we are. Good thing I didn't take that bet.
Right?
Banquet halls.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you thought you were leaving, didn't you? Banquet halls. Where are we on banquet halls?
Hold on a
We-
second here.
We got decided we wanted it conditional for all sections, for all zones, excuse me.
There's too many papers.
Yeah.
We need to throw parking in there, I think. That's not in there. Did I miss it?
Bill? Hello?
Hello, Sandy.
Now, Bill just called me.
Bill,
I think she's on the phone.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so just real quick here, I'll give a brief overview. For the banquet halls, we still have our definition there. That hasn't changed. We added in conditional in terms of all the zoning districts, which if it is conditional, then it's subject to a very certain set of rules that's applicable to all conditional uses across any zone, any type of land use. So that I didn't edit any of the conditional uses because obviously that has a rippling effect to anything. So another thing, like I bring up solar as an example because solar, we added a section to our minimum requirements section where if we wanted additional standards specifically for solar, that was the appropriate place to put them instead of in the conditional use section. So that's something that we could add specifically for banquet halls if we wanted to add parking or timing restrictions. Like I know a common one is events must be shut off past 10 p.m. Those kind of standards would be more appropriate in a separate minimum requirements section. So really, I think for reference, I put in the conditional use section within our ordinance, and then tonight, if there's any additional standards that you feel are missing or would like to place on them, I'm here to listen and then craft something up for you.
okay. On-site parking?
That's absolutely one. I could look for some similar aligning uses within our existing ordinance to see what might be appropriate, and then also do some research as well with other ordinances to see what they have.
Okay. Hours of operation?
It's up to you guys.
What do you think, 10, 11? What quiet hours in town?
That's what I would see it aligned with.
Yeah.
Whatever that, I'm not even sure what that is.
I'm not sure either. You know, are there
Do
any?
you know what quiet
Industrial,
hours
like-
are? Is it 11 p.m.?
When can you turn your neighbor in?
For like
I
construction.
mean, if there is, then it needs to align with that. It can't be different.
There's nothing in our ordinance about it, so.
It wouldn't be ordinance, it would be it wouldn't be one of our ordinances, but it might be, is it a state rule? I mean, when
There's a
can you
state
actually?
noise
Well, I know, like Portland, they won't shoot off fireworks past 10 o'clock at the Sea Dogs games. I know it's 10 o'clock.
So 10 o'clock must be,
But I think that's in there, that's
There.
ordinance.
Yeah, and that's for obviously zoning, because you're kind of like right there on the cusp of a whole bunch of apartments and then
Right,
commercial everything.
right.
Yep.
okay, so step one is to find out if in fact the state has rules on time.
Yeah, I still think we would need to adopt something like even if we reference state statute, they don't want the liability. They're
No.
going to want you guys to actually
Right.
adopt something.
But step two would find out if
But
we,
yeah.
if we in fact, of a town, have some sort of time restriction. for
Yeah,
noise.
and would you want it to be separate from like construction related activities? Because I know sometimes those have like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we should be more consistent. So,
Okay.
yeah. Whatever those hours are.
I mean, commercial zones often have a little bit more leeway. I don't know if that matters, you know, because it's a commercial zone.
That's a good point.
And would that be part of the condition in a commercial zone?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
That would be part of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would be like a when we add a noise or limitation on events kind of standard, we could add like a little
Right.
sub note on there too, like
I mean,
unless zoned in commercial, industrial,
Right.
Mhm.
subject to this criteria instead.
What else?
For the resource and stream protection, that would have to go into our table of uses, I think, right?
For the shoreland zoning ones?
Yeah, these
Correct.
two. So I don't even think, you know, that's gonna be something that I guess would have to be decided in the table of uses and, you know, whether it's a planning board approval or just, you know, not allowed. I mean, those are the most sensitive areas, so, and we don't really have, you know, there's not really a lot of development in those areas anyways, generally speaking. It's just the odd camp here or there that was built 50 or 60 years ago is generally what's in those zones. Yeah, I think that would have to go in the table of uses anyways, and then decide, you know, yes, no, CEO, PB. Sorry, I didn't catch that sooner.
No, yeah, and I think the other important note too is if we're adding anything to the shoreland zoning ordinance too, the state's gonna wanna review that as well.
Yep.
So it does add an extra layer. So if we removed those specific zoning districts, those last four, to just say prohibited, that would be a lot less involvement.
Yeah, I have no problems with removing them from resource and stream, that's for sure. I mean, I don't think,
Aren't LLR1 and LLR2,
We have camps there.
Yeah.
they're pretty large, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Those zones.
Mm-hmm.
What's the acreage minimum in those, or?
Well, 2 or 3, depending if it's LR
Right,
1
so
or
yeah,
2.
it's good size.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
why don't we remove them though out of resource protection and stream protected districts?
Okay.
Anybody with problems with that? I think it makes sense. Any other changes?
Yeah,
Not only do we get to it, but we're gonna get through it?
The red, I don't know what, I know it's here somewhere, but.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, I know I just put a couple examples on there in terms of like, frequency of use or, restroom facility types. I know like some towns don't wanna see a bunch of portable restrooms hauled in over the weekend, like constantly hauled out. You know, they would want like, if it's an actual banquet hall, in theory it has like, you know, functioning restroom facilities, like that kind of thing as well. I don't know if that's a standard the board would be interested in.
A lot of the ordinances, you know, it's got to be wholly contained within an accessory structure anyway.
Yeah.
But that's a good point on frequency. When does it cross over? I mean, is it an every weekend thing? Is it every other day thing? When does it cross over just from being an occasional use to?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the actual definition, it covers a pretty wide range of things, you know,
Right.
from weddings to, you know, like individual graduation parties to, you know, in like class reunions or different types of uses within the actual structure itself. So I guess that's something for the board to consider.
You guys have any thoughts on that?
There's nothing really listed in here to address like fire and safety conditions that it would maybe meet those standards.
Yeah. I mean, anything over 50, well.
Says we're not overburdened.
Once you're over 50 people, you kind of get into the assembly use, and you're looking at, now you're going from, like from a code perspective, you're going from the IRC to the IBC. So it's a whole different set of codes, really, once you kind of bump into that that next level.
And the conditional use takes you to there?
If you're gonna have more than 50 people in the assembly, yeah.
Okay.
So less than 50 people.
I have to ask, where did, was C taken from boilerplate? That's kind of.
Letter C for the conditions.
Yeah. Will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare, which is detectable at the lot boundaries.
Oh yeah, that's state language right there. Isn't that awesome?
That's pretty discretionary.
Yeah.
Be detected at lot boundaries.
Yeah.
I heard something like that's, okay.
Depending on the wind.
Yeah, it's pretty boilerplate language there, but yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
The other ones make sense.
Yeah, so those aren't new.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's buried in the ordinance.
It's very hard to deny air.
So if somebody wants to have a function. It's a conditional use. They go to code J and get a permit. Is that how this is gonna work?
They'd have to apply to the ZBA.
They have to apply to the ZBA.
Yes.
Change of use, is that?
Conditional use.
Conditional use, yeah.
Conditional use permit. So do we want to, what our ZBA guy is, do we want to I'm thinking is it something that's going to be an every week type thing? Or do we address it differently if it's an every week type event? Or
I think you have
as
to
it is
assume.
an every
it would
month
be.
type of thing? So it's a conditional permit, but you can only do it once a month?
Right, is there a threshold?
Is there a threshold, right.
What is,
Yeah, what is that threshold?
Right.
From every day to once a year? What do you, I mean,
I don't
And
know.
that's
I
the thing,
mean,
like,
it's,
you're only
yeah.
gonna give them so many days where they can book a certain time, or are they just gonna make them have a window?
well, I'm thinking it's not where, it's not in a district, right? Not in our commercial district, not in our industrial district, it's in a residential district. So you're gonna have neighbors.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they're abiding by these
Right.
things, then they shouldn't be.
That's the conditional use requirements.
Yeah.
It should be okay.
Yeah.
They're not squirting dust
Right.
over on the property line.
Dust and
Everything will be
dust.
fine,
You
they
can't
won't have a
hear?
complaint to go
Don't
after.
You don't know what's
Dust.
going on?
Don't
Notice?
squirt dust and everything's fine.
No sounding.
Okay.
Or
Make
impacting
a
any
sound.
ear wintering
If it's
areas.
detectable. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's,
Yeah, I mean, like the most common ones, like I said, are the timing restrictions.
Yeah.
Because it gets away from adding in too restrictive of language based on like the
Yeah.
frequency.
Exactly.
And it's just
Right.
kind of
Yes.
it's fair for everybody.
That's right.
It's a cutoff, whether it's wedding, grad party, whatever you're doing. Like I know, like personally speaking from experience, my wife and I, we got married at a wedding barn. And they had to go before the board and agree to all these timing restrictions. And, they were very upfront and honest about it. And, because they cared about the community and they cared about their neighbors and wanted to be respectful. And, so they did it the right way. And I think that's, hopefully what we're trying to encourage through there is if there are these uses, it's a very clear set of rules that, are easily enforceable. If we do get into any issues, compliance issues, but again, it's just really offering clarity here.
I agree.
Everybody okay? Draft, send it to Phil.
You got it.
Send it to Phil.
Phil's gonna be busy.
All right. So let's see, marijuana, we're still on the table? There's nothing we can
Marijuana's on
really.
the table.
I know you have it there, but there's not really.
Yeah, I think Vern's coming, is it October? Is that when he might be available?
That's right, yep.
Okay.
So we'll just hold
I
that.
have one question about that, though.
Yeah.
It mentions, I mean, there seems to be conflicting things. We say that we want the sun cultivated stuff to be inside.
Enclosed, yep.
Enclosed.
Just an enclosure. It's more, it
inside,
has to be
yeah.
screened, it has to be kind of secured.
Okay, it doesn't have
So,
to be a covered
more like an
building.
animal enclosure.
That's
not-
and that's a state law, I believe, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because the woman
Yeah,
that
you're
had
thinking
talked
like
about-
a full-blown
Yeah.
nursery.
Yeah,
enclosed,
Okay. No, okay.
Yeah, no, it has to be
There's two
locked and
options.
contained.
Okay.
The state provides two options. One is enclosed with sunlight, being able to grow with natural sunlight.
Yep.
It's not indoors.
Not
with
fully
a-
enclosed.
Right.
Not a greenhouse.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Thank you.
So there's nothing really we can do on the marijuana, right? We're in hold until we get to
Correct.
burn, is that pretty much?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in a good spot now, but I think just,
Mhm.
it'll be a good educational opportunity for everybody.
He'll be able to answer questions that no one else can. Gotta give us that state level guidance, what they look at and what we're allowed to do.
Right, that's just it. That's gonna drive everything. It's
Right,
the state's
because like if you
allowing
put a number of plants, well, it's like, I don't have the right to just go and
Can't
count
do it.
plants.
That's right.
Only they do.
That's right.
So it's, putting a number on theirs, it's moving.
Yep.
Okay.
Good stuff.
It's 9 o'clock, I thought we'd be bumping up at 10, easy.
You want to just sit
Make
here
sure
for
to call.
another?
Yeah, stay awake. Coffee or something? All right,
Some jokes?
anybody else?
It's not even quiet time yet.
I know, right?
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor? We're done. Great, thank you.
Ultimately we got to go to the voters and go through a referendum and get it approved, right? That's ultimately what we have to do. So what are the challenges that we face going forward? And all of us must have some, or you folks must have some sense of what you think hurdles we have to get over to get to a solution.
I think it's definitely educating the voters as to what it is that this committee is going to find, and making sure that they realize that all the options have been exhausted, and whatever it is that we present is the option. I know, having just watched a vote that was not put out properly, and the public was not educated on, and it got voted down.
Mm-hmm.
So making sure the public is aware and educated, it's not an easy task, but I think that's the biggest mountain to climb, is to make sure that people realize what they're voting on.
Okay.
Because 6 million is a big number for people to look at and be like, wow.
Yeah.
But they need to be educated as to what that is.
Yeah. So public involvement, that I run into that a lot. That,
Yeah, definitely. We need to educate the people and be as transparent as we can.
How do you feel about some public informational meetings along the way? I know it adds more meetings for you guys, and me, but I think it's important. Every community I work in, one of the common threads that I run up against is, well, we didn't know, we weren't even aware this was happening. Why do we need this again? So I think it's important to give folks opportunities to comment on and understand.
Public buy-in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Along with that public buy-in, we just need to
make sure the public is aware of these things that are going on, like the meetings, and it needs to be advertised well, more than just on our site and on the billboard. I really think that if we can do some kind of advertising and invite people out, comprehensive plan was really good at that, inviting people out, and comprehensive plan would always get a decent crowd. So, of course, the big thing is always going to be cost. So, especially if we're coming on the heels of the Jordan Small Vision Committee, we've got quite a few projects, and we have a reevaluation, which should help. But those are two big projects I think that the town is either going to have an appetite for or not. And if we're doing a good job of explaining the reasons why this is the cost, as opposed to just it's going to cost $6 million, saying this is going to cost $6 million because of these reasons, and then get the public to buy into it, we'll have a much better opportunity or a much better shot to get this voted through if it's appropriate.
Okay. Do you think there's another slide coming up, but so I don't forget to mention it. Do you think offering up a public tour of the current facilities at some point so that people could see what they have? I know we did that in Westbrook, and that was pretty successful. We had a few public meetings when we did the Westbrook.
There's also, and I'm not sure what town did it, they did it like a video presentation.
Yes.
Of the facility at work. And they were able to get, I might have been Westbrook that did it.
I think it was
like a LRT, one of their VOTEC schools.
Yeah,
came
they
in,
did do that,
a video
right.
for them for their presentation. And I know, like for myself where I work, it takes my crew almost an hour to get all the trucks out of the building to go plow snow. If I could take a video of that, I could get a garage in 15 minutes. But and it's same thing with what Nate's going through. He's got guys that are starting their plow routes here, that are starting there, that are starting there. It's really hard to have oversight on 3 different places. And I think if you could somehow put a little video clip together of what that looks like.
I think the video thing would be much better, because it would be very hard to do a public informational show and tell in 3 separate locations. You'd really have to do it in 3 separate meetings, and I think you would lose some people.
Lose everybody.
Right. I think a video would be a lot.
If you could get that put together and maybe present it at a select board meeting, you get a few more eyes there than you do on a committee meeting. Not everybody's interested in what we have to say.
Right.
Sure.
And you have some folks that are immobile, and that would be, in my mind, a disaster. But
I don't remember. I worked on the Westbrook, but they handled that internally. So I mean, you could reach out to Eric Dudley was there at the time, or Artie Ledoux's gone, but if you want to, I mean, or if you have the capability inside, work with Nathan to video it and do a production.
Who's our videographer who can do
that would be great.
well.
Okay. Great idea, everybody.
Make sure it's 2 o'clock in the morning when there's 2 feet of snow.
Actually, the winter operations, we've choked it down to just there, and we've got 2 trucks up here. It's the summer operations that are more challenging and more difficult. That's where we lose the most of our time.
Anything else that, I mean, this isn't one and done if you think of something else down the road, but
I think we'd like to see your next question, Owen. Please.
Oh, great.
I can accommodate.
You're worse than me.
All right. Do you have any priorities here? I mean, what do we have priorities that we want to set? I mean, is there any specific priorities? For instance, a priority is to revisit each of the sites and document why maybe what it might look like if public work. Let's take Webb's Mills Road. If we looked at it, can we expand that? What's the zoning? You know, what do we have for septic? What do we have for barriers down there to do that? And what would that look like? The fire station site, I think, is a fait accompli down on Main Street. It's pretty small. I don't know what you would ever do down there unless you got more land.
Main Street is really restricted. Basically, what the building's setting on. There's a little bit of property out back. We're mowing, I think, 10 or 12 feet around the building.
And I'll just ask the question: is there another site that we haven't thought about?
Town owned? No, we didn't look at any other sites because of the sand salt building.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm just
Plains
asking.
Road.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got Patricia Ave, there's 100 acres up there. You gotta come down through a neighborhood to get out of there. Egypt Road is another confined piece of property, there's some land there, but it goes back to the operational. Plains Road's got the sand salt building, and that's one of our most important.
We don't have to rank the priority yet, but
Is Plains Road the most centrally located of all of the properties that would be available?
Yeah, no, it's kind of, if you look at it on a town map, we're kind of right around the circle. The most central piece of property, or the central place, would be 389 Webb's Mills Road. That's kind of right in the middle between the three sites, but no. I think
So like Patricia's almost in Wyndham.
Yeah, Patricia's almost into Wyndham. Egypt Road's halfway down across Egypt Road.
You're just about in Gray, and then that's why out of these two, this one's with as much wetlands as it has. It seems as though, in order to get what we need, and you have 18 acres down there.
Yeah, I think it's 17.
So it's the largest site, the most hidden, and the most centralized. If you add them all
Yes, largest site out of the three. Yes.
I like the fact that there's 121 and Route 85. You're right in between those, so
correct.
Whichever way you got to go, you can come out right, left, 85, 121. If there's a major issue, a major line down or something, you can still always get out and around where you're not. If 85's closed up where you are, you'd have to backtrack, I guess, and then go back around Plains Road to go down 121 anyway.
During a storm event, there's not very many times that we can't get to the sand salt building. I think in the 30 years I've been here, I can think of one. We had a storm that we couldn't get to the building, get to the pit.
I don't have to rank the priorities yet, but is one of the priorities to, we got to select the location, right?
Correct.
And does that include looking again at Webb's Mill Road to, what's the committee? This is your project.
I think one of the priorities is to evaluate all three sites and determine which one is the best site to then move forward with. And again, we had talked about transparency and all these things, educating the voters. That's a priority, right? As a taxpayer in Raymond, I want to know what's the cheapest, best way we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it up here on 85, or is it down there on Plains Road, or is it on Main Street? Main Street's a tiny little spot. We know that's not an option. Let's do a true evaluation of these other two, so when we're presenting this and the video and whatever else we present, we're presenting, this is what it would look like on Webb's Mills Road. It's gonna roughly cost this amount of money. We're gonna be limited by this. These are some of the drawbacks. These are some of the pros, and the same thing with going down to Plains Road. Here's some of the drawbacks, and here's some of the pros, and do a true evaluation of each one and be able to present that, I think, is definitely a priority in order to get this pushed through and be successful with it.
Yeah, I think the three biggest priorities are location, building versus reno, and money. And hopefully we, through this whole committee process, we'll be able to evaluate all three of those and put some of those to bed and put some of those forward.
I almost feel that no matter what, time is not going to be a priority, because I feel like no matter what you do, re-outfitting a building or building a new building, it'd probably be around the same time frame, I would imagine. I don't think that time would be a factor.
Time frame is in start to finish?
Yeah, I think like start to finish. Would you say that one would be faster than the other?
Well, it depends on the extent of the remodel down here and what you do. I guess I don't know the answer to that.
I guess
in the building world, remodeling usually always takes longer than new construction.
Yeah, well, that's my thing, is I don't think that time is a factor of a priority. I think these are the better priorities rather than, I don't think anybody's like, well, how long is it going to take?
I think on a project of this size, I agree. Whether it's going to be done in the spring or the following spring, we get what we need is the priority, and not hey, it's going to be in 26 or 27. It's going to be done is the priority.
I think the only priority on time would be how it affects the cost. If you kick the can down the road too long, does stuff get cheaper or more expensive or whatever? But yeah, I don't think spring to fall or spring to spring is really that big a deal. But you push it off 3 or 4 years with cost of goods, who knows, tariff, inflation, whatever you got in your going on in the world, how is that going to affect the cost as far as time frame? But that's, I think, the only real reason time frame would even be of any importance.
And I don't know if it would be a priority or where we want to put this, but also look at all of the funding sources that are available for this project, whether there's grant funding or all those different things. I don't know if that's a priority, but it definitely needs to be looked at by the committee and kind of see where those funding sources can come from before we present.
Has Raymond adopted a sustainability goal or anything like that? Have you gone down that road of yet?
No. It's
Okay.
kind of in the
Some
draft
communities have
comp.
gone down that road, that any renovation, any work they do, they want high-performing building envelopes. They want improved. They want solar. I'm just bringing that up because I run into that more often than not anymore. So but you don't have anything official at this point.
Nothing official.
Okay. All right. And then
Nathan, one quick question. Didn't you have I'm sorry, over here. Didn't you do a feasibility study before on Webb's Mills Road for that building, for this purpose or the previous purpose? Did you guys do it before?
So we did do an existing condition study. We looked at this, the condition of the building. At that time, the thinking was it was better to move to the Plains Road site where we could build a new building that fit and bring everybody to one location. But I think from what I heard from the last vote, we need to do a little deeper dive into that and revisit that. Actually, maybe do a concept layout plan down at Webb's Mill. What would it look like if we were at Webb's Mill? What could we fit? What kind of a building addition?
Well, at least that would be a start for us to be able to look at that study and say, and compound.
And I'll send all that to Joe or Nathan. It'll be a share file, and you can forward it to the committee. It'll have all that documents in it.
When Grant and Hayes and I and the crew sat down and went through that we sat that day. See, I would assume has that. Because we went over we kind of knocked 47 Main Street out because of its location right in the downtown village, but we looked at District 389 Webb's Mills Road, and we kept coming back to Sand Salt Building. And I don't remember if he did an actual report, but that was part of that first. What do we need? What do we think we need? Meetings that we had.
I'll go dig for that data. I think we should probably pull that back together and have a conversation with the committee.
Do we have like the amount of wetlands that 7.5 acres or whatever it was, 7.9?
So all I have at this point was something from 2006, which was when we started looking at the town office, and we did it on a very high level. It was a walk with some GPS and then some high-level sketch plans.
Okay. I think that
might
be able to knock it out pretty quick, just to say, hey, your building envelope and the amount of space that you have at this facility, it's shrunk down to 3 acres, and then you can just be like, well, that doesn't work for us.
Yeah, we'll look at setbacks, where your septic is, where your well is now, and you got fuel down there on the site. So we can, with that charge, we can take a closer look at that piece of it. And I do have a question for you if this is one priority. So there was a building program. Mike Hayes sat down with Nathan and went through like how many bays they need. They have this size of crew now, looking in the future might have this size of crew for expansion capacity. We'll share all that, and you'll have to decide if we want to talk more about that, or because if we renovate, or cost is a key consideration. Is there a desire to? I've never seen anybody build a building that they didn't say they had too much space, but we should at least have that conversation on it.
And then speak about priorities, because this is location-based. Just a question: did the Division Committee for Jordan Small, did we throw out any ideas about how maybe the Jordan Small might be a good contenders? Because if we're able to get a grant for it, to do that whole thing together. And it might not be the right thing. If it's not, feel free to tell me, because I still think that personally, I think Plains is the right location. But if we were to do something at Jordan Small Middle School, because that whole building's getting revamped anyway, does that make sense location-wise?
I think it was discussed really quickly, and then it was put to bed because of you're going to have kids and community members and everybody kind of around it, that with heavy machinery, it wasn't much room. The baseball field would probably be the only option. You're taking out that field space, I think, was what was talked about.
I think that's what we came to.
So it would be, instead of using existing building, you would still have to build. You just said the baseball field, so you would still be building anyway.
Yeah, you would still have to build, and I think out back there is not much acreage to even get there. Plus, you don't want to have those trucks coming through the kind of parking area or out back where the play area is for kids. So
cool.
I think that's why it's kind of
Jordan, like small, pretty much. You can see what they own for property here. They mow most of it. The bigger end of it's down here where the baseball field is. That end's right up against the property line. You get the parking lot, and you've got the garden area, and then the property line's right behind that. I think it goes back that way a little bit, but it gets into wetland going into the back.
Okay, cool.
If you have any plans on the Jordan Small School, could you share those with me?
Yes, it's very rough.
Okay. That's okay.
Napkin.
Bill, in your files, Bill Hanson, do you guys have anything on the Jordan Small School? Has there been any from the RSU?
Yeah, I can send you PDFs of the plans for the building that exist right now.
That would
no
be
problem.
Great, thank you. Okay, I said 3 to 5, but what I have listed here was evaluate all 3 sites, and I think the goal was to look at it for land, physical constraints, cost, location, how it might test fit on the site, how the program might work on it, so that you can see how each one might fit or not fit on the site, and then that helps you make a decision. I had build versus renovation as a consideration, cost, funding sources, and I wrote this down. It's just a conversation, programming and size, because I always hear, on one hand, I hear people say, well, you sure you have enough? You're going to need more. And then on the other hand, I hear people say, you got too much. So I think we should at least just internally look at the program that I sent you, the number of bays and space. And Nathan's going to provide me with a list of equipment that I can include in there, and just give that some consideration. Anything else? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeJarens, it's not an open meeting, it's...
Not an open meeting?
I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to remind one of your members that we're not uneducated people in Raymond. You might want to be careful. It was a unanimous vote, and we were educated. And Mr. whatever your name is. Madsen, you know, watch what you say, please. Respect the people of this town. I know you're a resident, so.
Thank you, Dan.
I wasn't saying uneducated, like not smart. I was saying
Well,
educated.
it sounded like that on TV, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me. What I was trying to say by uneducated was I meant they don't understand the full scope of what it is we're trying to accomplish. So thank you for correcting me on
The
that.
people that ballots did, they understood.
Okay.
It was $7 million or more.
Danny, we will have...
They understood.
Danny, we will have open forum meetings coming up.
Well, I hope so.
This is a first. We just got our people together, so thank you for stopping by.
Well, it should be public because you're on TV.
You're correct. We are going to do public from here on out.
There
So,
shouldn't be a, you know.
well, it is tonight, sir, so I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
Just,
Careful.
yeah.
We touched on a lot of this already, but anything else that we can revisit this anytime, but we just have to have a starting point. Is there anything else that we think we need, data gaps, information to make an informed decision? We sort of touched on a lot of it already, but is there anything else we've missed at this point? Because eventually the committee's going to make a recommendation back to the Board of Selectmen, and we want to make sure that you have the information you need to get there. And we have some homework to do before the next meeting, so maybe this will be a work in progress, because we might give you some information. You might say, hey, well, what about this? Let's look at this now. So it's going to be an evolving thing, but is there anything else that you can think of that we should be considering at this point?
I think we kind of hit on it, on all the other questions on what we need, a true evaluation of each of the parcels, and what it would look like on each one of them. I think is one of the largest things.
Okay, fair enough. This is always my favorite one. Is do you have any goals of how many meetings and how long you foresee this going? And there's no right or wrong answer to this, but it is something. If we set sort of milestones or goals along the way, we're always progressing and trying to get to an informed decision. But
we're assuming you want to put this on next 26 ballot.
I don't know. It's Joe.
Is that what you're looking at, Nathan?
I would like to. I don't really think dragging it out a lot longer is a good idea, or
right.
It doesn't benefit anything. I mean, I think somewhere, a couple more meetings, we should have an idea of what direction we're headed, whether we continue going forward with it or we don't.
So you're talking about November of 2026 for the ballot, or is it June?
I think it was June.
June.
I mean, you'd have to have all your stuff in by March, right?
Yes, at least.
Get it on the ballot.
Well, we're starting budget stuff early.
We're going to start budget season earlier, October.
When would you guys like to see it? I mean,
I couldn't speak for the Budget Finance Committee, but I would like to see it presented for the 2026 budget. I agree with Nathan. I don't think it makes any sense to go any further than that.
What deadline do you think would be enough time? Because the warrant has to be in at least a month before prepared, so that's March, I think, at least, is probably when we want to work on that. So I guess I would push the deadline probably to December to get something that's formalized that can be presented at the budget.
So it would be a budget. It would be a recommendation to the BOS or to the budget committee. Who does it go to?
It go budget first, I think.
Yes, we'd have to put it in our budget presentation first.
And you're doing that, you said, in December?
We're going to start.
October?
Yeah, we're going to start October, just pre-planning, and then we're going to hit. We haven't got the full timeline, but start earlier with the hearings and workshops and stuff like that. Probably December.
I don't think Budget Finance met December last year. I think really January, would probably be better, because if we think about it, just to give that flexibility, because if Budget Finance doesn't meet, then we have to do it in January anyway. So forgetting this meeting, but if we did August, September, October, November, January, so it would, depending if we fall in front or behind Budget Finance, it's either going to be 4 or 5 meetings.
I would think so, because I'm going to imagine that I'm going to come back with some information here probably towards the end of August. I need a little bit of time to go through this. We'll have some conversation. Then there'll probably be more questions. You're going to want to do a video of the existing conditions for the facilities. And then we're going to want to regroup again. We're somewhere along the line. We're going to want to have some public meetings, right? That seeks feedback from folks, more than one. So, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be indisposed in October, but I
think just my opinion. I think the public meetings should be towards the end of our stuff. Once we've gathered this information, we have something to show the public.
Yes, especially after.
Right.
Yes.
I don't think we're ready. We're not ready. We're not ready to, have comments from the public yet, because we don't have anything to present to them.
Right. We're just information gathering and trying.
I mean, I need to educate myself as to what it is to be educated.
You're uneducated.
Joe, our committee meetings if you have a working committee meeting, do those have to, I mean, public's invited, right? Obviously, they can sit in and listen, but you don't have to take public comment at that time because it's a...
Right. I think it's up to the chair also if public, for the agenda, if the public can be commenting on that or not. So sometimes at the end of this, there's a public comment piece of a regular.
Okay.
But
Do
for
that.
the agenda item, yeah, it's up to the chair.
We'd have to advertise that, though, wouldn't we?
I believe, I'll have to talk to Mel. confirm
Okay.
that one, 'cause
All right. So what is everybody thinking? Another month? What are we, July, the end of
Shoot
August?
for the end of August for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if we can, for January, be before budget finance, if we can meet earlier in the year, 'cause I think budget finance is the third Wednesday, if I remember correctly, so if we could meet earlier in January,
Prior to your
prior to that, yeah, that'd be good.
I would almost say an August and a September, late September meeting. Say another one in November and December. I think we're going to have to have a few different meetings on this because
Minimum, yeah. I think
yeah,
four-
and maybe we may even have 2 meetings in 1 month if we get closer. I'm going to need a little bit of time. This first piece here is going to take me a little more time than probably other pieces later on, and I've got to sort through what team members I have to bring back into probably the architect if we're going to look at one thing I can do right up front is we can look at each site. We can look at property size, zoning, locations, natural resources, setbacks, what sort of physical space we have to build in. And is it water, is it septic, how's the access? We can go through all of that pretty quickly. But if I want to start doing some space plans, that's gonna need Nathan a little bit to sit down with the architect and to sort of vet through some potential layouts.
Can we get fire chief in here as soon as possible? Because I'm curious if we went the route of redoing the buildings that we have, are they going to want those sprinkled now because they're coming up to code? You know, just I wouldn't mind getting the fire questions answered pretty quickly. If possible.
I have a question. The sprinkler thing seems to be a big issue that I guess I don't know the background to it, and
So this is a Reader's Digest version of this. We kept the square footage down below the state requirement for sprinklers.
Okay.
And our ordinance didn't allow for that. We also brought the building into 3 envelopes with 3-hour burn walls in between them. And they required 120
2-hour
gallon tank or something.
Yeah, I don't
can't
remember off, but
the first shot, it was expensive. And we asked the fire marshal at that point, does this require sprinkles? And under the state, it did not. However, our town ordinance, it does. So that's where that has
Okay, so that's
generated.
all right. That's
I think
that's the part I'm missing.
Really?
And real quick, what's the difference in cost? Sprinkler, no sprinkler, roughly.
It was, the first round was heinous.
I would be, we want to look at that
Yeah,
again.
we wanna look at
I'll probably reach out to somebody like
Yeah,
PCM.
that figure, be careful, please, because
Yeah.
There was a lot of numbers.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that answer
please,
yet.
especially since we're on public.
Yeah.
So if we had the fire chief come out, just as, we don't even need to answer that question.
That's a
yet.
great
That'd be
idea.
great.
Why don't we, if we could
We
do
have
that
to do this,
mid-August,
yeah,
could we do that in next couple of weeks or something? And-
Yeah, I would suggest him and probably Wayne too, the fire inspector here.
And if I could add on to what Nathan was saying, but just for transparency, I know one of the issues with the ordinance, just like Nathan has said, the question became, hey, we made all these people ahead of us sprinkle, but we're going to change the ordinance for us now. And I thought the optics was going to be really bad for us. So
So can one of the things in meetings in these kind of meetings that have cost a lot of time, if we had a list of questions that we could give to the fire department prior to the meeting, so they could be prepared for the questions and answer them. Any of the people that we bring into this, I think that would be very, would move things along a little faster. question.
I agree.
I think it would give us a better question, a better answer for the question instead of off the cuff.
And let them do the research before
Correct.
they come here to
Yep.
answer the questions.
Yep.
Is that a motion, Mr. White?
No. Can I make it a motion? I don't know if we need one.
Yeah,
I
there's,
think maybe at our next meeting, we can develop a list of questions that we want presented to any specialty groups coming in and present that to them early so they're prepared to answer our questions.
And if the fire guys are coming in next month, can we do it by email, just say, hey, these are some of the questions?
Yeah, that's
that we
what
save
I
all
would
the time?
think that we could, can we do that, Owens? Or Chair?
As far as, I think we can.
Yes.
Compile the questions, send it to them email
I
wise.
think that's a great idea. It's a lot more
I think
expeditious.
if we get a distro maybe email between the committee here, so that way we can kind of bounce things, say, hey, oh, hey, I thought of this.
Right.
And just kind of throw it amongst the group, and then the chair can put all the questions together.
Maybe just have like a due date, like a week or two prior to our next meeting to have that questions submitted to them. I'm sure they don't need more than a week.
it seems like maybe that
think it's a
meeting
great
should be the end of August, because there's some work, there's some time. It's going to go by fast, so.
Yes, yeah.
It almost seems like our next meeting, end of August, maybe invite the fire chief, the inspector, and I wouldn't mind seeing if we could get the code enforcement officer to attend. Because I've got to go, whatever we do, we've got zoning, site plan, permits to go get, and
That's a great idea.
we ought to involve them early on.
Perfect.
Do we, who would be in charge of setting up a date and a time? Are you going to,
Yes, I can do that.
okay, thank you.
With help from Mel and Melissa posting it, but
Okay.
yeah, we can, so you're thinking
Yeah, towards the end of August?
towards the end of August?
Yeah.
Could we do the 27th, possibly? Or you want to continue to do Wednesday? Wednesdays, it doesn't, Tuesdays is busy here, obviously. But
Yeah, I would stay away from Tuesdays, say I think Wednesdays, budget finance is usually third Wednesday.
We're on the 20th in
So
August.
that's the 20th.
20th, okay.
Let me just make sure there's no planning board.
Zoning boards of appeals got canceled, correct? Or is that for?
That got
July.
canceled 29th. It's scheduled for 26th, so 27th is available
Okay,
for this committee.
The 27th?
Yeah.
of August.
That works.
Okay. Same time?
Wait, I said 26.
Please,
27th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can get home.
6 p.m.
Yeah, well, today on 302, I almost didn't make it.
Oh, jeez.
That's what was going on.
It's wicked this time of year.
For some reason, my,
Meetings last night, I didn't get them until
Your
afternoon.
handy assistant didn't.
well, I'm not sure it recorded.
They're paving it, so I got out of select.
Sorry. Maybe I forgot to charge it up.
Till 9.
Good.
That's all right. We can pull the.
That's
video.
awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to put the 27th of August.
At least Route 11 is done. That was getting to be a pain.
And then at that time, set the next meeting dates?
6 p.m.?
Yeah.
Is it-
6 p.m. on the 27th, and we'll have questions in the next couple of weeks so that we can invite the other folks here for that 27th meeting.
Yep, start compiling
The
the
fire and
agenda
CEO and
questions. That'd be great.
It's on my calendar.
So I got one more question. Budget? Budget on what we're looking to possibly spend through this process financially? Do we set one, or do we?
Do we still have money left over from?
83 or 4,000 left over from the 150 that was budgeted for this.
So, what is your thoughts on what we would possibly need from that?
I don't know yet.
$1,000.
I mean, where it gets costly is when I start bringing in architects and my structural and mechanical engineers, and they start spending time going through things and looking at it. That starts to rack up bills pretty quickly. But I would say at this point, I don't know that I fully understand what I'm going to need to do yet. I have a sense of what I need to do between now and August, and I think if you still have that money, that's more than enough for this point. And let's see how it goes, and we'll revisit it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Just a question, Joe. Will you spearhead the questions going out, or how does?
Yes, I can do that. So if we have a email chat, email.
I know you're busy.
We can compile it. And
Okay.
When you and I and the vice chair work on the agenda, I can send those questions out.
Okay.
In advance, and I'll give them both a phone call tomorrow just to prep them.
Let them know it's coming.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I get a bunch of questions and I know. So
Perfect.
I'll give them a call tomorrow as well.
And the CEO too, right?
Yes, and
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Nate, just to kind of go with what you were asking on the budget and him mentioning engineers and, you know, bringing in the structural and all the folks, you already have some of that data, correct?
I do.
From 16, I know it's been a while, but I mean, we can, I think as a committee, we can take that, rather than spending any more money reassessing, we can look at an assessment from 16 and assume that it didn't get better.
Right.
And that's our baseline, rather than spending any money bringing in an engineer to say, oh, hey, yes, it's now 9 years older. We know that's the baseline, and that'll give us a rough idea, I think, as a committee, to have enough education once we look at that to say, okay.
All the information we have for the building facilities assessments containing to this are 3 years old.
Okay.
Those were done in 21, I think, or 22, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, whatever that was.
So it's very recent data that tells us what the condition of that building is, and we shouldn't have to spend money on a structural engineer to go look at it again.
Reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't, I'll be careful. I'm not proposing to bring them in immediately. I think the architect would be more involved, because I need somebody who can draw up floor plans and understands codes and egress locations and fire separation walls and all of the space planning that goes into it. That's more the architectural side of it. And so I would probably recommend that we do that first before we spend any additional time on other stuff.
Joe, do we have somebody in office now that's doing grants or applying for grants?
No.
Okay.
No, it's kind of Melissa. She's our admin for a bunch of departments there, but she's taken on a few of those grants, and right now it's kind of spread. Some public safety do some of their own grants, and right now town manager me is doing some of those as well. So
I was going to request if we can just lob it out to Steve. I'm sure a lot of these grants are probably drying up.
Yeah, and I can put it out to, I have a network with town managers now. I can have a listserv, so I can put that out as well, see if there is anything that we could.
And do you know of any available funding options on this?
Well, I get that question a lot. Everybody's after money. I'm just not aware of any out there. I mean, you get a little bit of money if you build a new building and you use LED lights and you use VRF heat pump technology and stuff like that. There's Efficiency Maine. You get a little bit of money from those guys. But as far as block grants, money for building municipal facilities, it's not historic.
What about something like if it doubles as a shelter? For the town. Hey, we have a.
You mean like a Maine Emergency Management Agency or somebody like that? FEMA. I mean, I can do a little research on my end. Yeah,
too, and see what I can find out.
I think code-wise, that would get us into a different code, and we wouldn't want to. I don't think we'd want to go there.
So
Norway, I think it was Norway, built their public works garage on the community block grant, but that was 18.
I don't know. You could check to see.
Do we know how Harrison did theirs? Was that straight up vote funded?
Straight up funded.
Okay.
I know that, like, I worked with Matt Bors down in Waterboro. We got an emergency generator funded through FEMA, but we had to document. They did it at one of their schools, but we had to document that there was an emergency shelter and there was other space available, and we met certain criteria for sheltered space. And I don't remember what all that was, but that was a little bit tougher to get, and it wasn't super big money, but it was a little bit.
And like I said, I'll do a little research
Yeah.
too. I've got a couple people I can reach out to.
I can look at the community development block grant too, as well.
I can find out what that, a little more details on
Yeah.
that, but I believe it was that's what it was, a community block grant.
Yeah.
It's also a different county.
And there's nothing like a SRF for Public Works.
It's an interesting question.
Hmm.
It was,
Start selling bottles and cans.
Donate all the.
well, I could ask Sarah Hansen. I see her, she's with the SRF program quite frequently, but I
didn't know if there was
I don't think
any
so.
type for Public Works versus, what SRF is for, so.
Just to see, because that would be a question I think the public would probably
Yeah.
discuss, and we said, hey, so we looked into this and there's nothing.
I would like to exhaust every,
Yep.
as a committee, I think that's kind of our charge.
One of the other, it's just in the starting phases, is we've been talking to the town of Casco about doing a shared facility. We would be the owner of the building and doing their vehicle maintenance, and maybe that's something we look at. Maybe it's a shared facility where they pay for part of the building. I don't know if it's anything they're interested in. It may not be, but we're not that far outside of Casco, and we've already kind of opened up the communication on that.
How many vehicles total do you think that would?
Casco,
They don't have very many.
Yeah, he's got 4 in Public Works, I think. The fire department, I have no idea. They got a couple of staff cars at the town office.
They can use our old buildings. How about that? We'll rent it.
Rent out the old buildings.
Yeah, they can use these too.
Yeah.
We'll build a new one and we'll fund it that way.
Joe, ask Southern Maine Regional Planning if they are aware of any, if you don't mind, reach out to them and see if they're aware of any grants. Sometimes they have their own grant writers in there.
What about if we put the parking ticket revenue from Route 302 by the town launch?
Nobody pays those. Those are IOUs.
That's right.
Hey, they're just as good as money.
Some good ideas.
We went after, in Gorham, I helped them, they went after an earmark for a bunch of money to do some sewer and water infrastructure through Collins' office, but that failed miserably.
Yeah.
We got one.
Yeah. Oh, did you get some money?
Yeah, we got an earmark.
Oh, good. Here's our grant writer right there.
Yeah, that's right. And Joe, were you going to check on the public portion of the meetings?
I'll check it with that with Mel, yeah.
Obviously, there's a need.
There is an interest.
Yes.
This has been advertised. It's been on both sides for
since March or so.
March, yeah.
Yep.
It's been on the calendar on. Yep.
March 26th.
Okay.
All right, Chair, do we need anything else this evening?
The calendar's a pretty good indicator of what's going on. I don't think a lot of the public knows about it. Not saying that they're uneducated.
Careful.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's easy. I actually just learned about it not too long ago, and I've been in the town stuff for a while. But it is kind of nice. You're 2 clicks away from knowing what's going on and getting in a meeting, so it's not that hard.
Yes.
Yes. The only thing on here was discussing the need for a site visit, and personally, I don't need one. Nathan's already given me one in the past, so I don't need a site visit to our existing buildings.
No, for the group.
For the committee?
Yeah. I'm all set.
I'm set.
I'm all set too. I've seen them all.
Seen where Nate works.
And Bill, I don't know about Bill, but
I think Bill's probably seen him too.
he's probably seen him.
Yeah, he's been in the couple.
I'm familiar with Nate's sites.
I like the way you said that.
Great.
Is there anything else on the agenda here?
I think we've
So is this format how we're putting these meetings together? The questions, sort of the information we did today, is that sort of what you expected? Is there
We'd like to
I
see
think so,
questions.
and then this all of our questions presented back to us at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And then we'll have our other questions, and we'll get presented that information as well. And I think at that point, we should be a little more educated as to what we're going to need to do going forward.
I'll make sure I send Joe a bunch of stuff that he can share. Homework assignments, right?
send it, yeah. And then, we'll work on the agenda chair and vice chair, and with Owens as well, kind of his points that he's going to present to. So I think that'll be a good start. And then after August, I think, or at the August meeting, we can kind of set that timetable maybe a little bit more firm to see if we can hit that January date.
I think a lot of our questions will be answered at that next meeting,
Yeah.
and then we generate a lot smaller list of what
Yep.
we want at the next meeting. So
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I guess you need to adjourn. I can't leave yet.
As long as everyone's, oh, hey, thank you. You want to do that, Sean? Any further comments, questions, or from anyone? All right, motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
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 Motion adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the August 12th, 2025 board meeting, which will consist of an open public meeting to talk about the comprehensive plan, followed by the special town meeting where we will attempt to adopt it. And then we'll adjourn that meeting and start our regular select board meeting. So with that said, I'll open up the public meeting to any questions or any comments that one has that from reading it on the webpage or any other means. Great.
Is this the only time for comments?
Yes. Yeah, when we have the special town meeting to adopt it, there'll be times for questions. But this is, the open meeting is really to have any concerns or questions you have in general, right? We're not going to go through the whole plan unless there's something of essence.
No concerns, just some additions.
We need to go to the podium.
You're going to go to the podium.
No concerns, just some additions I'd like to suggest, and maybe they go somewhere, maybe they don't. My name is Bradley McCurtain, resident of Raymond. So should they be made now or later? I'm unclear.
I'd just soon have them done now. It's an open public meeting. It may open up more questions, or it may be the only questions we have, in which case we'll decide whether we're going to give it merit.
Number one, I think everybody should be proud of this document. It's a lot of work that went into it. Believe me, I know. I co-chaired the comprehensive plan of, I forget what it was, 2002 or 4 with Dr. Jim Stevenson. And I think the greatest accomplishment that plan made was, if you look at the population growth in the Lakes Region area here, Raymond was, if not the fastest, it was among the fastest growing communities in all of Maine. In 1960, the population was about 1,200. 1970, it was, I think, about 2,200, jumped up to 43. By the time we did the plan, we were up to about 4,300 people have it over there. Between the time that plan went into effect in 2004, I believe it was, and the next census in 2020, Raymond added a total of about 200 to 300 people over the next 20 years. And I think you can look to that plan that we put together then as evidence of controlling growth, managing growth, everything you want about growth. First off, I want to thank the committee again. I know there are a lot of long meetings that everyone goes through on nights like this, and sometimes it feels like they don't go anywhere, but I appreciate the work of all the volunteers that worked on the Comprehensive Planning Committee. I was particularly interested in some areas that focus on more volunteerism here in the community, more community interaction. And I guess I would just like to add to that a little bit, that instead of just looking at it as one large community, this is a large community. And even after we took Casco off, we added Raymond Cape. Raymond Cape wasn't part of Raymond originally, as many people know. And the distance that I've measured from one end, from Fry Island Ferry to
the camp in North Raymond is about 13 miles. I think Don Willard once said it was greater than that. You were there too, Chris. You may know on that. But it's a big community. And we sort of have neighborhoods in areas that, building a community center, for example, in this part of town doesn't really reach Raymond. But what can happen is neighborhoods, and I think if this plan encouraged neighborhood involvement, and we would get a lot. And I noticed that during the pandemic, and I noticed it during blackouts when we lose power here in Raymond, which happens a little too frequently, but that's what it is. I've always wanted to look in on my neighbors, and I have. But I think if a plan had some teeth in it, just encouraging neighborhood activity. And I would take that even a step further, and that step would be for this plan to consider select people that, at least we've got 5, as I recall, select people, and maybe having 3 of those assigned to different parts of the community so that each section of the community has some representation. We're very fortunate on Raymond Cape, where I live, to have Dennis as right now the chair of it. I've known Dennis. Dennis worked with us on the plan, and I very much enjoyed working with him, and it's great to have him as a rep. But if he leaves, we don't have a representative, and our needs are probably a lot different from others in that we have a lot of non-resident property owners and a lot of elderly people in the community. So that's the first one I would like to see added. Another one I'd like to see added, and maybe this has been addressed and dismissed, and it has to do with the communications part and the website. The Raymond website, for me, and I consider myself fairly tech savvy from both a hardware and a software and a web standpoint, to me it's very confusing. When I go in to pay my real estate taxes or register my automobile, I always struggle to find that. And I know we have a very active website group, and that group's been together for some time, and I admire the commitment they've given. I just wonder if maybe they could do some continuing education sessions, and if we were to put that in this plan, it's more likely to happen than not, to educate the community on how to find these sources that are there. I just think the website is a nightmare, and just about every municipality's website is a nightmare, so I'm not picking on Raymond. But I think if we could have some sessions where people can just call in on Zoom or something once a month, once a quarter, find out what's there, it would really be helpful. The other part and parcel to that is I'm concerned why our website ends in .org rather than .gov. And maybe that's been looked into, but I don't know how many people are familiar with that, but most of the big cities in the country are all on .gov. The reason for that, and this is something that I think a plan that's looking forward over the next 20, 25 years before the next one is apt to get done and implemented, there's no question that one of the biggest threats that we face is cybersecurity. And we all know about ransom that happened to the Bridgeton Hospital's parent companies, CMCC, and we've got to look to that more. And I think the last thing anybody here wants to see is to see our website hacked, either ransomware or personal information taken from it. The GOV websites offer a level of security that is far different from anything you get with org. And maybe we've looked into it and dismissed it, but I can only say that that's what most of the leading communities in the country have, is a .gov. And like anything, if it's not in the comprehensive plan, it's probably, it's a good idea, but might not get addressed. So I would just put that out there as something, and again, maybe it's already been looked into and dismissed because there are reasons not to, but security is security, and that's a level of security. There's an operating group called CISA, which is a government agency, and all content uploaded to the site and everything goes through them, and it's multi-factor authentication, and they enforce that. So, if somebody falls behind on it, they're on top of it. So we have those, and then I think I just had one other that I was hoping we could consider. very pleased to hear about the town newsletter idea of coming back and the bus service. The other one would be the library. And that would be if the library also could hold some continuing education sessions on a regular basis. They have a wealth of information, from website information to interlibrary loans, and yet very few people, including me, know much about it. And just a quarterly call-in from the library where the staff and maybe anybody else who's knowledgeable about that could be on that call, where citizens of the community could call in and get educated, as well as the programs that the library is doing. They're wonderful, wonderful programs. And then finally, I would say that we all know that this state of Maine is by age the oldest state in the country. And Raymond follows pretty much the age brackets, which I don't know if I wrote them down here. Yeah, about 38% of our population is 55 and older. 55 may not sound that old, but I just ask you to keep in mind that if this plan does not get updated for another 20 years and implemented for 5 years beyond that, those 55-year-olds, if they remain in the community, are going to be 25 years older if they're lucky. So not only do we have right now, I think about 20%, 1 out of every 5 of people in this community are age 65 or above. That's going to continue and probably grow in the years ahead. So anything that we can do for people who are 65 and older, and I'm in that category. Today is my birthday, and I chose to come here to share some thoughts here. I think there's a lot that we can encourage in the volunteerism that the plan has here. I don't know that we necessarily need to build community centers and athletic fields for people age over 65. A lot of that we can do, but building community among people who are that, I'll tell you, social isolation is a very, very big problem for people who are 65 and older. And I read the survey we did of the elderly housing down the road here, and their biggest concern was transportation to the library for events or transportation to somewhere else. And that interaction with other people is really, really important. Those people who are living, those citizens who are living by themselves, we need to develop a program in the community, and I think the plan might be a perfect place to start on that, to encourage volunteerism, maybe even the town looking at a volunteer coordinator to kind of bring all the volunteers you're suggesting together and match them with skill sets. So those are the suggestions I have for the plan. Again, I think it's a wonderful plan. I commend everybody who I know put hours and hours and hours into putting this plan together. And I just have some suggestions that I shared with you that I think could enhance it a little bit more.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yep.
Thank you. Those are in writing, are they not?
Pardon me?
You have those in writing?
I can share them in writing if you like. These are my notes and everything. So
Yeah, we're going
like to see them in writing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going to let everyone talk, and then we're going to answer some of the concerns you had, if you don't mind. Just in the effort of moving things forward. So if anyone else has any questions or concerns regarding the comp plan as written.
Bill, I can't see Zoom. Do we have anybody who's raised their hand?
Zoom's off air right at the moment.
Well, let me just say one little thing, because what we don't want to do is go back and forth as people are talking to answer questions or concerns, and that is, I've talked to the town manager, and one of the first things we started working on is updating the webpage. Not that I want to get into a whole long conversation, but many of the things that you just raised can be done without the comp plan. I think some of it would take warrants, like districting for the select board. So that wouldn't necessarily have to be in the comp plan either. It would be more of a citizens coming to the select board and asking for it. I can't answer the org, but the reality is I think you'll see some real improvements in the webpage shortly. But I can turn it over to Joe, because he's the one.
If you stay tuned for my town manager report.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll be talking about the website and the path going forward. Thank God.
Other than that, I'm going to close.
One other just quick point I wanted to
That's why we don't do the comments back and forth. Go ahead, Brad.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'll explain to that.
In fact, you and I did talk here earlier about the segments of the town, and my recollection from that conversation was that the selectmen at the time
Excuse
were...
me, sir. Could we have your name, please?
Oh, Brad McCurtain, Bradley McCurtain
Thank
from
you.
Maine's Farm Road in Raymond.
Thank you, Sam.
Sorry, thank you. I think there was some objection in previous councils to doing something like that. That's why I thought it might be appropriate in the comprehensive plan, because, you know, you are the selectman for the town right now. If you decide you don't want to do that, you could make it difficult for the rest of the town. If it's in the plan to look at it, not necessarily adapt it, but to look at it and evaluate it, I think then it has some teeth. The reason I'm up here for this last comment, I hope, I wonder if also in the plan we could have an agreement or some sort of partnership with the selectmen to use the voice of selectmen for some needs in the community. For example, there was a traffic light at the end of 85 and 302 that for more than 5 years was on its own cycle, and it led to a huge bottleneck. You know, it would turn red on Route 302 2 o'clock in the morning. And I called the DOT. They said Raymond was working on, this was pre-pandemic, by the way. Raymond was working on it, and they needed something. And then I talked to a couple of selectmen. They didn't know anything about it. They didn't even know, after the pandemic, didn't even know the light hadn't been functioning properly for 5 or 6 years. I asked them if they could look into, none of the current ones, by the way, if they could look into that with the DOT, and I never heard anything back. We've had problems with the Postal Service. Again, that's not, you know, it's a different agency, we all know that. But a number of people on Raymond Cape, the mail has just been atrocious, and I suspect it has been throughout the community. We've gone to Angus King, Senator King, we've gone to Senator...
Right, excuse me. We can't put the post office in the comp plan. Let's just stay on the comp plan, please.
No, I'm just saying if the selectmen could get behind and contact, whether it's the post office or the DOT or the federal government, we've got more teeth in that. If the citizens ask that, you know, if the council takes the approach you're taking right now, Dennis, it won't get done. I'm just saying that it would be wonderful if citizens came to the selectmen and said, we're having this problem. The letter from the selectmen of the town of Raymond is going to have a lot more beef going to Senator Pingree or Congressman Pingree or Senator King.
Brad, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying it's a problem nationwide. This isn't just about Raymond. And the comp plan is really about Raymond. So I would appreciate if we keep the comments to this.
Well, it's about Raymond citizens, but we can...
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment section. And we're going to move, I'm going to move this over to the assistant clerk, Sukar, who's we're lucky to have here tonight, because I would stumble
Very
through the
lucky.
first special town meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting for the town of Raymond. In the name of the state of Maine, I am hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond qualified by the law to vote in the town affairs, to meet at the broadcast studio at 423 Webbs Mills Road on Tuesday the 12th day of August 2025 at 6 p.m. Then and there to act on Articles 1 through 2 as set out below. Article 1, to choose a moderator to preside at this said meeting. I will entertain nominations for the moderator.
I move to nominate Bruce Tupper.
Second.
I'll second.
Too late, Sam. Gotta be quicker than that.
Are there any other nominations? Can I get a motion to close the nominations?
I move to close nominations.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor of closing the nominations? You have ballots in front of you, and if anyone in the audience would like to vote, you can as well. I have ballots here if you would like them. Do you guys have the ballots too? The little,
Oh, the
For the
white ones?
moderator.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, what did I just do?
Who's collecting them?
I'll collect them.
I'll come to you. I'm way in the corner.
Gonna do it then?
Grounded.
I'll just stand here and
Didn't get
wait for
one.
them to be passed down.
Okay, wait a
How's that?
minute. Oh,
I got the green.
Oh,
Sorry.
I mean, I should have said one, do one ballot. I don't know other one else. Sorry.
Oh. And Bruce Tupper, you have been voted in. Oops, another one, so.
Yeah, still unanimous.
Unanimous, yes. And I have to swear you in. I, Bruce Tupper, do solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, so long as you shall continue a citizen thereof, and that you will discharge to the best of your ability the duties incumbent on you as a moderator of this meeting according to the Constitution and the laws of this state.
I do.
All right, can I just have your signature?
Too many things. The official.
Thank you. And now the meeting is for you, and I will give you that.
There. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan as the new comprehensive plan. All those in,
Well,
oh,
I'd like to make a motion to approve Article 2, please.
I'll second that.
been moved and seconded.
Any conversation, any questions? Sure, Brad.
Yeah,
Anything new? Yeah?
well,
Go to the microphone.
no, just what I said. Is that just goes away or?
No, go ahead, please do. Go to the microphone and
Sure.
Just show-
Some of the suggestions I made, are those just suggestions, or do they need to be submitted as potential amendments, or?
At this stage, I think that it would be difficult to get one done, but I'm sure you can look for it, make an motion and look for a second. If there isn't one, we move on.
Okay.
If there is a second, it's going to confuse the timetables big time.
Well. I guess the primary one would be to look into what I mentioned about the Raymond.gov rather than Raymond.org.
Again, we can do that. We can do that just on your request with the town manager.
Okay.
The things you brought up are not
Yep.
something that we're not already starting to look at, whether it's a web page with exception of districting. I mean, that's the first I've heard of that, but go ahead.
Okay.
Want to make a motion?
Well, just one other question, and I have, and Mr. Moderator, you're probably the best person to address this question. Is there an evacuation plan in the event of wildfires from Raymond Cape?
There is not, but we are working on it currently.
With a timetable?
I don't have one quite yet. We've put, it's a long story, but
Yeah.
we've worked with the Forest Service and have a lot of the preliminary
Right.
stuff done.
It's critical. If Raymond Cape is full of trees, it could get wiped out in no time. There's one access road to it. And if the town lost Raymond Cape, the tax rates, everything. Could I put in a request for a timetable on that?
You can. I can't answer it right now, though.
Right. May I put an amendment in for that? Does every...
You can make a motion here. It's an open town meeting.
Sure. Okay. I would like to move in light of the valuation of Raymond Cape for tax purposes, the population, one road onto it, and the heavily forested area, and the danger of wildfires occurring. There's an immense danger to the people who live on the population, and thus, I'd like to ask that we put a timetable on that evacuation plan for Raymond Cape, and get the citizens of Raymond Cape involved in that also. And that's all I'm asking. That's the motion. I don't know if there's a second, if anybody appreciates the danger to the entire community or not, but if you do, I'd appreciate a second. If you don't, you don't. Okay, that one fails. A record will indicate that it was made and not a second. Okay.
Thank you. Aye. Peter?
Yes.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Just to make everyone aware and be cognizant of the fact that my understanding, as far as the state statute is concerned, is any changes that are made to this plan now would require the entire process.
Right.
It would have to go back to the state. The state would have to review it again. It would have to come back to the town. This whole process would have to be repeated. So if what we're looking for is expedience in just in my estimation, in this plan already having substantial delay in my sense in getting implemented, that in order, as the clock ticks, then we get closer and closer to the next comprehensive plan, and therefore trying to, for expedience sake, and I do agree with the chair that most of the things that are being recommended, I definitely agree with, as far as having the select board look at these things and discuss them, and maybe even polling the citizens once again as to the merits of those things, but they don't need to be incorporated in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis.
Okay.
You go first. I agree with the timetable of this. I think this is more for getting this comp planning going, but I agree with most of what Brad's saying on some of his things. I think in the end of this meeting, our public comment section, if you want to bring those forward, that would get the ball rolling to get them on the next agenda, and then it would actually get the ball moving so that some of those things go forward and move. The comp plan, if we try to do that now, we're, like you said, we're starting the whole entire thing all over again. It's a giant, well, it would take almost a year. So.
Thank you. Chris?
So, I heard his concerns, and I'd like to say you got 2 members of the select board that were on the comprehensive plan committee, Kayla and myself. And a lot of the things that he spoke about are like resiliency, the org thing, that's a resiliency thing. The fire danger is a resiliency thing. That's something we're going to talk about tonight. We have a proposal from North Star to get some funding for some resiliency. So these are things that were all part of this comp plan. I attended most of the meetings, or a lot of the meetings, and then I followed it along. It's a good plan. I think we're headed in the right direction. But you get some concern. Your concerns about select board membership and involvement with that, I can assure you that we'll be involved with the implementation of this and see it through. It's a good plan, and I'm very in favor of voting for it.
Anyone else? I'll go.
Thank you. I would like to thank town staff and the 9 members of the Comprehensive Plan Committee for their dedication. Just as a reminder to everybody, we started this in August of 2022, and that went on to December 4th of 2024. It included 36 meetings, 29 meetings, which is actually really just shy of a select board term. And I think that really speaks volume to the volunteer base that we have and the commitment that we have from this community. I do think it is a solid plan, and it builds on the 2024 plan nicely.
Thank you. Any other comment? Questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Vote carries.
Oh, that was very good, and I'm going to adjourn this special town meeting. Good evening. Welcome to the August 12th, 2025 Select Board meeting. We have had a glitch with Spectrum and the internet, and we won't have a Zoom to start. We're hoping that it'll come up in the middle of the process, but with no idea of the timetable, how long it'll take to bring it up, we're going to move forward with business of the town. And so with that in mind, we're going to start with the minutes. And, we have a quorum. All 5 of us are here, obviously. And if there's any question on any one of the 3, we can go to them if you'd like. Or we can, if you haven't read them, you can read them now.
I don't think we can approve them all at once because Derek was absent for one of them.
Yeah, we'll just go through each one.
All right.
If you don't mind, just for
Okay,
this
yep.
particular set. I make a motion to approve June 17th, 2025 Select Board meeting minutes.
I would second that.
All those in favor?
I'll make a motion to approve July 8th, 2025 Select Board workshop minutes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Do we have, should we make, no, Derek, are you abstaining? Okay. And then I make a motion for July, to approve July 8th, 2025 regular Select Board meeting and workshop.
I have discussion on that.
Okay, let's look at it.
I just have a question, and it's not about the way the minutes were prepared. It's more of a question, that something I noticed in the minutes that I just want to make sure it's on the next agenda. So we talked about having a community events discussion, but we tabled it. And it was supposed to be, I thought, to the next meeting, but I'm assuming, and I may be wrong, Dennis, but is it going to be for the workshop in September?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With that, I'm good.
The question he had is, we were trying to do a work session and then come in and talk about what we, both our vision and what we wanted to, how the community involvement.
Yep.
And tonight with the special meeting, we decided to put the workshop off until the next meeting. So with that in mind, any more discussion? All those in favor? Okay. Which moves us up to the new business with Kate.
Okay.
And
So-
was she going to zoom in?
She was. She said I can call her and put her on speaker if you would like.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
And Joe, you can present for her, probably.
I can, yeah. I mean, it's a one pager, so. Yeah, let's do that because she says she has another meeting coming up. So I'll present North Star's planning. This is about the Community Resilience Partnership Grant. This was brought forward by John Rand and Brian Walker, and Kate was the lead on this. So after the discussion from the previous meeting, select board meeting, it kind of narrowed down a few of the grant project, I think, key items. One was the land use ordinance update. Another was the 2009 open space plan. And then obviously doing an audit and energy efficiency upgrades for the potential of Jordan Small Middle School when moved in there. So those are the 3 that Kate pulled out. And obviously I think with the 2009 open space plan, I think that's also changed. So that was something that was on my mind. So with those 3, that's what Kate is proposing. And I can kind of go through the application process at this point. North Star Plan will be writing the grant for Raymond as part of our role as a service provider. Following a conversation with the town manager, we'd like to request that the select board nominate a member to volunteer to work with the NSP to provide input on the scope and review of the grant application before it's submitted. It's just really brief, just kind of bouncing some of the key ideas. And I think we have 2 members here of the comprehensive plan, so you know exactly what the goals set forward are at this point. So as far as the the groundwork, it'll be Kate, me, and John Rand kind of pushing the grant through. But they thought it'd be good to have one member.
And it was for $75,000 grant?
This is $75,000, yep.
And it's to keep this group working with us, right?
Correct. And part of the grant is funding North Star planning to implement this, this grant.
Dennis, I would volunteer to be the liaison to that,
Oh.
because they're looking for one member, unless,
Yep.
I mean, she's already on a couple already.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think it's great to have you on that board. Any objection? There you have your man, or person. I get better.
Thank you, Chris.
So we have to move forward, though, and make it a resolution, right?
Yes, yeah, vote on it to accept the grant and carry it to the next part.
We're not accepting the grant at this time. No.
Sorry, accepting the resolution
Yes.
to get the grant, sorry.
You want to read it, and then we'll just make a motion from there?
Yes, yeah, I'll read the overview and the grant projects in more detail. North Star Planning and Siler Climate Consultant are working as service providers to help Raymond enroll in the Community Resilience Partnership. Raymond has completed 2 out of the 3 steps, a self-assessment and a workshop held on July 8th. The Select Board will consider passing a resolution to join the program at the August 12th meeting. Once Raymond enrolls, the town will be eligible to apply for the CRP grant. Applications are due by August 29th. The grant projects are the land use ordinance. Raymond is eligible to apply for a no-match grant of $75,000. Following input from the self-assessment and the workshop, 3 key action areas are identified for Raymond. Number 1, land use ordinance updates, including solar, open space subdivision, lot size, road standards, to implement the goals of the 2025 comprehensive plan and make Raymond's land use more resilient. Number 2, update Raymond's 2009 open space plan with a focus on plan implementation, conservation projects, and land use ordinance updates that support Raymond's conservation and open space goals. Number 3, building facility audit and energy efficiency upgrades for Jordan Small Middle School, including new heat pumps, lighting, and other upgrades to make the building an efficient public space that can also serve as a warming and cooling shelter. So that is the resolution.
Sorry, Joe, the
Yeah.
resolution's actually on the following page.
Oh.
But I will make a motion to accept the resolution by the town of Raymond to enroll in the Community Resilience Partnership as provided in the materials.
Second. I found the other page.
Any questions? Are those in favor? All right. Next thing on the agenda would be the consideration of joining the Maine MMA, Maine Municipal Association, by the town manager.
Yes, this is something I wanted to bring to the select board. I think it's a great service that Maine Municipal Association can provide to our employees, and select board members, and other public officials of our committees and everything. They offer a lot of workshops that right now, if we are applying for, are at a full price, if not maybe 3 or 4 times more than what members would get. And there's some really good ones about legislation coming through. A lot of there's like verbal judo that you can attend, and also specific workshops for your department. So not only with that, you have legal services that they provide, which will be significantly cheaper than calling our lawyers. And I also offer like risk management and some other programs that we could look at. So when Betsy, our HR consultant, reached out, they would do a prorated payment. If we started at September 1st, the dues would be $3,255. If we start in October, it would be $2,441. They go by calendar billing. So if we want to re-up, we would have to re-up in January 1st. But it comes out to $813.75 a month
So that's the cost associated. So I was trying to get what you guys were thinking. This is something that we would want to look at, and also where to fund it out of.
Comments?
Yeah, I got some comments. I think I've been in town almost 18 years, off and on, working with the town, and it's something that I've always wanted for the town to have the membership with MMA for several reasons. We can reach out to their attorneys, not for a legal matter, which means a case that we're taking to court. They won't go to court with us. But you ask them administrative advice, and they can answer questions, the same questions that, I don't know how many members they have, but pretty much everybody in Maine except for Raymond. So it has some extreme, for the money we're spending, I know that we overspent administrative legal fees last year by way more than probably 4 times what this membership is. And those are the calls that we can save money on. That's just one advantage. All these things, these trainings that they have, you get a group membership rate, so you can take advantage of the trainings. Those trainings for, he mentioned verbal judo, for instance, that would cost $360 to $400, but if you're a member, it's like $80 or $120. I'd like to send, I would have liked to have sent Jason and myself to these many, many times, because we're always dealing with trying to de-escalate a problem in the office. So there's just another advantage. So I'm not going to go on and on and on, because I think it has way more benefits than this cost. I'm not sure how we're going to fund it. That's more the town manager's job to figure out where it comes from. But if we just save it from administrative legal fees, which were almost $40,000 last year, over budget. Am I right? So it's just smart. Second thing I'd like to add to this conversation is that's just for the membership and taking advantage of the things that come along free. We also, if we become a member in September, so we get it for 3 years, by the next 3 months, I think we should look into what we could get for insurance rates for our vehicles, our property, and our employees, because I think we can do a lot better with that big pool. Raymond is a small pool. And when you join MMA, you're joining all these communities with all their employees and all their property and all their assets. And I think we can really do a lot better. So that's my comment.
Anyone else? I'm definitely a proponent of Maine Municipal Association for many reasons, similar to Chris. I would ask us not to vote tonight, but to wait till after the workshop, and we can talk about financing and where we're going to be. Because I am concerned right now with
Me too.
first phase,
Yes.
where we are. So we can put it on the agenda for next month. I mean, we can all talk about it. I don't, there's, the $10,000 is minor in an $8 million budget, but
We got.
They all add up.
They do. They do.
Yeah, I agree. I think having a sense of where this would come from would let us know whether we wait until the first of the year, whether we try to enter and, obviously we won't make September 1st, but then we'd be looking at October.
So with that said, I would only ask one thing, that we still start doing the investigation on what we could save on insurance, so that when we have the vote.
oh, I think that's great.
So that's just more information.
I think it's great.
I think a cost analysis of all of it would be, if you can truly show how much it's going to cost. It's hard with some of those lawyer fees, because some of those
Right.
things were actual cases where you're not going to get some of that legal fee out. But if you can easily, I don't know, you probably can't, some of it's gray area or whatever, but I'm sure you can maybe come up with some sort of spreadsheet, or at least some sort of cost analysis on what you're going to get to what you think you're going to save, and then we can reevaluate it. And if it's killing it next year, then go.
Yep.
We re-up. If it's not or even, then we discuss it again.
you know?
Yes, because those are what I had for questions for
Okay,
you.
great.
Was that, do you have any sense of the cost of trainings that we're spending on now versus what we, if we do
Right.
this, what is the savings? So
Yeah.
all of my questions were based on a better understanding of what we would actually see.
Yeah, I can look into that. I think our training line was $9,000, I believe is what our training line is.
There was one recently that was like under training that was 13,000. It was 1 month, so.
Yeah, it might be a different department. This is under admin, there's that training, but.
It doesn't show on our.
Right. Yeah,
What departments?
each department will have a different training amount, so.
Yeah, okay.
So I can compile that as well, what the training budget is for each department and
Yes.
kind of what's been spent.
The overall
in the past.
financial
Yeah.
impact.
And I could work with Betsy, our HR consultant, on kind of the insurance rates and things like that, so what we could save on those.
Okay.
So, great, so we'll move that to September 16th, and I'll give me some time to work on, look at the funding as well.
Thank you. So the next thing,
Tax abatement.
yes, is the tax abatement that Kurt has recommended. It's pretty straightforward. It's $27 or $28.
Yep.
It's just a mistake of a business going out, and it's business tax for business equipment. So if there's any questions or comments, we can entertain that, and if not, I'll entertain a motion.
It'd be a bad idea to form a committee and make sure that we know where that 2750.
I move to approve the abatement in the amount of $27.52 to the law office of Todd H. Crawford from the 2024 tax assessment of personal property.
Second.
All those in favor? Just deal with my agenda.
We have to sign that, don't we?
Yes. That's what you're doing, right, Joe?
I actually, for the memo?
Yeah, don't we have to sign that?
Yes. For the abatement.
Just,
right.
Yeah. Shuffled off the select, the minutes, I mean, the, Get all this stuff I can dig out.
On, I have it just attested by Joe.
Was it just the town manager?
This one says it's just the town manager. But usually,
Oh.
usually we all have to sign
Yeah,
those.
well, that's right, maybe because it's a minor amount of money.
Maybe, yeah, I don't have
If
that.
not, we can put it on the clipboard by the back door.
Yeah,
But I
I'll
think-
research that, because I don't have that memo in here.
Well, the
It's right here.
certificate of
It's signed by
is
the
just
town
for
manager.
you.
Yeah.
I like that, we
Taylor's
should have
right.
more of those.
That's easy.
All right, the last thing to do, we're turning it over to you, Joe.
Yeah,
Last
sorry to
thing is-
move over here to get the spreadsheet or the presentation.
You're going to do the wrap up, the 23-24?
That's, yep, that's the last of the agenda. Brenda was going to join us through Zoom, but it's not working, so it'll just be me.
Yeah. And that's not working, it's right.
Joe's the HDMI plugged in.
I'll plug it in right.
I'll bring it up.
I think I got it, Bill. Just logging in right now, which. Oh, yeah. Ready.
Just make sure HDMI was plugged in.
So just while he's doing that, I'll give you a heads up on what's going on. September's meeting, the chair asked our finance director if we had enough information from the audit to close out the 23-24 budget. That was actually September 10th, Select Board meeting, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, the 10th of 24. At the time, Brenda had just started, and there was a bit of talk about, her appointment. She said that she had jumped right into the June yeah.
Hey, Bill, it's not going to work.
Reconciliation of the June thing, and then we asked her if, the chair asked her if there was enough money to balance out between the departments, like the warrant says. The warrant in our town says that if one department is over and one's savings, we have a right to move them from one department to another. And so we've waited all this time to get this. We finally said it's time to hear what we did and what we didn't do. And actually, it was interesting because when he asked the question, she started talking about the surplus and said we had to maintain $2,556,701. That's the minimum. And that we're at 3,655,739. So it sounded like we had a lot of money. And I made a note of it because it did sound like a lot of money. We're about to go through the report that may tell a little different story. And again, we had to request this so the public would know how well we did with the 23-24 budget, as well as the select board. She chose to do it through Zoom, so Joe's going to answer questions for her.
Well, I pulled this together too. We worked on this collectively. It was a good study for me, so I could look in what was done in the past and really kind of dig deep into how the budget was working and some of the changes we can make going forward in the new budget year. So got tons of knowledge. Bill, is that clear enough, or should I keep zooming in?
Can you go full screen?
Yeah. Present mode.
How does that look for you?
Okay, I'll read it from the screen here. So to start, I just kind of want to basically go through kind of the overall general government fund structure. So we have our major funds, which is the general fund, which is all the administration, public works, public safety, Parks and Rec, library. That's our general fund. That's our operational. So it's considered major fund. Then we have the bond fund, which is our debt service. So once we accept a project, it will move from CIP to bond fund when we go out to the bond bank. We also have non-major funds, special revenue fund, which is kind of like a accrual basis. So when we collect revenues, we expense those revenues to cover those programs and events. So Parks and Recreation is a special revenue fund. We also have capital, our capital improvement projects funds. That's like public safety, their equipment, public works vehicles. Also, we have assessing and IT in those capital improvement funds. Then we have also permanent funds as well. From those governmental funds, we also have propriety funds, which is our enterprise fund. That's kind of like a special revenues, but operates completely out of kind of the government's fund accounts. So Tasseltop Park is considered our enterprise account. So it kind of operates as a business, but the town is running it. Any questions on that fund structure?
Yeah, when you talked about special revenue funds, you're really talking about the ones you do with recreation, or did in recreation, where you charge a fee.
Correct.
And then you spend it all.
Correct. Yeah.
Nothing comes back to the town.
It stays in the town. It stays into that fund structure. So whereas general fund, when if you have a surplus, it falls down to the fund balance and then it goes into
the fund balance. Special revenues stay within that account. So when you bring in money, you can expense it, obviously, during that time period, but you also have that build its own surplus. So that's what a special revenue fund is. It kind of acts like an enterprise fund, but the special revenue fund is still within that governmental structure.
That's the second time you've said that to me, that when we're done, they all fall into surplus and then you balance it out. We have a warrant that says we move it between departments. And then if it has to go to the unfunded, the surplus, we have to come to the town.
That's for the general fund. The general fund account. So special revenue is separate from that, even within that governmental structure.
Yeah, I know
That's
it's
not-
separate.
right.
I mean, that doesn't, but you're saying it goes into the surplus?
No, it carries its balance over.
Right.
So it's not going to the fund,
So
fund
much
balance
like,
surplus.
much like Tasseltop, the funds stay
Correct.
within
It stays within
recreation.
that, yes.
And it doesn't
Yep.
go to benefit anything besides those special programs.
Correct. And there's other special revenue funds like library donation. They received a donation. Obviously, you don't want that to go into the general fund and then be into undesignated fund balance. So that will be in a special revenue fund. So that
Scholarship.
if it's not, scholarships is another one, stuff like that. So if you don't want it to fall to fund balance, you put it into a special revenue fund to keep it there. Because say you get something in June, by June 30th, you would have to spend that, or else it would go to undesignated fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
So really quick, I kind of took what the audit had. We also ran some TRIO reports in this as well. If there's any specific questions, please ask, but I can go through this. This is the general fund budgetary basis. So you're comparing kind of what the original budgeted amounts versus the actual amounts. And then you're going through and kind of looking at how you came out at the end of the year. So the difference between the original and final budget for the general fund was due to the use of assigned fund balance, the amount of $75,000, and warrant Article 8, referendum question F. So when you voted on the warrant, you had allocated $75,000 for, and if you kind of go over anything like that.
That's the select board you're talking about?
The warrant article.
Okay.
The warrant article.
Yeah, so
sorry.
the $75,000 you're referring to is the select board has a right to move that.
It actually, this one is just appropriated to the fund balance. So there's a separate warrant article for that.
Thank you.
Yep. So when you go, kind of what it's saying here is when you go in your budget, you're expending your committed, which is what everybody voted on for departments. If that gets overspent, you go in assigned fund balance, which is that 75,000, and then after that, you're going to unassigned fund balance if you need to cover that expense. So here you see we have in the inflows, you have all the kinds of revenues coming in, 296, and you have the outflows, which is all of our expenses, and we came out to that bottom budgetary fund balance number. So we had, with all those adjustments and everything like that, we came out to 128,000 at the end of this fiscal year, 23-24. 128?
Yeah.
Sorry, this is small print. So we overspent by 167,477, but our revenues offset that to 128? Yes. To the positive? That's with the utilization of the fund balance.
Yeah, you used.
So you had the unassigned fund balance of $175,000 and then the $75,000, which was assigned fund balance.
So $250,000 of.
That's the part I don't understand. The $170,000 was in a warrant?
It's part of, I believe, when looking at this, you have the unassigned, you have allocated a amount of unassigned fund balance that can be used. That's to offset taxes or
And they had
this.
used both.
So I think that's, again, I haven't reviewed those meetings. I think it was a couple of
Well,
years ago.
we vote for $300,000 to offset taxes.
Correct.
Not the budget.
Right, and I believe there's a warrant article in there as well, that says, sorry, this might be a special meeting. So I don't know. I haven't looked that far into the warrant articles, how they're written for this, this piece.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
just trying to understand it. So what we're saying is that essentially we raised, I'm rounding here, about $300,000 more than what was expected, correct? That would be the inflow. So we raised
Right.
that through various means. But then we spent $170,000 more than we should have, or we actually spent $250 plus $167,000 more than we should have.
Yes, it's the second one.
Yep.
So I'm a little ahead of this, but with same thing Kayla's talking about, under, I think, the 4th page, it says here, and I quote for the public, we basically, to cover the difference, the $175,000 from the unassigned fund balance was voted on by the select board. I can't find that.
Or it could be a special meeting, so it could have been voted on as well. So if you're appropriate in this.
Right, but we wouldn't know it was shortfall until after the audit,
Correct.
which happened after I got on the select board.
Wait, sorry, the audit or the?
Till we, well, it's
So
23,
June,
24.
so FY 23, 24.
So the next budget is 24, 25,
Yep. So
which we just
yes, it
finished, that
falls
we
into
haven't
24, 25.
got the audit from. We would have to have voted that $175,000 on, and that's where I'm
Right.
struggling. I went through some of the meetings, and I can't find that. And I know that we have a warrant. I mean, in our warrants, we say that if one department spends in excess and another one doesn't, we have a right to move, and the citizens, we ask them to move the money from one account to the other to balance it out. And what I'm reading is the same thing Kayla just said, that we overspent. Well, actually, I did the math here. We had revenues that came in.
You can move all the funds you want, but it's still over. You still spent more than.
Correct, but there's a process to do it. Did you remember voting on $175,000 at a select board meeting
But there's-
for an overrun?
But what I'm saying is, it's still going to be, that amount that it's over doesn't balance. So even if you use everybody else that didn't overspend, if you use all
That's
their
right.
money, it's still.
That's right.
That's what we're
exactly
talking
right.
about.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yes.
And in order to do that, we have 75,000 only. The select board can use that, as we see.
That's a
This is
state
a-
statute.
This is 100 and, this is.
250.
This says that the select board voted $175,000 to balance out 23 and 24, which is why I wanted the finance director here.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I know, she wanted to zoom in. All the other ones are here most of the time.
I guess, and again, because then when I look at the next bullet point, it says that to cover the shortfall of $167,000, that we used $175,000 from unassigned fund balance. So then that doesn't mean we actually overspent by $417,000.
No.
No.
Okay.
Because 300 of it was revenues we got above and
Okay,
beyond.
because that's what I had asked, and you said second option. That's okay, I may not have said it clearly.
Yeah,
Okay.
The problem I have is this is a document that says that we voted.
I might have misspoke, sorry.
No, that's what it
I might have
says.
miswrote it, so that might be on me. Again, I'm digging through about, a year's worth and 2 maybe administrations ago of details here, so.
Did you do this whole report?
Brenda and I both did this, yes, yep. So I can move on to the general fund actual revenues. So when the projected amounts
We ready to
exceeded
move on?
296, so I'm on the budgetary basis for the general fund revenues. So this kind of details exactly where we were projecting the original budget and then what actually came in. So we were actually projected 19,746,345 and brought in 20,042,390. So that's where that positive 296,000 came in.
Right.
And then we go down to the expenses, and we brought in $20,163,000 $1,822 of expense. So that's where that positive, negative, that's where that in the original fund balance, where we got that, and then what was allocated for assigned fund balance and unassigned fund balance to bring that to positive. So that is the generalized report, and also in here, we put in kind of the trio, what our accounting software does, and you can look at individual departments, kind of where we've overspent, where we underspent, and then we also ran the trial balance as well. So I don't want to get, it's a lot of information in there, so I don't want to get too much detail, but if there's any questions, please let me know. I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I have a comment, Joe.
Yes.
So, being on the Budget Finance Committee for a short period of time before I got elected to this, we were asking for these numbers for the reason that how can anybody monitor their budget, whether it's general administration that went over by $129,000? How can we monitor that? We need a monthly report in the future going forward so that my department, Jason's department, Bruce's department all know. I see a lot of overages, but how would anybody know if they didn't know what the numbers actually were? This is what's been so frustrating, and I don't know why it's taken so long to get these numbers, but I'm still frustrated. And I was know actually that- one of those department head members too. Yeah, So I get it. So it's just, I just want the public to realize that I don't think that anybody intentionally went over their budget, but they wouldn't have known unless they internally keep track of everything they spend, and which is a very difficult task for big departments.
So that,
So, but a lot of these expenses, if you look at the detail, are one in a, one instance. So if you dig into these
so department heads
administration
don't do that?
lines, balance their own expenses.
Yeah.
Keep track. I mean,
You can't tell me that the department heads don't have an idea that they're going over or under their budget until they send it out into Magic Land and it gets on a spreadsheet and comes back to them. They have to, each department head has to know. It's a pretty simple spread.
well, there's some things that are in their control and some things that aren't.
I'm not saying the control of it. They still should know.
What I mean
whether
by
it's
that
like
is-
something breaks down, it's not in their control, but
Right.
they still know how much it's costing. They have to.
I agree with you.
Because we
but
sign
then-
warrants
But
for
you've got
it.
salaries, you've got administrative costs. The general department heads don't know what those numbers are. That's taken care of by the finance director.
Right.
So in my budget, for instance, I could only control what we spend on software. Salaries and health insurance, dental, all that stuff is figured out by finance directors. And that's where generally the overages
I
have
think
been.
that's why we were trying to move those out.
Yeah,
correct?
we did, we tried, but now it's back in.
Well, let me just read this. I think this is important to read. It talks about the select board having the authority for the 75,000, just so you know, on Article 8, because you mentioned it in this
Yeah,
nicely
in the warrant
written thing.
article.
It says, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate for undesignated fund balance, we call surplus, to meet unanticipated needs of community that occurred during the fiscal year, and to adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable in the amount of 75. I don't remember authorizing that. So you said it was something that was already approved here by 8, and I think it had to come back to us at the time that we reviewed this in order to do that. And now what I'm hearing is it's already been used, and I can't find the 175,000 that says here that we voted on in this warrant anywhere. So I brought the warrants just in case.
That's great.
So
I wasn't town manager back then,
No,
just
I
so you
agree.
know.
But
Okay.
you were interim, and you were there at the end of the budget process when we requested this stuff.
This is FY 23-24.
Right, when we started requesting it September of this past year.
24-25.
Right. Joe, I'm just saying, if you've done this, and it says that the select board voted to give 175,000, and I asked you if you wrote this.
Yeah.
And you said you did. with Sue, with Brenda.
Well, I was digging through backlogs of this stuff, so I'm trying to figure out also
What they,
But
how
let
this-
me do it this way. Did you use $175,000 to balance out 23 and 24?
I didn't use it. You guys did. You guys had to vote on this. It's
You didn't vote on it.
Yeah.
Or special town meeting. There's $175,000 of unassigned fund balance that was used to cover this.
Okay, I'm disagreeing. And the next meeting, I'd like the finance director here, so we can talk to him in person, not on Zoom, and get these answered. Quite frankly, the select board has $75,000 to use for an engine that goes out in an emergency situation. That's what we have used it for in the past. And we can use it to balance the budget, and there's no doubt about it. But we weren't asked.
I think
Yeah.
Really what it comes down
I
to,
realize,
Derek,
but I
is
think the whole
process.
point of this process is to maybe ask a bunch of questions and go back and find it, because it's hard to pin someone. Deborah and him both weren't authorizing or coming up with these funds to pay out.
It's the first time we've read this.
I realize, that's the whole point.
Okay.
We should read it, discuss it, see what questions we have, see if we can find the answers. It's more of, hey, looks wrong, and it's like, great, let's,
I just read it, what they said they used it for. I'm saying this is what they gave us and said they used this. And so if we don't have their documentation to be able to
who's
use.
that? Who are you talking about?
Brenda and Joe gave us this after the audit was done.
Right, they're trying to collect information from something they didn't do and explain it to us where we have questions. What I'm saying is we should come up with a bunch of questions. This is a very big document to come up with in a month to compile all of this. So we should fine tune this, figure out what we have for questions.
I just said that. I'll have her back at the next meeting to explain what meetings the 75 was voted on and what meetings the 175 was voted on.
Exactly. I think we should go through and we're gonna find more questions that we have, and then we
Okay.
can bring it down. We have 30 pages worth of stuff, and by the end, we'll probably have, I don't know, a dozen questions, 20 questions, and we can pinpoint it instead of.
I will make a note on the 75,000. For my
170, first page would be 175 and 75.
Yeah, so the
And we move on to second
75,000,
page.
my understanding is you have that assigned fund balance already designated. So if you do go over, it will kick in.
Actually, under revenue, it says 175,000. I went through this thing and read it. It says, right on the page 1, it says under revenue, 4103 fund balance, 175,000.
Right, so it says here too. You're asking where it's coming from. We can see where it got
It
applied.
came from surplus, that's fund balance.
It came from, yes, undesignated assigned fund balance.
Okay. I've asked my questions, and now I want the finance director here to answer the questions and give her another month to come up with where the money came from and what meetings we voted on it.
Well, it came from the unassigned fund balance. That's what we know.
That's-
It's maybe, are you asking how
Yeah.
it got appropriated?
Yeah.
Okay, I can look at that.
It'd be easy to look at the meeting that we voted on it and
Yep.
how it ended up in revenues as opposed to an adjustment. It
Well, you
says
have to
revenue.
put in revenue.
have to put it
You
in.
have to, because if you can't put it as an adjustment.
I'm saying that we don't have a right, I don't believe, as a select board, to allocate $175,000 of taxpayers' funds without bringing it back to a special town meeting. That's my impression.
Okay.
I could be wrong, I'm still new.
Right, I can look at that. So you're looking at the process of the $175,000 of how that got appropriated to that fund balance.
Pretty much.
Offset, okay. Can I make one more suggestion? That for the next meeting, that these questions that we're asking, Brenda provide, or you provide us the answers a week before the meeting, so we have time to digest it. Getting this packet the day before.
I got this packet.
Well,
I got this
I know
August
when you
1st,
got it, and I know when
right?
I got it.
So I
And
would
it
love
wasn't
a
enough
detailed
time
list.
for us to sit here and have a good discussion.
I agree. I spent all weekend pulling this report together.
And I appreciate that.
So do I. Joe, this isn't really about when August 1st. It was September when we said, let us know as soon as it was done. We're almost a year later.
As soon as what was done?
September 10th, we asked if there was enough money in the 23-24 budget that we wouldn't have to get in undesignated fund or surplus. Can we use you can watch this. I mean, this is from my minutes of the meeting. Could course, you'd have to watch it because it
Of
doesn't-
September of that year?
Yes.
Okay.
It was last,
Is that-
it was the end of 23, 24. We didn't have the audit.
Right.
So the chair, Olson, said, do you know if we have enough funds between the departments that we won't have to go to unfunded, surplus?
Okay.
And she said we had plenty of money in surplus. So I'm telling you that this is the first chance we've got to look at this.
Right.
Timeliness, I know it was a mess, because believe me, we heard about it. But this is important, that the citizens know that we're doing things appropriately, and if we have to spend a couple $100,000, they know about it before a meeting in August.
Sure, yeah. And I, honestly, I mean, I'm looking forward. So going forward, we are, a month away from bank reconciling last year. That will get us to be able to do this monthly. We've changed the way we are inputting our post on the general ledger. We're not making adjustments. We're going through AP and cash receipting. So when you attach that to general ledger, you're not damaging those control accounts. When you damage those control accounts, that's when you have these reporting issues. So going forward, it will be fixed and will be addressed with just our accounting principles. So that stuff's being addressed, and it will be better going forward. I'm also looking at other ERP software that might be better suited for the town of Raymond. So we talked about the website. I was going to leave that for my town manager notes, but there's a website and agenda management that has a financial component. This has a much simpler user interface, so you're not have to finagle it like Trio. Trio is kind of built on an older platform. So we're looking at better ways to account for this stuff, and again, the reporting will be much faster with those type of softwares. So
Would it be fair to at least wrap this up by simply saying that we used $75,000 which the selectmen had a right to do, and another $175,000 to balance out the 23-24 budget?
No,
Which makes it $250,000. That's what's in this report.
I think what we should do is try to figure it out.
This is right from the finance director.
Well, right, but I think like what we're trying to do is just say, okay, this is where we ended up.
We have a question here, let's move on, and then have
How-
another question, get some answers, figure it out so we don't
then
make the same mistakes.
How, like just where did the funds come from? And then, and I think it's important for us to just look and see where, things were over and where things were under, because it will help inform for the following years.
We can read those
yeah,
off.
and I can go into those details if you want, why the over expenditures happen, but
Well,
It's up to you
I'm seeing them.
yeah, right?
So, I don't, it's pretty transparent and it's,
Okay.
and it's clear. So I personally don't need that, but.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Now, I'm just looking at the warrant for this last cycle. And, it is on Article 8. It says, as the chair read, not to exceed 75,000 from the surplus.
That's the select.
That's the unassigned fund balance.
Unassigned fund balance.
And there's a different.
Sorry. There's assigned fund balance, and then there's unassigned. Fund
Yeah,
balance.
so this is unassigned fund balance.
It's unassigned. Okay.
Yeah. And then Article 11 says to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance to reduce the property tax commitment at the select board as the select board deems advisable, and it not to exceed $700,000. So those are the only two that discussed undesignated fund balance.
Correct.
And I don't know if this is germane or not to this discussion, but what was asked, I asked it several times at the last select board about having some account as to where we are exactly as far as our undesignated fund balance.
Right.
And I understand that generally accepted accounting principles actually set tolerances based on the municipality's budget on how much should be kept, and that affects your bond ratings, and that's one of the
15%, right?
Yeah,
It's 15%.
So 15%. So that, I guess this is just germane in understanding, for me anyway, where we are and getting, because I was getting all kinds of numbers as far as where we were with what our undesignated fund balance was. I guess what I'd ask, along with asking these questions for the next meeting or whatever, is there some way we can get an accounting of where we stand now?
They did answer that meeting.
Well,
what we had, but it's probably changed from that meeting to this meeting.
well, yes, they did, and I believe, if I recall, Derek, that explanation was we were in something in excess of $500,000 to $250,000 more than what we really needed, which I think generated some of the comments as far as we've got more than enough. But the bottom line, I guess, is as one individual at the pre-meeting to the secret ballot, there was an individual, a citizen, that came and asked those questions as well and didn't get a clear description, understanding why it is the town is holding on to so much more of the taxpayers' money than is really necessary for basically being able to meet the generally accounting principles, in that money should either be used rather than going out to bonding, or it should be, rather than saying just that it's going to be returned to the taxpayer in the form of reducing the tax rate. So I guess those are just some of the questions that I've had over time, as far as where are we exactly with our undesignated fund balance? What are the totals? How much over that 15% that we should have is actually there? Because my contention is, rather than necessarily going out to bonding and paying interest on bonds, might it be better to take some of that money and, rather than tax relief, buy an ambulance? That's my
So
comment.
noted, thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
So do we need a motion to table it?
I think we just,
Just a discussion.
yeah, I think,
We're not voting on
right, I think that what we've done is request
Okay,
the presence of the person who we pay to be a finance director
that's fine.
at the next meeting.
Also, if you have the specific questions,
Recording in
please email them.
progress.
There, she's up there right now.
There's Brenda.
In the interest of time. We're
Um,
going to rehash.
I think we just move on.
Yeah. I think we beat this as much as we want to at this stage. So we're going to move on to the next thing.
We have Brenda here if you want to ask these
I think
questions.
we've decided, in the interest of time, just to
Okay.
move on to the next one.
Thanks for an argument to be present.
What's
Unless
that?
you have a question.
No, I mean, she's here now. I don't know, I guess. We just argued it for a while without. We have what, how many questions on it? We want to know where the 175 and the 75 are?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if she's here and she wants to answer, did we or did we not use,
Yeah, I mean,
as this
Not a-
paperwork
Not a terribly
showed?
long question. We only have those two right now for, if she wants to get on and tell us that, or if she doesn't have it in front of her, then she can find out those answers.
Oh, I'm sure she has the paperwork necessary. She's zooming in. Brenda, we raised a question on the overruns on 23-24 budget. And the funds used, from what we've gathered, and evidently I'm one that did some reading on it. It looks like it says, and again, this is a quote of what's written here, to cover the difference, the shortage, of 175,000, that was my word, the shortage, 175,000 from the unassigned fund balance was voted on by the select board. And then there was also the $75,000 that was moved over that the select board could have decided to put into this budget. And is that accurate? Is that $225,000 what we needed to balance out the budget?
250.
Yes, it is.
250? And you said it was voted on by the select board.
No, I
Right.
I wrote that one, Dennis. That was me who said that one.
Well, even if you wrote it, there's an assumption that.
Yeah, but Brenda
we
can
took an
explain
action.
what
So-
that meant.
So both of those are accurate, that the $75,000, and when would we have done that? After the audit, or when we saw the overrun? And which meeting was that, where we knew that there was a
So,
shortfall of our budget of 23-24?
yeah, it's kind of tough, it's kind of tough for me to determine because I wasn't there. But normally what would happen is when you start to see a line disappearing, and I mean the budget itself, I think that had to do with legal and with administration. There was some sort of a payout out of the administration line that was rather large. And then I know you had a lot of legal fees. I think it had something to do with something that went on the lake. So I think something happened.
Yes.
But we didn't move it over to the general budget. We couldn't do that. It says we voted on it, and the $75,000 I was on. You know, the 23-24 budget was not even, wasn't even involved with the reconciliation until after I was elected. And so what this implies is that the select board last year, or last
I
year.
think this was paid during that. I don't think it was paid after it was balanced and audited.
What?
I don't think it was paid after it was balanced and audited. It was paid
Those
during.
overruns, the way that works is the select board has that $75,000 contingency funding. And at the end of the year, I'm just going to use the select board 75,000 as an example, just to explain it. So at the end of the year, when you look at the bottom line of the whole budget for the whole town, not just like by department,
Yes.
when so if you don't expend it, it falls to fund balance, that 75,000.
Right. And if
So
we
it's not
decide to
like-
use
you
it,
don't really,
we vote on it.
I'm sorry?
And if we should decide to use it, we vote on it as a select board publicly, so that people know that we added it to the budget. We only have a right to spend that. It doesn't go into the budget unless we vote on it. The citizens
Well,
gave the select
actually-
board the right to use that.
So actually, the 75,000, let me use this year's budget, for example. You had a warrant article drafted just for the select board budget. So it's already voted on by citizens for you to have that $75,000 contingency budget.
I agree.
Within your use.
Correct.
So it doesn't need like another vote because it's getting voted on during your budget process.
I just read it. Did anyone misunderstand that? Every time I've seen the $75,000 spent since I've been here, the select board had to agree to spend it on a heating unit or a motor or something. It just doesn't fall into the budget without a select board approval.
Right, she's saying the town doesn't. The town already did it on the warrant, gave us, now we vote to spend the 75.
Right, we haven't done it.
Right. That's right.
And when did we do that?
What do you mean?
I think they're like the.
I think you're in two different years.
The confusion is.
We haven't done it for this because we haven't needed to.
Right, so.
We wouldn't know we ran over until July of '24. So we'd be in the '24-25 budget. I was a selectman at that time. We never voted to move $75,000.
What I'm saying is you don't pay it at the end. You don't balance the budget, look at it, and then go backwards and pay it in it. You can't pay it backwards.
That's right, we should have had a special meeting.
Well, I think what's confusing is it sounds like, I mean, that's money that can be approved, but I mean, we'd have to go back and look at it, but the voters.
Sam and I
approved
were the
for this
only
to
ones
be-
here when that.
Yeah,
I think this is a
when
can of
you-
worms that you can't publicly talk about.
When we.
And the amount of money for that, you weren't here, I don't think, that got.
This is
put
the
through.
23-24 budget. We didn't know what was going on with it until after 24 when I was elected.
So, I'm telling you that when you pay, you're paying stuff out in 23, 24 before the end of the budget is over. Before it gets audited, you can't go back and pay something now for April. It would be put on the books right now. You can't go, oh, it's over, and now we
That's
gotta pay
correct.
that back then. You paid that back then when that overage came in April, and then it shows up on this.
I'm simply asking when it was voted on both matters, and I know we can't vote as a select board for $175,000 without coming back to the citizens.
Wait, we're going round and round.
Yep.
We asked for the information, we asked Brenda, she gave us an answer. Let's have Joe and Brenda find out what
Good.
meetings and do that investigation so
Okay.
that the next meeting, we can have a discussion
There's
that's
also,
accurate.
I'm telling
And there's
you,
probably things
you're
like
going to
Derek
want
said.
the attorney to get involved in that question and answer process, is what I'm telling you. Because there's some
no.
stuff you can, yes,
He
100%, there's
doesn't
some
have to
stuff.
itemize what it went for. It's just when the meetings were voted on that we could spend that money.
Right.
That's what he's asking. And that's a simple question. Joe can answer that.
Yep.
Look into it.
Those are the big questions I had. The rest of it is just details. Thanks for zooming in.
Thank you, Brenda.
No problem.
Okay. We now have public comments. This should be interesting.
Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. Chris, I have a question if you wouldn't mind answering and clarifying, and Joe as well. Can you sum up, you talked about the health insurance payrolls being moved out of departments. I've seemed to remember that was recent. Now you're saying they're back in. Can you?
Well, what I meant was, originally, they tried to take it so the departments would have their own breakdown in each department. That was the intent, but it was not easily done. So now administration, Brenda and the finance and the town manager put all those numbers into our budgets as a department head, which I'm not anymore, but when I was, we never had control of we didn't even know those numbers until the budget actually came out. In other words, your salaries, your benefit packages, Social Security, Medicare, all that stuff. And that's the way
It
it's.
would be all but benefits and insurance, right? You know
Yeah.
what the salary, like,
Yeah,
you would know if you had
right,
an assistant what they
right,
made.
right.
It would be the other stuff,
Absolutely.
yeah.
That stuff is what they take care of. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. Because I feel like I remember the conversation because that was recent, right? It was a recent move to get it out, and I thought it was.
It wasn't.
But
Now it's
for-
back under administration, so it's all encompassing, because the breakout, it makes it difficult to.
Right, so it is out, it is still out. So the Department of Code Enforcement doesn't have
They do not have.
salaries in there, it goes under admin.
So sorry, no, they have salaries, but the benefits are
I'm sorry,
not.
but yeah,
Yes,
benefits and
benefits all encompassing in admin now.
Right, so they
it's-
could now do a budget themselves, the department head.
It's easier to pull that and see what you're spending collectively for those benefits, yes.
Yeah, a lot of that had to do with the billing. So when the bills come, trying to separate out, the bill would never come like by department. It would come by like person. So you'd have to sit there and pluck each individual employee out, break down each expense for each employee, and then grind it all back together again by department. So it wasn't something that was an easy thing to do. But if someone ever needed the information at some point for a particular reason, I mean, I could still gather it, but it just, to do it on a regular basis, it's a lot of extra work based on the way the insurance bills come in.
Does the new program get rid of that?
if we went with the new software. As far as the
Just
reconciling, like the accounts.
More of a monthly breakdown or spreadsheet of what each department is and where they're at, plus or minus their budget that they put forward.
As long as you're running through your accounts payable and cash receipting that way and not adjusting, it is easier to get those balances. Yep. So you balance out on the general ledger. Once you close out that month, you can get that report right away.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Grace?
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. These are questions, but probably don't have answers yet, so I guess they're reminders. I just wanted to ask at what point there might be a design committee for Jordan Small School formed and using the recommendations from the visioning committee, what the status is of that work. A previous speaker during the special town meeting talked about having lots of volunteers getting involved. And so hopefully that is going to be up and coming in the next month or two. I'm wondering what the status of the Public Works Committee is. I did see that they had one meeting so far, and if there's any update on that. Another committee that's going to be needed is the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee. I'm happy to say that that's going to be hopefully formed soon, and again, that's a lot of work ongoing. I would be remiss if I didn't mention ongoing concerns about traffic safety. There had been, at one point, I thought, a suggestion, I don't know if it was from a select board person or somebody at the podium, I don't think it was myself, to have some sort of a subcommittee that's looking at all sorts of traffic safety issues in the town. It's good to see the North Raymond Road intersection with Ledge Hill vastly improved. I'm still a little hesitant to be sure everybody's going to stop at those stop signs, but it certainly is much better. And I did hear a concern from a neighbor about the Valley Road Raymond Hill stop sign. That's on the stop signs on Valley Road, that people just go right through it. So I just wanted to bring that concern to whomever might take a look at that. They're not actually stopping. Yes, you can kind of see there's no car coming one way or the other, but there was some sort of a motorbike. It wasn't a motorcycle. It was something that you might not expect to see. And I think about kids on bicycles sometimes. There aren't too many, but again, people should be stopping at stop signs. That's what they're there for. So hopefully that could be looked at as well. And I think that is my list. So committees, and traffic safety. I have not seen, by the way, those signs that I thought were going to be around during the summer that would show what your speed was and give that feedback. I just haven't seen where they were placed anywhere. So hopefully they're out there and I've just missed them. But again, the speeding and it just continues. And there have been a number of articles, again, in the Portland Press Herald recently about concerns about traffic safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point.
Frank?
That North Raymond one freaked out my wife. Because I stopped and went and somebody was coming and she was like, ah! I'm like, no, there's a stop sign there now. She's like, oh, okay.
Mike McDermott, McDermott Road, Raymond. Thankfully, the comprehensive plan passed. Got a question. In the comprehensive plan, it calls for making this area a village area, which means that in time we may need land here to expand recreation and whatever. We are going to get the school, and I know there's a piece of property right next to the school where there's a fallen down house and a fallen down barn. It's about the only contiguous piece of property I think that would be available. I think the town ought to take a look at that, because buying other property up in this area for those kinds of programs may be pretty restricted. So I'm just, saying somebody ought to take a look at that and see if something like that is available and have the town think about adding that to the piece of land that we'll get when we get the Jordan Small School.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public and we'll turn it over to Select board comments? Kayla?
Grace, I think you read my notes because I have here, we don't want to lose sight of the two committees that we should be establishing, which is the Jordan Small Middle School repurposing committee. I think you called it design, but yeah, hey, we're on the same page. And then the comprehensive plan implementation committee, now that we have a comprehensive plan. And then I would like to remind everyone that school starts August 27th. Please watch out for the flashing lights and stop for school buses.
Anyone else?
Gotcha. Good.
People know how I feel, so I'm done. Other than that, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, no. We have to go into executive session. And then,
We got the,
oh, I'm sorry.
I got some
Sorry,
important reports. One of the big items is we heard what everyone's been saying about communication, website. We found a software that has agenda management, so you'll see our meeting minutes look a little bit different. Melanie, our town clerk, has implemented the agenda management software that will keep track of all these agendas and e-packets, and we'll be able to distribute to committee members to look at live. So if there's any changes, you can see the live update instead of getting to a Word document, making the change, emailing it, waiting for email response, get an email response, make the change, email back out. This does it all kind of live, which will streamline a lot of the agenda management and committee management that we're seeing. So I think that's a big component to the software. Also, with use with Kevin, our IT, helping us out. This has a news portion, so you can have news articles right on the front of the website, nice, cleanly stated. So you have different news articles they can look through. They're even looking at pinning certain news articles to the top, so you can see important ones that you want to keep up there. This is also an ADA accessible website. So again, as you know, heard before, our website right now is very looks like maybe a Jackson Pollock painting. So this will streamline a lot of those pieces and make it more visible. Also with this has a communication and broadcast piece. So you can get text updates. You get text updates on certain subjects that you would like. If you want Parks and Rec text updates, you get that. If you want public safety, you can get text updates like that. You also can get certain emails. You can get subscribed to all town-wide emails, or you can pick a certain category. So for the same price that we pay for the Roadrunner, we can use this software, and it can do a lot more with our communication piece. So we're really excited. We're working on the migration right now with Kevin, with our information, so you can get your permits clearly, in there. You can get department info clear, and it has a good search tool to find what you need on this website. So that is being implemented. I think that'll be a huge plus for the community and help us streamline a lot of our operations as well. So it's exciting. There's been a lot of back end work to get that moving. So we're happy to finally announce that and move forward. So we'll keep you updated. If you go to our website and it looks different, you'll know why. But I hope by the next meeting I can give you an update on where we're at. The microtransit started August 4th, so heard from RTP that people have been using it. So we're looking forward to get the data on that as well, see how we're doing this August. Public safety, they just picked up the new rescue pumper. Works good, looks good. So they have that now in their fleet. Public Works, they're paving Martin Heights right now. So you'll see a lot of road crews out there paving, and I should be starting that right now. North Raymond and Ledge Hill intersection is complete, so there's lights there. That will hopefully cause people to slow down in that area. We also, I'd like to say, Public Works for their help with the tennis court. There's definitely, we had a great opening with I think
probably around 80, 100 people. It was great to see everyone, and I can tell you the courts are being used a lot right now. Parks and Rec, we have our new rec programmer, Riley Small. She's been with us for a couple summers. She was a camp counselor, is now moving into that programmer role. So we're excited to have her. And we also have our assistant Parks and Rec director is Jill Lambert, who was previously the librarian at RES. So we're happy to have them. Very community-minded people, and they are working summer camp right now, so I think they're going to be looking forward to the fall season. We also have our soccer, cross-country, UCAN 5K registrations up. And the Raymond Village Library sent me about a page list of summer events that I was not able to write down, but they are staying active and busy this summer. So great to see the activity at Raymond Village Library. Just like to confirm dates for the upcoming regular meetings. Ordinance workshop for 5 p.m. on September 16th. Then right after that, we'll have this September 16th, the regular select board meeting. October 14th, another select board meeting. And then I know for November, that falls on a holiday, election day. So I think we have to look at moving that select board meeting date. Upcoming holidays, Labor Days, Monday, September 1st. Indigenous Peoples Days, Monday, October 13th. Town office will be closed anyways on those days. And then Veterans Day, we will also be closed Tuesday, November 11th. And that wraps up the town manager report.
Do we want to look at the October 14th?
October 14th or November?
No.
Well, it says October. November, we haven't got to. We have
October's-
September.
I think October
October
should be set.
Should be fine. I think he's saying November was the bad one
I
because
think
it's
November.
Right, but I was
holiday
asking if
and
you
then
guys are
election day.
available.
I appear to be fine for that.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. We didn't get that last time, so don't believe. And then November we'll deal with as
Yeah,
we get closer.
yeah, November 11th.
Wait, you said September 16th was the one?
September 16th would be the,
That's the third one, so just make sure everybody has that instead of the second
Okay.
one. I put it in, I'm fine with that. I'm better with that, but.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I was
moved that last
unavailable.
time.
I'm good.
Okay,
as
perfect.
well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay, good.
then yeah, November, we have Election Day, November 4th, and then
Veterans Day
Veterans
on the
Day on the 11th. So we'll have to look at moving that. We can check calendars and come back for next meeting if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Or the 18th wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, that's right.
Do
Works
you
for
guys
me.
want to try to wrap it up now with 18th?
18th works for
I'm
me.
fine with it now. It's hard to,
Sam, do you know if
it's hard to
the
really say, but yeah.
November
Let's pencil that
18th
one
will
in.
work
It is
for
hot
you?
season.
For the
Well, we'll just
November
put it
meeting?
tentative.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We can put tentatively maybe the
Tentative
18th.
works. Okay, tentatively 18th? Okay, I'll put that down. And
Joe, did you look at my calendar?
no, I did not.
Okay, so pending availability.
Pending availability for Bill too.
But you did look at the October one for him? You all set for October though, Bill?
October's all set.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was November, December with the, will be bill-less.
Yeah, November, I'm away from the 31st of October to the 13th of November.
Should work.
That wraps up the general select board meeting. So I'll entertain a motion for executive session.
Okay, I move to enter into executive session for discussion of personnel matters under 1 MRSA 4056A.
Second.
All those in
All in
favor?
favor?
Thank you for coming in. All right, we're back out of the executive session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor? I thought that'd be unanimous.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, August 13th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs?
Kevin Woodbury?
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the July 9th meeting. We have a review of the latest draft for the short-term rental ordinance, a review of the latest draft of the marijuana regulation ordinance, and a preliminary subdivision review for Brandon Chase's subdivision, Pine Ridge, followed by staff communications and the updates and adjournments. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right, the first order of business is the minutes for July 9th. Oops, sorry, Ed.
Move to approve those minutes.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Everybody happy? All those in favor? Minutes?
Aye.
Passed. 7-0. Okay, next up, we do the short-term rental ordinance next. But depending upon where we go with that, I may, just for in the audience here, I may stop that discussion to get the applicant out of the way for the preliminary subdivision review in case the short-term rental goes for an extended period of time. And for the board, actually the questions I have for the board to start with. I've gone back to the April 10th selectmen meeting, watched that short-term rental presentation, and then all of our meetings that discuss the short-term rentals up to tonight. And I've learned two things. The first thing I've learned is that our planning board meetings are really boring. Jesus. I don't know how you guys do it, but I did try to put things into three categories. And my first category that we seem to kind of agree upon is and I kind of just, these are just my kind of rough names, is the family camp, the vacation home that is rented out on occasion during either the summer or the winter. But it's basically a second home used as a vacation property. The second category that I found that our comments seem to fall into is the individuals that rent their home, but it is their primary residence, and they rent that for taxes, new roof, minimal expenses during the course of the year. The third category then would be the investment property, those that I think that many have referred to as businesses that operate for profit. So those three categories. And actually it was Mr. Donahue. Was it Digger Donahue? You here this evening? Digger sent a kind of an email in, and basically, he said, we're moving way away from the KISS principle, and we're digging into the weeds. So I asked our attorney if he would look at those three categories and what we could do within those categories. And basically, the answer is that whatever we do to category 3, that's the investment property, is going to automatically fall upon the family camp, the vacation camp. It's not possible to separate out those two. From my notes, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there did not seem to be a lot of discussion or desires to start regulating the family camp, the non-winterized or the traditional family camp. The second group, then, that primary residents, there did not seem to be a lot of individuals that were interested in saying you couldn't rent out your property for a week or two to pay the taxes, to put the new roof on, or whatever. The third group, then, is the for-profit investment, and that is where 90% of the discussion lied, and what the majority of the individuals probably that are here this evening, again, or that have talked in, wanted something to be done with. I started then to wonder whether or not what we are putting together is going to fill those three requirements. And obviously, we're not going to make everybody happy, but at least it would stop what I think that the board is in agreement with is limiting or maybe even stopping future short-term rentals for investment properties. Am I off base there? Is that pretty much what we've talked about? I mean,
Can you, one more time?
Sure. For the for-profit, the investment properties is what we have, what the community would like, and what we seem to be leaning towards, putting some sort of regulations in to curtail or limit or control that category of rental.
I think the letter that we got from the attorney, did it come today?
Yes, yesterday.
Pretty much says we can't discriminate against them separately. We have to treat them the same as everybody else.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought that said that was if out-of-state ones versus in-state, you couldn't discriminate. Not that you could not cap, all of that category. Just you can't go in-state versus out-of-state.
Yeah, but further defined as the constitutional ordinance that says you can't.
Right.
Yeah, I know that's what it sounded like, but it's not what he meant, or whatever. So
it's either you limit you can't just limit those companies. If you're doing that, you're limiting anybody it's not a primary resident.
Correct.
It's not your home, you're not a occupied hosted property.
Right, exactly.
And it's all of it.
Right. So
I think it puts an undue burden on the people that do have seasonal places.
I agree.
That
Yep. So here's
punish those people.
So my proposal tonight, and I tried to make this happen for this evening, but it didn't come together, is for the board to meet in executive session with the town's attorney and give the town attorney our ideas as what we would like to see, what is legal and what's not legal, what's enforceable and what's not enforceable, and work that in to our ordinances, instead of continuing down the path that we're going right now, and in the end wind up with something that's not going to be enforceable, it's not even legal. So that's
exactly what I'm looking for. I want clarification on what's legal and not legal, not how you differentiate, a small family camp and a business, if you want to call it like that we can't. So that's what my entire
issue.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I, that might.
Perfect. It's awesome. Yeah, whatever's legal is the right thing to do. That's right. Yeah.
So, Kevin, so what do you guys think? Is that an okay, so then what I do have in the works now, and Sandy is going to try to put this together, and Jason, to get our lawyer in, and what I'd like to do is to get it in a workshop before the next meeting, if we could do that, so that we can move this thing along. I'm kind of getting frustrated that we're not making any progress on this thing. Agreed, okay. Is that, so two things. Then, one, we would need a motion basically to table our short-term rental discussion until our next meeting. And then two, to invite Phil, what's Phil's last name?
Saucier.
Phil Saucier for a workshop. And then it actually would be a meeting. We'd have the meeting, we'd open the meeting, we'd go into executive session. We would have the discussions, what was legal and not legal. We would just come out of executive session, close the meeting, and then bring forth those changes at our next meeting, hopefully in a month.
Okay.
Does that sound?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be the same evening as our regular meeting, just a half hour before it.
Oh, if that's possible, that could work too. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever we can get Phil in sometime before the next meeting.
That's probably going to be the key.
And finding a place is also going to be, so Sandy's working on that.
Okay.
I'm not really taking public comments on this. We're still having a discussion. We had a motion. So it's not, we're not opening it up for public comments this evening.
I'd like to move that we table the short-term rental ordinance until after we meet with the town lawyer.
I second that.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And then the second, then the plan would be that we would have, at that meeting, we'll vote to go into executive session. We'll iron it out, and then we'll report back at the next meeting. For the community, so we will get it advertised as a next meeting, if we have enough time. But executive session is closed to the public. So when you do see it, it'll be an executive session. I don't want you to come down here expecting to come into the meeting. You could come in to watch us go into executive session and then go out of executive session. But then at our next meeting, we will inform you all of what was the outcome of that executive session and the plan going forward for the short-term rental. Okay?
So you published an ordinance and we can't comment on it, and you're gonna change the whole thing?
Maybe.
Again, I just.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, so this is gonna go to a full round of public comment again, because I have three.
We've never had a public comment on this yet. We've opened it up to public. We've never had a public hearing on this yet. There still will be a public hearing on it.
But this could dramatically change, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yep. And Ms. Plummer, is that you? I asked you to send that email, and you did send the email, and I did talk to Brett about it. I just wanted to get back to you. There was things in that email that we had not discussed as the board, so I could not work it into the ordinance because we had not discussed it.
Okay.
But we do plan on discussing that at our next meeting.
In addition,
Okay.
you're taking commentary that's not publicly disclosed.
Say that again?
You're taking feedback on the ordinance which you do not piece in the agenda and do not disclose to the town.
No. This was at the last meeting.
And this was not published like you published every other note.
That's why it's not included in the
Or
note.
no will be published next month.
Her note is published right now. It was published whenever the day after she submitted it.
Okay? I
Yeah.
was asked to see a copy of that.
Sure. Just go, it's on the website. Just go, her email is on there with all the other emails.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Next, marijuana ordinance. There was a request from Ray Richardson to invite Mr. Malik, who is from the Office of Cannabis Policy for the state. I think his first name is Vern. He's the one that you have been talking with, right?
Occasionally, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Do we want to do that before we do anything else on the marijuana ordinance?
I like that idea.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we will need a motion.
I move that we table the marijuana ordinance until we have, till we hear from the state, what's his name?
Vern.
Vern Malley.
MALLOCH. Office of Cannabis Policy.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
You get this done pretty quickly.
Right.
Like the long meeting. All right, next up is our Pine Ridge Estates. Brett?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So there's not a ton that has that's outstanding. I know last time we had talked about needing the hydro assessment, test pit information, like a road name application, and those have all been submitted. Although I don't know who at the town, and Jason, you might know this too, for the road name application. I know Pine and Ridge are very common names, so it's possible that the desired name may not get approved, might need to rework that a little bit. But the only outstanding items that we need at this point would be HOA documentation and then a copy of the approval from the state for the DEP. So Andy, I know you're here this evening. I don't know if you have anything else to add. And I know Wayne is online as well, so I don't know if you want to address his comments as well.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. If I can run down what's changed since the board has seen the plan, if you guys would like that.
Yes, please.
So we did, as Brett said, we did submit a hydrogeologic assessment from Mark Sensi Inc. I do have hard copies here. I'll give them to Brett if you guys would like them. We didn't submit those when we originally make our submission because they weren't done. They were just completed recently. So conclusion of the hydrogeo assessment is that the town standards are met. All the septics work as they were shown on the plans. Just some of the other minor changes that have happened to the plan since the board has seen them. We updated the net residential density calculations, note number 26 on sheet 1 to specify out all the deductions. We, as the board knows, there are 3 non-significant vernal pools on the site. We've shown those on both the subdivision plan and the existing conditions plan. Provided the septic information that Brett had referred to by Mark Hampton Associates. We added the site distance down at Raymond Cape Road for the access road. Showed that on both the plan and profile and the subdivision plans. Added some clearing limits summary to the plan, note number 27 on sheet 1. We added some fire lanes as requested by the fire chief. Provided a turning schematic showing a fire truck turning around the cul-de-sac. And just to clarify, the applicant is intending to provide sprinklers to all of the homes. Note number 19 was added to the subdivision plan to cover that item. We did receive some comments from the fire chief, pretty minor in nature. One thing he had wanted was 6 additional fire lane signs at the cul-de-sac. We're happy to provide those. We'll show those on the plan the next time we come before you guys. Other things that we've taken, other steps we've taken since we've been before you, we filed with the DEP our stormwater permit for the project. As the board knows, it's a pretty lengthy process, so that's underway. We're kind of in wait mode at this point for that permit. Our intentions would be to come back to the board once we have that permit in hand, and the applicant is working with their attorney on the HOA documents. When we come back for final subdivision, we're certainly going to come back with hopefully a DEP permit in hand and the homeowners association documents for you guys. So Mr. Chairman, I'll throw it back to you. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The board, does anybody have any questions? One of the things on my notes was which I forgot to bring up last time, is I think we've done a site walk, have we not? I know we've done
For
site
this
walk
one, we have not.
on one of them, right?
I don't think we've done this one.
We haven't done this one.
They did an initial a couple of years ago, so maybe
Yeah,
the
before it was
sidewalk then,
cleared. Yeah.
but I don't have.
We haven't, okay.
Not since.
Yeah, so the applicant had previously filed a subdivision on this piece a couple years ago.
That's the
There
one.
may have been a site walk done at that time.
Okay.
There's not been one
So-
on this
Yeah.
application.
I thought we were gonna. So do you guys want to do one? Are you familiar enough with it? You're probably.
I'm familiar enough with it.
Everybody okay? I mean, that's.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
It's very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
All
all
right.
the same.
Jackie, you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. Okay.
Did the question of the wetland get resolved? The
Three vernal pools?
yeah, whether it's a wetland or.
Oh, the
Significant.
protected wetland?
Protected.
Yeah, I would look back and it just would meet the definition of the shoreland zoning wetland, which, you know, the wetland report that you submitted, they do that delineation and verify if it's actually, if it needs to be protected, if it needs to meet those setbacks or not, so. And that's what was shown on the plans and it meets that standard, so.
Good.
Everybody's happy?
Yeah, looks good.
Just the
We get
name.
everything else.
Just a name.
Kevin?
I'm good.
Wayne?
Sorry. Yeah, so my email from last week, most of the items have been addressed. There was a few additional notes that we were looking for on the plan. Also, the fire lane language in the HOA documents. And what was already mentioned, the fire lane signs in the cul-de-sac, because it's such a tight turn for our largest apparatus. Some of the overswing would prevent us making that turn if there were cars parked up there. And then the only other thing is doing the street name and the E911 addresses for the final plan. I know we've had an application in the packet. I know that those applications generally to go to code enforcement, the fees are paid, and then the fire chief's the E911 coordinator, and he works to take care of those items, either the road name and 911 addresses to be put on the plan. And that's what I got.
All right. Well, go ahead, Jason.
Wayne, are we looking to have them do driveway permit entrances and number it that way, or just proposed numbers on the plan?
I know that
Go ahead.
from what I know of how the chief handles it, he does the driveway addresses application, and that kicks in him being able to assign those. I know that at this stage, we're looking at tentative driveway entrances, and he takes that into account when he makes E911 assignments for subdivision approval. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, my only reservation to listing the addresses on the plan, and I've run into this into a couple other communities, is, you know, if they say that this is 18 Pine Ridge Road on the plan, but, you know, site construction dictates otherwise, that they need to shift things around and it needs to change, then technically the plan is wrong and they would need to go back before the board to get an amended approval for that. That's my only reservation on really placing the numbers on the plan. So I think a way around that, we could say tentative street numbers, if that's what you're looking for, Wayne.
I don't think we've ever placed numbers on plans.
I don't.
Yeah, we
I didn't have them
No,
on.
we haven't, right?
I don't think I had them on mine.
Yeah.
I don't recall that happening here.
We have
but-
on prior subdivisions.
We have?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Here's
yeah,
one of the
I remember
things.
that.
It would make sense.
We did it on Hillside and
Honey Hill?
Honey Hill, yes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Done it.
Okay, thanks, Andy.
You're welcome.
So Wayne, come on back on there. What do we want to do? What we do? We need to let.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can put tentative, or at least if that's what we've done in the past and are still looking to do, then I just don't want to have them be held to those numbers that they put on the plan and then have to go back if there was a, some site condition that needed to change the number of the building. So.
But if it changes the number of the building, it would change the plan anyway. Right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what we want to avoid in this case, is not have to make them come back for planning board approval if just the address of the house changed.
I think what you're saying is the reason that the address changed would change the plan.
Right.
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 So
Yeah.
the plan would be changed regardless if the number was there or not.
Right.
The
Okay.
driveway, yep.
Well,
I guess Wayne's good with that.
which way we got to tell Andy something? Which way we want to go? Wayne, is it a big deal? Obviously, it's not a big deal for us. We didn't even know we did it.
So without what we've experienced in the past is without the addresses assigned, when they go for permits, and especially when they go to the state fire marshal's office for the sprinkler permits, they're using lot numbers, which is in the correct address, and it's problematic at that point. It's not insurmountable, but that's problematic at that point.
Were we assigning them once we did a building permit
Generally,
prior?
that's what
Because I think
happened.
that's what I
Someone
went
applies for a
through
building
was
permit.
every building permit, and then you assigned it.
That's right.
I did in Poland.
But they understand it, like for the other subdivisions on Cape Road, those numbers were already assigned. Yes, you did a driveway entrance permit, and that triggered the official assignment of the E911 address, and it ended up being the same address number as what was on the plan.
Well, are these going to be built prior to people purchasing them, or are they going to be built as they're, is it I'm going to buy lot 10 and build a house on it. I'm going to pick the house design. I'm going to pick where I want the driveway to go. Or is it, this is the house that's going on lot 10. This is where we intend to put it. I mean, or, there could be, somebody could purchase a lot and decide not to build on it for 5 years. And then what if we go through and do some sort of readdressing and I don't know. If they're for sure getting built and, whether or not there's somebody, planning to build on it right away or not,
Well, and especially now with ADUs, if somebody's going to be able to put an ADU in here, then that creates another number. So which side of the house does that ADU end up on could factor into it too.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because otherwise then you're doing A and B, or you're trying to label it another way.
Right.
I mean, you're gonna have to get a driveway permit to build, right? And at that point, you could do an address, assign it. At that point, you're gonna need that before you go to the state for your sprinkler permit.
I can go either way on it.
I don't know.
I think what I've
Putting an
seen,
address
like,
on an
where
empty
I've run
lot
into this
feels
most
weird.
commonly is like in subdivisions that have, like, it wouldn't be in this case, but where there's like an intersection and like there's a corner lot that could have access on either side. And I know that's, I run that into the past before where the intention is for them to have a driveway here, but owner buys a lot and they want to do something a little bit different, and then they have to kind of go through the whole process. So I don't know if you've seen that in your experience too, Andy.
Yeah, a lot. Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, worst case scenario, if we assign the numbers tentatively, get the chief to look at them and assign some tentative numbers that we can have listed out, and with the understanding that that the actual number will get assigned when a driveway entrance permit is taken out. So we have some base numbers to start with. You know, the chief's already looked at it, because an address gets created for every 50 feet of road length. So, you know, we're not talking about a lot of number differences in that space in most lots. So.
Well, it seemed to me, if we've done it and required it in the past, we should keep on requiring it. That's just, I mean, but.
Agreed.
It wasn't a point, it's never been a point of discussion until.
Agreed.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. All right, so we're on the numbers.
Okay. I will add a note on there that says that they're clearly tentative and maybe that they're subject to change based on, you know, construction restraints, and the final decision will be made by code enforcement during the building.
Yeah.
E911.
That would be fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'll give us a good starting point.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, any others on the Pine Ridge? I don't see any reason why we can't move for preliminary approval. Does anyone think that we need more? Okay, could I get a motion then for such a thing? Pine Ridge.
I motion to approve Pine Ridge Road subdivision for preliminary approval.
Okay, motion to, for approval, for preliminary approval for Pine Ridge Estates. Is there a second? Second. Steve, second. Any other discussion?
Do we need to put conditions in there about the name or the numbers or anything?
No, not in the preliminary, only if it was the final.
Okay.
All right, anything else? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
All right, done. See you in a month or two, Andy.
Thank you very much.
Staff communications and updates.
I think we only have 2, is it for next month? 2 applications before the board.
Is it the one we've already working on?
There's,
Source?
nope, there's the, Sandy, there's the solar one
Yes.
for an amendment, and then there's
Amendment to a site plan approval, which was a staff review approval.
right. And then for the Jordan Bay, Port Harbor,
Yes.
for their,
Port Harbor for an amendment to their approved site plan.
yep.
So 2 amendments for next week, for next month?
2 amendments, yes. And your speaker, Mr. Malik, and possibly your executive session if we can't get something worked out for a special executive session.
Correct.
Is that where we do have a special session if possible, outside of the regular meeting, or
Oh, yeah, I want to do that as soon as possible.
as soon as possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the discussion originally. That's why I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
So what are your guys' availability like?
I'm away next week.
You're away next week?
Yeah.
I'm available, pretty much. I can make myself available.
I'm available next week.
Well, how about the week after?
Yep.
Week after?
Yep.
Available most of the time.
All right, I
So,
will. shoot for
not
the
next week, Sandy, the
next
week
with
after.
Phil.
See if you can track Phil down one of those days.
I will do that.
We need to
That'll be
schedule
my
a week of the
project for
20th.
tomorrow.
Last week in August,
Yeah,
I do.
Pine Ridge.
Oh, yeah, we do. We'll do that, we'll do it. Hey, Sandy, just we need to do that public hearing for the Pine Ridge when,
Yes, when he comes
when he
back.
comes back.
Absolutely.
okay. What else?
We didn't want to talk about the
Oh,
off-street parking and banquet hall kind of stuff.
good. Yes, Sandy, Jackie, we do. We want to talk about that banquet hall. Thank you. Good day to do it, too. I'm a little,
It's the one with the Sebago on the front of it. Do you have that?
yeah,
Is it more related to the short term? Do we want to wait?
no, I'm just concerned that we did not put it on the agenda. I know there's some community members that are interested in it.
Okay.
It would be a perfect day to do it, time-wise, but I'm now a little hesitant in that we didn't.
Yeah.
We're not making any decisions. Would not have to open it up to public. So, yeah, I think we could do it. I think we can move forward. Well, and we'll put it on for discussion for next meeting. Yeah, we can go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
It'll be a workshop.
Yeah. What do you think, Peter? I think we could do it, right? All right. So we have the definition of the public hall, which I think we all agreed upon, if I'm not mistaken, when we asked Brett to write it. And now we have where we're going to consider it to be, where we're going to allow the banquet hall usage in what districts. Well, I do the easy ones first, like the commercial district, the industrial district.
Yeah.
Those are pretty easy.
Yeah.
Village, say yes, yes. Upper village, residential district should be pretty easy. Yeah, or maybe not.
Well, there's 3 options too.
Yeah, permitted.
Find it.
Permitted or conditional? What does conditional typically entail versus permitted?
My understanding is go in front of the ZBA. Yeah.
Yeah, typically that's part of the process. Usually they have to meet a certain amount of standards, like extra standards that would be outlined in the ordinance, kind of similar to what we have in our current ordinance.
Okay.
Maybe a site plan review.
Yep, yeah, I mean, in theory, if there was a banquet hall use that was permitted within the commercial district, they could just apply administratively through Jason for like the building permit piece of it. If it was a conditional use, it would have to go before the board and have a public hearing and notify the abutters and allow them the chance to speak, and then prohibited is straightforward, just not allowed outright.
Would that be required for each event, or just to hold it?
Yeah, I think this is where the discussion is pretty valuable around this in terms of how the board wanted to frame this. If they wanted to have a public hearing for each and every single event, or if it would be conditional for a year and they would have to renew it yearly. I know, the horn's going off.
Who knows?
Is it red car?
Can you tell what vehicle it is? Stop.
Not stopped.
Somebody's out there.
They're just communicating with each other.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I know, like for like wedding venues, it's pretty typical that conditions would be placed on their approval, like no music after 10 p.m. They would go through, depending on the size, their septic, they'd be limited to occupancy, those kind of measures as well.
Where are those conditions laid out?
They aren't in this. I think this is more of the discussion that I think we should talk about which zones we would want them in, and if they would be conditional, then talking about the types of conditions that might be appropriate to place on them. So there's nothing yet, but I think that'd be the next stage. Once we kind of determine which zones we think that they should be permitted, conditional, prohibited, then we can start formulating some conditions.
And I think those conditions are decided on when you vote, right? I mean, when they present it to get approval, the conditions are given at that time to the approval.
Well, if they meet the, right.
If they,
Meet-
yeah.
If they- yeah,
It
yeah.
meets it and, yeah. My thoughts are if, these things are gonna be in areas where people reside, that, at least conditional should be something we should look at. My thoughts also are more of the rural districts where it's intended to be more, less developed, quieter, that those should be maybe where we prohibit them. But yeah. I mean, I think about like the village district, like Main Street, right? You have the church down there, and like that's a place where they hold events and people gather. But it's not every day, it's not late at night, there are people that live nearby, and I could see that being disruptive if it was every weekend or.
Well, the rural district and the rural residential district are the most likely places where you're gonna find barns where people may tend to wanna create a banquet hall.
Yeah. Well, it takes up, I would say both of those districts are most of the land in Raymond as well. It takes up a good amount of space.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire department.
Yeah, sure, Wayne.
Just banquet halls, as far as the codes are concerned, is an assembly use. And so, that would trigger some of our, the review by the fire department to meet life safety and fire safety. But also, an assembly use, a new assembly use would require State Fire Marshal Office plan review and approval to just to kind of have that.
As a one-time event or as a continual event? Wayne?
What, I'm sorry?
As a one-time event, it would need state fire marshal? Or would you say state?
For assembly use?
Mm-hmm.
Let me look into that so I can give you a better answer on that.
Okay.
The state fire marshal would be more of a plan review for assembly use for a building. For an example, if there was the mention of barns, one of the reasons that's been stressed to us in fire inspectors meetings is that the fire marshal's office is concerned about wedding venues and barns and making sure that they're safe and that they follow fire and life safety codes. But on a one-time event, I'll have to look into that and get back to you on that.
And how does that apply to, like, I know a lot of camps do weddings, functions and stuff like that. Obviously, they have a bunch of land, but again, they're in old barns, probably don't have all the up to code things.
Yeah,
They're pretty inspected, a lot of them. We just did two dining halls this year, and they were well gone over.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's exactly what I thought, resource protection district, stream protection district, that would be easy for prohibited, but there are a lot of camps in that.
And that's the thing, they're
That's used-
spread out everywhere and they're in different zones,
Yeah.
so.
And
Well, camps are already commercial entities operating in the shoreland zone. They are kind of grandfathered in as commercial
Right.
enterprises. They've already gone through a lot of these planners.
So none of this would apply to
inspections like that.
Would be grandfathered in.
Yeah.
For new construction.
And they've gone through a lot of this already.
Sure.
So a lot of them are exempt anyway, because they're already up to code and you guys already know about everything that's going on in those buildings anyway.
Right. They're already set up for assembly.
Correct.
So who are we attempting this ordinance to regulate? People that want to start doing it?
Backyard weddings, like pop-up
Yeah, I
tents and
think
stuff
so.
like that.
Yes.
A single event, like one wedding in your yard, we could have to regulate that?
I couldn't imagine that, no.
No, I think if somebody's kid is getting married, they want to have it in their backyard.
Yeah.
And I think one of your questions to Wayne might have been if somebody wants to have like multiple events.
Right.
Does the state fire marshal office have to come in every year and inspect? Or is it they inspect, building is up to code for them, and then it's, a conditional use permit every year or per event? I think that's something that can be discussed.
Oh, I thought you had the answer.
Hold on, let me check. It might be back here somewhere.
No, I think it's a one time. That's state fire marshal's a one time.
I think so too.
Sure.
But I'd have to defer.
Yeah. I don't know the answer, so I would think that it's a one time.
Yeah. Facility inspection.
Once the building is up to their specs, yeah.
Yep.
So, at this point, anybody that has like a banquet type hall, are you inspecting them?
I don't know of any banquet halls we have in town.
That meets this definition, like, well, you said you inspected two.
They're the dining halls for
Okay.
Camp Tamanis and Camp Ojilo. So, yeah, but, they're cafeterias, they're dining halls, but essentially they're, there's a kitchen and there's a large dining area, so I think it falls into that definition.
So if you have a barn, you want to have an event you want to rent that barn out for an event. You're then going to be considered a banquet hall
I mean, if you're serving.
for that event,
Just you're serving food and alcohol,
serving food and alcohol.
if it walks like a duck.
Right. And so what we're looking at then is an ordinance to say where that individual with that barn can hold that event,
Or how they can hold
or
it.
how they can hold it.
Right, under the conditional, like, give guidelines to say this is, if you want to do it, this is kind of, we got to start.
And this is strictly for profit, like it doesn't apply to a backyard wedding or something? That would be.
I think that's the.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's the matter of frequency and the amount that it's actually
Correct.
happening kind of thing. And to back up a little bit, this was one of the concerns that was raised during the short-term rental discussions where they were concerned about, that banquet hall type use. And within our draft short-term rental ordinance, we specifically exclude banquet halls from that definition of a short-term rental. And if we exclude that, we still need to have a definition for what a banquet hall is, which is where this definition came from.
So if we did something that, if we made them all conditional,
That's exactly what I was.
and just
All conditional.
right? All conditional,
Yeah, absolutely. That would make the most sense.
and then we just need some set of conditions.
Except for maybe commercial. I don't know anyone wants a wedding in an industrial zone, but
Yeah.
Do we have any industrial zones?
we do. Saber yachts.
Yeah.
A couple of small, the tower,
So like 20 acres.
maybe a little more.
So we make them all conditional. Now, an individual at the barn comes in and wants to hold an event. What do we tell them?
So I guess this is where, I could do a little bit more research too and have this ready to present for next time. But some common ones that I've seen often are like timing restrictions for music.
Right.
Like all music must be shut off by 10 o'clock at night kind of thing.
Probably some parking.
Parking standards
Sure.
is another significant one.
Frequency of use.
And I think this is up to the board's discretion in terms of how often do they want to see these kind of applications. If it's similar to the fire marshal, do you guys want to just see these as a one-time application before the board? Or would it merit similar to the short-term rental? If there's a certain threshold of complaints that are received, it warrants a public hearing for you guys, and you or maybe the select board would get to revoke their business license. I think that'd be more the select board kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I
could pass it to the select board, that would be excellent.
Yeah. Well, and the other part we have to think about is, does this have to be fully contained in structures, or, are there going to be stuff out on the lawn?
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be in the conditions, I think, determine, a set of standards that, need to be hit, but you kind of can and can't do.
I think there'd have to be some sort of a threshold to size wise of how, like, what
Setbacks.
constitutes
Mhm.
an assembly, you know, is it 50 people, is it 100 people, is it, you know, I mean,
Every town is different. I've seen some as high as 500.
yeah, like mass gathering stuff
Right.
is like huge, like
Right.
huge numbers, like we would never see those type of numbers at a, you know, one of these, but I think it warrants kind of how big is too big or how big is,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, or what triggers it? What size
Yeah.
triggers?
What's the
The
difference
banquet hall,
between
right.
having friends over and,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're talking more about for someone charging. You know,
Right.
not to just have
Yes.
friends over for a party. I think this is more for, you know, opening up and having.
Yeah, but then you're gonna get, we're not charging, we just take a donation.
Just a possible answer to Jackie's question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
She was asking about what constitutes an assembly, at least in the fire and life safety codes. Actually, the assembly use can go down to less than 50 people. But when you get to that 50-person threshold, you have to have 2 exits, as an example.
Tell you, there's everything in that fire and safety.
I know we're thinking of more.
I must think like
All the
They're always
time.
thinking of more.
There's everything in there.
They think about things to change about the.
Yeah. All right, so what, we want to do everything conditional and then ask Brett and Jason to come up with a set of conditions for us to discuss? Does that sound good at the next meeting?
Yep.
That sound good? Check, yep. Kevin?
Good for me. Good.
Yes.
What's a workshop? Can you accept like official comment from the ZBA?
For this?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, for the, yeah. Official comments from you are always welcome. I was getting ready to send everything to you, actually.
Well, and that's fine. So David March, CBA Chair. I would recommend, like, if you go through the ordinances, it lists out by zone what's a permitted use,
Right.
then what's a conditional use, and what's anything else is prohibited. But it tells you specifically, like, one of them's like a small store or a funeral home. And then it also lists out the conditions, which they're not specific to a certain type, they're just specific, they're just in general for a conditional use. So I think there may be some benefit just to get for maybe your next workshop or next meeting an outline of what's permitted and what's conditional, and then specifically what, if it's conditional, what the criteria it needs to meet. And then you can maybe see how banquet hall best fits into that. Because I hear what you're saying, but when you're talking about conditional with all these special conditions for banquet halls, that's outside the scope of what we currently see in the ordinances. It's a
Right.
conditional use with a specific set of 7 or 10 criteria.
So are you saying what it should have is like, to start off with, is what constitutes a conditional use as far as what's not prohibited, as opposed what is prohibited?
Or whether, even if it's just allowed. I think there can be some benefit to say, to look at the ordinance and says, okay, I see in the rural district, it's allowed to have a funeral home, it's allowed to have a convenience store, or potentially, it's a conditional use to have a convenience store, a conditional use to have a funeral home, so that you have some sort of measure to see how does a banquet hall measure up to what's currently allowed. Or
Oh, I see what you're
currently
saying.
conditioned. And then with that, what are the conditions that go with it? Because, you know, if we see portable restrooms, one of the conditions is everything, it needs to be confined within the building itself. So a portable restroom, that's outside the building. So, you know, we as the ZBA would have to look at this and say, you know, you can't have portable restrooms. That couldn't be a part of the condition. So just a suggestion anyways, because.
No, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, just to be.
If it makes your job easier.
Different.
We don't have to reinvent the wheel, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I'd imagine it'd be similar to our other performance standards for like solar, where there's specific standards that are only applicable to solar. So I think that'd be another appropriate place to kind of place those specific standards in there as well, too, so.
Okay. What else you got, Jackie?
I think that was it.
So we've got the banquet hall. Hopefully we'll get the short-term rental and marijuana done next meeting,
Let's do it.
if all goes well. And I think that's it, right? Anything else?
So you want no public comment on this, and you're gonna wait another month and a half, so we can comment on what you come up with. You don't want to take any of this public comment going into your executive session,
That's correct.
based on what you published.
That's correct. It's already been tabled.
I understand, but I think that's a mistake, because I think we have no comment on it.
You are entitled to think that. Any other, anything else?
Good.
Looking for one more motion?
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Done.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting on today, Wednesday, August 20th. I'm calling the meeting to order. First on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from previous meetings, the first being May 28th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from May 28th?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of May 28th.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay, Sean. Is there any discussion? Any corrections? No? Okay. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the July 16th meeting?
Make a motion to approve July 16th. And I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion or corrections? No? Seeing none, we'll take the vote. All in favor? Okay, pass. Okay, new business. Discussion on applications for the vacancy created by the election of Chris Hansen to the Select Board. We have received 3 applications for the vacancy created by Chris being elected to the Select Board. The first application is from Fred Miller. The second application is from Rob Wright of Raymond. And the third application is from Dana Desjardins of Raymond. The chair will open up the floor for discussion on the applicants. Is there anyone that would like to go first?
I'd like to make a comment. Doing it this way definitely got us more applicants than we ever would have thought by the way it's been done in the past. The fact we did it in the correct order, advertised it and everything else.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you to all 3 applications because it was either going to be a handful or none, I think.
Right.
And I think we sort of, I mean, and I know it's only for, less than a year for this, and it's just the idea of, are we looking for someone that potentially will want to run next year? Or are we looking for someone just to fill that spot and then might be a whole brand new gamut of people that come? So that's what I've been looking at when I look at the applications as well.
Okay. The applicants all are interested in serving the town, and after reviewing the applications, I feel that Mr. Wright has some very good vision and strategy in his resume with collaborating with the Board of Directors to define and implement the strategic plan, outlining the objectives and operational strategies that align with the firm's mission and core values, and I feel that that would be very beneficial for the town of Raymond. There were some other things that I saw here. Decreased operating expenses, maintain consistency in all processes by creating SOPs, standard operating procedures, which would be a good background to have for our town, because we do need to have updated SOPs, and our purchasing policy needs to be revised and updated, and I think that's something that would be helpful also. I'm interested in the candidate's approach to looking downstream at the future needs of the town, and one of the top priorities is implementation of the comp plan. And I think that Mr. Wright would be a good candidate to help the budget committee with analyzing us and assessing how we move forward with the budget and implementing the comp plan.
I'll piggyback on that. Is like I like seeing that there's oversight on accounting. He's used to budgeting, things like that, and then to see that he wants to collaborate with the town officials and other members, like other groups and committees. I think that's huge for us, and I think that we've been working our way in that direction, and it's great to know that someone also would have that vision too.
I agree. Do you have any other comments?
No other comments. I don't, and no offense to the three applicants, I don't know them, so there's no bias at all. But we've got somebody who also has experience as a selectman for 9 years, which isn't a bad thing at all. But as far as overall application goes, I would lean towards Mr. Wright, as you mentioned.
Make a motion that we recommend Mr. Wright.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
Any further discussion from the committee? No. Okay. All those in favor of recommending Mr. Rob Wright to the select board to fulfill the vacancy on the Budget Finance Committee? All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous and the motion passes. Okay. So congratulations to Mr. Wright. Thank you for applying. I would like to thank all three of the candidates for applying.
Yes, thank you.
And expressing their interest to serve the town. We appreciate that. The chair will now open up the discussion for a public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom?
No one.
Okay, thank you. Is there any Budget Finance Committee comment?
My only comment is, I guess in September, we're gonna have to buckle down and really do an analysis on what's going on in the past with money and where we're going in the future, because we're in the beginning of that budget phase.
Yes. Yes, we're going to roll up our sleeves and dig in, starting in September. Yeah. So, I'm looking forward to it. Yep. I really am. All right. The other thing is that tonight we have scheduled a tour of the 2 fire station buildings here in Raymond, and we were originally going to begin at the Route 302 location, but in the interest of time, instead of traveling across town to get there, we're just going to start right here at the building on Route 85, Webb's Mills Road. So I just wanted to put that out there. And our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, September 17th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Make the motion to adjourn.
A second.
Okay. And we stand adjourned.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee, and I would like to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is a review of the minutes from last meeting, and assuming or hoping everybody had a chance to look at them. Any questions or comments?
The next meeting is we're not having a meeting on the 9th?
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the town meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah, okay. That's the only question I had.
So the next meeting is the 16th.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Second. Second. All in favor? Moved and passed. Thank you. So next order of on the agenda was a follow-up with Rolf. He and I have chatted a couple of times since last meeting, and but the main issue was the discussion about this committee and what our scope was, and he sees no reason why we shouldn't include all of our thoughts, including what we would like to do with or what we recommend being done with vacant buildings. He says it will just save the next committee time and effort if we give them food for thought. So we're good to go there. I did talk with Kevin. I don't have that as a bullet on the agenda, but thought of it as I was prepping today. And the question there was to Kevin about the use of the basement space at Jordan Small Middle School, possibly for the service, because when we toured it last, we found that it was pretty dry and everything. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Kevin was very good at providing me some response to that. And his criteria is it has to be a dry location, above ground level, and without the help of relying on sump pumps. The height measurement requirement is at least 8 feet. As you remember, one section of that's only like 6 feet. The other one is maybe barely 8 feet. So right there, that might make it a non-contender. Environmental control must be maintained at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. As we continue to add servers, that becomes more of a challenge because, of course, the servers add more heat, every one that you add to it. And it should be co-located with the IPTV control room, where they would have the support needed for running the control room. Another item is that he mentioned again was that the IPTV control room needs to be near to, adjacent to the broadcast studio so that the videographer has easy access to whatever meeting is taking place in case they need to interact during the meeting. And then easy access to the ceiling for distribution of cabling and whatnot. So all
makes care of that.
Good information, and we will also send that forward to the next committee for their consideration. So developing a method for reporting to the select board. The next thing I had on here was the mission statement. I want to thank Deb, Lori, and Grace for pulling something together for us to review and talk about. And I was wondering if one of the three of you would be willing to read it into the record.
For Deb. Me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the mission statement for the visioning committee or the mission statement for the community center? Which do you want?
Whatever you guys came up with, I think is.
All right, so we did two things. We drafted a mission statement.
I took them as one, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
We drafted a mission statement for this committee.
Okay.
Vision committee, and then we drafted a vision and mission for a community center.
Okay.
So the draft mission statement for the visioning committee, the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee is tasked with identifying potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School, utilizing information gathered via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan and input from the community and town departments, including the library, Parks and Recreation, and town offices.
Great, thank you.
You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
All right, so our draft vision for the community center for Raymond is residents and visitors of all ages will have expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. That's the vision. The mission for the community center, the Raymond Community Center, or whatever it it becomes known as, will foster community connections, provide resources, programs, services, meeting spaces, and technology in a safe, welcoming, accessible environment. The specific offerings will align with the needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
All right. Sounds good. Any follow-up thoughts or discussion? Or?
I thought it was very good, really good.
Okay.
One thing that we discussed was attaching the wish list for specific types of programs and services with this. So in case there were questions about what did we mean by any of this, there would be a little more detail or examples.
Examples, okay. All right, great. Do I have a motion to accept this as something that we want to use going forward?
I so move.
Second? All those in favor?
Who
All right.
seconded?
Well done, thank you.
I didn't see who seconded.
Kayla
Thank you.
did. All right. So just a note here on the Jordan Small floor plan. It hasn't changed from our last meeting. As far as I haven't done any additional updates since we haven't really made any changes yet. I did take an attempt at doing that on the PDF, and hopefully everybody got a copy of that, and so that you can refer to it in your leisure. And that way we've got something to refer back to and something that's easy to transport to the next committee as well. The next thing I had on the list was a summary report. Just wanted to get a sense for, am I headed in the right direction? Is there something that, I know that this is incomplete, first of all, so I'll just say that up front. But it was kind of, it started out as an outline, but I couldn't help myself but fill in a few of the blanks along the way. So mostly things like dates and numbers and stuff like that. But the area that's probably going to need the most work from us as a committee is the summary and the recommendations and the conclusion. And I'm looking for additional input.
Think it's great format. I think it really follows what we've done, and it helps people understand what it is they'll be looking at when they read the report.
Okay, great.
So, a couple things. It's in the very first, the intro, you're referring to it as the implementation committee. I was just thinking maybe the planning or repurposing committee might be better, because I don't know that they're implementing it until the town's actually voting on it, right?
Right. So I didn't pick that word myself. I found that
In the charge?
in some of the charge, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I used it. We can put in whatever, I think. Yeah, and actually, I found it was actually Building Implementation Committee.
Building committee might even be better than what I just said, too. I don't know. I mean, I'm fine, but that just caught my eye,
Yeah, okay.
so.
Any other thoughts?
Under
probably not a
the,
big deal. Sorry.
No, that's good,
No, that's a
Grace.
good one,
Thank you.
yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
under the summary and recommendations, we discussed a little bit about maybe recommending that there's a couple of liaisons from this committee that would follow through with the implementation committee, just to maintain continuity
Here, Debbie.
and of intent and that kind of
Yes,
thing.
that's a good point, yeah.
So I didn't know if that could go in that
I think that's a
section.
good place, yeah, that absolutely, it should be included as part of that.
Also, under the summary and recommendations, it says, recommends the current village library, the B, once it is vacant. That's assuming that that's what the building committee is going to, or whatever that committee is going to do. I think we're kind of assuming that that will indeed happen.
Right.
But maybe if it becomes vacant or something, would be just because we're not really making that decision, although pretty much we have, perfectly honest, I think, but.
No, I think that's good.
And instead of thrift shop, I think we were talking more about the loan closet idea along with the food.
Actually, when I looked at the minutes, it had both.
Yeah, both, okay.
Both thrift,
Talked about
yeah.
both.
So do we might want to mention that then, the medical loan or just loan closet or something,
Yep.
just to not lose that idea?
I think so.
And if we're making recommendations for the vacant library, will we be doing the same thing for the vacant town office? Is that another agenda item that we're going to talk about
We
later?
could.
But this would be
Yeah.
the place to put it.
Yeah, the only reason I haven't said that, I mean, we haven't, as a committee, discussed much about the town offices is, we've been more focused on that, what to do with the library. That seemed like a good building, and we hadn't actually even gotten to the point where we're incorporating the town offices into Jordan Small Middle School, although I think we are headed that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the sense I got from the last meeting, is
Yeah.
most people discussing didn't have a problem with the town office having space in that building.
Right.
Especially after looking at the numbers that you published.
Right,
Yeah.
right, by the numbers. Yeah. All right.
Can I ask that on where it's got the town committees listed, 9 committees, some are defunct, maybe some are inactive or defunct? I don't know if they're all defunct, but.
Yeah, that's probably a better word. I was struggling with that a little bit
Yeah.
when I never went circled back.
Some are not meeting, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, do they still exist? I don't know, but.
Yeah.
That's a much better word.
Okay. And how would others, I was thinking about this. Can we make a recommendation that this next committee, whatever it should be called, be appointed relatively soon and get to work? Because they're not going to meet weekly, obviously. I think that's obvious. I'm amazed that we all have been meeting weekly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more to that work of that committee, and to really be ready for when the building is available, so that it's not, people have mentioned, it would be nice to not have it left vacant for too long. I mean, it will be vacant for a while any renovations might be done.
Yeah.
But the sooner that that is done and the town has voted on it, the sooner all that work can begin and it can be available. So if we recommend, I just wrote to myself here, I think they should be appointed really soon and begin their work in September.
Yep.
But-
I agree.
No, I think that too. I think if we give them, a sense of urgency, then I think that would help,
Yeah.
definitely.
And when Deb and Lori and I met, we were talking about possibly getting additional feedback through just like a table like the comprehensive plan had at November elections. If that committee were established in September and had at least 1 or 2 meetings, that's an opportunity to help kind of share current thinking and ideas and just get some more feedback without actually having to do any more surveys necessarily. But
Right.
I had one more, if I may. We've mentioned a few times how important communication is going to be about all of this, both the ongoing process, but especially once we have a community center, that we have a community center and what is there.
Right.
So I just would recommend that that be something that that committee really keeps in mind.
Marketing and promotion, yeah.
Very good.
I just had a minor thing for, under community, we have age-friendly Raymond, this is on page 3. Age-friendly Raymond now is part of Parks and Rec, if I'm not mistaken.
Not officially.
Oh.
So it'll be,
Till the
if the warrant article passes, the part-time age-friendly coordinator will be under Parks and Rec
Okay.
come July 1st.
Thank you.
And I guess sorry. One other thought was, we had also mentioned at one point trying to be sure that the history of Jordan Small is somehow preserved. So is that maybe another recommendation for that next committee, so it's not lost?
That's a
I
good
did,
one. Yeah.
I did hear back from Frank McDermott, unless there's someone that knows something more. What he told me was there had been a one-room school building in East Raymond that was named for Mary Ellen Small, who was a teacher. And then in Ernie Nights, it seemed that there were several one-room schools throughout the town. But then in 1960, the Jordan Small School was built as a consolidated school. And Jordan, he didn't know the first name, was also a teacher. And both Mr. Jordan and Ms. Small gave money towards building that school, hence the name Jordan Small. So I would think Frank would know if anybody in town knows, and I'm thankful for that. He did say, or maybe I read it in Ernie Nights thing, the town hall was the East Raymond School at one point. You're nodding, so I guess you knew that too. I didn't know that. Anyway. Yeah. But somehow to keep that, maybe there's a plaque or something, I don't know.
Thanks for finding that out. Thanks for finding that out, because I had no idea of the history of the naming of that school.
And do you think it would be appropriate for me to contact Frank and ask him to maybe give us a little write-up that we could include in our report?
If he wouldn't mind, yeah, sure, I think that would be great. I just don't want to lose that thread from
Yeah, I
something
think
that
that's
this
important to
group.
get it in writing and then make sure that we do pass it on. That is important.
So the Small, it's the school's named after, she's related to the Mrs. Small that.
I would imagine
Yeah, that
so.
donated the land sold the land.
RES.
For the RES, yeah, okay. I thought so,
Assuming
yeah.
so. He didn't say that, but I imagine.
Yeah.
Will you do that, or will?
I will do that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Frank's my neighbor, so, and we see each other frequently.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, and Pete, I wanted to talk to you at the last meeting about the STEM teacher was willing to, within her class the next 2 years, build a wooden something to leave in Jordan Small. So, you know, how much we've loved all the artwork in the different buildings that we've been to. She offered to have the 7th and 8th grade students do something to leave. I thought that was fabulous. So that's a STEM teacher, and then the art teacher is also wanting to put some artwork around, you know, like patchwork quilt stuff and whatever. So I love having the two of them joining us. So.
Okay, so we can add that as a recommendation, so that doesn't get lost with the next committee?
Yeah, if
That
they're
they'll
willing to
follow
do
up
that, I'd love to see that
Okay,
happen.
and point of contact, should that be you or the STEM teacher?
It could be me, or the art or STEM teachers. They said they would take that up the next 2 years before they move out.
All right.
Should we be making any recommendations about the naming of the community center, or is that would be left up to another group?
I think we're a ways away from, yeah.
That's not really in our scope.
Yeah.
I think it's a little too soon for that.
All right,
yeah.
I just want
I
to
mean,
make
I know that I
sure.
lean more towards community center than municipal.
Yeah,
buildings,
yeah,
so-
definitely.
But that's all
Okay.
I've got at this
I
point.
didn't know if that was something we should be putting in our recommendations.
All right.
So Peter, would you want to present this on the June 17th select board meeting or wait till July?
The June 17th, is that where they meet next?
Yeah.
If we can wrap it up by then, I'd say yes. So we're looking at next meeting being our last meeting. Is everybody comfortable with that? Because we talked about extending, but I think we're on track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far in advance Mel needs all the data that will be presented. It might be a full week.
At least 7 days, yeah. Try to
Yeah.
So
collect.
Yeah, I think it
that
might
for
be a
the-
July meeting, yeah.
Should make sense with new select board members as well.
Right. That'd be their first meeting as the new select board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to hit them right off the bat with this? or-
I think we should overwhelm them as best we can.
While they're still
Well, our
bewildered?
last meeting is the day before the select board meeting.
Right.
So that, I mean, if there's anything that you wanted to wrap up or wouldn't give you much time to do it before the meeting on the 17th.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
And if we need more time?
And if we need to, then we'll have that available to us. So maybe we'll go the next.
July.
We'll try to go for that. When's the one after the 17th?
That would be July 8th.
And I might not be available, so I'll double check and find out.
So-
Pete,
Okay.
I'm sorry, before can you go back to the floor plan at some point? I don't know if we wanted to maybe just put an asterisk next to some of the things, like one of the rooms was labeled as, it says, it's a typo, book sale sorting, like an asterisk, like potential use for some of the less priority types of things?
I think we're going to get into that in a little bit of
Okay,
detail
sorry.
here.
All right.
At least that's my intent, is that we'll get into that a little bit more detail, and
Okay.
that's a good way of maybe identifying them, yeah.
Thanks.
So, all right, I did update the Excel spreadsheet as far as the wish list. I didn't print myself off a new copy, but I basically have the old one. Did it agree with everybody as far as what we had discussed? Just wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed something.
You mean with the priorities?
Yeah.
I think you covered it very well.
I think we got it? Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. I sent out an email with a spreadsheet that's called By the Numbers. I think that would be the next thing to get us started on thinking about how we want to do exactly what Grace was just talking about, and that is maybe consolidating some spaces or making them a suggestion, not necessarily something in stone. I mean, it was a good exercise for me to see just how the numbers played out for each of the different groups. And I guess I'll open it up to discussion as far as, what do people think? Where do we need to make some changes? Maybe one being we make sure we have adequate space for town hall.
Well, that's probably the step, because that's not in the current.
It's not in the current floor
Right, so I
plan,
think that's
but
the first
I would
thing.
like to include that.
Yeah, we have
at
to.
the, when I get a chance to revise that, or, create a new one. All right, well, I guess I'll just open it up as far as, the library's asking for a lot of space. What do you think, Deb?
I think that the reason it looks like a lot of space is because all of those different meeting rooms that can be broken up into whatever, multi-purpose use rooms,
Right.
probably will be under the scheduling or booking by the library. So it just made sense to group it all with the library. That was my thought process on that.
Okay.
If that's how it goes.
Right, and that's, I guess just, one of my thoughts is that I think somebody who hasn't been part of this committee that was to come in and look at these numbers would probably be like, so the library's going from 2,600 square feet to 13,000 square feet. That sounds like a lot. And I don't want to lose something because they don't understand our thought process.
Right. And so if you look at where the collections go and the program, some of the programming spaces, it's not a lot. Right now, they don't have enough space to do what they need to do. So they do need more space anyway. They probably need double to triple what they have.
Oh, yeah.
But then we have the book sale space, which I believe is happening in a shed right now. So that's not.
No, it's in
very
the
good.
building. It's in the building, the book sales space.
Where they sort the books and store them?
No, we have a whole couple cabinets full of books for sale in the space.
Oh, I thought
It's
I
just
was told it
extras.
was-
No, the book sales takes place right in the
'cause
library.
I know
Yeah.
that's not optimum for that to be in the library, taking up space that could be used.
Oh,
for
yeah,
other things.
absolutely, but it's in the library now. It's not
okay.
out in the bookshelf. That's just for storage and stuff, yeah.
So, and then, if you want some dedicated spaces for digital classes or for people to do work or have private group meetings or video conferencing and things like that. All those different spaces will take space, but, those rooms can be carved up into spaces, but they'll probably be under the aegis of the library as far as who administers that space. So that's why, it doesn't mean it can't be used by anybody, but it just made sense that somebody's got to schedule it.
Richard and I did talk briefly about how there's a lot of overlap between Parks and Rec and library. So some of those functions might be both.
Right.
And shared space.
And when talking with Richard, we do, like, Parks and Rec already has a reservation scheduling aspect, so it's as simple as if
everyone has access to it.
Right. If Richard or a coordinator wants to put in time, it's in there, kind of scheduling internally. So there might be a lot, maybe in some of those spaces, maybe a different color of multi-use or multi-departmental use might be visually better to present, is my suggestion.
Or just call it shared space. Sue just said shared space.
Yep.
Right. And maybe
it's
that's
not even just those two, really. It's
right. And maybe that's what we should do going forward, is instead of designated, this is Park and Rec, this is library, not have designated colors for different departments, but just say, these are our recommendations for these spaces. And just label them, whatever the name of that space becomes as part of our recommendation.
Because it'll take time to build some of these programs we're talking about. I mean, it's going to take a while. So we don't want space empty for, until, it's just, it's going to take a while.
Right, but certain spaces will need certain interior designs. So like if you're going to have one room cut into two rooms for video conferencing, privacy for telehealth, or somebody wants to do a job interview virtually or something like that, those spaces are going to have to be set up for those types of purposes.
Right. Similarly, I think like the one that stands out for me is the senior space that they had at Westbrook. That was their designated space, and they had it set up for their use, and they, used it regularly. It looked like. So,
I think, sorry.
Yeah.
I think too that it's really up to the town as how it wants to split its budget. So that will define who owns any registration system or rooms themselves. There will be rents associated with that for your budget, and manpower probably is the biggest piece. But that's not us.
Right.
So I think the suggestion that we label like anyone can own this as a multi-use space, that will drive activity down the road.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We'll figure out the operational piece of it as we go forward.
And it's all under the town, all these, the three, they're all.
So if we've got a wish list and everything, so one of these multi-purpose rooms could be a senior space, because I would really like to kind of have a senior space, because if we do, we can have more activities, but we wouldn't have probably something every day.
Right, so it'll be scheduled, and so it's not always just sits empty until until you schedule it to use. It's going to be a but you would have a schedule that's set, and then that's your space for that time period.
So a nice senior room would be.
Yeah, right, and that senior, they could do a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
Build it, they will come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think because of the need, we might want to actually label that space senior space.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
That's just. We're talking about wishes, and I just think that's really something for an aging community that will go to, and it could grow. I mean, that is my hope.
A Saturday or so ago, I had the opportunity to spend the day at the Hawthorne House at a yard. They had a yard sale, and I am totally impressed on the building, how beautiful it is, and I mean, we haven't talked much about what they're doing there, but it's. They rent it out for events mostly. I heard talk about like a community center, but it really is an event center. It seems, they're going to have a cabaret night, they have music, jazz, they had an art show last year, they even had a wedding there. It's just, and they got the kitchens all finished now, and a nice bathroom, and it's beautiful. It's really nice. So that is really something for this town to think about, with, that space. And not that the town would do anything with it, but it belongs to the community. But it is a community center of sorts that is available in this town. And it's lovely in there. It really is. They've done a lot of hard work.
I mean, some things that were written into the proposal may not be on the wish list because they were written in over here. So like art exhibit space. We kind of worked it into our ideas, brainstorming here for the library, but there's nothing, I think, in the wish list about public art exhibit space. So I'm not sure if we should go back and forth and make sure that something appears either in both or at least in one master list, or just so it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
I mean, I don't know if book sale space was in the wish list, but we included it in the library proposal because we know that's a usual function that happens under the library. And I'm sure Joe and Richard they're gonna discuss and figure out what's going to be good ways to coordinate the space and use it.
Okay. So I think we kind of have answered this question, but the next item I had was, do we want to include the town hall office with the community center? Do we want to what? Include the town offices into the Jordan Small Middle School.
Well, I've certainly expressed my desire to do that. I mean, I think I've been pretty vocal about that I felt that was important. May not happen or whatever, but if we're looking at the next 10 to 15 years, if we don't put the town hall in there, I think 15 years it's going to be, the people will be looking at building another building, which I don't know if people, if we can fit it all in here.
Right.
And everybody just works together to use the space. I mean, that's my feeling about it.
Right. I think when we consider the size of Raymond as far as population and whatnot compared to some of these other towns that we visited, that it seems like we should have more than enough space at Jordan Small Middle School to include that plus Parks and Rec and library.
Absolutely.
And community center.
Yeah, I think so.
Is there anybody opposed to making sure we include the town hall?
I'm not opposed. I just think it's important that we remember that so much work is going to be done after this committee with needs assessments, architects. It's going to be very in-depth in evaluating all buildings and needs. I mean, I think we supply the wish list, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No, that's a good reminder.
I mean, fitting it in is not going to, we have the wish list that this is what we feel, that the town for that space, but it's going to be up to the architects and the engineers to, the feasibility of that and how everything fits.
Okay.
And I think my only hesitation on it was seeing all these other things that we've kind of penciled in potentially. And is there enough room to do it justice for what it needs? But I asked at one point, is there any part of town office that would stay in that building and the rest be here? And that didn't make any sense. They need to all be in one space. That's very clear. So now I'm thinking, is there anything we've kind of penciled in here that could potentially go in that space so that there's definitely enough room for the town office needs here? Is there anything that kind of is on its own that doesn't need to be all together? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I really can't see what myself.
I don't think we have to decide that now. I think
I know we're not deciding.
A wish list and then see.
Right, but just as a recommendation.
Yeah, of ideas of when they look at it, they see the whole picture. I don't think we have to worry
Well-
about where other places that could go. You don't know how it will develop. It will develop, and there's the list of
Just
things.
thinking ahead, if this next committee is doing all of the detail work Kayla just talked about and says, not all this stuff is going to fit there, and yeah, so there's some things on that wish list that are really more than just a pie in the sky kind of a wish, I would hope that they would consider then, but this could then be in this space, this, whether it's the library space or the town office space or something, so that really we're trying to, because these were all things that we identified as, would be really nice to have, that we thought the community would like and use. Just raising it as a possibility.
Well, that's good, thank you. I think we've also answered this next question. So, do we want the Jordan Small buildings to be the place for the community space, parks and recreation, and the library? I think that's pretty much decided at this point. And for our recommendations, even though I did cobble something together for that piece, I want the committee's input. Does our committee recommend using the current library as the new food pantry and thrift shop and?
It's an idea. Yeah, it's an idea.
As an idea.
Yeah,
Right. We've said a couple of times, right? They're going to do what they want.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll take our thoughts into consideration. I'm sure they will. But yeah, they're going to make it work.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
I mean, it is a good space for that, so, for sure.
Seems like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or is it that, or the town office?
What?
Is it necessarily, definitely recommend the library be used for that? Or recommend either the library or the town offices be used for that? I mean, it's really kind of depends.
Oh, the town of, yeah. We talked about it, though, being down on Main Street, and
That's true.
that was one of the things. People could walk to it.
Next to the community garden.
Yeah, near the community
That's true.
garden, which donates fun. Yeah, so that, I think we brought that up, so.
Yeah.
It would be
So
a
what
better
was the
space.
problem with the town hall? Is it basically they're running out of space?
Yep.
Or the
Yes.
building is not great?
It's both. It's both. Yeah.
So would it be suitable for
We don't know.
the transfer?
We don't know what it's going to be soon. I think that'll be something that'll come. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have to.
Yeah,
It'll be a
just curious.
building, so it's certainly not big enough for town hall right now.
Right. We're
Be
thinking
a
more
one-room
in
school
depth.
again.
Well, that's what I was wondering. It's a nice little
It could be.
house,
Maybe
yeah.
there is a daycare there or something. Who knows? But
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right,
That
they
would
may
be-
go in that direction.
Yeah, that's a good. That's a thought. Yeah, for sure. You have to
Okay.
up your rates. They heat the place.
In a playground.
Yeah,
Put a
right.
playground out there.
That's right.
So, for the next thing, Lori, you had planned on walking us through a exercise at our last meeting to maybe help identify more, define the spaces, I guess.
Well, you
We
had
want-
you had the colored pencils idea, and then I was concerned that we would be crossing out and marking things up. So I have just some color-coded things that can either represent use, like who would use this space, or manage the space, or this is my opinion, so I take all the yellows. Just to lay out what we see and where there are commonalities to how we think we should use the or could use the space. It's
Right.
just an idea, because Post-it notes are easy to move.
Right.
If we find that most of us are completely in favor of a gym class near the library, then, that would be different than what we've looked at before. But I think we need to bring our own individual biases into this, because we're here because we want to be here. So we have ideas, and we have perspective too.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. So why don't we head in that direction and start looking at this?
Do you want to have colors or use? Do you want each person have a color or
Okay.
name it? I don't know.
Whatever works for you.
Yeah.
I don't know what works best.
Chairs aren't the best.
I Yeah, I come up Bittersweet and then turn left onto Harvest Hills. I used to get lost out there all the time. I finally figured it out.
Just keep going, yeah, it's incredible.
Crazy. But you know, I was telling him that Viola Road that ends up in the, he says, that's private. That's like, oh my God. How do you go up through Colonial? Is that how you go up?
I don't know the best way to do this, quite honestly. We have to turn these on, right?
No, the mic is on. Just need to hold it. Whoever's going to be speaking, actually grab the mic and talk into the mic so that it can be heard.
Really got all the colors, didn't you? Tell us what you want us to do. I don't know what would work best, what would be least confusing. I think our job is to not determine whether that meeting space is library or age-friendly is Parks and Rec. So I think possibly we could each be responsible for a color and then write what group it goes with, if you know what I'm saying. So if I
Yeah, I need an example.
so sure.
So, and maybe we can speed this up a little bit in that if we go and look at like, gym, we know that the gym's gonna stay the gym. So unless somebody has, you know, a comment that I can't even think of, I would think that some of these things we're all, maybe as a group are okay with.
I think you should leave the kitchen area, and then, like you said, the gym. Move the kitchen somewhere else, or move that, that's an undertaking and a half.
This entire area is
It's
as is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's nothing you're gonna do with that.
Yeah. And the other thing is, you know, I'm not opposed to or afraid to mark this up. If somebody wants to write on this, by all means, please do, because I have another copy of this, and I can make a final version if need be.
So
I may have missed this, but why do we have a fitness room at the gym?
Ask Joe.
What happened?
You're being called out, Joe.
Oh, no.
Why is there a fitness room and gym here?
Is that the microphone that you had?
No, Nate had that one.
I think you put that on mute.
This one's live though. This one's
Yes.
hot.
So I think
So
it's
the-
this room and this room.
So the reason why this would be
Oh, no, is it this room, Kayla?
That's a-
In this room, or?
Well, I see fitness room,
okay. So
Right.
that's
and then I see a gym.
so that's storage. So the fitness studio would be more of the wood floor with like the mirrors, and you have kind of more of like the jazzercise, Zumba, yoga, Pilates. It's a open space studio. Then this would be a fitness gym where like it has equipment, weights, treadmills,
Who do you
bikes.
envision using that?
I don't know. It was in the survey, and it got pretty popular. People wanted a fitness gym. So the reason why I put it over here too is because you could have a check-in fob access here instead of intern where there'd be more of the recreational leisure type stuff. So
you've already got the colors here, so let's use them.
I worry a little bit about the gym being right where the public would come in and do their business, to register their cars and stuff.
sure.
I mean, will this get noisy, like loud music and?
if you have Arnold Schwarzenegger in there, yeah,
Yeah.
you could be pumping weight. Yeah, right.
I don't know.
No, I think there's definitely room to move it. There's also the possibility of building out back here too. So it could be phased in for much later if there's time or if we have
Or need, or, yeah.
the resources.
Yeah,
Just off the top of the head, that
Yeah.
was.
Because we hadn't penciled in anything for town hall yet, right?
Right.
But we were
This-
kind of thinking
This seems like a
end of
good
it.
block for town hall.
Yeah.
I was actually, this is just my opinion, I was thinking that the town offices should be the most accessible in terms of the number of people that use it. Here we would have, yes, but that's so perfect for the
I
library.
know. This was what I kind of thought would be the perfect spot for the town office. You can open this all up relatively easy, and it's easy access here. But library too. It's-
Yeah, because they need the biggest open space outside of the gym, which, and these rooms can be divided.
These are stairs,
These
though,
are-
if I recall.
Correct.
Yeah.
Everything, all the entrances here are ADA. They've got ramps coming up to them.
Okay. I was
And
thinking,
if you were gonna do a build out, that would all be incorporated in that anyway.
This,
Oh, yeah.
where's here, this is the library, right?
The large
The large-
community and
and-
the TV studio.
Which is the
Broadcast.
current library in the
Yes.
school. So this is not accessible to, in this
So
way.
you
It's
Yeah.
have
gotta come
to, you
down
have
around
to
there.
use the ramp and go all the way
Right.
down. to
or
correct.
come in this way.
Yeah.
Is, and you know the building better than most of us, Nathan. Could we conceivably, if we wanted to spend the money, close this and make this inside space?
I think anything's possible. I would think that that's gonna be an undertaking.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't know if that
The
has,
windows, the daylight.
I don't know if that has a walkway though.
There is a walkway up, where's the portable classrooms? Right here. So there is a walkway that comes up into this area here, because you can enter the building here.
Oh, that's right.
There's a walk that goes
That's
all
where
the
the
way down.
playground is, right?
Correct. No,
No,
but
like
that's back
right
here.
this is a vestibule. This is kind of a, it's not ADA, but there is a path over there.
Okay, let's take the things we know. You already had a color code identified here.
Okay.
So technology, I think we all agree that that space makes the most sense for Kevin's
Yeah.
equipment and the town meetings and that sort of thing.
And then this is a technology space, can be a technology space.
So technology space is different from the control room, right?
Well, are we talking about any kind of technology space that's gonna need
So I
Wi-Fi
interpret
and
this,
hubs and all that?
I interpret this as being the second half of this building.
Correct.
Right, the
That's what it
servers
is.
and,
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
I'd like us to consider I'm sorry, I don't remember how much space this is altogether. Who's quick?
It's a lot. So you've got, each one of these is over 800.
Yeah, 4 times 8,
So you've
So
got
that would-
almost,
3,200.
35.
That would give them
500,
more than the
4,000 square
town
feet.
office has today.
yeah, it'd be close. Yeah, just
So-
over. Because this space here is 4,500
Oh.
square feet. And they have 3,500 currently.
At the town hall, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't want to separate this from the library too far away, because if people need assistance using the technology, they're going to be wanting the library staff to help them. So you want to make sure that they can quickly get down there.
I think Kevin did some digging around, and I think he went with that space right there because of the
Yeah.
ease of ability to
Right,
get
right
up.
next to.
He also said, I think, across the hall
Yeah,
would be
and I
okay.
asked him, because I challenged him on that. I was like, why can't it be across? And he said, well, it could be, just as long as it's very close.
Right.
So if we want to ensure a way for the town to have enough space, perhaps something like all of this, I don't know if that's enough yet,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
we don't know what they actually need.
Right.
And we'll grow into.
Personally, if I'm looking at this, way too much room for all these things.
I agree.
Well, that's true.
Like-
These rooms
like
are
these
large. and
Like a remote workspace for that is almost, I mean, that's a lot just for that thing. So, I mean, when you look at how this has been set up, I think that's very hard for us to sit here and say, well, this could go here and that could go there. Because ultimately, maybe 5 things could go there and 2 things can go there. I mean, there's so much more that can be done here. And I think this is actually extremely limiting. That's just my
I think that
take
some
on it.
things speak for themselves, like the library space, I had wanted it down here, but just looking at the way it's configured right now, for the way a library should be open and everything, to me, that makes sense. As library is purple, and you need more space, so a staff workroom, actually, if there's a way we
Right,
can
off-
kind of lock in that
'Cause that will-
quadrant.
Well, that's why I put the door there, because if there's community things happening, you want to make sure you can lock your library off so people can't get down in there. They can get as far as the restrooms, but they can't get into the main part of the library.
Right.
And these are easily locked just themselves, so.
So this is something that we've talked about maybe going in another building. entirely,
Mhm.
right, down the library. So if that were whatever you're putting in here, again, given that there's, as Kayla just said, that can be divided up for various things, it's still close to the library, and that leaves that for town hall space as needed. And maybe this is
Does anybody know what
library.
the Library of Things is at a supply kind of?
Library of Things is a collection of objects that can be lent out. Sports equipment, could be cooking equipment, could be power tools, could be, things like that. Instead of lending books and videos, lending small appliances, things like
Or
that.
medical things as well.
Certainly
Yeah.
can. That's why we put that with that, because it's
Yeah,
things.
because the medical closet
Crutches and.
has a whole house of its own down in Wyndham.
Mhm.
So I don't know if half of a.
Maybe some of those items can come up here, so it's closer to where they might be needed.
I'm just
'Cause I
wondering,
don't-
space-wise, if half a room is enough. Like, I know that's the art room.
If we're recommending that library, when vacated, is the food pantry, could that also be the medical closet, library of things, whatever, depending upon what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be, yeah,
And
absolutely.
and again, I think someone else was saying that this is definitely something that could go in another building,
Yeah.
it seems like the town hall or whatever.
It depends who's going to be administering it. If
Yep.
the library has to catalog and sign these things out, it should stay close to the library.
We don't have this now, right?
Right.
So it
No,
would be,
you
and it's
don't have
likely
this
would be
now.
volunteer
Right.
run.
No, it
or
would just be
used in
part of
Great
the
Park.
library. It's just another collection.
Well, you're talking about, you're talking about the library of things,
Right.
and then there's the loan closet, two separate
Okay.
things. Volunteers do the loan closet in Wyndham, and
Okay.
and it's fine, it works out, and that's, and that, so.
So that would fit with like the food pantry, the thrift
Right,
shop,
it could,
maybe that
it
would
could.
fit in with that
Depending on how-
kind of
how-
services?
depending
Or with
on
general
who's-
assistance.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it depends on who's down there, who's volunteering, and the fellow that does the food pantry now, is he available more days? No, he's not.
Well, he does the work more days, but he only opens the pantry
Yeah.
for 3 hours.
But he would be available to open the pantry more, or no?
As a volunteer, I
Yeah.
can't speak for that.
Yeah, right, so, right.
I can't speak for that. And also for here, we need to provide space for the emergency meetings, the private sessions. The
executive sessions.
Executive sessions, so I don't know if we can use this space over here for that.
That's
a closet, I
That's a
think.
closet.
Yeah.
You could,
But in the evenings, you were going to have these spaces
correct.
not being used, most likely. Because it's after hours, library staff's gone home, nobody's around to let people in.
That's when we start getting
So
to
an
the art,
executive
like-
session could be,
That's like a meeting room. I mean, obviously, then it makes sense
Yeah.
right across. You could just meet right in there for executive sessions.
Well, again, if this is all town hall, and that's divvied up for various offices, but you do have a need for, you have at least a small conference kind of a space. So that's another need of the town hall. So again, if this is, if that's library and this is kind of town hall, I don't know.
She
There's
made a
an
good
office space
point.
to meet for exec session.
When they have Board of Selectmen's meetings, it's usually 6 or 7 o'clock at night. None of the stuff's going to be occupied, and they've got plenty of room where you could dual purpose, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you don't
I
need
think
to
for a meeting.
specialize, yeah, right.
Yeah, but
because
that would
these
be,
are all, I mean, these can be meeting rooms for different types of meeting spaces. Part of this could be for video conferencing. Part of this could be for small group meetings, or, student work rooms or something.
What I'm hearing is that we probably ought to take these spaces at least, and this one, and make them part of our wish list, and not necessarily label them, because we don't want to limit ourselves or the next committee. So, we can then prioritize them as part of our wish list, and let the next committee figure out how to make those spaces the right size for that activity.
Right.
Because it's not only what activities you offer, it's where those activities go and should be or should not be next to another type of activity.
Right, but that will take the detail of the next
I
group
think that's
figuring
beyond our
that
scope
out.
at this
Yeah.
point.
Yes,
We'll
although
figure that
we
out.
need to keep in mind things like children's safety, having, like Westbrook had that whole separate, the whole center of the building
And
was
nobody's-
locked off. And toys.
Kayla had a good point. This is all gonna be, no, I wouldn't call it a mute thing, but they're gonna put this in front of an architect.
Oh, yeah.
And they're gonna,
I don't want us to get too down into the weeds on it.
I don't know the
I
best
think
flow.
it is amazing that the work that has
Right.
been put into this and the attention to detail and the effort, but at the end of the day, it literally does mean nothing.
Right.
And I think that's important for us all to recognize, and I think it's wonderful how much work has been put into this committee. I think it's great. And it again shows just the strong volunteers that we have in this community, and I'm very proud of all of this stuff that's been put together. But again, it's going to and we also the big elephant, which we were told not to talk about, is the cost.
Yeah.
So there's way more than just what's feasible. What can we do? It's going to come down to the dollar sign.
Yeah, it might be a
So
good
there's-
flow, and then all of a sudden, it's
I
a number,
mean,
it's like, we gotta change this.
Exactly. So I just think that, putting together the wish list and saying, hey, we conceptualized this and we thought this would work really well. I mean, that's wonderful. But again, at the end of the day, it's probably all going to be rewritten, relooked at,
So
and
let's
overhauled.
build 4 quadrants then. This is Parks and Rec, and this is the library, and this is
You got
Town Hall.
down here.
And then you have
Absolutely,
remaining community space or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's right.
Yeah, perfect.
TBD.
That'll give them something
Yeah.
to fall back and at least they
What?
they can see what we're
determined.
thinking.
Yes.
How to group them, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought we were saying town there, though. No?
Well,
Oh, I did.
I would put town here,
Good,
just
good, okay.
personally.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec-y, right, over
And
here. Because
community. How
this is also
That's
really
turnkey
community.
right there,
I mean, this can be
Green
used for
and
lots
yellow.
of people.
That's right. And the
So can the kitchen,
cafeteria, the
and so
cafeteria.
this is still kind of community space here. Even though it involved Parks and Rec's activity, it's still community space. And then,
Well, it's
'cause
kind of
you
green
don't-
and yellow,
This
green
is
and
a lot for a lot of space just for those 3 things. And we already know that the town hall can fit in there as it is now.
Right. So it'd be more or less like,
Aren't they needing more space, though?
Yes.
We
That's
don't, we
the whole
don't,
point.
I mean,
we
but
don't
again,
know if they're
that's-
laid out in the optimal way. We know that it's been
There's a
moved
lot-
around
yeah,
as
we've
you've had
cut and
to.
chopped and there's offices.
There's a lot
that
more
could be
functional space
Correct,
in this than,
correct.
we
Those
have a lot
rooms
of
are-
dead space.
And those rooms are big. When we walked around, I mean, they're pretty large rooms.
oh, yeah.
They are.
So,
Okay.
And I think this way too, for public access, we would have this
There,
way and this
there.
way.
Yeah.
And then for the library, should we decide to do the same thing, this way and this way?
yes, right, yeah.
Talking about maybe this becoming not the bus turnaround, but a parking lot.
Right.
That'd be nice looking in, right? Come off the road, you have the front main entrance and parking. Makes sense.
All right. So just so I'm clear, so we've got Parks and Rec is this quadrant here plus our community space. Library is here.
Yeah.
Do we cut library off here? Or do we include this space?
We leave it as is.
Yeah.
Just with the colors.
See what they
They'll
can do.
figure out
Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to put this as community center here, because that's the teen, where you had talked about some kids' space?
That's, Rec wanted that, right?
Well,
It was an
To
option.
lead some activities and.
Yeah, this is coordinated between Parks and Rec and Library, right, basically?
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
had like in here, it could be kind of,
Right, because
This-
this is like the family children's bathroom in there.
Or the teen
And
center
then
could be
the-
in that basement. No, just.
That's right, with padded walls, right?
Is that approved? So, and the children's programming is gonna need storage for their crafts and their, all of their materials that go with that.
Good.
I mean, almost everything. Yeah, so technology, I guess, is really,
Well, you can have public computing space in here.
you're anticipating having that in the library already, aren't you?
I think Richard would like to have a couple of things here, but if you want to have enough for people to come in and do long-term project work, or, like our seasonal visitors come in and they may want to do some work on their vacation or during the summer, they're gonna need space that they know they can get into, sit down, either bring a device or sit down at a device. Maybe there's gonna even be a few like lockers that they can store their projects in. I mean, it's open for what we want, what we need. I see it's happening at a lot of libraries and it's being very, very successful. that people can come in and do work at the library that they can't do well at home. Or they travel, they're on the road, or they have home-based business or whatever. Or they're hybrid workers.
You want to make sure you get your director's space.
Although I'll argue 12 by 17 is a lot for an office.
After sharing an office with him, he needs
It's all basketball.
Yeah.
I had like a
That's all.
corner right here, and he had this much.
Depends on what season,
A
you
lot of
know?
stuff that goes with rec and.
They put the ball bag somewhere.
There's times I didn't think I could get out.
Build around you.
Kayla, thank you for bringing that up. I think we were getting into the weeds.
I mean, it's
for
hard
no
not to,
reason,
right?
yeah.
I mean, it's hard not to, but I think, and I'm probably been seeming like a little stickler here, but I keep bringing up, well, I mean, we don't really, what's our mission again? What, trying to bring it back to say, well, what's our mission and what is the reality of it? And I think, unfortunately, that is the reality, that it could very much look like this. And it could very much not.
It could look very different.
But that's going to come out of a lot of extra, a lot of work done by professionals.
Right, but this helps.
Who are really looking at needs, the space, the cost.
Right, but this is like placeholders. It's like, this makes sure that certain activities or services or programs aren't getting forgotten, so we're kind of like slotting them in, just so we can show that it can work.
And I see that as partly the function of our wish list and setting priorities to that.
Right.
That we're going to pass that information on to them to then digest and
Right.
and make room for.
But it makes sense, the general priorities now, like you're.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Kinda seeing that.
people need to see something so that they'll say, yes, let's spend money for an architect or
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
some sort of design.
They take one look at this and say,
Something.
yes, let's get an architect.
And we're committed to these three groups being in here. I mean, that's, I think, the takeaway
That's
for
coming
me.
out loud and clear.
Is, really, and so then the job is to how everybody has to work together to modify their wishes and needs so that everybody has the space they really need. So that's.
I think this is important to do this exercise.
Mm.
And when it comes time to go to the architect, people need to hold their ground a little bit to make sure that we get what we envision we need.
That's a good point, too.
Because if you handed this blank slate to an architect and an engineer, we're going to be, and again, like Kayla said, the elephant in the room, we're going to be $10, $15, $20 million. We're going to go buy and the place is going to be all flat, and they're going to be building a brand new building. So,
Well, no, I mean,
you got to keep a thumb on
I
it.
think there, when it comes down to it, and you're really looking at price tag and reality, the layout and the bones of the building is not going to change that much because it's just going to cost too much to do that. So what's going to end up coming out of it is what is the best way to use the space largely as it is right now.
Right, that's right, and fit
And
these
that's
things.
that. I
That's
mean,
right.
that's the reality, and
That's right.
it's not going to get overhauled, and
For
it's
the-
not going to be
No,
torn down and rebuilt.
we're not tearing walls down
No,
and stuff.
I mean, it's
no.
going to be, we may add some walls, but, or
but not-
something, but, I mean,
Right. We can
I
tear
just
some
think
walls, we can add some
in
walls.
reality, when
We
you
saw
look at
that.
the cost,
Yes.
that's what
So,
you're looking at.
it's like in Gorham what they did. I mean, they didn't do much with the structure. The structure was there. And they
And they
used that
did pieces
structure.
at a
Yeah.
time.
And they put, that's how
And
they
they
keep
put
the
those
price tag
open,
down.
and they put those open office spaces in those big rooms,
It's going to have
cubicles.
cubicles
Right.
and partitions as
Yes.
opposed to,
Walls,
brick and
right.
mortar.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But for the architect, they're going to say form follows function. So they need to know what kinds of activities and spaces we want in our building, and then they're going to bring their design knowledge to, oh, you want to do that there, so you're going to need to have this like that.
Yeah, that's right.
So, just a question, this multi-purpose shared space as it's labeled right now, is that still something that I think, maybe it was, I think I have mentioned, keeping some space kind of in reserve, flexible for things we didn't yet think of, identify maybe something that is bring in revenue of some type at some point? Is that kind of possible there too? In other words, it's not like, these are the things we want, and so if you have extra space, just make these things bigger, as opposed to reserve some space for what we
That's
haven't yet
important.
anticipated.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's very good.
for growth, yeah.
Yeah, and it's always seeing what works and
Yeah.
what doesn't, and I think allowing that space to
Keeping
be
some
developed.
flexibility.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it seems like the direction we're headed, that a lot of this space here will be available for community center
Some
type
flex-
development.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for the Post-it.
Yeah,
You
that worked out well.
quite a collection there.
Anybody
I'm
wants
amazed.
So, just so I'm clear, we're gonna leave this as is and use this to give a visual to the next committee. Okay?
That's great.
All right.
Why not?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
You just leave mics there, that's fine.
The voices in our head.
I gotta take my kids home. Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Either that or
See
they
that?
worded it.
No, I said, take my kids home. He's like, okay.
Give Derek a job.
Yeah.
That's a good point. We'll wait till-
Stranger danger.
Apparently not.
No, didn't work.
Sorry, Lori.
We got this.
Yeah, she got in before, so she can glance it again.
Get down to desk.
Have I? Yeah. No, not yet.
I thought of
Except for the screen doors.
Except for what?
Thank you.
The screen door that.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
I think that
Is
was,
that something very?
That was definitely worth it.
That was great.
Exercise. Yeah. I think we were all ready for that.
Yeah, we'll have it done.
with the caveat there.
All right. I did forget to mention at the beginning of the meeting that we do have the select board coming in right behind us. They have a special meeting tonight. But we're, by no means does that, I mean, we have to rush to get through our meeting. They said right up to 7:35 minutes to transition, and they're good, so. But with that, we are at the point of all the agenda items that I had listed, and I don't see any community to public comment. So I'm going to go right to committee's comment and let us maybe wrap up what we were just talking about, which was really good discussion. I appreciate that, everybody. Maybe some final thoughts on recommendations.
Question, should we be making a recommendation about the portable? Where we say we recommend we bring the TV studio into that large community space and then the portable could be removed, or?
I think it's a given that the
It's a given,
portable-
just a
Yeah.
given it's
Yeah.
gonna come
Right.
down?
But we
Okay.
might as well make it clear, just that that's
Yeah,
our
I think-
Because
recommendation.
that's part of our thinking process.
Well, we'll need more parking everywhere.
Yes,
If
yeah.
all of this activity is coming to this building.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
that's a very good idea to mention too. Like recommendations to, add additional spaces in front maybe, or of course
This-
on that side.
This building, though, I think is going to get torn down, right?
I hope so.
Well, you said it had already outlived its.
It's sitting on cement blocks and
Yeah.
moving. It's had a good purpose. It's had a good run. I think it's time for it to go away.
This is my daughter's 4th grade class here. This room, God.
I think I actually went to school in the town office edition when they were out there.
Pete, if committee comment can be on things that aren't directly about the committee, then I have a comment. Okay. I did just want to mention, we've been talking a lot about the library being in this space, and I just wanted to say that the current library offered a great evening with an author, had the books that people could pick up. They got them for free from a donation, and just, it really was making me feel really good about the potential of what we're looking at here for the library being expanded. There's a lot more that can be done there. It was a really good event. And they've got the plant sale, I think Sue already mentioned that, coming up on Saturday.
Plant sale Saturday.
Yep, and I also want to remind people to be sure they are coming out to vote on June 10th and hopefully supporting the school budget. So, got to put that plug in wherever I go. Okay.
Thanks, because that brings up a good point, because some of those shared spaces or multi-use spaces there that we just talked about, the library will need some of those kinds of meeting spaces to hold crafts and book discussion groups and things like that, because right now, it's just right out in the main floor of the library.
Yep.
So it's very distracting to anybody who's trying to do anything else, especially quiet work. So libraries need quiet space, and they also need conversational learning space.
Right. Anybody else? Thoughts for next meeting? Do we want to, are we at a point where we want to more or less try to wrap things up next meeting?
Yes.
So,
Yep.
I guess any last thoughts can be communicated to me between now and then. And in addition, I'll try to polish the summary report a little more and get that out to everybody for review, and then, you know, please feel free to communicate back to me things that I need to add or whatever.
Yeah, you made a great start with it. I mean, what you've already done is.
I did already make one edit myself. I missed our first meeting, April 14th, so that is now in there. All right, well,
All right.
do I have a motion to adjourn? Are we ready?
So moved.
Yeah,
Second? All in favor?
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board special meeting, please. Here we go. I'm going to be running the meeting since Rolf is still up in Augusta right now. So everybody is here. And can I have approval of the minutes for May 12th?
Make the motion to accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. A motion for May 13th minutes?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Short
Okay.
line.
Okay, and May 19th meeting minutes?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? And Rolf's up. All right, new business, approving the comprehensive plan to move forward. Joe, Rolf, do you guys want to take this? The corrections, I do know, Joe, you were in contact with North Star?
Yes, the clean copy with the edits was made and posted on the comprehensive plans website. So that is complete, and so that now the next steps would be to hold a public town meeting to get that voted in.
You should speak into the microphone a little bit more.
So yes, I believe Rolf, did Melanie send you that template of the time frame for this?
I mean, essentially what will have to happen is you'll set a date will get set for the special town meeting, and then backdated from that date will be the public hearing. So there will be a public hearing, and then after the public hearing, then there would be the special town meeting to do the final approval.
All right. Are you guys okay with all that?
Yeah.
Can I have a motion to approve?
I'm just curious, though, before we move on.
Yeah.
30 days between each thing, between the public meeting and then another 30 days before we have the vote at a special town meeting?
It'd be a public hearing and then 30 days for the special town meeting for vote. Yep.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ralph, but I believe it's 30 days from the time that the clean copy was posted, which I'm not sure when that was, but I believe it was sometime around Friday. Then that clean copy needs to be available to the community to review for 30 days prior to the public hearing. Am I wrong there?
No, that would be correct. The other requirement is the public hearing has to be a minimum of 10 days prior. The public hearing has to be a minimum of 10 days prior to the special town meeting. So, so you've got a couple different things. So, as I say, once you establish the date for the special town meeting, that's going to necessitate what the date of what's the latest date that public hearing can be.
That's my understanding as well, Ralph. So that's the timing, if you were asking the question, Dennis.
And so when you say public, does that mean there has to be written copies for the public at Town Hall for them to pick up, or just the posting on the webpage?
No, I would think that you would have a copy available in the town hall as well. I mean, that's generally just as a courtesy for anyone that doesn't have access to the internet or whatever. But I believe statutorily they request that you also have it available in the town hall.
That's what I was wondering.
And so if I were to do just a rough calculation, since I don't know exactly when the clean copy was posted, I first became aware of it when my wife told me that this meeting was scheduled for tonight, because I didn't get any notice of that either. But I do understand that at times we've been told that if you really want to know something, then you gotta watch the website, because that's the communication. That's how you get it. It would have been nice as a courtesy that the chairs, at least the co-chairs of the comprehensive plan, would have been notified directly about the meeting tonight. I know there's a lot going on in town, and so people don't have all the time to reach out with that communication. But anyway, that's how I became aware of this meeting. And then I went onto the town website and saw that actually the select board edits had been made in the plan that was posted. And that was on Friday. So just as a rough calculation, by July 1st, as I calculated, there will be the clean copy or the final version posted on the website for the community to review, which would mean 30 days from that, roughly July 1st. And so if I would then go ahead 10 days from that, sometime in the middle of July, a special town meeting could take place. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Joe, couple of things. You're going to need to put that in the queue for Mel to put that on to be scheduled. And if you can also ask for copies to be made for the town office, so you guys have notes for that.
For sure.
And to, so it'd be the public hearing and the special town meeting.
Right. I know Melanie was working on those tentative dates based on that, posted on the website, comprehensive website, so.
That way where you've got it,
Yep.
because, for the next board. Yep. Oh, I know, I was sorry. Making sure we made those notes.
Thanks. Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. A question, and I'm not suggesting this happened this time. I mean, what you've just outlined, fine, that's fine. But haven't we in the past had a public hearing and immediately after gone into a special town meeting and voted on that item? I'm recalling that for, wasn't it an ordinance about, it was marijuana or something? It's fairly recent, but I know that we've done that. I think we've done that before. And again, I'm not suggesting that happened this time, but I just want to be sure this doesn't moving along.
I do believe, Rolf, do you remember that happening too, where we've had a public hearing and then we've gone right into a vote?
I remember that too.
Yeah, it depended on what the thing was. The last time we did that was that one that was on the moratorium.
So it depends on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how the thing was called forth. The moratorium, because that was a petition, that falls into some slightly different timing and whatnot, and that one did allow then to have the public hearing and then go right into the vote. But that, because it had to fit within the time frame of when you had to act on the, on a petition, issue versus this, which is, which is calling a special town meeting, and because you're calling a special town meeting, then that drives when you need to have the public hearing.
May I just ask one more thing, and this is a request, not a question to be answered, a request that it be publicized now that assuming it gets approved in a minute by the select board, that it's on the website so people could start taking a look at it. It's a very lengthy document with a lot of detail. I would hope that people do take time to read through it. Again, so much work went into this. Speaking on behalf of the co-chairs and members of the committee, and I just want to be sure it gets its due. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what can be done there is, up in the, and Joe can see to get that done, but on the, on the banner, you can just set, he can put a notice up there that, it's been now approved by the select board, so here's the next steps, and so that people can get on there to read it. So that, that way, if they go to the, when they go to the site there, they're going to see that up in the banner.
Yeah, no, I would just say, Rolf, everything you just said there is correct as far as the timing. I believe as far as the statutory requirements, when you're talking about a lengthy document, then obviously that's something where the state's going to say statutorily you have to post it so many days for the public to be able to have access to it. If it's a simple document saying, let's say, what comes to mind was the issue involving adopting the broadband, where the money was basically, we needed to ask the state if we could use it from the TIF. Wasn't a really lengthy document there. It was basically just the state said okay, and we had to have a special town meeting for it and then vote on it. So you're right, Ralph.
If appropriate, I'd make a motion to approve the comp plan to take it to the next step.
Second.
Any questions, discussions?
I think we did it.
You ready? All in favor? All right, passes.
Okay, I'm getting called into a vote, so I have to
Right. Thanks, Ralph.
sign off. Thank you.
Bye. All right, can I motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Oops.
Nope.
No public comment?
We weren't going to tonight. Go for it.
We'll talk really fast and loud. So very, very quickly, I just want to remind folks, if they're listening to this, watching this, to be hopefully supporting the RSU 14 school budget on June 10th, and to check out, there's a lot of information on the RSU 14 website if they want to look back at the past meetings.
Excuse me, Pete.
If they want to look
I'm sorry, we
at
can't hear.
the past meetings that give the detail of the different cost centers, or the hearing on May 14th that went over all of the cost centers and had some discussion, if they need that information, and plus the May 2nd Wyndham Eagle had a really good article that detailed some of the information as well. So that was one thing I just wanted to remind of. I also wanted to just highlight the library just had a great session with a Maine author. They had books that the public could pick up for free, and then the author was there to discuss it. It was a great program. I want to just highlight that while I have a chance, again, in case there's anybody listening beyond this room. The visioning committee for the Jordan Small Middle School, I want to really just commend with the dedication of a group of people that have been meeting weekly and have hopefully just one more meeting. Have done a lot of work and tours of other facilities, and just watch those meetings on the cable channel as well if you're interested in hearing some of that discussion. And I think that is it, but I would reiterate, please, in the future, if there is a committee that has done work that is then having that topic on your agenda for a select board meeting, please do reach out to at least the chairs or co-chairs of that committee and let them know. I happened to just check on the calendar that this meeting was happening, check the agenda that was posted there, and so I'm glad that's done, but please in the future be sure that that happens. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Second? All right.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to open the workshop that we scheduled for 5:30 to 6:30. It's actually going to be 5:30 to 6 due to scheduling for the agenda that we have. And because of the timetable, what I thought we could focus, if it's all right with the select board members, is just to focus on filling the slot per the policy and bylaws of the select board. And it's a little different than what we talked about. First of all, we acknowledge your stepping down from the budget committee because Chris was elected to the select board. And on a side note, to what I can find looking at annual reports, talking to the past town managers, Chris is the first town employee to be elected to the select board, which is kind of historic. I think it speaks volume for his character and respect that they have in the community. I think it's pretty cool besides. So with that in mind, in the past, the select board has appointed people. I know Bob Jones was an example who was appointed on a regular basis because of the vacancies and when people stepped down. But as you look at the actual language, the committee, the budget committee, let's see where I marked it. It's at towards the end, 25, I believe. Reappointments. And it says under the reappointment section for the protocol, members appointed to complete a vacant term shall serve for the date appointed and sworn in for the term of expiration. That was the confusion when I thought that we'd be filling in for 2 years as opposed to 1. That starts it. And then if you move down to how, it talks about the committee under D. Well, first of all, we have to go through the process, which is to accept the resignation due to his election, and then we'll be posting it for a 30-day notice. Anyone who's interested in filling that position on the Budget Finance Committee will present their resume or their letter to actually the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee, or if it was the Planning Board, the Planning Board, or Appeals, would then look at them and make a recommendation to the Select Board. And then at that stage, we would decide who, if we didn't agree, or we just accept it. And it's about a 60, 90-day process all in all. But it's kind of appropriate that the committees would decide, after looking at it, who would fit in. I was under the impression the first time through that the Select Board would do what we've done in the past. But I think this is a way to follow it. So if anyone has any questions on that, but it's quite a period to go from one thing to another. And the only thing I would say on this particular process would be, is it my hair? What gave it away? The only thing I would consider is shortening the time period, because it actually ends up being 90 days or 120 if there's any glitch. And we don't have to deal with that tonight. It's just a matter of realizing the process and asking if anyone has any questions on the process as I read it, because it makes a point of saying to the board or committee. And if it was just the select board, it wouldn't say or committee. That's my interpretation.
I agree with that.
So as far as this one particular thing, I think that the town manager talked to Mel talked about posting it or having it ready to go for tonight or tomorrow, so it makes the paper the 30 days.
Yeah, I think we can post that in Roadrunner. I think it's this Friday.
Well, they asked for it to be on Tuesday.
Immediately, okay.
And then depending on where else we want it advertised, we can get that in motion, yeah.
Get on the signboard
and once it hits our webpage, it's covered, and then the paper, even if we miss this Friday, we'll have it for the next Friday. And it's still quite a length of time for anyone who wants to put a letter in. And now that we've mentioned it at 2 different select board meetings, right, anyone who's paying attention will have a letter in. Any questions? Any other change that anyone here looked at that on this particular matter? I thought this was important to get out of the way now to lay it out.
I agree. So first of all, we got to go through B.
Yes. For the, we accepted, oh, we have to vote. Maybe there should be a motion then.
I don't know about a motion, we just have to accept.
We would do this on our meeting,
Yeah, turn us like that.
True.
right? Like, in our meeting following, right?
The only hiccup I can see is the August 20th Budget Finance Committee meeting is actually a tour of public safety. So they won't be meeting, it won't be a regular meeting for them. So I guess that would put us to September if they were to meet.
Do you think they'd be willing to explore a special meeting?
I'll talk with the chair,
Or a
Lockwood,
quick
just
meeting before their tour?
maybe we can do that. Yep, so I'll make a note of that and I'll talk with the chair.
Well, I mean, that was the workshop part of this, and again, if we want to talk about, do we want to shorten it, this would be the time, because we're going to come back and visit it, but at least it would be publicly acknowledging in a workshop that is 90 days reasonable? And the other thing, and the second thing, is my interpretation of the expired term under 25(1). To be appointed to complete a vacancy term shall serve the date appointed and sworn in at the term expiration. I mean, do we want to clarify that it's just until the next general election, as they have done in the past?
I think so.
So we'll make a note of that, and then and why I'm asking about it now is because we're speaking on this particular item.
Right.
And then we can go back and whatever time we have to
tweak other things.
We can. So those are the two things that I saw. Kayla, did you see anything?
I know that Sam mentioned something that you saw in the bylaws that you'd like to address.
Section 6, attendance.
On this appointment.
Oh, on that appointment thing? No, I agree with what you're doing.
I know 90 days seems like a long time, but I think shortening it really isn't that fair, because 30 days is a typical length of time you give people to see a notice, respond to a notice. So I know that adds up to 90 days, but.
Let me ask you this. If someone stepped down in May, and the reason I said shorten it, and now we go 90 days, there's 4 people on the board, tie votes could be a problem. Should we put a clause in there and say within a period, 90 days before the June election, that we could appoint someone? All I'm thinking about is, this is when we're busy. This is the budget period.
Yeah.
May, June. I mean, everything comes to a head. I think we have to look at that. If we leave the 90 days, there should be an exception for a time period that's less than 90 days. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
All right. And we don't have to decide tonight. I'm just pointing out what I was tossing and turning around with. I said, wait a minute, I didn't realize this went to the committees. So let's just give that some thought of how we would fill in an expedient way. It could be as simple as the next highest vote getter. If 2 people ran for office and someone stepped down, there was 1 position, I mean, we can play with it. It's just something I think we ought to consider, so we don't find ourselves in May, someone steps down, moves away, or Lord forbid, is incapacitated.
So would we give that like a time frame? Just throwing that idea, like between the months of, or would we just state during active budget fiscal, or during active fiscal budget time?
Well,
we would try to appoint on a more expedited process. I'm thinking
I'm
aloud.
going to make a note and then bring back the conversation, because we're going to be, there's a few things in here we're going to have to go through. It isn't just this one thing. For example, if you look at the policy, I'll just give this example. It says 10 working days or 12 working days for an agenda, and we work 4 days a week, the staff. So that's 8 days. That's 2 weeks. We'd be having an agenda by this policy. We'd be getting an agenda 2.5 weeks out, unless we say a working week shall be Friday to Friday, or Tuesday to Tuesday, and just make it a simple week for the agenda, because as it is, when we tried to get this agenda out early, Monday was, they're off, and Friday was 4th of July. And so the first thing I realized is that we needed to go back and look at that long period for the agenda. You got to remember, they went from 2 meetings to 1.
You could also just strike the word working.
Did you already go back?
Yeah, sorry.
13. I was giving an example. I wasn't. And then we'll start from the beginning. But that's just an example of what I was talking about. That might be some creative way to do it. 7 days does Tuesday to Tuesday, which is what we talked about.
Yeah,
I like that. That was simple. See what I mean? That's what's meeting of the minds. Of course, I should have had a pencil with me.
Yeah, I think that worked.
Anyway, if you want to start from the beginning, we can do that. Sam, if you have something you'd like to highlight, because I don't want to run past the 6 o'clock period. I would like to accommodate the people that are scheduled to come in.
Well, I'll just bring up a quick one on Section 6, attendance. It says attendance will be defined as present physically, no written or electronic means, blah, 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 blah. I assume that includes Zoom. And we do Zoom very often. People are out sick, they're out of town on business, and they Zoom in, and that, to me, is attendance.
Yeah, and you see, I highlighted it too. And that's almost the first one I highlighted, actually. So we have to figure a way, when possible, when practical. I mean, I said to Derek, if you feel up to it, I should have announced that too. Derek Ray has had a fever for a few days, and he's just not focused. He said, if I feel better, I said, if you feel better, Zoom in. If you don't, it's hard to think when you're sick, rationally and stuff. So he did call, and that's why he's not here.
Maybe you change that to with permission of the chair. In other words, you can Zoom in.
Yes.
Like in Derek's case, he's sick, and you say, hey, you're sick, stay home. We don't want you to get everybody else sick, but we'll allow you to Zoom in. It makes sense.
Yeah, and actually
he
says...
needs to have communication with the chair or vice chair.
Good point, Chris. And it actually says that in the beginning. It says without notification of the chair. So that covers you when you know. But still, it's better to clarify it right now and work through it so that if we're going to try to follow policies and tweak them so that it actually is understandable and we don't have a 45-minute conversation on whether it's 2 years or 1 year, it'll make the meetings a lot quicker.
I noticed that these are also last updated pre-COVID.
Yes.
So
yeah, I went back
addressing and adding Zoom as a attendance is would be an okay thing.
And it's an interesting thing. I know the town hall has the annual reports. If you see when they're amended and you go back to the warrants in the annual reports, it's quite interesting reading to what they changed. And that's what I did with the budget committee and this, to see why it was changed. And so I think you're covered with, health issues and stuff, especially after your back operation.
Yeah.
And thank you for pointing that out. It's interesting, when you start with the first paragraph, I just want to touch on this, all right? Let us get through it, Cliff. If you got something to say, I'll have you talk, though, unless you want to say something right away on that. On the budget committee, go ahead.
No, on the budget committee on this.
All right.
I printed the agenda for this last week. This was not in the workshop at that time.
Oh, the draft?
Yeah, I printed it and it said workshops will be Raymond Community Resilience Partnership and discussion on community events.
That's the agenda for today's agenda. The workshop we announced last month.
This says workshops for those two items. Well, I've got it now.
This is at 5:30 we're doing this, at 6 o'clock we're starting.
We've only got 30 minutes for this, so I'd just soon stay on what we're doing. But Cliff, I did the same thing. I had to look at both of them. One got posted and maybe in a timely manner. But just to be fair, we're trying to work through with moving it from Friday to Tuesday to before, and we had a holiday and a day off. Peter?
Chair, with your approval, just because I know this is a workshop, so not a public comment, just in crafting that, when you're thinking about the attendance part of it, I believe state statute is clear as far as zooming in. You can do that. I mean, according to state statute, you can do that. But I would ask you to also consider executive session.
Yes. And the state statute says unless the town has a different policy. And ours is detailed in a different fashion.
The executive session.
That makes sense.
Are you allowed to attend an executive session via Zoom?
No.
Well, then that, I would say one state has a policy.
Thank you. That's a good one, too. Yeah, I know that the lawyers can. And so actually, we've done Zoom for certain participants as a past practice, but I think it should be clear. I think that's a good one to put in there too, because if you're incapacitated and it's something that we need, again, 4 people, but we don't vote in executive session, so it's not the same as far as conversation.
Right. And we don't take minutes.
You can't take minutes. And actually, there's a lot about executive session we'll be going through to figure out the best way. Even in this, it says clearly that executive session, you protect the person or the issue, but you let the public know what it's about. And we've been just reading the number, and no one knows what the number is. So I did mention to Joe that we have to make it a little bit more transparent in that it's a select board matter amongst the select board, or it's a disciplinary hearing for personnel. And that's all we have to do, or misunderstanding, or to look at personnel policy within. And so all we have to do is put a note so the public's not wondering what 30A-63-4 is, And so we're going to do it. We're going to try to make it a little better, So anyway, but the first thing I just want to touch on, we only have 10 minutes, but if you look at the first paragraph, it says that these rules, by necessity, shall be reviewed and amended from time to time as needed arises, and to meet the needs of future boards. And I think that's a very interesting line, because when you get into this thing, it clearly says that we are elected at the secret ballot, and we take office July 1st, not June 11th or June 10th. And so if we're going to continue the practice, and it must make it confusing even with salaries, if I get elected on the 10th, or Kayla and Chris gets elected on the 11th, and the select board members that are actually in office don't show up, and we have 20 things on the agenda, one, I don't think it's fair, and two, it's not even following the bylaws. So if we're going to do that, what's elected, the board changes. How do we make the agenda with the town manager reflect what the new board wants? And I'm not saying that we have to discuss it tonight. I just want to point out that it clearly says we take office July 1st, and the term is June 31st or whatever. Yeah. So if you go through and you start to look at what the boards have done in the past and what the policy says, and it has been amended 05, 10, June 10th, December 10th, April 5th, 11th, January 13th, April 13th, May 15th, February 18th, that's 2018 obviously, and September 19th. Those are a lot of quick changes. And there may be a lot of reasons for that. I didn't have time to go through all of them, but they are interesting when you go back and look at the annual report. And I have a hunch Peter's got all the annual reports in his library, but still, those are the things we need to look at, and we're not going to have time to go through all this tonight. So if there's anything really strong that someone picked up or striking that we might think about and twist our brains around.
Somebody has something to say down there. Can you hear them?
Yeah.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Maybe what we should do is when we do schedule a workshop to thoroughly go through this, that we have the attorney in attendance to help us with policy and procedure on how we should be conducting our business.
I'm not opposed to that, but one of the things I'm going to really try to focus on is keeping attorney fees
Well,
down from 40
I
to
get that,
50,000. So if we went through and made changes and then have him look at them,
That may be a
and then,
compromise.
but I will tell you this, I think we're going to have an executive session with the attorney, with the 5 of us, just to go through what we can update you two on that we had an executive session a month ago.
Right.
You know, that kind of stuff. And I have questions about, if, for example, I had a question about hiring procedure, and I asked the chair to have Matt call me or let me call, and it doesn't happen, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to have in this policy so that no selectman doesn't have a right to have a difference of opinion and ask for an attorney.
Gets left out.
Yes. Or 3.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, I could go down through my marks, but I'm not, you know, I'm not the only one. It's just, I was told, another example, there was a emergency meeting posted on a Friday night at 9 o'clock for Monday morning or Tuesday morning. And I didn't, you know, I was busy on the weekend. And Derek didn't get it, I didn't get it, and I think they ended up calling you, Sam, to make a 3rd vote, I'm not
They
sure.
did, which they did.
And then I complained and said, they can text us, we have all kinds of ways to get notified, and the chair decided that emails is how we're gonna do business, and that's fair enough, but it says, make all, wherever it is, make all efforts to contact down in here. It clearly says that you don't lock into one thing and it's an email, especially if you get 320 of them dumped on me like Roadrunner did one time. So those are the things I'd like to go through, lay out and clearly say, what do you have for problems with communication? Because that's what I'm talking about in this. I'm talking about communications. And I thought I understood this pretty well.
And what you're also talking about is transparency.
Correct.
I'm also
Yeah.
sorry,
Go ahead.
Chris,
No,
no,
it's
go
good.
ahead. That was my fault.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I'm also wondering if we can sort of lay out what constitutes a reason for an emergency meeting.
Oh, absolutely. That's on my list. You know, and they say everything's a special meeting. There's a board meeting and a special meeting. And we were calling emergency meetings. Well, my first 2 months, I had 2 select board meetings and 3 emergency meetings. So that tells you how much we've had on that. So we can't continue to do business like that. We really have to fine tune this so that the public knows, 7 days in advance of the agenda, like Cliff just said. If it's posted, clearly you should have been able to read everything, know what's going on, and come in prepared to ask us questions. We have a lot to do this year between resilience, the school, you know, all the things that are listed up here. And if we don't streamline this and make it more transparent and much more communicative for the participation and getting the public back here where they belong to tell us what they're thinking, you know, it's going to be crazy. And I have to quote Sam. I dropped off the paperwork and he says, Dennis, can't we just get back to the people, doing it for the people? And I said, Sam, I'm going to quote you at the first meeting we're back. And I thought it was time. And I know from talking to both you, Chris, and Kayla, you both felt the same way. Chris, I'm going to take a moment here and just say, because it's on the record, he said, I'm in my forever home. I said, I'm in my forever home. You've got to run because forever's a long time. You need to be involved now. And he goes, okay. There's a little bit more than that, but it's exactly. And what was the other comment you made? I've always wanted to make a big difference in a community. Think about that. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. So this work session, we had an hour. It's going to be 4 or 5 minutes. So if anyone wants to make comments on how they want to handle this, the next work session or whatever, I'd rather hear now. We'll put it on, we'll make it a motion in the next meeting, at the actual board meeting here at 6 o'clock. But I think this stuff is important, and this one in particular ought to be ironed out first. So, but it's also summer. I'm going to just put it out there, you know. The summer is 4 months, and 4 weeks out of the 4 months is summer. So whether we do it before the next board meeting or whether we do one in the middle, it doesn't matter to me at this stage. I just think there's a lot here when you read through it that has to be tweaked. We can bring it up to the next meeting.
I wouldn't be opposed to having a workshop. It's not a
Separate, distinct?
separate and distinct workshop to work on it. I think it's important, like you said.
Tim?
I think, I like Chris' idea.
I'm fine with that.
So what we'll do is just find a time, we'll talk to Derek, and we'll set one up.
Yep.
All right.
Just sit down and do it.
And we'll do a 7-day notice again. Once we know what it is, we'll do a 7-day notice on the agenda, on the board, the web, and the other thing I didn't realize is I just wanted to have a round table to get everyone's vision on why you joined, what you were thinking long-term. Same thing with Kayla. I think people know how I feel. I've been here for a year, speaking my mind, and I know from just dropping off the paperwork how you feel, getting back to the people. We're going to put that on the agenda somehow with just personal vision or something, but it has to be on the agenda. We just can't talk about everything. So, anything else?
They elected us. We need to let them know what we're doing and why we're doing it.
I'm loving you more every day, Sam.
That worries me.
I just want to see you dance on your deck. Other than that, anything you'd like to add? I know you probably looked at this policy. Joe, is there anything you saw in there that would make your job a little easier? We still have a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that clarifying the timelines of when to, get the agenda items, when to post, I think that's key, especially as we have new staff, here in these roles and the new board. And I think once we get those ironed out and get into that rhythm, it'll be much easier to, again, pivot to those special meetings or emergency meetings and kind of have a blueprint of where to go. So I think this is really good to look at and hasn't been looked at for a while. So I think with a fresh set of eyes, it'll be good to kind of sit down longer and that workshop and work through them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Melody? You're the one that ended up putting the agenda together. Anything you want to add or anything that you see that you need to receive from us in order to move forward?
I just think, we'll just establish some good teamwork and we'll make a better timeline that works for everybody and we'll make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Go ahead.
Do we need to vote
Do we vote to adjourn and move right to the next one? Because there's no.
You'll need to adjourn and give me about 2 minutes.
All right. So we'll just adjourn. It's a workshop, right?
Yeah, do we make a motion?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Good evening and welcome to the July 8th, 2025 regularly scheduled Select Board meeting. We're going to move through quite a few things on the agenda, and we're going to begin with a committee that's been put together, actually people that have been hired to help a committee that's being put together for Raymond Community Resilient Program. It's the North Star who we use for the comprehensive plan. And we're going to turn it over to them to keep it moving, and I'm going to ask everyone to hold off on questions until they get through the presentation, only because we have several large things to deal with tonight, and it would be easier for these young ladies to get through it.
What do we need to do?
Actually, Chris just raised a good question, a good point, and that is Derek is not present today because he's sick with a fever. And with 4 of us, we have a quorum. And so I just wanted everyone to know that he's not out playing golf. I'll turn it over to you, young ladies.
Great. Thank you. And thanks, everyone, for coming to the workshop tonight. I think we'll start with just some brief introductions on who we are and the work that we do. And then we'll get into a brief presentation, and then largely are here to hear from you all as community members of Raymond to help inform the next steps of this work and really ensure that the priorities that the town helps set through this project are based in experiences, knowledge, and perspectives that you all have that we don't. because of our professional orientation to the project. So I'll start. My name's Lucy Perkins. I'm the Director of Climate Resilience with a firm called Seiler Climate Consulting. We are a small group based out of Portland, Maine. We work a lot with communities in the Northeast and especially in this state on climate resilience and community resilience projects. My background is I've worked actually for the city of South Portland for about 4.5 years and then worked with the state of New Hampshire in their coastal management program for about 2.5 years. So have lots of experience. I love the community engagement component of this work and especially integrating ideas from community members into really informed and implementable and actionable plans. So excited for what we'll learn through our work together tonight and in the coming month. We have had the privilege of being partners with North Star Planning, and I'll let Gretchen introduce herself in a minute, but they have been leading this effort, and I know that you all have worked with them on the comprehensive plan, both with Kate and Sam, who couldn't be here tonight, but Gretchen, fortunately, is with us.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Gretchen Barbera. I am the representative from North Star Planning today. I'm actually their intern this summer, so if you have any serious questions, I don't know if I'll be able to answer them, but I'll try my best. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspectives.
Great. Thank you, Gretchen. So we have a story map that we've been developing over the last few months that we had planned to show. We've had a couple technical issues. So what we'll do is make sure that you all have access to that after our conversation today. The story map is sort of an online resource that you can scroll through a couple different pages that both provide an overview of what the Community Resilience Partnership is, which I'll talk through in a minute. Provides a summary of information, data, knowledge about the community that we've gathered largely through the work with the comprehensive plan and also a couple listening sessions that we've held with community leaders and organizations. And then it also integrates data about the environment, knowing that there's so much care and value of environmental resources and natural resources in this community. There's another section on local impacts from climate change and weather-related storm events, and then there's sort of next steps. So it's meant to be a bit of a living visual resource of what we've learned so far and we'll continue to add to over the coming month as we finalize our work with the town. So that exists. We'll make sure that you have access to it through the town website and can be in touch after the workshop if you have any questions on what you're seeing there. But we're sorry we can't show it tonight. What I will do is give a quick overview of what the Community Resilience Partnership is and why we're here and what we're hoping to accomplish all together. The Community Resilience Partnership is a program out of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. It's been around, I think, since 2022. And the purpose of the program is to provide grants and technical assistance to Maine communities to prepare for impacts from climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, transitioning to clean energy, and also building resilience to, as I mentioned, weather-related storm events. And under that bucket, there are 7 different sort of action areas that you can consider taking, and they include focus on transportation, protecting natural resources, public health, supporting vulnerable communities and populations, especially aging populations and populations aging in place. So it's really broad in how they're thinking about community resilience, which I think mirrors what we've heard, how you all are thinking about community resilience as a town as well. The partnership provides grants to communities to implement priority actions. Those grants range from $50,000 to $75,000 for one community, or $125,000 to $175,000 if a community partners with another community to do sort of a regional project. So what we have been contracted to do is to support you all in first enrolling in the program. Once you are enrolled in the program, then you can apply for a grant and receive funding. The partnership itself is quite large and continues to grow. Right now, there are 263, I believe, Maine communities that are enrolled in the Community Resilience Partnership. That represents about 2/3 of the state's population. And they have really done a good job at trying to make the program accessible, especially to more rural and sort of smaller communities because of what they have done to work with us as service providers. So we sort of like help you along the way and help you make the first initial steps to enroll in the program so that you then have access to the funding to apply for and implement some of the priority actions. So we are service providers in that role. After we are contracted with you all, I think through August or September, the next grant funding is available at the end of August. So sort of what we're working towards is helping you all develop a grant application to then try to receive and be eligible for funding from the state. There are a couple criteria in order to be an eligible community. Hosting a community workshop, which is why we're here tonight. We really want to use this opportunity as a way to hear from you all, learn about your priorities, experiences that you've had so that they can inform what we might develop into a grant application. The town has to pass a resolution, which I think is on the docket for next month's meeting. And it's pretty templated, already established, and should be an easy process. And then completing 2 worksheets that we will really use our conversation to help answer some of those questions that are, it's a self-evaluation, and then setting some priorities. So those are the boxes to check before the end of our work together. And then it's sort of like starting to walk and run in this process, which is really the exciting part, because you all hopefully will gather additional resources and support to do what you identify as your community priorities. After the contract with us ends, there are regional coordinators that the state has funded at Council of Governments, and we know that Raymond isn't part of GPCOG, but the regional coordinator that sits in GPCOG is willing to still help with some of that work. Those regional coordinators are fantastic resources. They help towns develop grant applications, manage grant applications, just because that in and of itself is a lot of work. They are there to ask questions. They help with best practice sharing across communities. So they are a great resource. Gretchen Anderson is the person at GPCOG who would be your regional coordinator. So we're happy to connect you all, but know that she is there, and these staff are around and are being fantastic resources for communities that are already in or are enrolling in the partnership itself. I think that's it for the quick overview. The goal of our conversation tonight is to start to answer some of those questions in the worksheet that we have handed out that really feeds into the self-evaluation and the priority setting work. And we just want to use this as an opportunity. You all know this community so well. You may have experienced impacts from weather-related storm events. There are places that you value. There's knowledge that you hold because of your time here. And gathering that and integrating it into our findings and the grant application will only strengthen and improve and ensure that it is locally informed and relevant to this community. So that's what we're hoping to do together tonight. We have some facilitated questions. I think the request is that maybe we could go into a bit more of an informal conversation so that we can lead a bit of a facilitated discussion to start to answer those questions and hear from you all, but would look to the board to make sure that that's okay to move forward.
I agree.
Okay.
I like it. And but before we move on, the question I have, grant is a very good name, you know, and you talked about COG helping.
Yes.
Are you going to be will that be part of your process and involvement with our town? Your group?
Let me try to answer your question. If I don't totally, please ask it again. So the COG is available to help. We will help write this first application. That is part of what we have been contracted to do. Depending on what the grant is itself, we could still be involved if we write it such a way and it feels like a good fit with how we could support the town. Also knowing that you have experience with North Star planning, doing planning work, that there could be a good opportunity there to help with local knowledge, but also aligning with local priorities. The COG is available as an additional resource if perhaps the grant application comes out that maybe it's with another community organization or the Lakes Association or the town just leads it itself, and additional support would be helpful. That capacity is available in any scenario in which you all move forward. They can be a great resource in managing the funds and just knowing how the partnership works. Does that answer your question?
Yes, you're basically saying that they're there for advice and maybe would help a little bit on the grant writing. And I'm looking for, if we hire you, you could be first team grant writing.
Yeah, and under our current contract, we are grant writing for this first round. So that is already set, and that's what we're going to work on, especially in the month of August and end of July, is to put together the first application.
That answers my question.
There are subsequent funding cycles because this work is funded through a couple different pots of funding at the state level and some federal money as well. So if the town wants to continue to apply for subsequent grants, the COG would be a really good resource to help with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any board members, or go right to the public?
Okay. Awesome. So what we would love to do now, you all have the handout, and I see some of you have already started to jot down ideas, which is fantastic. We know we have a starting point. The first thing we want to do is talk about building community resilience, what that means and what the town is already doing and what some priorities might be in the short term and the long term. So I think what would be great is if you have a thought as we ask the question, raise your hand and we can go around. I invite you all to build upon one another, ask a question for clarity. If you have a different perspective, let's sort of try to figure out what knowledge you all hold in this room. And if you don't feel comfortable raising your hand and speaking, do know that you can write on these sheets and we can collect them at the end, and that is another way to participate. I know some things feel more comfortable for folks than others, but we can be respectful of different ideas that are here and who's sort of sharing the mic and the different voices that are in the room. So to start, the first question we really have is around what is Raymond already doing well to anticipate, cope with, and rebound from events or trends related to climate change. So this might be reducing flood risk, knowing that you all have already done some great work to address culverts and improve culverts. This could be related to heat, higher heat days, drought, weather-related disruption and power outages, water quality. I know that the Lakes Association is doing fantastic work there. So this is sort of trying to get at what are you already doing well that we could build upon? What should we know that the town has started to move on or make progress towards that is great baseline, and help us figure out sort of what exists, what are the assets that are currently in place that can strengthen where we might head from here. So welcome if anyone has an initial thought for that first question. What are you doing well to anticipate, cope with, or respond to events? Yes, please.
I'm not a member of the comprehensive plan.
Right.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, I have to go up there?
Yes. Well, I'd just soon have the public.
Say who I am?
Please.
And where you live, too.
Ryan Walker, Rolfe Road. Since I'm not a member of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, I want to mention the Comprehensive Plan, which is just about to get voted on in a special meeting very soon, does a great job of summarizing a lot of the concerns, and I think it would be a great document to go to. The other one that comes to mind is the Public Works Department has done quite a lot of drainage types of issues. We're blessed with a lot of water, and so when we see what happens in Texas and things like that, one cannot not think about the parallels on that. So.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for raising that. I would say that we have also bookmarked the comp plan as something to reference, especially in developing those priorities, because I think there are some actions and recommendations from that process that translate really well and align with what the state has identified as eligible actions for funding. So glad that that exists, and that the town has done a ton of work to put that together in a really thoughtful way. And then the second on related to public works, they're a great resource and top of our list in terms of one of the risks that we should be planning for, thinking about what scenarios to plan for in terms of those spring melt days or heavy precipitation, and where are the critical access or risk points. The Nature Conservancy has done a review of all culverts in the state and categorized medium and high risk culverts. So there's some good resources that already are out there to try to identify where you might want to start if you're starting to do that work and build upon what the town has already done so far. So thank you for raising that. That's
Peter?
Yeah, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road.
Awesome.
Just a question, not pertaining to this specifically, but just a clarification on the process that you spoke to just a minute ago. So if I understand it, your role in the town and what you're contracted at this point is really not submitting a grant. It's submitting basically I think you used the term that it was enrollment. So that would be your obligation at this point. That's my understanding?
It's actually both. So our first contract right now is to submit all of the materials in order to enroll in the program and develop a grant application that will submit to the state for this next cycle of Community Resilience Partnership grant funding.
Okay, and so some of the feedback you'll get tonight will establish the priorities for what you would ask for in this first grant phase.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the second phase, if I understand it, would be contracting with you or North Star or someone else to put together an application for any additional grants.
Yeah, I think so. After that application that we will help write goes in, hopefully it is funded. Then you'll do the work of that grant application. It may involve us, it may not. So we are here to write that in such a way that supports the town to do what their priorities are. You can then apply for, there will be future grant cycles after the end of August. And so you could work with the COG to do that. They can help write those other grants. Maybe there's staff or community partners who can be a part of that. But know that there are future opportunities as well. Our work is through at least August to get that first grant in, and then we'll see what it looks like and what the project is, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. And I guess the only other question would be, as far as grants is concerned, is you mentioned like 2/3 of the communities in the state are enrolled. Do you have any sense of how many of those, or what percentage of those actually receive grants from the state?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll just clarify, it's 2/3 of the population is in a town that is enrolled in the program. I think it's about 50% of all communities is how it works out. This past cycle, I believe they funded 108 grants. So they have a good amount of money because of some of the federal funding that was recently awarded to the state. And I think they try to do a very good job of distributing it. So they have pretty transparent eligibility criteria that we can write to and think about and how to develop a competitive grant application. Of course, it's competitive, so not everyone gets funded, but they've been able to fund a lot of communities, and I think always are trying to grow the pool of towns that are receiving this, towns and municipalities and tribal governments that are receiving this funding.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but in these very dynamic times, what is the sense you have as far as those federal monies continuing to be available?
Yeah, it's such a good question. Or state, I know all of it is, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. They have in their most recent report for 2025, they have a really helpful pie chart, and I can't remember the distinctions right now about where that money is coming from. 20% is from a recent NOAA grant. That was, I think, for $69 million that's going throughout the state for the next 5 years. That is what has allowed them to boost the funding amount from $50,000 to $75,000, anywhere in that range. There is also a lot of state, both supplemental and regular budget that funds the program. I think right now they feel comfortable to continue to offer that amount. I don't know the future of it, but I think this has been a very established program that has support from a lot of communities across the state with very different priorities. That has been an important resource for building community resilience. So I would hope that they would continue to be able to have access to that funding. You never know what the future is, but it's helped that there are diversified funding sources, both state and federal, and that there's also been a solid state foundation if that federal money were to go away. But I think it's a rather complicated process about when it's awarded, what's in hand, what's still at the federal government. So we could do some research to try to figure out and just clarify where that all stands, if that would be helpful for you for planning. I just don't want to say something that isn't actually correct, knowing that there are a lot of pieces that are moving around it.
Sure.
Yeah. Good
Thank
question.
you.
Okay. Anyone else have thoughts on that first question around what is the town doing well to both anticipate, so ahead of time, any planning, but also respond to perhaps after a weather-related event or a power outage, a flooding occurrence or anything? Would welcome any thoughts. Great.
My name is Frank McDermott, 2 McDermott Road here in Raymond. Looking at the 8 areas, I'm wondering if it would be possible that the grant would cover hiring a grant writer that would search out both public and private funds to work in these areas. The town has talked about a lot of these things, but we have not taken a lot of action. And I think that what we really need is someone in town government here who spends a full time on a job looking for grants, either public or private grants, to work in these areas. Would that be possible?
It's a great question. I'm glad you raised it. I think I'll answer it now and put a pin in it when we turn to some of the priorities, but I don't want to leave it unanswered to move forward. So one thing would be to think about it holistically. So funding a position is important. I don't know if it would just fund a position outright, but what we could do is think about how to plan for funding of community resilience, whether that's through a capital improvement plan, a staff position, or other resourced positions that might exist at other community partners, so that it is more holistic and not reliant on just one person looking for funding. I think they are trying to do more planning-based work, but what we could do is think about how do we wrap it into a bit of a landscape analysis of what is available for funding, how could you integrate it into sort of a more continued plan and a capital improvement plan based on what infrastructure is at risk, and knowing that grant writing is a big job. The COG is available to help do that too. So we could try to think holistically about how do you position yourselves well to apply for and receive funding to implement these priorities. I want to go back and look at the full list, because I don't think there is a specific action that says hire a grant writer, but if we could write it in such a way that really speaks to financing climate resilience and an evaluation of different options or opportunities, that might be a way to sort of creatively come at that and think about the feasibility of different mechanisms that are in place through zoning, through capital planning, and then how a staff position fits into that as well. Yeah.
So, Peter Levitt, 211 Road. It just occurred to me, as far as this question is concerned, I've had personal experience with the citizen lake associations in the town, and they've done incredible work as far as being safeguarding the water bodies. My understanding twofold is that, or as far as just overall Raymond, it occurs to me, I think the right thing to do is to protect the environment. There's no doubt, and I think everybody in this room would probably agree as well. What is very clear is that also when you look at what's the major economy in this town,
yes,
it's the lakes.
Great. Could I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
You mentioned, and I know that the lake associations are a really important player in this. Is there anything that you think they're doing particularly well, whether it's around water quality, invasive species monitoring?
Invasive species mitigation, they've done a great job on.
Yep.
Setchi discs and water quality.
Yes.
Oxygen measurements as far as depth is concerned.
Yeah.
Some of the lakes turning over.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a group in Wyndham and Raymond that do loon counts, which is exceedingly important in my opinion. So all of those things are happening, and the town has supported those activities, but a lot of them are citizen-driven.
Right.
And on that note, there's also many road associations have worked with Pullman Water District regarding the erosion. They have a program, and I think they still have an active grant program. I'm not sure how much money's left in it, but they will come in and look at a road association. I know when I was president, they came in and did a great job with us.
That's the 319 program.
319?
319 grants, and all the other lake associations that have been conducting watershed surveys, they survey around the lake, and they come up with the priorities that have erosion issues that bring in the phosphates and the nitrates into the lake, and they're all working towards those 319 grants as we speak. So that's they're doing a very good job at that.
Fantastic. Thank you both for raising that. That's helpful.
Chris is a very well-experienced code officer, so we're blessed to have him. And then the other thing I would mention is that Public Works Director has said that he's going to be having a program up and running this budget process to have identified the culverts and the road work that he will be doing, so that we have a plan of action of, again, maybe when you mentioned the state has a culverts all on a map or whatever, does it include our town?
It does. So we could be happy to pass that along. And I think one thing to think about too is I have to look at the Nature Conservancy's resource, but one way that communities are starting to look forward in that planning is to also bring in precipitation data or predictions so that you are planning for future storm scenarios and what needs to pass through that infrastructure today and 25, 50 years down the line. So I think it'd be great to work with the Public Works Director to understand what they're already putting together, if additional data would be helpful, what might be a shorter term priority or a longer term plan that let's work on what they've put together now, and then in a couple of years start thinking about what additional data would be
So
helpful.
you'd be looking for scheduled culvert replacement or cleanings or whatever, so that you know what was scheduled. And one thing about Raymond, and everyone here knows, there are no straightaways. They're all hills and curves, and I mean, it's the beauty of being wrapped around the 5, 6, 7 lakes, whatever we have in ponds. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get together with Nathan.
Oh, Kayla?
We've talked a lot about citizen initiatives and the Public Works Director, but I'm wondering, Joe, if you have anything to add about what else maybe the town may be doing?
As far as climate?
Yes.
Or climate? Nothing in place right now. So obviously the comprehensive plan will dictate a lot of that. And then with that, we can develop some of those plans, which now we would have funded.
Perhaps Tasseltop.
Grants. Tasseltop, yeah, that was, I guess, one that ended up being the mitigation of, we had some toilets that had septic, and we decided to get into a fully underground septic pump station there with the toilets and bathrooms there. So that was through the ARPA grant and bond through the town. So that was a big one as far as keeping our waterways clean.
And I think I'd encourage you to think broadly about community resilience and climate impacts, because it touches so many things, and whether it's emergency management and response, housing, and how subdivision regulations or open space planning, that you may already be doing some of these things. That might not just be, it might not be tagged as climate change, but what you're doing is thinking about how impacts from storms and what it's like to live as a resident could be affected by different conditions and scenarios. And if I can shout out some of the work that Debbie's been doing with Age Friendly, Raymond, like that alone, building the resilience of community members who might be more impacted by a storm or might have different access to resources, building their resilience and a social network and a community, that is for me, that is community resilience climate planning work. So I think you can think about this pretty holistically and broadly in regulatory and non-regulatory ways.
Because I think like with every independent department, I believe there's some focuses on different aspects of this.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as an all-encompassing plan, yeah, that's something we'll have to look at.
Yeah.
And we're actually going to, I'm sorry, Chris.
Want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have had discussions in the past. I was going to bring up the fire department.
Great.
Because of with the droughts and the amount of storms we've had and the amount of fuel that's on the ground, they have that in their minds to how to deal with those situations. So that's a big one, is fire, not only the water, but fire as well. And Brian brought up, Mr. Walker brought up the fact about what happened in Texas. And I was speaking with Joe today, and one of the biggest factors in the losses they had at Camp Mystic was they had no communication. They didn't have cell phones. They weren't allowed to have cell phones. And I remember a time when Raymond we had a siren on the top of Town Hall. And if there was an emergency, the siren went off. I don't know if it was basically for fires or whatever the emergency, but it was a way to communicate. And I think that in planning, I remember the ice storm. I lived through the ice storm. Many of you did. We had no way to communicate. Maybe you had a bag phone, but you didn't have cell phones. If you didn't have a landline, it was down. So there was no way to talk. So I remember the fire department going out and checking on people.
Yes.
So we have to have a plan that we have to get to those age, which I'm one of them now, elderly people, to see what their needs are. Because if they don't have power, water, or food, and they can't get out, we need to help figure a way to service them. So these storms are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that this is a great workshop and discussion about that. And I think communication's a big piece of that. So maybe in this grant, we should try to figure out a way, maybe all the departments should have two-way radios, not just Public Works and Public Safety.
Interesting.
You know, maybe everybody have some kind of way of communicating, particularly the leaders of the town, to know what's going on. I know that nobody could get me where I am. I don't have cell service if I lose my internet. I have a Wi-Fi and that's it. So
Great.
I think communication is a big thing.
And actually, to tag on to that, we're doing a band around the town that we just voted through in the warrant.
Fiber optics.
To include better radio transmissions for the fire department, and it's actually a better system for communication eventually down the road for all citizens. And we're about to deal with Airbnbs, and one of the citizens raised the issue if all we dealt with is safety and septic around the lake, because that's where the Airbnbs are being hit and we have, according to the past town manager, more waterfront than most oceanfront communities, with all of our ponds and lakes 5 mile long, Peninsula and Big Sebago. So what's key is, in order to protect those, as Peter said earlier, you put 14 or 15 people in a 3-bedroom house with 1 bathroom for $5,000 a week, and the septic system starts to be overworked, it's not helping anyone. So that's on the agenda to deal with this year in this budget, with the select board. So to deal with that septic system that was mentioned earlier, along with the communications. And then one of the things I started to talk to the chief about is I have a huge fear about forest fires in this town. When I was chief, we flew over the town and we could see very few of the roads in this town. The trees all hang over. And it's beautiful from the air. It's beautiful to live here. But we've had an ice storm, and now probably the biggest issue that we deal with is wind damage, both with CMP and all the forest, and we're heavily forest. And so I wouldn't mind having a combination of code enforcement's mapping with private roads and a grid with the fire department for purposes of fire stops, and a way to get in and have it mapped out as part of the emergency management program. Because I think it's just a matter of time.
This is thank you both for raising these ideas. I think this is a really good discussion, and welcome others to jump in here too. I'm hearing sort of an emphasis on communication, both radio, and also it brings up for me thinking about what are the other sort of informal networks and ways that people connect with their neighbors, or have other sort of social networks in place that can be communication pathways should cell phones not work, that there can be creative means of going about this that both lean on the resources, the staff capacity, and the infrastructure that the town has, and also what exists outside of the town in ways that people connect and share information with each other. And then your thought on sort of like just even thinking broader about emergency management protocols and plans and response plans for different types of hazards could be interesting to prepare for and do some thinking on in a geospatial way, and also an assessment of what is already happening now, knowing that these storms are becoming more frequent and more intense over time. So this is all great information. Does it bring up any ideas or thoughts from other folks in the room or up on the board that you want to build upon in terms of, I think we're sort of moving, I'm happy with us just to go wherever we want in this conversation. We're touching on a couple different things. Go ahead.
But in that question about what could Raymond improve upon 3 to 5, or even the next one, 5 to 5
Yes.
plus, is the changeover that we're likely going to have, or we are going to get, our school back. And we're talking about, and it's actually on the agenda for a little later on, but how can that be a place which could be a resource in times of emergency? So emergency shelter, emergency communication, and some of those things. So I think that's another thing that we can think about as an asset that we have that would need to be developed for that.
That's a great idea. And there are communities that are doing planning for resilience hubs that both operate in times of response, so as warming and cooling shelters, but then what could they be in the interim time to help build community relationships, some of those bonds, and also provide resources, whether that's around food, programming, just to think holistically about what's the highest use of that. So let's follow along and figure out how that fits into this work as well. Thank you for raising it.
Sir?
Hi there, I'm Matt. I'm the executive director at Luneco Land Trust, not a Raymond resident, but representing an organization that serves the town of Raymond and is also a landowner and a taxpayer. Great to be here. One of the things I just wanted to bring up, and this is something that we're working across the Lake region on, is identifying where there are land use patterns that are not aligned with the community vision, and especially thinking about climate resilience as well. So thinking about where current land use ordinances, codes might support things like sprawl development, habitat and ecosystem fragmentation, and also require more infrastructure or have a need for more infrastructure like roads, culverts, the types of things that we know are vulnerable in our changing climate. So it's great to see in the comp plan the emphasis on the designated growth areas, both the East Raymond and 302 designated growth area. So perhaps an opportunity for improvement could be thinking about what truly is the vision for those growth areas. What might the future look like for those places that could accommodate places for people to live, places for people to work, and focusing that growth in an area that is less infrastructure intense and also does not lead to the type of sprawl that I don't think anyone likes to see and disrupts the ecosystem functions that we rely on, such as our lakes, our water quality, and our terrestrial habitats as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks for the work that you're doing on that. There are a lot of eligible actions through the grant that focus on improving or enhancing, updating, reviewing land use ordinances, perhaps to align with open space priorities, identify high priority lands, integrate green infrastructure and low impact development, especially into subdivision regulations, and think about what can smart growth look like. So would love to keep talking about this item and see that it connects to the comp plan, but also some bigger visioning. So I'm really glad you raised it. And I hope that we'll sort of tease out some of the details there in the future.
Frank?
Frank McDermott, 2 McDermott Road again. One of my other capacities, I'm the president of the Raymond Casco Historical Society. And I met with Joe last week talking about some issues that we had in common. And one of them was that we have just put a new small kitchen in the museum, and we have quite an open space here. We also have a small school, a one-room schoolhouse, and we have heat pumps in both of them. And one of the things I think we need to look at for both Raymond and Casco, because we are the Raymond Casco Historical Society, is a cooling spot. We don't have a cooling spot, either in Raymond or Casco, when we begin to get the 90-plus days. Now, a lot of us are thinking that, well, that only happens twice in a lifetime. But I noticed on the weather tonight that they're predicting next Tuesday it could be as high as 95 again. And we do have a number of people in both Raymond and Casco that could use this type of service. So I think we really ought to look at how we can get that set up for now. Brian brought up the idea of taking over the Jordan Small School again. Well, that won't happen until at least the fall of 27, and it will be the year 2030 before we probably will be able to use that building. So we're talking 5 years down the road. But that's part of that whole climate piece that I think we really need to be looking at, and sooner than later.
Thank you, Frank. Grace? And then you.
All set?
Yeah.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. So at the risk of repeating what others have said, I just want to emphasize communication. It's been an ongoing concern, I would say, in a number of ways, but certainly about these particular items, that's really, really important. And what ties in with that is education. Education about these issues, education about how you can make places safer, how you should be removing I forget what the term was that Chris just used, but in terms of fire prevention, getting the debris off from around your homes, and et cetera, and helping with that. And tied in with that, every time I pull out of my driveway, I think about the tree that's across the road that already lost large limbs and blocked the road for quite a while, and it was cleaned up fairly quickly after that storm. But it could have fallen in the other direction on the home that's there. And so things like that people may not be aware of. In fact, I'm worried now about the next windstorm, about trees around my own home. But that's something that, just education about those types of things. So it's not just the fire aspect of that, but also just damage to structures that people may not be thinking about until it's too late. And tied in with a lot of these things, yes, there are some things in the works in terms of ordinances, but we've had a lot of discussion about enforcement of ordinances, and that is something that really needs improvement upon as well. And no fault of anybody in the town, it's a question of having the sufficient staff for monitoring things and being able to actually see that people know about ordinances. Again, back to education and communication, and understand the importance of following things, especially when I hear any of the folks from our public safety talk, the folks from our fire department talk about some of the concerns. It really is important that people have the knowledge that they need in order to keep our community as safe as possible. And I'm just going to put one more thing in there, because I really would like to see that recycling committee revived and really have the support that's needed to inform people, educate people about recycling, about composting. We could be doing a whole lot more on that front. And maybe it's not in the top 5 in terms of like fire prevention and flooding and whatever, but it certainly is a piece of all of this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick follow-up question while you're still there? And also, these are all great ideas, so I really appreciate you raising them. A question for you and others too may be, where do you go right now for communication? What would better communication look like, so we can think about what are those sort of next steps, interim or long-term improvements, and where are trusted sources for information? Because I think that would help us think about developing that out into a larger idea.
Long ago, we had a newsletter that got mailed to every home, every residence in the town that was supported. It was before we were part of the RSU, and I'm not sure exactly how it was done, because it was some school personnel that did it. Didn't have anything for a long time. There was supposed to be an online newsletter you could sign up for. I signed up for it twice. I never got anything, so I don't know if that would work for people. Now we have every once a month, I think it is, the 2-page spread in the weekly paper, which we don't always get in a timely fashion, so that adds to the problem with communication. So really that is something for us to look at, a way that the town is supporting better communication for all. What I've been told for the last several years whenever I brought things up is, well, it's posted on the website. So I have been routinely, probably pretty obvious from some of the comments I've made recently, looking at the website, looking at the calendar. Is it posted yet? Is there an agenda yet? Is there whatever? I printed out the stuff for tonight. But again, having a better timeline for that so people are informed. I don't know how many people know about this tonight. It wasn't posted very quickly. And again, you can tell from the turnout that maybe not too many were aware of it. So I'm hoping there's more opportunity for folks to, and again, no fault on anyone. I know people are busy. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing, which I'm sure it does. But I think we need to do better in order to be sure our community is engaged in all this. It's just too important. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I know that I'm from the town of Yarmouth, and we use Facebook a lot. Do you guys have a community Facebook group that is used frequently for?
If you want to sell something, I think people use that for that. I haven't seen anything myself. I don't go on there a lot myself. So I don't know that would help a lot, but I think multiple means, somebody said it before, having multiple ways that people know that they will be receiving information and don't have to go looking for it. I think that's the key. Some way that it is getting sent out. Maybe there can be another attempt at an online sign up for the newsletter and get it in your email if you want it, but also to have some way of having Facebook, having just notifications. Something's been posted on the website, things like that. I know that it was mentioned that even the website itself is being looked at and doing some revisions there so people can see things more readily. But multiple means definitely are needed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kayla, but Joe might say that the Recreation has a Facebook that's up and run. Kayla, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just looking at the time and want to make sure that I got in some of the things that I wanted to say. First, I really want to thank John Rand and Brian Walker for taking the bull by the horns in the initiative on this. And I'd like to thank North Star Planning for sticking with us and their continued partnership. Joining the Community Resilience Partnership is just one of the many steps that Raymond can take to prepare and improve the lives of our citizens. The strategies for actions closely mirror and touch on all 5 listed priority goals and actions of the current draft comprehensive plan. Building a resilient Raymond, protecting the natural and water resources, invest in road improvements, prioritizing walking and biking, and then to strengthen Raymond's sense of community. So based on that and looking at the activity and strategies for action, some of the thoughts that I had on how could Raymond improve in the short term, in the 3 to 5 years mark, is examine our fee structure and offer incentives for eco-friendly features in new builds. I think we should also be exploring solar options for town buildings and then increasing from R1 to many more community gardens around town.
Thank you so much. Those are great ideas, well aligned, and thanks for your words. I recognize the time too. I welcome folks who haven't stepped up and offered thoughts if they have them on this first half, and then we can just do a quick round or any last thoughts on the second page, which asks for like priority areas. If there's anything that's really bubbling to the top that's a burning idea that we haven't discussed already, to invite that comment, but I want to be respectful of the big rest of the meeting that you all have. And please come on up. Yeah.
Debbie Tar, Age Friendly Raymond. I'll be quick, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the communication and the need of a shelter for, we ran into that a year ago, April, with our senior center was in the dark for 5 days and nobody really knew about it. And, kind of a combination between a cooling and a shelter, it's really important for them. And they also had a sprinkler pipe break, and then the whole concept of having a dog, and you can't go to the microhotel with a dog. And so there are so many different aspects you got to think about. And we've talked, it just, that disaster preparedness, is really top on our list, and having a place. And like they say, when Jordan Small won't be available for years, and hopefully they'll have a generator so that we can have a shelter there.
Great, thank you. And I think anything that we would recommend or do in this work would build upon conversations that have already happened. So I appreciate you raising what's either experiences or ideas that have already bubbled up, considerations that are on your mind. So thank you very much. Just to turn to the second page of this worksheet, on the top are 8 areas. These align pretty well with how the state is identifying eligible grants projects and ideas. They've changed their structure for this coming grant cycle from 8 to 7, but they are still largely the same ideas that are noted here. I'll share that I've been hearing climate-ready infrastructure come up, environmental protection emerge, both sort of, I'm really intrigued in your idea around fee structures, or just thinking about how do we use land use practices and incentivize proper best management practices. So that's really interesting. Healthy and resilient people, thinking about those warning systems, cooling centers, education and community engagement. So how do we just make sure that people are aware of either what they can do, what they should be planning for? I think it'd be neat to think both on a property level, at a neighborhood scale, and at a town level. There are different nested points of action, so getting information out there. Municipal building upgrades. So there are a couple here that I think that we've touched on. I'm curious if there are any action areas that seem to be the priorities or a specific action. And then knowing that the Historical Society partners with Casco, are there other places where collaboration with the town would make sense, because that provides access to additional grant funding. So welcome thoughts on any of those ideas. If this box helps you identify what are the top 3. Please.
Go ahead. I like it.
I had written down some thoughts.
Good.
So for 3 action areas, just off the top of my head, I was thinking that EV chargers are a little bit more around town. They're sort of a low-hanging fruit, and there's more incentives that we could maybe even combine with grant funding. My thoughts were sort of Veterans Park or Raymond Beach, a place that's a little bit more central. I know that we have the charger here at Town Hall.
Yeah.
Do we? And we don't have one at the fire department, right? Which I don't think
I wouldn't want to do
No.
that anyway because of traffic, but, so that was just something I was thinking. I already mentioned this, community garden, so adding the availability of local food. Again, I think that's another low-hanging fruit and something that's sort of easy to grasp and attain. And I also think that weatherization and solar, looking into that for town use, is also another sort of easy thing to grasp a hold of. As far as actions with collaboration with neighboring towns, I first went to land acquisition efforts just because environmental protections cross town borders and habitats cross town borders. And I think that we could identify areas that border with other towns and work with them to acquire land and commit that to natural resources.
Awesome. Thank you. That's great. And maybe a question I have that I haven't heard, but I know is in the comp plan, is thinking about public access and whether easements, it could be at a broader regional scale, but also individual parcels. If that feels important to folks. I don't know if we've heard that specifically, but would welcome thoughts on that too.
That is definitely in our comprehensive plan, is to protect easements and add additional easements for public access. And I think that sort of goes along with the land acquisition efforts. I think it's really important that the town work hard to identify areas that we could acquire or maybe petition people to donate.
Super. Great. Thank you.
Matt?
Conservation easements come up, and of course the land trust person has to say something. But I just wanted to mention, as it relates to that, just for awareness, that the town of Casco, your neighbor to the north, is embarking actually this week on an open space plan that's being facilitated by consultants based in New Hampshire. So the opportunity to think about collaboration in terms of broader natural resource protection, open space planning, etc., could be ripe. So just wanted to make you all aware that the Casco is also thinking about that exact concern about public access, land acquisition, conservation, generally speaking. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, not necessarily with grant projects, but just in general, and something that has been visited, and I believe it's germane to this conversation because in my opinion, it could be revisited or should be, is environmental impact fees that are built into our land use ordinance that are used with discrimination, but specifically the emphasis being on environmental impacts.
Great. Thank you very much. I think I'm hearing that a couple times, and we could think again holistically about how that might fit into both sort of enhancing and strengthening regulations and also connecting to funding best management practices more holistically. So that's great.
Anyone else?
I'd just like to expand on what Peter said. I brought this up several months ago, impact fees, and I think that's what Peter's referring to, that if we have somebody coming into town to do business or build something, that the impact fees could be generated to help with this kind of resilience planning, whether it's for whatever we decide, but impact fees would be a way to generate the funds, and then those impact fees can be used to take care of some of these actions.
Great.
Whether it's environmental protection or whatever it is.
Is your thought to set it aside for that particular thing rather than just the general fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything we haven't asked that feels really important to share with us, or final ideas on some of these priority action areas? This has been such a generative and really thorough, informative conversation, so thank you all for what you've shared so far. But I just want to offer another round in case there's last ideas.
John.
Real quick, John Rand, 20 Dryadwoods Road. Excellent input from everybody here. Thank you for all that competent knowledge. What comes to mind is hopefully a vision that we could get $75,000 of help from the state of Maine before it goes away, or before some other town grabs it. And that's not a whole lot of dough. And there's some hard infrastructure items here, like big culverts that could chew up $30,000 in a swipe. There's plenty of great planning ideas that we need that we could invest in Skylar, and
North Star.
And
yeah.
North Star,
Yeah.
certainly, and that has huge value. And I'd love to see both of those pieces. And then I'm thinking that it would be great to try to save some of the money to help fertilize other groups to do stuff on the list so that we don't have to chew up our funds on that. And maybe that's other committees that, and maybe the poor folks that'll all be volunteers, and probably most of them are in this room, that would end up doing that stuff. Thinking about more gardens, I know just where to go for that. So that's my thinking. It would be great, I think, to have a nice mix of some good hard infrastructure, some good planning is a significant portion of our investment, but then hopefully, spending some of the money to try to mobilize other groups to help get the other things on here done that we want to do.
Thank you. I really appreciate those ideas, and it brings up just a couple thoughts. One is that, so we actually are working with the City of Bath right now. They received an action grant to help. They developed a climate action plan last year, and we are working specifically with them on a outreach and education campaign, and then setting up like a governance of the plan itself so that there are people in place to help implement the plan, recognizing that the town is very strapped on capacity. So I think that hearing you sort of elevate the need to fertilize these different groups, there are people who are starting to do this work. There could be committees that we set up, or just a governance system that can help sustain this work moving forward. That's something that we've started to see across the board. So I really appreciate you raising that. And then just on the infrastructure, to note that the Community Resilience Partnership really focuses on planning, design, and engineering, and then you would look to other state pots of funding that are larger to actually do the construction implementation. So that's sort of how we see this grant fitting into that sort of continuum of actions that need to happen related to climate-ready infrastructure. Awesome. Anything else?
Going to John's statement, what I'm hearing is there's a whole planning process. What can the board or the town do? I mean, do we start with a committee to start the process so that we can move relatively quickly towards the funds of $75,000? Because it sounds like it's going to be 6 months or a year down the road, as opposed to, I mean, we have a very active group of people that are very involved in the community. So what's the next step for us to take besides keeping you on board with another grant?
The next step, so first is to approve have the resolution at the next select board meeting, and then provide us with the enrollment materials. These are sort of logistics to get enrolled in the program. Then we'll work on writing that grant application over the next 2 months. And I think it would probably be, maybe they would be approved at the end of the year, early next year, for I think up to 18 months. So let's do some real thinking about how to write it in such a way that integrates these priorities, maybe allows some flexibility that we know we want to set up a committee. We can do the work in the grant itself if it's funded to actually figure out who needs to be on that committee, what their charge is, but we could sort of say this is a priority and this is, we are establishing this committee to do a certain number of things. But we can, that's sort of what's worked well with the Bath application was we said what the purpose of this governance group would be, how we would recruit people or figure out who needs to be on the committee, and then they would sort of, from there would be directed as to what their charge would evolve to incorporate. So we can be strategic about how we write the application. And I know that North Star Planning has great experience as well with open space plans. So let's think about what are the town's priorities and lead with that. And then we can go from there about who's the right person to do it. And I just want to make sure that it fits what you all need first. And then hopefully we'll write it in a competitive way that it's funded, and then you can take the next steps from there.
Yeah, agreed. I agree with both Kayla and Peter when it comes to the comp plan.
Yeah.
The time and energy that went into that pretty much has resolved a lot of what this town wants. And that's why I asked what's the next step, because the energy's already been put in to what we want.
Which is huge. And I don't think this needs to reinvent the wheel. It is just building upon what you all have established and the work that has happened to date and trying to, I love your idea, like fertilize, put resources to what those priorities are. And the partners, whether at a land trust or H-Friendly, that are doing that work and are established organizations, to seed them and resource them as partners in this work. So there are a lot, I think the hard part will be choosing what we use this application for, but we can try to think about other funding means or ways that you can continue if anything doesn't fit into that grant. The hope is that it's sort of compelling as a story of what we package all together, so we can see what, if anything falls out, where could it fall to, and how do we maintain the momentum.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Terrific.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys.
That was excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I did. I kept looking for hands up.
You can either get this or you can keep them, yes.
Yeah, and the QR code that
You're all set with the laptop.
Well, the problem is that he's sick.
How are you?
We don't vote in executive session, and all we're doing is going over the situation that just brought up last time.
Oh, yeah, you can vote in executive.
So I'm just, we're not gonna, no, we don't vote in executive session.
Well, no, go back, look at the record. That's okay. I agree with you. You should not vote.
Saying he can sit in the other end of the room if you want.
I think any more input's better. I'm just trying to think. It's at the very end of the meeting. Everyone can leave, and we can meet right here anyway. I'd say, yeah, let's do that. Okay.
I say we voted in executive session. You don't vote. We have said, everybody agree with that? Yeah. Okay.
Actually, I looked at the bylaws about executive session, and we can take an informal vote. We can actually take an informal vote.
We do.
We were told we can't vote, but anyway, the mics are on. Move to the next one. Joe, while they're talking and everything, discussion of community events and how to implement them.
Yeah, those, I think, was discussed about the last meeting, Founder's Day. Put on there, we can table that for.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Because.
We're going to continue the meeting, just so everyone knows. Hello? We're going to keep moving. And I'm going to entertain a motion to table the current community events right now, just because of we're actually going to be talking about the school and some other things here. So I think, and plus we just talked about a lot in this presentation with our community and what we'd like. So if someone would like to table to the next meeting?
I don't mind making a motion for that, but we have to wait.
Yep, I just making, well, yeah, he'd be right out here in a second. I'm just saying from a point of view of keep moving it going. This was excellent, by the way, and I really appreciate everyone's input. It's the only way we're going to move forward is to hear a variety of what's needed and opinions on moving forward. We have to wait for Sam to come back. Unless, Joe, you want to...
It's a quorum of 3.
Yes.
We can vote to table without him.
Okay. We can, but the next one's going to take his... Let's do that. Let's just move forward with the table on it, because I'm sure he's going to want to keep moving it.
Make a motion to table the discussion, the additional workshop piece of discussion on community events and how to implement them.
I'll give you a second on
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. So the new business we talked about in the workshop, which is the resignation of Chris from the Budget Committee to this, when he was elected to the Select Board. And if anyone didn't hear this, from what we can tell, he was the first town employee to be elected to the Select Board, which I think is historic and pretty cool. From a perspective of someone who has the background and knowledge of what we just went through for the last 3 years. And so with that in mind, we had talked, the process is going to be such that, and we'll make it a motion, but I want to explain it, that we're going to accept his resignation due to his election. We're going to then make a motion to post it to the public for a 30-day notice. Anyone that's interested in replacing or filling in that vacancy for a 1-year term, or actually not even a 1-year term, up until June of next year, when there's a general election for two positions on the Select Board in a last year of that position. And the people that are interested, citizens that may be interested in that situation, that position, I'm sorry, will submit it to the Budget Committee for their consideration. They will then bring it back to the Select Board with their recommendation for who they think is best qualified or best fit for the Budget Committee. Did I miss anything? And then at that stage, it'll be on the next agenda after that. Correct? Is that how we all work? So it's basically, when it comes back to us, they will have told us it'll be posted, but we won't know who the people are who was recommended, so that'll have to come to the meeting. So it's really basically 2 months away. The second month, it'll be the August meeting. I mean, the September's meeting, not the August.
Right.
There you go.
I'll be talking with Chair Lockwood about
Yes.
August 20th, about
Yes.
looking at applications, choosing a candidate.
And it'll be all facilitated through the town manager, not us. Our hands will be off on it until it comes to us in the September meeting. And if someone would like to make that a much more intelligent motion, one we vote to accept, though, the resignation.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the resignation of Chris Hansen from the Budget Finance Committee
Due to his election.
due to his election to the Select Board.
Does second, Sam?
Yeah.
No, okay. Any discussion? All in favor? And then the next half will be to post.
I think that, I don't know
To
if
do
we
it
have to
alone.
vote on that. I think that's just,
Just because that's in the
Yeah.
ordinances, I think we can just move forward with that,
Okay.
right? Without a motion?
Yeah, you would ask.
So it'd be action item, yeah. The action item is to post that for at least 30 days and collect that, give it to the Budget Finance Committee to make a choice of candidate.
Joe and I had talked about this, town manager and I had talked about this. One thing that he recommended is some of these things that we just assigned to the clerk, the clerk or the town manager, would be a motion, so that makes the minutes. And so people see when they read the minutes that it's part of what happened. And I don't know if it's necessary this time around, but that's the only thing that I thought we're going to try to do a little bit more of. Instead of just assigning a task, we'd make a motion that the town manager or the clerk does this, and then it shows up in the minutes and people know a little bit more. So, I mean, it's just something we talked about, so and that's the only reason I was saying it. But we can move right on, and we can do it from now on. Anyway.
Mr. Chair, right?
Yep, sure. Peter?
Really just ask a question. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So just as far as, has there been any consideration or conversation with the chief code enforcement officer in town now, as far as does he feel there's going to be, because we're here in 60, 90 days, is he going to need any temporary support during that time? Is there any provision to help him out as far as?
Sorry, Peter. So Jay's the new CEO, and then Chris is back to his assistant code enforcement officer.
Yeah,
position,
we're talking about the Budget Committee.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
vacancy created. Chris is not resigning from the town's position.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Well, this is a layover of the last meeting, and we've been working through.
Chris didn't know he resigned, I guess.
Too many hats.
Well, actually, what we're really trying to do is make it a little bit more transparent in both writing in the minutes as well as the actions we're discussing to move forward with. That's all. And it's all kind of new. As you guys know, I'm 1 year and 1 month and 2 new people, although Chris has got the background, and certainly Kayla knows. So with that said, we're trying really hard to work our way through it and try to change as we go as little as possible, but make it better. And I'm going to turn the next one over to the town manager for the process on the consideration of warrant a special town meeting to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
Just before that, did you want to move the liquor license up so Billy could?
I didn't see him come in.
He's not in here? Okay.
No. Oh, is he on Zoom? No, I don't see him.
Okay.
I would have, and I thank you for reminding me because I might have forgotten.
That's
I
all right.
looked around and didn't see him. So we're back on 3B.
So we're back on 3B. So yep, so this is to vote in the comprehensive plan that is currently in draft form for a special town meeting on August 12th, 2025. So we will, if you guys want to move forward with motion that to secure that, and we have a warrant, special town meeting warrant to sign afterwards.
Is there a motion to move with it?
I'll make a motion
For the special town meeting.
to approve a special town meeting of August 12th, 2025, to choose a moderator and also ask the town if they wish to adopt the 2025 Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Moving forward. Thank you, Joe. Next thing on the agenda is the Vision Committee presentation regarding Jordan. I missed something?
No, I will move over. Oh, yes.
Oh, we'll hand it, yeah. Hand it down through.
Guys, Sam's got that. I'm going to move over to the presentation area.
Thank you, Mel.
Is that it?
I have a question, Joe.
Please.
Is this presentation what that young man was working on earlier?
This was to get into the presentation. So now that we
Young man
are,
was on the phone, was dealing with this when I went over.
now that we are in, and of course they changed, with the update, they changed the layout, so I'm trying to figure out how to present this.
What we're about to see. Yeah. He was working on the computer.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so can that be seen from the
Did you sign the warrant?
video? Perfect.
Did one come up? What did I sign?
Didn't he hand you something?
And I do have Grace and Lori and Sue here, part of the committee, if there's any questions. But I was asked to present because Peter is working at a camp this week, so we'll present this. So this is a presentation on the JSMS Visions Committee work that they've completed. The committee presentation of charge was from April 14th, 2025 to June 16th, 2025.
There you go.
So a little bit of the introduction. The report was developed based on the work completed by the JSMS Vision Committee from conception to conclusion with a successful handoff to the Select Board, who in turn will hand it off to the JSMS Build and Development Committee. So that would be the next phase. So this was the initial phase. The conception of this, The charge of the JSMS Vision Committee was coming up with the conceptual ideas on how the Jordan Small Middle School building could be used when it is given back to the town of Raymond, tentatively scheduled for August of 2027. Looking at uses over the next 10 to 15 years, this committee will not be taking into account the feasibility nor cost. These will be for a subsequent committee, which will be made up of people with expertise such as engineers, builders, tech, finance, etc., and will report recommendations to the select board. So that was the general charge of this committee. And after the applicants were chosen, we have Peter Lockwood, the chair, Lori Wallace was our secretary, Sue Accardi, Deborah Clark, Kayla Gonzalez, Grace Levitt, Debbie Tarr from Age Friendly Raymond, Richard Dow, Raymond Village Library, Mel Fernald, Town Clerk, Nathan White, Public Works, and myself, Town Manager. That was our committee. Thank you to everyone who sat on that committee. The mission statement for the JSMS Vision Committee, so this was kind of encompassing the overarching plan of why we're doing this. The Vision Committee is tasked with identifying potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School, utilizing information gathered via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan, and input from the community and town departments, including library, parks, and recreation town office. So that's kind of the broad overview of our mission. We looked back at the comprehensive plan survey results. When asked about the future uses of JSMS building, this was what was presented. Number 1, community center with 303 results, recreation with 258 results, 3rd, library with 171 results, 4, town hall, 139 results, and 5, daycare with 104 results. We thought this was a great indication of kind of the pulse of where the town wanted to see this building. This was done during it was open for anyone, but it was during one of our basketball days at Jordan Small. So we captured a bunch of young families and grandparents coming in and a bunch of people. So this was something that was created, a vision and mission for the Raymond Community Center. So the committee felt it good to have 2 different separate statements here. So the vision for the Raymond Community Center: residents and visitors of all ages will have expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. And then the mission for the Raymond Community Center: the Raymond Community Center will foster community connections, provide resources, programs, services, meeting space, and technology in a safe, welcoming, accessible environment. Specific offerings will align with the needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan. So that's kind of the overarching themes that we would like to see in that community center. Summary and recommendation. This is a recommendation of the JSMS Vision Committee that the first and foremost JSMS should be a community center. With that, we also recommend that the Parks and Recreation, the library, and the Town Hall offices should be moved to the new refurbished JSMS building. The committee thought it'd be good to have a clear, defined message for the next committee to come in and decide what to do, but this was what was determined by the end of the committee's findings. Any questions up to this point? Okay. Also, the committee did tours of community buildings. So April 22nd, we met with Bill Hansen. He's the facilities director of RHU 14, and he took us behind the scenes of Jordan Small Middle School, so we got to see a bunch of the oil tank, fuel tank, water heaters, networks. It was in depth. It was great to see the inner workings, and the school is in really good shape. We then decided to take some tours of other municipal office facilities that we have. So we visited on April 28th, took the minibus and went down to Town Hall, built the District 1, East Raymond Library, East Raymond Library, Raymond Village Community Church, Safety Building, District 2 Village, District 2 Village, Raymond Public Safety Building. So we toured all those buildings to see what is currently being used for municipal facilities. April 30th, we took a in-depth tour of Gorham Municipal Center. So that was with Sydney Hazelton, the Parks and Rec director, but they had a similar I guess, situation that we're in, where a school building became vacant and they moved their offices in there. They then developed in phases the superintendent's office, code enforcement office, clerk's office, and town meeting chambers. So we got to see that, and it was a good way to see over the 20 years how they got to that point. May 9th, the committee went to Westbrook Community Center to visit with Greg Post, Director of Parks and Recreation there. That is a school that has been transferred into community center and other, I guess, rental possibilities and outside organizations using it. So not a full-fledged municipal facility like was proposed for our committee, but still a good vision of how they got to that point. May 12th, the second tour of JSMS for those who could not attend, April 22nd. And then the Wyndham Middle School Development Committee, our chair, Pete Lockwood, talked with Barry Tibbetts, the Wyndham Town Manager, about their similar trajectory into their middle school that will be vacant as well. So Peter got some good information out of that. The next part was the information gathering. We gathered wish list and floor plans. We got wish lists from the library, technology, town hall, code enforcement, and parks and recreation. So this was kind of looking at the footprint and put in the bells and whistles, everything that you could imagine that you would want to fit in there, with no limitations. So what Peter did and the board, the committee, they took what is currently being used for square footage for the department facilities and then kind of compared it to the wish list with the building square footage. So you see the broadcast studio, we have a current square footage of 1,468. And then with what they put in their wish list, it'd be 270, I can't, sorry guys, 2,752 square feet. So library is 2,609 current, and then with the wish list was 13,426, but with an asterisk, which is also could be used multi-departmental use. So that 13,000 could be probably divvied up in a few other departments as well, as far as the possible use. Parks and recreation, our current square footage is kind of various. Right now we're leasing out the Raymond Village Church, and then most of our other facilities are outdoor. So there's no clear square footage on that, but with what we put down, it'd be 8,542 with just the kind of the possible daycare, child care, offices, stuff like that. And then you include the gym, which is 8,800 square feet. So combined roughly over 16,000 square feet. Then there's community space, kind of unknown, and then with the wish list was 3,000 square footage of possible use. And then there's the basement and unclaimed. So in total, with the gym, Jordan Small Middle School's roughly 40,000 square feet of usable space. So again, I think it was a good kind of study on what we currently have versus what could potentially be put into that facility. Information gathering continued. The floor plans were broken out for the departments of what is currently being used for facilities, and then wish list was given to the Jordan Small Committee based on surveying their patrons and department needs. So a lot of the surveys were put out as well, one with the library, one with Parks and Rec, kind of gathering what their constituents might want to see in there. So this was kind of the breakdown of those numbers. With a square footage breakdown of what is currently town hall, not up to date as far as where those walls are and everything like that. It's kind of been reconfigured, but there is, Nathan went in and measured everything out, and Melissa put it into kind of a key to look at all the current spaces for departments in there. This was a master kind of vision with the committee where multiple uses where that list was given of what they wanted to go into was put into this drawn and kind of overlapped and color-coded. So it's probably hard to see right now. Maybe on a computer it can be blown up and kind of broken down, but we found a lot of multi-use, kind of multi-departmental use for areas and things like that. So that was just a general kind of rough where to put departments and what their wish list was. This was a brainstorming list that was created, and then a prioritization was kind of voted on with the committee. So with that, it was kind of prioritized high, medium, low. Again, it's kind of hard to judge priority, but I think it was kind of based off what those survey results were and kind of discussions with the department heads on where they would like to see things. So that was a list. Peter then organized it kind of by priority and kind of gave some notes of what those ideas were.
Can I ask a question on this?
Yeah, of course.
Did these numbers line up with these room numbers?
No, and
So-
even the priority it's just kind of roughed in. So yeah, no correlation. There is some crossover though. Of course, like I think the medical closet I think is in there in that wish list, but not everything is kind of coded to that map.
I'm sure that the next level, they'll number all the rooms so that when they talk about taking a wall out, it'll be between 1 and 2 or 5 and 8 or whatever, just to make it easier for people to.
Right.
I like this. I think this is great. I just was wondering if the numbers were associated.
Yeah, we didn't get that far into the details.
Thank you. I like it.
So there's some of our summary and recommendations from the committee. Is a recommendation of the JSMS Vision Committee that a couple of people from this committee should also be included in the Building Development Committee in order to act as liaisons to assist with continuity from this committee to the next and to help explain the vision they created. Another key summary that they want to express was a more focused survey of the community's needs of the items listed from the priorities list. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that an extensive town survey should be developed and presented to the people of Raymond. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that the current Raymond Village Library, if it becomes vacant, then it could become the new home for the food pantry, medical closet, possibly a thrift shop. Close proximity to the village center is preferred and is located adjacent to the community garden, where excess produce could be donated to the food pantry. I think a recurrent theme was with these vacant municipal facilities is kind of repurposing them for maybe some of these other needs as well that might not fit into the Jordan Small building. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that if the current town hall becomes vacant, that the building could be used for overflow for community center ideas that do not physically fit within the existing JSMS building. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that once the current broadcast studio is vacant, that this building should be removed. It has served the purpose originally intended. It has outlived its usefulness. This could be also upgraded for parking, or parking to different areas. The JSMS Vision Committee recommends that existing artwork created by the students and faculty should be retained as part of the history of the Jordan Small Middle School. And then business incubators, a model to help startup companies and entrepreneurs. The building could employ the business incubator model, generate revenue for space rentals and for developing Raymond-based businesses. So those are some of the summary recommendations, and there's a few more. The JSMS Vision Committee, at its conception, felt like there is a certain urgency to complete our work so that the next committee will be able to start the work, hopefully with the same enthusiasm and sense of urgency. The committee recommends that the building committee begin meeting as soon as September 2025. And then the Vision Committee recommends that an information table be provided by the November vote so many of the Raymond townspeople can have an overview of the future JSMS Community Center. And then they also recommend that as the JSMS building is transformed to a community center, that promotion and marketing of the new facility and programs should be delivered to the townspeople of Raymond. So those are some of the bulleted points. And in conclusion, as the JSMS Vision Committee got underway, the enthusiasm for this project became an energy of its own. I can attest to that. It was definitely a sprint, not a marathon, within 2 months. The volunteers and staff members were engaged, and you can see the excitement as the creative juices flowed freely. Doing the tours of our existing town facilities and also the Warren Municipal Center, along with the Westbrook Community Center, inspired us with great possibilities. This new Raymond Community Center will be a great new asset to a growing and vibrant town with much to offer. As this project develops, it is with pleasure that we pass along ideas and look forward to continuing this important work. So, that is the conclusion of that presentation. If we have some committee members too, if they want to answer questions.
Yep. Thank you to all the committee members. Well done. Grace?
Thanks, Grace Levitt Road. Thank you, Joe, for going through the presentation. I just would like to emphasize a couple of things and also add one thing in that didn't occur to our committee during the months we were meeting. If you recall, it was cooler, wet weather then. And it occurred to me, was it last week? I can't remember the day, that it was 100-something degrees and we were all melting. But it's also been mentioned many times this evening here in other discussions to have a cooling center as well as part of the emergency shelter. So I just want to interject that right now before I forget it yet again. And just emphasize a couple of things, that it really was a pretty strong sentiment from the committee members that someone from this, and I'm not suggesting who it be, certainly not the person at the microphone right now, be on that next committee to help be sure that the discussions that the visioning committee had are well understood, and just kind of to help transition to the next thing, as well as to emphasize that hopefully the work gets underway with that next committee as soon as possible, because that work is the real detailed work and will take a long time. For the visioning committee that met weekly, was pretty remarkable, and the chair, Pete Lockwood, I can't thank him enough. He's got a whole notebook to pass on to the next committee with all the documentation and thoughts there too to help with that work, but to at least begin to figure out the details, because despite what was said earlier in another part of our meeting this evening, we could be using part of, if not most of that building right away once the school is done with it and has had a chance to move out of it what they're taking with them. Some of the building has been kept up, certainly by the RSU, and so many parts of that building will be ready to use right away. It won't take 3 years for some of the things that we're envisioning for that building. So the sooner that the next committee gets underway and figures out what parts do need renovation or change or whatever, and what the costs may be for any of these ideas, and what ideas the select board wants to see going forward, as well as the town, the better. I would just emphasize that. And I don't know if there's anyone else from the committee that wants to point something out as well, but it was really quite a number of good discussions that we had. So thank you again for presenting.
Progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I couldn't agree more with everything you said. I'm right on the same page, and I hope that we have comp plan committees as well as this committee. The more overlapping of committees we have in the direction of this town, the more fluidity, if that's a right word, will continue to move us forward. Kayla, you probably have, would you like to say something?
Yes. So I would really like to thank all the committee members. I found this to be a particularly interesting committee. I think your dedication really shone through. You went above and beyond, in my opinion, and I also think that Mr. Lockwood is very thorough and incredibly organized. And it's great to have the sort of volunteer group that we do have in this community, and that's evident every time I step into a room with other members. There are many possibilities for the school, and I look forward to seeing what becomes of our beloved school.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Anyone? Oh, go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sean McKell up 84 Main Street. Just kind of curious, I wasn't able to watch all the meetings. Did the committee happen to talk about what the uses of the buildings like the library and town hall might be after the fact, or is that not something that you had covered as a visioning committee, where you're just focused on the actual school itself?
Joe or Keela? Go ahead.
Sean, I don't mind answering that as I was actually part of that committee. So yes, they did make suggestions in the recommendations, such as if the library does become vacant, using that for a food pantry or medical closet due to its proximity to the village. Just as one example.
Excellent, good. Just curious, nothing earth-shattering, just wanted to know, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay. I think, Wayne, there's no issues with the renewal license, and I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that says the owner has to be here for us to approve the license where it's being renewed, 10, 12 years after he started. So I'll only ask Wayne if there's something that's come up or anything we should know about as a board. Other than that, I'd just soon move forward with the renewal of the license.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, we did the inspection. There's a couple of small items that we have in our report that we would ask you to have as conditions of your approval for the liquor license.
All right.
What are those? I'm not sure. Do we have that?
No, whenever they say minor, they usually make, it's pretty minor. So I never really make a big deal of it. They are very thorough. But Wayne, it's a good question. What is minor?
So what they had is a little bit of grease buildup in the grease hood, not enough to cause us concerns at the time of the inspection, but we did ask that they continue the weekly cleaning of the filters of the grease hood. And then the other thing was some combustible and flammables stored in the hot water heater closet that needed to be removed from that space.
Thank you. Brian?
I'm in no way, Brian Walker, Rolfe Road, I'm in no way contending Bill's menu or liquor license because he does a great job. But I did notice it said, do you have a food menu? And it says no.
The questionnaire I had questions on because it's the first time I've seen this kind of detail from the questionnaire. And I'm sure they have this on a regular basis. So Melanie could probably answer that question more than me, and I was curious. I mean,
I've had some very good lobster rolls.
Yeah.
Are we talking about
The application copy, the questions and answers?
So that is a printout from the state's new database system. That's why it looks different than it used to. It's been in effect just over a year now, so that's what you will see going forward.
And I'm sure it was new to Bill, too. Well, I looked at it and said, this is all new. I'm going to be asking, I was going to actually give you a call, but this is just an interesting thing. Wayne, who was going to say something here?
Yeah, so a comment on the question about the food. What happened at this facility is they used to have inside dining space, and now all of their dining is outside under the tent or takeout. So they have a special permit with the liquor license for the outside dining area, and because they have no inside dining, I think that's why the question was answered that way.
Thank you. And it was good to know. I mean, when I read through this, I said, this is really into some details I hadn't seen before. So thank you to Melody for explaining it. I think I'll entertain a motion if someone would like to.
I'll make a motion to approve the liquor license for Fisherman's Catch LLC pending all recommendations made by the fire department, pending that they are all addressed.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Thank you. Well, that brings us up to the public comment.
Peter Levitt to Levitt Road, just a request as far as a future agenda item, and it would be consideration or a discussion as to whether or not the town should consider rejoining the Greater Portland Council of Government. And I don't know if there's anyone on the board at this time that recalled, because we were a member, and then we weren't a member. Actually, the 2004 comprehensive plan was supported by GP-COG. They actually functioned as our advisory. I wasn't on that committee, but GP-COG actually had people available and help us with that. And I will just tell you, although North Star did an excellent job of representing and helping us out with this current draft plan, it did not come at a cheap price. And so I had mentioned at another meeting previous to this, at least a consideration, because what I have found is that some of the benefits that come from being a member of that organization, and most of the municipalities in our region are members of that organization, are the such things as assistance with planning. Interestingly enough, just 6 months ago, there was an article about writing grants and having grant writers. I mean, I think that that's all in the comprehensive plan as a recommendation to the town. But if I look at what it costs annually to belong to that organization and the potential discounts and benefits and added support for the town that we get, I think it would at least be worth a discussion at this board level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Grace?
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. I joked with Peter prior to the meeting that, so what is the gift that you give your wife for the 47th wedding anniversary? It's our anniversary today. An agenda to a select board meeting. But seriously, three things. Sorry, I know I've made the joke before that this is our date night, but communication about the new transportation that's going to be available. I'm not sure when that service will start. I know it was passed in the vote, and how it will be broadly communicated to the town at large as far as the availability of that. Just a question to raise. Hopefully it's in the works. I will always bring up traffic calming. I have not seen the signs that we're going to be moved around to different parts of the town that we're saying, you know, reduce your speed or whatever. I just haven't seen them, so I don't know where they may be, but I hope that they are being moved around to different parts of the town, as I believe that was stated before. And also just to alert folks, if you want to go online to the Maine Monitor, there's an excellent, very detailed, lengthy article about the new Wyndham Raymond Middle School being built, and goes into details on the funding, et cetera, that can explain it. If anybody has questions about that, it's a really good article. I would encourage people to look for that. And I'll just repeat, as I've said before, we are very fortunate to be getting that new middle school for our kids. It's going to be an amazing facility, and the timing was just really lucky that it happened when it happened. So again, it was also in the Portland Press Herald. Okay, well, I read the Maine Monitor article, but in any case, again, it was good information about that for folks that wanted to read up on anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else from the public? Frank?
Hi, Debbie Tarr, Age Friendly Raymond. I did talk to Don Libby, is it, from RTP last Thursday, and we've got the ball rolling. He's going to get the postcards made up. He's going to drop some flyers at my house, and I'll distribute them to all the businesses. And he's shooting for August 4th to get it up and going. That's a Monday. And he also mentioned the possibility of maybe having a day to transport people for grocery shopping for free. So that's a big need in Raymond to get people to the grocery store, and if it was free, that would be wonderful. And so there are plans in the works.
Thank you, Debbie. Frank?
Frank McDermott again. The new service. I would suggest that the town's technology group make a video showing how it works. Maybe following somebody on 2 or 3 different trips so that people know exactly how to use it, how to get a hold of it, what it does, what it doesn't do. I don't think it would be that difficult to do. That way people could go online, see it, and know how the program works so that they could take advantage of it. If in fact we ever do go back to the Bridgeton-Portland bus, I would suggest the same kind of video. You may follow 3 or 4 or 5 people who take that bus and go and do different things along the stops, whether it's in Wyndham or in Portland, or using the public transportation in Portland to get other areas. I think it would help boost the ridership if in fact we do go back to it, which I hope we do. By the way, it was a wonderful meeting tonight. You did yourselves well.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else? I'll make one comment about the public comment. I read the bylaws, and a lot of times the select board will interact with comments from the public. And actually the bylaws say that we don't do that. We allow the public to speak. If there's questions, the town manager can answer during his presentation, or we can answer when we have our select board comments. That'll really move the process along if we're not engaging in everything that someone says in the public. So just letting you know that's what the policy says. So selectmen comments. Kayla? No. Sorry,
so I do have a little bit of a response to the GP COG. With my copious amounts of time that I've spent as an employee for the town, well, it's not copious, but with Don Willard, I should say, I know he's given me a reason several times, and I think it had to do with cost versus benefit at the time, but it's something that him and I had discussed many times over my tenure at Raymond, that's something that can be revisited on occasion to see if it is worth being a partner or a member of JPCOG and what we get out of that. So I think it's very important to always reconsider things and decisions that have been made in the past to see if they make sense at the time. I would like to say happy anniversary. Thank you for spending it with us. And then I'd also like to use my time, actually before I forget, Frank, I think that's a good idea about the video of the new service, and I'm also wondering if that's not possible, maybe having a volunteer or a buddy that is willing to take people on their first trip. Doing something new is always hard and scary. So having someone that's done it and say, look, I'll sit down with you, we'll set this up, I'll ride with you the first time or two. Just another idea, because I think that's great that you're thinking of that. So I would also like people to know a little bit of update about the RSU. At the school board's June 4th meeting, the board voted to move forward with a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones, and that joining a growing list of communities in Maine and across the nation. Back in March, I did express my support of this action to the board, where I stated my concern for the negative impact that cell phone use has on children, in addition to research that has found even taking 10 seconds to respond to a text can lead to a refocus effort of up to 20 minutes. At the Raymond Elementary School, an HVAC system is being installed, and this will provide much needed air conditioning. Middle school construction continues to be under budget and on time, with an opening date of August 2027. I know Grace has already mentioned that. Yesterday in the Portland Press Herald, there was an article highlighting the rising costs of replacing middle schools. And there's also a live video camera feed if anybody wants to see the progress. A link can be accessed on the RSU homepage.
Yeah. Comments? Anything? Chris?
I have a couple. I think looking at GPCOG is a great idea. I remember several years ago when Raymond started, I think Sam was one of the committee members of the Raymond Revitalization Committee with me, and we used the services of Carolyn Paris, who was from GP-COG, and she was a great asset to help us make up brochures and bring businesses into Raymond at a time when we had an unbelievable amount of vacancies. Raymond was a ghost town, and that really helped revitalize the community and her efforts, and that organization was great help to the town of Raymond. I also think that we should take a look at Maine Municipal Association and the services that they provide. I've had some discussions with Joe about this, and I think that it's time to look at their services, what the costs are to be a member. I think we're one of only a few towns that aren't members, and the benefits are training at much reduced rates, insurance premiums that are probably better than what we have now. So I think it's something we should look at. I think the fees to be a member are much less than what I thought they were. So I think that at some meeting in the near future, we should look at that and have maybe Joe do a little...
I've been in favor of that for years.
And you know, I just think we just need a little bit of a presentation from somebody, maybe Joe, or I don't want to throw you under the bus, but it may be you, or I can help you do that, and you know, make a presentation as to, or invite them here to talk about what they offer and what services they have and what benefits the town could get.
I think that would be great.
Thank you, Chris. Actually, you probably have noticed a little difference in the tenure here, or whatever the word is, the tone, the atmosphere. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say something. I had a few people who asked me questions that normally don't call me. And they asked if it was legal for Chris as an employee to be a selectman, and I said absolutely. And they asked about our vote, and I said, let me explain something. Chris Hansen would be more than competent as a chair or vice chair. Our feeling was it would put him in a compromising situation to be the boss of his boss as an employee of the town. And it's the only reason that didn't happen. You know, there's so much going on in this town, and I pretty much begged 2 years ago for both Kayla and Chris to be involved and actually get into this position, and neither one of them wanted my help. I was going to even endorse them, and Chris said point blank, we agree on a lot of things, but not on everything. I'm not going to be a yes man. I said, that's just why I want you to run. I want people in here, and you care about the community, and that's what we need, Chris. And I did the same thing with Kayla. I said, you, from the comp plan, you can be a great selectman. Both of them are probably much better at what I'm doing as chair than I would be. But the reality is 3 new people within a year. You know, new town manager, taking a look at all the policies. It's going to be long and many hours, and we've had 2 committees that have set an example for us. I think the comprehensive plan was one that I watched eagerly. And now that we have a chance to actually look at what Sam said, which is the people's agenda, I'm really excited. And I'll tell you, the first year I wasn't excited at all. And none of those 3 years on the budget committee is what I'd call vacation time. And we're hoping to move forward, and that the engagement from the citizens become more and more at these meetings. And so with that said, I'll turn it over to the town manager for his, Chris, go ahead.
I don't want you to forget the planning board and the appeals board and the other boards that have a long-standing reputation of doing great work for the town of Raymond. We have great committees. Yep. And I agree with you on the newer committees, but our existing committees do a great job.
That's well said. I wasn't trying to I absolutely love all of our committees. And we don't have vacancies. We used to have vacancies. We don't. And so, I mean, I know we're repeating a few things here, but it's an exciting time because this town is special, more special than most people know. When someone like Chris says he's in his forever home and I'm in my forever home, that's what we want, is people that are here long-term saying what's best for the town. And I think we're in that route. And it just so happens we have a new town manager, and we're hoping everything works out for all of us, or we wouldn't be up here. So, and you're right, Chris. I even said, why don't we have pictures of the boards in the annual report so that instead of names, we can actually see who our neighbors are, who are doing the work. And I hope to see the annual report be a yearbook of who we are and what we're about. And so with that last statement, I'll turn it over to Joe.
We're going to have an inspiring future here.
Thank you, Sam. I think you're right.
Everybody.
Had to follow that, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know we're giving speeches. Okay. No, it was great. Well said. So I'll go with my updates, and we can go into the next meetings and holidays and stuff like that. So we'll start off with public safety. New Squad 38 truck is in final inspection. It'll be the final inspection at the end of the month, so that's long awaited. I think it's been a 4-year adventure for Bruce. So that's quickly coming to an end. They're excited to have that. They constructed a new room for the duty officer. Bruce just wants to thank everyone involved in helping, but especially Brian Blanchard, who took the lead coordination of that project. So that's I know he's got a lot of crew members that are taking different leads and getting projects and a bunch of things done at the firehouse. So it's great to see. Public Works are starting work on the 4-way intersection at Ganderbrook. So it'll be 2 weeks until they can activate those signs. So they've started that right now. Also, Public Works is going to be putting out the speed trailers out next week. So they'll be rotating that and collecting data. So it's on Nathan's schedule. He's going to rotate those and get data for us about speeding in these areas. For Parks and Rec, I'll start off with something Chair allowed me to present to everybody, and kind of tough to convey, but one of our young staff members tragically just lost her father over the weekend, and looking for anyone that might want to add support or help. Riley, our new Parks and Rec director, has some avenues if you do wish to help this young staff member. You can email her at Riley, RILEY .Sylvia, SILVIA @RaymondMaine.org. So if you email Riley, she can help kind of direct you in ways that could help this person. Also, at the end of the year, Parks and Rec does kind of a fiscal year revenues of what they've brought in. That's through Tasseltop, Parks and Rec programs, everything like that. So we had another huge jump. We increased 27% in our revenues from last year. FY24, we're at $280,000, and this year closed out FY25, we're at $383,000. So we jumped up significant. That's due to Riley, adding her as assistant Parks and Rec director, and an after-school program, and a bunch of other programs that have grown as well. And Tasseltop, of course, increasing their capacity and revenues there. So another big leap forward for Parks and Rec. That's all I have for those department updates, and we have confirmed our August 12th regular meeting.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was hoping that you would bring up some of the ideas that both Derek, Ray, and I brought to you about utilizing Tasseltop.
Oh, yes.
The last weekend and before school. Remember I said if there's any way possible we could do.
Yes.
It's a long line of Frank McDermott's been talking about Founder's Day. So I talked to Derek, and Derek said he had had a conversation with the town manager, and what I proposed, I was kind of hoping you'd bring it up because it's August, coming right up. Yeah,
it's been a bunch of things kind of talked about with that. I know Founder's Day is going to be a bigger, that would be
we can't do it this year, I know.
Right, but we did talk about maybe a volunteer day at Tasseltop Park where Derek can bring in some of his floats and stuff like that. So I believe he's working with Riley or Parks and Rec crew. I know we're going to quickly add a couple more staff members there as well that can help her out. So I think that's been discussed, but nothing finalized.
But the concept was we invested $500,000 in Tasseltop. And I said, why can't we have one weekend before school starts where the weekend is for town of Raymond residents and taxpayers to go down and see the work, have a community where the kids go down and play, and it's reserved just for us. And I think it's legal. We brought that up. And then I was talking to Derek, and he said, I've got a floating pickleball thing we can put up. And he was excited. He said he was going to touch base with Joe. Now, it may be short notice, but the concept is it's a facility we take care of, just like Raymond Beach, and yet many citizens haven't even been down there. And if it was a weekend, and maybe it doesn't work for this year because it's already July, but.
And we still have September that we can use it as well, and that's probably an easier time, less tourists, so.
The only reason I brought it up is
Yeah.
because I was hoping that it would be on your.
Yeah, it's not on my direct radar, but I know, I think Riley and
she was sitting here, so I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask Riley if?
Yeah, I actually raised it because I thought you were here to maybe talk about it. I had my fingers crossed, but.
Yeah, so pretty much one of our big community events that we're doing this year is the UCAN 5K. So that we're bringing back. It's been gone for about probably 7 years. So that's something that we're bringing back this year. So we are trying to incorporate somewhat of a community event. We're working with public safety to see kind of the logistics of that and how much parking area we can use, but we would look to hopefully have some food trucks, bounce houses, kind of make it a big community event after. And obviously you don't have to run to be a part of that. We need a ton of volunteers too for the event, so that is one thing we're looking to do. And like Joe had said with the volunteer day, we have we have almost 100 volunteers for Parks and Rec, but also maybe people who have volunteered on boards can also join in on that event. But yeah, I do like the idea of kind of like showcasing what we've done at Tasseltop, because you're right, like a lot of people haven't been down there, but so many people from other towns do go. So if that is something we wanted to incorporate this year, maybe tying that into the UCAN and maybe making that, we're moving from the UCAN to that in the afternoon kind of thing, because it's September 6th. So like Joe said, it's kind of like out of that busy season, but the community's kind of already together in the morning. So maybe we kind of move it thereafter. So that's definitely something we can look into.
Thank you.
I knew she had a plan.
Well, it was running late. I was, anyway, thank you. Sorry to interrupt the whole.
Thank you for the update, right? So we'll confirm dates for the upcoming meetings. August 12th, I'll have a regular meeting, and we'll also have the public hearing on comp plan and special town meeting to accept a comprehensive plan. So that's August 12th. September 9th be our regular meeting, and then the upcoming holiday closings will be Labor Day, which is Monday, September 1st. So we're already, town office is usually closed that day anyways.
And those are both second Tuesdays of the month?
Those are, yes, I believe those are both second Tuesdays.
Kayla?
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that I have a work conflict for September 9th.
Okay.
That's all I have.
We move it to Wednesday or the following Tuesday? It's September. Be better to move it to the following Tuesday?
I don't think you can do Wednesday because of
the bylaws.
meeting. Yeah, there's already a meeting, I believe, on Wednesday.
Okay.
And you certainly don't have to move it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case that was a desire.
Yeah, but you can't zoom in if it's business, if it's work. Yeah. Derek?
I may or may not be able to make that same meeting, so.
I don't have a problem with moving it to the next Tuesday. We've got so much stuff going, we can put a work session in between. Chris, you have any problem if we moved it out, or
No.
you, Joe?
Let me just check the meeting calendar real quick, just to make sure.
What's the date of the next one?
It'd be the 16th.
16th of
September.
September, okay.
There's currently nothing on the 16th.
Currently nothing, okay.
16th?
Yeah, works for me.
Derek? 16th?
I believe so. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure the 16th is better than the 9th for me as well.
No. I think it's tentative, and we'll get back to you if there's any issue as we firm it up, but I like that. Would we like to put on the agenda right now for the workshop for at least finishing? Here's what I'd like to do, again, is to finish up the very bylaws and policies that the select board works under, and then the vision that we talked about, which would allow each selectman to speak on perhaps what their goals are when they ran and what we're hoping to accomplish. Derek?
Yeah, is that a question
Yeah,
for me?
if we set up a workshop between August and September, because, or we can do it between, but I'm just thinking, it's already July 7th. Do we want to do it between July and August? Is there any dates?
I can tell you that from now until September 16th is
Crazy.
and then I just got an entire week knocked out of work from this. So,
True.
I'm more than behind.
All right, let's move it, let's have it just before the next meeting. I really think that we ought to have a meeting on the
Just have it.
bylaws and policy, even
Want
if
to do it
it's
at 5 o'clock? Before the
before the 9th, before the 12th?
the 12th?
There's a lot of things that we're tweaking that we know we haven't been following as a board. So is that too early?
That could be a lot on our plate for August 12th. We could
Because we have
also
a special
consider,
meeting.
we could also consider a workshop before the September 16th meeting.
I'm not opposed to doing it because we're going to be heavy in, I mean, there's a lot of Budget and Finance Committee ordinance and the changeover to try to empower. Let's do September and enjoy the summer before we go crazy. Let's have Derek, if we did a 5 o'clock before the September meeting, if it works out the 16th, would you be opposed to coming in for that hour early? And maybe we could make that select board meeting 6:30 and simply have that time to get a couple things ironed out. We've noticed, before you came on, we noticed many things on the budget select board policy and procedure that we haven't been following as a board, and even the notice on the agenda we're trying to tweak a little bit. So, you know, we should probably have that all ironed out before we go into budget process and everything else. Would you be opposed to a 5 o'clock and a start on that September meeting of 6:30, giving us an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm in my truck in the parking lot, so I don't have anything in front of me to be able to check, but I don't think it's a problem.
All right, let's just plan on it and then go from
Tentatively
there.
put
So
it
we'll
in.
tentatively put 5 o'clock on that meeting, 5, and then that select board meeting will move to 6:30. I wouldn't mind leaving it at 6:30 personally, but that, you know, that's another whole story. Okay, thank you, Derek. And then with all that said, I think the next one is the executive session. And thank you all for coming in and your input today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Hold on, you need
Hey
a
guys,
motion to enter into
I'm going
executive.
to,
Yes, we have-
I'm going to come in as soon as everyone leaves.
Yeah, thank you, Derek.
I'm going to leave.
Yep,
Recuse myself again.
you might as well make the motion, I'll second it.
Okay, so I make a motion to move into I make a motion to move into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
I asked Frank already.
Second.
I'll second that.
Yep.
yeah.
And discussion?
I think you have.
I'm going to recuse
Discussion
myself.
would be for you to recuse
I'm
yourself.
recusing myself. Conflict.
Yep. All right, so
All right.
moved.
So-
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Sure, I'll second.
All in favor? And then the next one,
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, July 9th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with a roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark. Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill?
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs?
Evan Woodbury?
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the election of the chair and the vice chair. We have approval of minutes for June 11th. We have old business of the short-term rental ordinance, new business sketch plan review, and then a workshop for our draft marijuana regulation ordinance, followed by staff communications. I'm going to rearrange that slightly and move the sketch plan review up to in front of the old business, just because I'm not anticipating that to take very long. And we'll get that done relatively quickly. Not yet, not yet. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. All right. So our first order of business is the election of chair and vice chair.
I nominate Bob O'Neill for chair.
I second.
And Ed for vice chair? Yes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, nominated for vice chair. Is there a second for Ed?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done. All right. Next is approval of minutes of the June 11th, 2025. Any concerns?
Move to approve the minutes from June 11th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention?
Hey, guys, I got kicked out, so I had to get back in. Did you do chair and vice chair?
We did. You were elected.
Yeah, right. Be the same as we've been?
That's what happens when you disappear. Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think she's in the right town.
Okay, now we'll do the sketch plan review. Brett, would you give us a quick intro?
Sure thing. Looking at a sketch plan application for a mixed-use development along Roosevelt Trail. Property is bisected with the zoning districts, but most of it's located in the commercial zoning district. The rear portion off 302 is in LRR2, which is where the stormwater management facilities are located at. Heart of the application, they're looking to remove the two structures existing on the site and looking to do one mixed-use building and then 3 storage unit buildings. The mixed-use building would have apartments above, and then there's 3 storage buildings to the rear.
Somebody muted the studio. We can't hear.
Oh, boy. How about...
Okay, you all set?
Cool.
Thank you.
How far back did you hear, Kevin?
Did you hear any of it, Kevin?
He's muted.
Now you're muted.
A couple of sentences.
Okay. Again, just mixed-use development with apartments above, 3 storage units. Couple planning items, just comments and concerns were about the turning radii and maneuverability on the site. Just making sure that the applicant is aware of the minimum parking standards, just depending on the different types of uses that are in the mixed-use building and with the storage behind. Showing easement documentation, sufficient water capacity, sufficient soils, showing calculations for all the impervious on the site, coordination with the fire department, and then propane, if there's going to be propane on the site, as well as fencing and security. So other than that, Craig, I think he's got a quick intro as well.
Did you address lighting? Is that?
I did not.
Good evening. My name is Craig Suit with Teradyne Consultants on behalf of the applicant, 1252-302. Yeah, so we're as Brett said, we're looking to demolish the existing 2 buildings on site and then construct a new mixed use. I currently have shown on there 40 by 75. The applicants are still determining what the use is, so from there then we'll have updated parking calculations, but right now we're showing 15 spaces there, and if depending on the use it'll be bigger, but it won't shrink from there. They're working on getting some easements with the neighbors, because currently there's a residential neighbor back here that accesses the site from here and straight back, so they're going to maintain their access, but they're working on getting some cross easements to kind of facilitate the turning radius here to get in there. As the layout now is, I've run some radiuses with the garbage truck and fire truck, and I'll have all that in preliminary to submit to show adequate turning. They're looking to do chamber septic system likely under the parking lot, and then we'll be coordinating with the Portland Water District to for water service at the building. The stormwater now on site kind of mostly goes back to, there's a big divot in the site here, and a little bit goes down towards this end of the site. With the proposed design, we'll be funneling all the stormwater towards the rear. This is the zone line where the commercial turns into the LR2, and we're looking to do just a stone level spreader and a forested buffer, so it'll stay. Other than the installation of stone right here, this whole hatched area will remain wooded as it currently is for buffering in the back. And other than that, it will be undisturbed in the residential area. Strictly in the commercial area, we're looking to do the development. As a design as it lays out is about 19,500 square feet of new impervious, so it's within the threshold for main DEP permitting. And then this area up here is currently all paved, and they're looking to remove the pavement and put some landscaping kind of in there, some green space between Route 302 and the building. And then, as I mentioned, they're still looking for tenants for what they're going to have on the bottom. Well, that more worked out with the easements for any preliminary submissions, but we just wanted to get the sketch in front of the board and get some general input from you guys before we come back for anything more concrete. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Wayne, do you have comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We submitted a memo with that outlined the fire and life safety requirements that we were looking for. Do you need a rundown of those right now, or?
No, I don't think you have it, Craig.
We have it, yeah, and we'll make sure that's addressed in the preliminary submission.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
I forgot to mention that a wetland scientist has been out there, and there's no wetlands on the site. I included that, I think, in the packet, and we'll have test pits for septics when that comes. But
And parking is going to be how many spaces?
right now we have 15 spaces, but that's going to change once they figure out if they want to do a restaurant there. That'll obviously change parking. But right now we kind of average it out and figure that would be what would be needed for parking. But once he has, we'll have that preliminary to know, and then I'll have a parking table there. But right now there's 15 spaces with one handicap.
Okay.
Do you have a sense for what, how many units are going to be in here, either commercial or residential or both?
Either one commercial or two, and then it's going to be 2 residential on top is the plan. So just 2 residential on top is pretty concrete. And then depending on who he gets for commercial and what they need. But
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, is there going to be a fence and gates separating the storage buildings from the rest of the site?
yeah, there will likely be a controlled gate kind of here and here, so that it won't impede any dumpster access, and then no one can kind of go back in there. Just keep it separate. But.
Wayne, how do you guys handle controlled access gates? Is there a requirement?
So one of the things that we've done is with our Knox box system, either have keys to the gate to open up the gate in there, or one particular project actually used the Knox box when we opened the door to the Knox box, it actually opened the gate, which is pretty slick, so. But a system like that, one of the two would work.
Are you going to have lighting in the parking lot or the rear
Yes.
where the storage buildings are?
The storage buildings will likely have front-facing wall packs that'll kind of just shine, because there's no units on the back of those, so it's all going to be internal. So it's likely going to be wall packs facing inward. So there's no off-site, and then there'll be some lighting in the parking lot, but we'll keep it as minimal as possible to have safe lighting. And then we'll do a photometric plan when we submit for preliminary. But trying to keep it probably like a low light pole in the parking lot, probably something in this area. There's a little island there that would shine light here for them, and then wall packs on the building most likely. Some decorative lighting, but nothing else shine off site.
The stuff in the back where the storage buildings are, would that be something that would just turn on, be motion activated?
Most likely,
be on
yeah.
all the time? Right?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be on unless someone's out there, so motion sensor for that.
Craig, could you point to where the house is on that?
It is right about here.
Okay.
It's tucked in a little bit, so you come in and then it's in this general area. Yeah, it's I'd say probably, I want to say 50 to 100 feet away from the property line there. And it's tucked back in the residential area too, so I know they're working on some access through here, because as my understanding is they don't have any formal easements to get to their property right now. It's kind of just word of mouth. So they're trying to clean that up as part of this too. Okay. So, because they come in through this property, and then this sliver right here is owned by this building owner, and then they come into their property. So that's trying to formalize that so that everyone gets the proper access and legal access to their sites and not impeded.
Okay. What else? Anything? What would you like you need anything from us at this point?
No, I just wanted to get initial feedback and introduce the project to you guys so you know what's coming, and introduce myself as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Greg. Okay, two things before we get going on our continuing on the ordinance review process. We have gotten a number of, I've got a few emails that have addressed individuals either by name or through insinuation as to who they, or when they might be, which is, besides being inappropriate, it is actually no help to us at the board. We are only looking for comments that address what is being discussed in the proposed ordinance. I have told Sandy to put those emails into a file. They will not be posted on the town website, and they will not be automatically distributed to the board. The board will have access to them if, in fact, they want to read the blow-by-blows of the neighbor to the neighbor, but it's not appropriate for the planning board, and it's not appropriate for the town to post. So if there is information, other information in there, if you are one of the guilty parties, that information will not get to the board unless you address it separately and leave out all of the insinuating comments of who shot John. The next thing is the board does not need, desire, nor want character references for people that submit emails. It's of absolutely no use to us. We don't determine people's character. We are simply looking at the ordinances and hopefully generating an ordinance that will be acceptable to all, and I'm sure all will not be happy with it. And the last thing is, I have received a couple of requests or comments or questions concerning the process. I thought I might have gone through it already, but we have been tasked with the selectmen to look at two ordinance proposals, one on short-term rentals, one on marijuana, the marijuana issue. We are in the process of doing both of those. Once the board reaches a point that we feel that the ordinances have, that we have finished our obligation as far as what the selectmen have tasked us to do, that proposal then goes to legal. The town's attorney then reviews it, looks at it, puts it into the legalese for the warrants. It then comes back to the planning board. The planning board then holds an official public hearing on that, on the returned ordinance. The planning board then votes to either maintain and continue the work in a workshop to revise problems that have come up since then, or we send it to the selectmen. The selectmen then review it. They hold a public hearing, and then the selectmen will either set a special town meeting or hold it until the town meeting in June. And I'm not sure actually which way that goes or what that timeline is. But that's where the process. So we are by far not the final word on this ordinance. The final word will be the public when, if in fact it gets to them, how they vote on what is actually presented. Okay, that's my speech. Short-term rentals. We've got an updated version from Brett. Brett, you think we need to go through? Yeah, why don't you just kind of go through a little bit quickly, what you've...
Sure. I'll just cover all of it since it's all within the same packet, but first item in there is the revisions to the draft short-term rental ordinance. Items that were removed, struck out in red. Items that were added are in blue. So there's a total of 8 sections, I believe. Tried to incorporate as much as what we talked about last time from your guidance, from the board and the public. Added a couple definitions and clarification items. Also, at the end of this is a draft application form to kind of show what that process would look like when people do go to apply.
Yeah, that was nice.
After that, there's a couple items that are referenced within the draft short-term rental ordinance that would reference back to the land use ordinance. So there's really 2 items. One is the off-street parking, which we talked about last time, adding that short-term rental use to other similar uses like the tourist homes, boarding or lodging houses, motels or hotels kind of thing. And then behind that one, we had talked about the mass gathering and events as well. So I had added a definition in here. This is a pretty standard one. This was pulled from the American Planning Association. They have a planner's dictionary that's like over 1,000 pages long, has like every definition you could ever want. But this was pulled from there, and I think it'd be great for the board to kind of go through the different land use zoning classifications and just discuss, if that type of use would be permitted, conditional, prohibited, that kind of thing. I know it's a little outside of the short-term rental stuff, so maybe that could be addressed down the road.
Yep.
But just kind of wanted to put that before your eyes. The very last page is related to the cannabis, so we can wait on that one if you want.
Right. Okay, to the board. Thoughts? Nobody?
Silence.
Silence.
I have a thought here. In section 4 about the performance standards, talking about occupancy limits and subletting and event hosting. I think it may be I don't know if it's really within our purview to limit how many people can stay in a property. We don't put limits on family sizes or how many people live in a property if they own it. If they have guests come and stay, at their primary residence, with regulations in here about making sure that they adhere to the septic pumping ordinance and that, you know, they get an inspection to show that the system is working properly. It's really, you know, kind of the owner takes some of that risk and, you know, if they're willing to let more people than what the system can handle use their system, it's going to affect their system negatively, obviously, and, you know, become an issue for them down the road as far as repairing or replacing. So I don't know if it's really necessarily our, you know, place to put a limit on that, especially if there are some systems that are built to withhold more capacity than others. And then in the subletting portion of it, and subletting and event hosting, I think we could keep the first sentence in there as far as subletting the property, and it shall be unlawful to host events that interfere with on-street parking ordinance. But I think maybe that's where that should end, and not necessarily say beyond their occupancy rate or create a nuisance to neighbors, because I think that's really open to interpretation, the nuisance to neighbors part of it.
I completely agree. I had the same exact note. I struck that line. I made a side note, max occupancy for 24-hour guests only, but that's for that. I can go back up to max occupancy limits. Not quite sure how we're going to limit this or certify how many guests should be in a home based on a bedroom. In last meeting, somebody spoke about children. If there's 2 parents and a child, is that 2.5? Is the child and like the other parent needs to stay home? So I'm not in favor of the occupancy limits no matter what. Nobody comes to any of our homes and tells us that our family needs to leave. Even after 3 days, it might be good, but we're not told how many people can be in our home. So I agree. I think that should be struck completely. Occupancy limits, I don't know how we can certify that or enforce that. So I know that's
just a point on that. In the Maine state subsurface rules, it does say the design flow for short-term rentals must be higher than the flows listed in the section. In no case shall the design flow be below the minimum design flows for this section.
What's that?
So say you have a 3-bedroom
like
in the
an
shoreline
HHE
zone.
200 you're talking about, the design?
Yes.
So but you're basing the occupancy
on the bedrooms.
That. So how is that enforceable if this home is not being rented? It's not.
If it's not being rented?
If it's my home.
Right, so that's for short-term rentals. That's the provision there.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what certifies how many people, it's the bedrooms per HHE 200 the design.
Yes.
Is that guidance or is that?
These are state rules.
Rules.
Yeah.
So they design for a new build.
Okay.
But I guess I have a question as far as, would breakfast inns, banquet halls, and campgrounds subject to the same inspections of their septic systems being where short-term rentals are? Are they exempt from inspections as well?
Campgrounds?
If we're gonna, I'm just talking about your short-term rental in general. Those are short-term rentals. They have septic systems that are within the shoreline zone. Are they subject to the inspection and permitting fees that the STRs would be that we're trying to implement, I guess?
Currently?
Yes.
No, we don't have any rules about that.
I guess my question would be is why are we going to implement it on STRs when we don't implement it on like campgrounds that are putting a ton of septic into the ground?
No, I understand what you're saying. I think it's to provide guidance. It is true. It's going to end up being on the homeowner if it fails.
Right.
But I don't think it's anyone's interest for septic systems to fail.
And I agree with that part. As far as the overreach from, we don't require these big campgrounds to do it, but we're going to require a single family house to do it on an STR.
I'm just looking at from when a design comes in front of me, I need to put my name on it.
Yep.
So I'm signing that, saying that it's
good for X amount of
right. So now if somebody's overusing the system, and then they come in to me and say, listen, this system failed, you know, you passed the system, I could be liable. So I'm looking at it from that perspective.
If we base the maximum occupancy on.
I'm coming up.
Septic system, what's the guidance, the state guidance for sewer system? Let's just pretend that there's places.
If we had a sewer system?
Sewer system.
They'd be paying a fee, I'm sure.
just clean it, honey.
By how many gallons are going into the system.
So it'd be based on gallons used?
Well, you could put it, I don't think you could be as big as you want if you're on sewer. You know, that's a whole different.
No, I'm just trying to quantify this theory of septic to people allowed in a building. If it didn't have a septic and a sewer, what would
the occupancy limit be?
Sure. What's the benchmark there? So that's I'm trying to figure out a way to allow occupancy of the building not based solely on septic, because if a home doesn't have a septic, how do you rule the maximum occupancy? It's just, and I'm also going back to a single family home. If a home is built and has 3 bedrooms and your septic is built for that, your family expands faster, you have 6, the town doesn't kick your kids out.
No.
So that's where I'm trying to, it's not really, that's where I'm having the struggle.
Sure. No, and I understand that. It's a tough question. But clearly, the state level, they're concerned about short-term rentals, or they wouldn't put that in there.
Right, sure.
Does the state statute reference individual occupants, or does it just reference
It
bedrooms?
goes by bedrooms, and the assumption is 2 per bedroom.
Assumption, what is the assumption? The state made that assumption? They state that, or are you just making that assumption?
That they're doing 2
That
per
they're 2 per
bedroom?
bedroom, yeah.
I'd have to look to see where they came up with it, or I'd have to talk to Brent Lawson at the state.
Did the state say that? They're thinking based on 2 occupants per bedroom? I mean, I grew up, I had 2 brothers in the same bedroom as me.
Sure.
We went on vacation with my cousins and stuff, and there would be, we'd rent a cottage, and there would be, I don't know, 6, 8 kids. And, we didn't have a big impact. Kids don't.
Sure.
And it's a short duration. My opinion, we should just eliminate the occupancy limits and just base it on the number of bedrooms. I mean, people are not going to get 30 people in a house with 2 bedrooms. So.
I mean, I think it's almost the same thing, because the septic design is based on bedrooms.
Right.
And a bunkhouse does have a different rating for gallons per day, so it does speak to, you have a house, you have laundry, you have kitchen, you have 1 kitchen, 1 laundry, so, adding the bedroom doesn't add as much as the full scope of a house, and adding a bed or a bunkhouse doesn't add as much.
Most people that come and stay on a vacation, they bring a bunch of kids. They're not going to do laundry, they bring the clothes for the week and go.
No, but, I mean, I have... No, I don't have any data that shows, how a short-term rental is used differently than someone who's living in their house. But
well, nobody's.
So is this open for public comment, or no?
Not now, no.
Nobody's really said numbers clearly to me. We're just arbitrarily, picking a number, 2 guests per bedroom. Could be more, and I don't see a big issue.
no, I thought that I just wanted to bring this to attention, just because we have to look at the septics when we're approving them, and some septic designers are putting specific language not to be used for short-term rentals. So
really,
yeah, they're covering.
I mean, if
themselves.
that's the case, yeah,
they're covering themselves because they don't want to be liable.
That's between the owner and them, and the owner has just got to live with what their guy said if they accept it, if they pay it.
They're taking the liability.
And they're taking it on.
Yeah, and they're subject to any permit fees if there's runoff into the lake or anything like that.
Fines and stuff like that. Yeah, a failing septic is a huge. A failing septic is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's I don't want to be cavalier about that at all. So it is a concern for me, that's all.
What we've just mentioned here, that's how I feel about this entire document, is that the homeowner, I'm serious, the homeowner is not going to want to lose the privilege to be able to rent this, because you read some people talking about it's income for their family, and they're going to take care of the septic, they're gonna pump it, they're gonna take care of the trash, they're gonna take care of the noise, they're gonna take care of these things because they want to continue on using this. So I do agree that it is 100% on the owner of the property to manage this, and just have it regulated is the problem that I'm just seeing, is that we're regulating this function of a home, but single-family home we're not regulating. And I'm not seeing why, if it's not a business in a commercial zone, then why is the planning board, are we taking this up, thinking about how it fits in? Because it's a home.
It's a home being run.
Right.
As a business.
In a residential zone.
In a residential zone, right?
So we don't regulate homes in a residential zone. So that's all I'm just not seeing how we're creating regulations for this home, but not if it was occupied by the owner. So
I guess you could take it the other way and say, if it is being run as a business in a residential community, then it's not authorized. You can't run a business in a residential section. So the short-term rental itself wouldn't be an allowed use.
Exactly why there shouldn't be an ordinance. So you're going to make it illegal? That's not. So that's
no. But I think that, and I do agree with you. I agree a lot that a lot of the ordinance, the proposed ordinance that we're looking at, is not going to apply to probably 90% of the individuals that are doing short-term rentals. They're going to make sure their septic is right. They're going to make sure there's off-street parking. They're going to do all that stuff, right? But what happens to the 10% that don't? Where is the fallback for the position for the town to say, these are some rules, and yet 90% applied them, so you don't need to even worry about the rules, right? Because you're already doing it.
Right.
But there are 10% that are not following by the rules.
Right.
So we just let them not play by the rules because we don't want to.
No, but I think that also applies to the small camps that we talked about that won't be able to qualify for any of this, that we talked about being exempt. And I'm just not sure how we can exempt a camp that doesn't have a proper septic. It doesn't have, stairs meeting code, egress windows, things like that.
But I think having that, and that's a whole separate issue. I think that there's a requirement, and I think it for the town to ensure that as a building, a home is being used as a short-term rental, that it meets safety requirements, right?
Absolutely.
It's got, our homes have to meet safety requirements.
Absolutely.
So a short-term rental should meet safety requirements.
So after reviewing this, I do think there needs to be some sort of regulation with this, and registration and inspection.
Mm-hmm.
Registration so the town knows what's going to be being used, the building, and the fire department can have full knowledge of what the building's being used for. There needs to be emergency contact, absolutely great. Inspection for safety, absolutely.
And I think, Mark, and I think if you break the ordinance up into just like that, into two areas, into one area that is dealing with safety,
right,
and that's going to apply to everybody,
right,
and another area that deals with the specifics that everyone's going to comply with anyway.
Right.
So it's like saying, stop at a red light.
Right.
90% of people stop at a red light, right? Or
Exactly.
95%. But what do you do with the 5% that don't stop at the red light? You have an ordinance, you have a law that says you get fined, right? So we have the same type of situation here. We have 90%, everyone's going to comply with the safety. We have a set of regulations for those that choose not to comply with, I would lump it under good neighbor behavior. And we have a set of rules that says this is what good neighbor behavior is. If you are a good neighbor, it's not applicable to you. It means it's no impact.